Hello everybody, welcome to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. We have finally finished the Swiss stage, folks, and now we are into the round robin stages. Danog, I think we've had these quite a couple of times before throughout the tournaments. Are you excited to be commentating them again? Is it a little bit different from Swiss stage?
Always excited to be able to cast some Dota. That's the thing, especially if it's this truly international style Dota, because there is representatives from every single region, gotta say, except one. NA, unfortunately, with Shopify, they pulled out last minute, so Team Secret got their opportunity, and then you have Nouns. Unfortunately, they weren't successful in their bid to be able to go through the group stage, but, the Swiss stage, but we have SA, who have two teams that have actually gone through, including one of them, which we're going to be seeing first on the stream today in BOOM Esports, who looked really, really strong.
Yeah, they did. We had a look at some of their games. You know, BOOM were doing incredibly well. I think I have the stages up here. So BOOM, they were actually able to win just 3 rounds and then just finish it there. They didn't have to play anymore. They're looking pretty strong, as well as Entity 2. They were actually able to not drop a single game in these best of 3s. 2-0 against 9 Pandas, Heroic, and OG, and were able to qualify just like that. So they have been doing really well. But a little bit of shake-up within the last day yesterday, which was the game of Heroic versus Talon Esports, where these two teams were battling it out to decide who would enter into these round-robin stages and survive. And it turned out to be Heroic in the final stage there, and they got themselves a 2-1.
Yes, they did indeed, and we get to see both of the groups and how it's all shaped out. I gotta say, it's a little scary if you're over in that Group B side, I would say. Like, you've got a lot of really, really good teams, big names coming through there, so it is a little bit of a group of death coming through, I have to admit, and, well, it's only the top 4 that go through from each of the groups as well to that playoff bracket, so it's not like you can... There's nowhere to hide, basically. You know, you gotta put up or shut up, and it's only best of 2s now, no best of 3s.
I think the most intriguing thing about this as well is it's not just the people that have been put into the Swiss stage seeds, it's the actual other teams that we haven't seen yet. So, you know, BetBoom, Liquid, Spirit, Gaimin, Gladiators, Team Falcons, Aurora, G2RG, and Extreme Gaming. So I think we're going to get ourselves some even more hype Dota. I don't know whether it's going to be quite stumpy since we haven't seen these teams come in yet, but hopefully with the Swiss stage, which has taken place, we've actually, you know, got the teams that have performed a lot better throughout the stage of the Elite League at the moment, and we're going to get ourselves some close games, I hope.
I hope so as well. I mean, I would say this first one's going to be really close. I want to see how Tundra respond, because their only series loss came against, not BOOM, but their SA compatriots in Heroic, right? So they were the ones that you and I were casting on day 1 of the tournament, and it was a bit of a shock result coming through there, where they lost 1 game to 2. And so I wonder if they've perhaps... Not that BOOM and Heroic play exactly the same type of Dota, but there are some like similarities in terms of just giving all of the farm basically over to that position 1 to really let them thrive.
Yeah, and having a look at the games that they did last time, I don't think Tundra actually went up against BOOM. No, they didn't.
Yeah, so they went up against Heroic instead, and that's what I was talking about. So the SA... They've got that SA vibe, but they haven't played these SA guys who, again, like you said, went 3-0 in a series score, right? So it's pretty formidable to not even drop a single series, right? Like you said before, Entity didn't drop a single game, but it's still a really good record coming through from BOOM, beating PSG Quest, Secret, and Talon.
Do you think this will be a close game between the two, of BOOM versus Tundra, or do you think this is going to heavily favor one team here? What do you think?
Well, I always I got a bit of a memo from, you know, frequent SA watchers. I'm not going to name them, name and shame, but they basically said, look at the player cams beforehand. If they're looking in good spirits, just yes, they're going to play incredibly well. If they're looking tired, if they're looking down in the dumps, if they look like they've just had an argument, then we could start to see some clowny stuff happening. I'm seeing smiles coming through from the Tundra camp, and what did I tell you, Epi? Look at Whitemon. He's eating. He always eats in preparation for these games, without fail. And, you know, I'm keen to see if he's able to put forward another great performance. One thing that you mentioned, like, is it going to be a close series? I want to see if teams let them have the chat again, because teams just kept letting them do it, and they kept winning with it. So it seems kind of crazy considering just how busted that hero is right now.
I think there was one game, though, I'm sure, where they Actually, I don't know if they won it or they just extended it long. Did they actually lose a game with Chen? Oh, it's banned.
It's banned anyway, yeah. No, they lost a game against Heroic, right? That was the one where they were playing against like a Kunkka, a Gyrocopter, and the Elder Titan, who also was going up against a Meepo. So like billions of units to be able to play around with, and that was when Devi Lama just went insane with his Ags ET.
Yeah, that was pretty nuts. The very, very prolonged BKB, which you can just get in around about like 20 seconds with that Agnim's pickup. Yeah, that was pretty nuts. I mean, especially against a Meepo too. But the band stage has finished now. I hope that's on the side of BetBoom Esports. Yes, it is. Thank gosh. We're okay. And Batrider comes out for the first pick of Tundra Esports. Pretty common here, so nothing
Pretty common,
out of the
pretty
ordinary.
standard. It's the sort of thing that, again, we saw 9-class style on a lot of people, right? And I feel like Batrider is one of those styles where, I mean, I think we cast Tundra a second time, right? And I think he didn't miss a single lasso, you know, even just like a 0-minute bounty rune, flame breaking someone up onto some high ground to be able to get it and get back to lane. Just little stuff like that. I feel like this is the sort of hero that he should really be in his element.
Oh, and a Pango first pick.
I mean, Slatums was also kind of dominating on this. Actually, both SA mids, right? Analog did a really good job on his Pango, too. So we'll have to wait and see what Tundra's response to this is going to be. I'm also keen to see, like, you know, we keep talking about the Chen. I know it's banned, but it was always a combination pick together with Topson Sniper. I wonder if he just feels that confident in the Sniper that he's still going to pick it, even without the Chen to buff it up with the attack speed from the Penitents.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, he does absolutely love the hero, so he has been picking it quite a lot, and I think he did come in and mention that he loved playing the hero too, so he is a real sniper player, if you could call him that one. Pangaleda, I did want to ask you about this, because I am quite intrigued, because people are still obviously picking it up. They feel like it's a strong hero, and I do think it's a strong hero too. With the swashbuckle change, how they've changed it to only 3 strikes instead of 4, which I think is to counteract defusal, do you think it's kind of like a little bit of a buff, but then a little bit of a nerf at the same time? Or how do you feel about the reduction in strikes from swashbuckle?
I mean, of course it's a nerf. The hero needed it, right? So it's just you can keep nerfing things over and over again, but as long as he's got that rolling thunder, and as long as he's got the ability to like control literally like 10 different stuns in the middle of a team fight, obviously not onto the same hero, but it's just so impactful, right? And it means that you need to kind of specifically draft against it. Also just I know it wasn't really recent, but the range of the swashbuckle as well, that got decreased. I kind of want to see Topson pick a Bane against the Pango, because it feels like it would just dumpster it at pretty much all stages of the game, right? Like, you use the Enfeeble on it, then you can't really swashbuckle that far anymore. You use the Fiend's Grip on it, you can interrupt the Rolling Thunder. It should just crush him in the lane as well. And again, it's just one of these janky mid-hero picks that Topson does like to go, so I'd be keen to see it. He might just puck against it as well, which I certainly wouldn't be too unhappy about.
5 seconds remaining.
Even a primal? No.
I even think the shield crash though is pretty cool as well, with the fact that you can get yourself a shield now. I can't remember when they actually introduced that, but it was to counteract the reduction damage that he had instead. Because if you place that upon a Meepo, what would you have? Like something stupid, like 80%
120% damage reduction.
Okay, that's even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's in the middle of a team fight as well, right? So it's obviously going to be hitting a lot more than just Meepo. But yeah, I mean, the fact now that it's doing more against like just a flat number as a shield means that you're going to be able to potentially get a blink off in the middle of it if you know you're just waiting for that to come off cooldown, because they need to go through the shield first. Also means that yeah, it might be a little bit more effective in the early-ish game too. I like the fact that they picked up the Grimstroke, obviously, one, because it's a pretty decent combination together with a Pango just for an additional stun, but also you don't get Grimstroked against you. You know, it's something that, you know, we've saw, I want to say Aurora run. Q just went the Grimstroke against a Pangolier, and he did a pretty damn good job with it.
Yeah, I was going to ask if this was a deny pick here on the Grimstroke or not, actually picking it up second pick with the Pangolier, but they picked themselves up Centaur here on Tundra, another common hero that we have been seeing at the moment throughout the stage, and they've got themselves something else. Techies too. Okay.
Yep, probably a Whitemon Techies to come through. I'm assuming that this is going to be position 4 Grimstroke, so I feel like Techies has a really good time in that lane just to be able to out-harass it. You could still just put it with the Centaur, of course, right? But I feel like Whitemon doesn't play quite as much of the Batrider compared to 9 class. I do like the Centaur pick. I'm a little surprised, honestly, that they let it through on Boom, just because I feel like I spoke about it in the previous Swiss stage. Toby is a really sacrificial style position 3. He will sacrifice his farm to be able to give his other 2 cores just as much of the map as possible, right? And there's 2 heroes that can really do that while also still having a pretty significant amount of impact. Centaur is one of them, because you've got that global stampede impact, and you can just be like shoving out lanes. You've also got a good initiation, and then you've also got the Brewmaster, which it's banned out, right? Where Brew, you don't need too much to be able to be really effective with it. So I like the fact that they've picked the Centaur. I'm a little surprised that Boom have let them do it.
Yeah, because we've seen how good the Stampede is with the not only initiation and also a very, very good ability to actually disengage as well if the team fights aren't that great.
Just seeing as well, just coming through from Pakaz, what he might like to pick into the Centaur as well. I mean, they've already banned out the Troll Warlord. They really want to stop that, like, locking in place style. So it wouldn't be a Razor. Probably not a Sven. Faceless Void seems a little... might be okay, actually. It becomes worse once you've got the Agadim Shard and the Techies. Just toss the reactive Taser onto someone else. Maybe if they don't go stuns, you could potentially think into something like a Weaver. What else?
A Weaver?
Yeah. Lifesteal is still in the pool as well.
He is, yeah.
But maybe they just save it until later on in the draft, right? Because, Boom... They don't have the last pick of this phase, but they got the last pick of the overall draft, and I really feel like Pakaz is the one that you're just wanting to play around as much as possible. So most likely it's going to be the 5 and 3 to come. Kunka's banned, so you don't really have too much in the name of flexibility unless you wanted to pick up a Dragon Knight, which honestly wouldn't be the worst, right? That is a good way to be able to counter out something like the Stampede, just lock them in place. Okay, they do go the Morphling. They just want to pick it up, and they feel it's that damn strong right now. Have they banned the Luna? No, they haven't, so... I wonder if that's something that Pakaz would consider against the Morph... that Pure would consider against it, just because Morph and Luna are by far his most picked. But... not sure if they feel too confident against that. Like, Luna has the potential to get burst down by something as... just, yeah, burst damage like a Morphling.
In return, they pick themselves up a Drow Ranger here against the Morphling.
I mean, we saw them play Drow and Sniper, right? And have pretty good success.
Do you ever remember that game? It's itching at the back of my head where we saw I can't remember what teams it was, but someone picked up Morphling here and they banned the Drow as well because they respected the Drow going up against the Morphling, but then they picked themselves up, and then in another game, what actually happened was they were this team that actually picked Morphling and banned the Drow was going up against Morphling, and they knew that Drow was an excellent pick here, so they picked up. Do you remember that game or not?
I mean, we've cast so many games, right? They
I know we have
together, so
it's itching the fuck of my head. But it is a good pick nonetheless with marksmanship because obviously, of course, Morphling. When is ever the time he builds a armor item, and all of his armor is base armor from his agility. So with the marksmanship from Drow, you're able to pierce right through that if you're able to get yourself a proc. And you got yourself a silence as well. Silence, very, very good here against the Morphling too. But Ogre Magi is a pretty uncommon hero that we don't usually see. I kind of got mixed feelings between the heroes. Sometimes he can have himself a great time. Sometimes he can have himself a horrible time, and he feels like he's not very impactful. What do you think of the hero on the Ogre Magi?
I mean, it really feels like just standard SA Dota, right? Give everything that you can to your position 1. Obviously, they're going to be going up a very similar style, I guess. I mean, remember the game that we cast with 9 class where he stacked 24 camps, right? Just so that Pure would be able to just go absolutely bananas with his scaling. Ogre Magi kind of acts in a similar way, right? You're just saying to Pakaz, all right, well, I'm going to give you Bloodlust, and you're going to have a fine time. Also just really solid to be able to have in lane 2. Taken quite a while with this last ban overall. I mean, it really feels like Boom have just done everything to be able to make sure Pango has a good game, right? Because it's going to be very important. You've got all that pure damage that they banned out. The Puck is gone. The Bloodseeker is gone. Really just is a question
Omni-Knight mid.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Thompson did it. He did a fantastic job last time he played the Omni-Knight mid. I'm kind of still in the mood for a Bane, but I could understand if they felt like they were lacking a little bit of frontline if they were to go down that route. But there's no Puck, there's no Primal Beast.
5 seconds
The Shrek is probably banned, yeah. I'm kind of struggling with what there is left for them to be able to go for. Let's go Bane.
Go Bane. Okay, 5 seconds left for Tundra. They got to pick now. There we go. And it's a Pugner. Okay, so maybe we'll get ourselves a second game here on Thompson Pugner on the mid lane.
I think almost definitely we will be. It just seems like a total comfort pick from him at the very end there. I even saw in the reflection of his glasses they were kind of going through his heroes at the very end. It feels to me like they don't have a ton of barriers for the Drow to get gone on, you know? Like, there's Decrep, sure. There's Stampede, sure. But I feel like you might just double down and go into something else, like maybe a Dragon Knight here that doesn't really care about the marksmanship, just because you've got that green style of armor that's still going to be tanky enough. Is Timbersaw still in the pool as well? I mean, I could see that too. Magnus, okay. Even more buffer. And maybe some reposition for themselves, which they felt they might be lacking.
Yeah, I think the repositioning is very good. I mean, especially against Drow Ranger, if you're actually able to reposition a hero away, like Pugner or Drow, then it's going to be actually quite nasty for them, I feel. So if you're actually able to catch them, just maybe perhaps even with a skewer, for example, then they're going to have themselves a pretty difficult time to... Well, actually, I was going to say pretty difficult time to respond, but I am just looking at Toby right now on the Centaur with the Stampede, so always able to disengage here. So they will most likely definitely have to commit something like an RP and make sure that they have themselves the burst damage, which I think they do. Kars on the Morphling, has himself the Adaptive Strike, along with Pangolier 2 with the Swashbuckle, which is quite a nice damage to combine here with a Diffusal Blade. You've got Ogre with the Fire Blast. I can't remember his stun name. I think it is the Fire Blast. And then and then you've got the Ignite. So yeah, I think they can definitely burst through with an RP here. They just have to make sure that they do so correctly before Toby is able to commit the Stampede here and able to use either a disengage or a counter initiation.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it's going to be Pure that gets caught out most of the time. He's too good of a player to be, caught out of position in that sort of scenario, but I don't really think that Boom care all that much. They just want to catch someone. They want to give themselves that numbers advantage to be able to start a fight, and they know that Tundra already have that in their back pocket with a Blink Lasso potentially coming through. I mean, they're respecting the fact that 9 Class is able to get into this Blink Dagger really, really early on, so they say, look, we need to have our own response to this. So if they're going to start running at us, we got to start trying to consider doing the same. And yeah, like you said, they do have a lot of ways to be able to make that burst happen to whoever gets picked off with like a blink skewer.
Yeah. So let's get into game 1, folks. Oh yes. Oh. You know what's funny then? I actually thought I paused the game then for a second because as I was just sorting my camera out and I pressed F11 and I was like, wait, I swear I did not press F9.
Don't take it personally.
I actually kind of got scared a little bit there that I just disrupted the game. Oh dear.
I was just having a look at Pure on the minimap there. He was making a little bit of a drawing as if they were going to loop around, or maybe they're considering doing it themselves, right? Do these wards spot anything right now? No, they're still underneath the cover of smoke on Boom, so we'll see if they do end up grouping up and going for one. They've still got the smoke on Whitemon, deliberately waiting until perhaps a little bit into the game, so they'll be smoked while Boom isn't. It looks like that might be the strategy. So here we go. Bit of a patrol here. You have to wonder, I would imagine 9 Class is the one that's going to be on the front lines, right? Either him or Toby. Just to be able to get that flame break off, bump them back into the stomp if possible, and then, of course, they've got the damage to be able to make it happen. Planting the ward down just to see that the Watcher is available. Ooh. not wanting to fall into the bait, though. They can't walk down. They know they would be revealed by the Watcher if they did, and I think they were just trying to catch someone out of position. But boom, showing why they did go lossless in terms of series in the Swiss stage. Very composed Dota, and they kind of know the way that Tundra like to play. It's very balls to the wall, run at you style.
Balls to the wall. No, I've never heard that before.
You're too young for me. It's a bit of a boomer saying, I guess.
Oh, is it? Is 25 really too young?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like 30, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the lanes, though, here. Grimstroke and Magnus. I haven't really seen this lane combination, I think, ever. Unless I've got some kind of, like, amnesia or something like that where I actually can't remember. But do you ever remember a Grimstroke Magnus lane? Have you seen something like that before?
I mean, I'm going to be a bit biased because obviously most of the time I get to cast C stuff. I feel like I've seen Jabs and Q play it at some point. Jabs really likes to play the Magnus, even though isn't always the best performances. It's really either a, feast or famine sort of game, right? Where he's either just dominating or the opposite of that.
Mm-hmm. I feel like they can do something nice though, right? With Phantom's Embrace and Inkswell, silence the techies, jump the Drow Ranger. Actually, speaking of the Drow and techies, actually trying to do some harassment there onto Knight, but Pure is going to have a little bit of return damage there from Illich.
He knows that Illich isn't close enough to be able to get the skewer, right? He revealed the shockwave on the lane, so he's like, alright, fine. You can't really just walk up into me and expect to be able to get off a lot of these, to get a skewer back into your team, right? He just knows that's not a possibility. So, like I said, Whitemon, he's just going to stay at range, constantly harass them out because he knows that there's no way that he's going to die, and you've always got the right-click advantage, you've got the harassment advantage. They're actually even going to commit onto Knight up on this top lane.
The multi-shot arrows! The final wave was not able to hit, but the blood grenade does come out with the physical attacks, and Whitemon gets the first blood.
Very nicely done, as once again, Slutums is actually doing a really good job against Topson in this mid lane. Already brought him down very low. Topson at least has the bottle coming out to him now, so should be able to survive through this. Oh, lucky that Swashbuckle wasn't on cooldown, but I'm sure that was very much calculated.
And pretty much almost back up to full HP now, just that water rune.
Mm-hmm. It'll be the same situation with Slutums though, so...
Oh, top lane, Inkswell connects, maybe a kill here onto Pure, bring them back there with a shockwave. Final physical attack will just be enough before that blast off lands, and maybe perhaps a return kill. Yeah, there's going to be 3 deaths here on the top lane. I mean, Illich will trade it out here, but in return, getting 2 kills on this top lane, big worth.
And they're very happy to quickly try and get as many of these creeps denied by the tower. Even Knight getting in a position to perhaps cut the wave. Force Pure into a bit of an awkward position. He's not sure if he wants to protect the wave or go for the farm, but doesn't end up losing either. Oh, who's going to make it to the Lotus Pool first is the real question. Will Whitemon commit with the blast off in just a couple of seconds?
No. Panda is dead though. On the bottom was right underneath the Firefly there from 9 class, and Toby with the hoof stomp there was also trying to contest the Lotus Pool there, but will find his life gets squashed out by these 2 heroes.
I don't think you're too unhappy about that, right? All they need to do is make sure Pakaz has a good start to the game, and this is not a lane that is lacking in damage on Tundra's side, right? They might be trying to go for a bit of a go onto Panda again, but nope. Looks like they'll be able to get away. It's just a lot of really annoying... Oh, double,
Inkswell, blast off there in return, but the Inkswell will connect. Look at that, they're going to try and go for Pure here. They will miss that stroke of fate, though, unfortunately. And it doesn't look like they're going to get the kill. Never mind, they will with the Shockwave level 1. Indeed, they do get the kill, but Illich very, very low here. Needs some regen to come on the lane as well as Knight. So I think once Pure does come back to the lane, that Pure will be completely fine here with the fact that these 2 heroes are so low.
Yeah, but they're going to be very happy with what they've been able to make happen, right? At the end of the day, the Magnus isn't your win condition. The Morphling is. Morphling, top of the net worth right now. Sure, you might have died once in the Ogre, but it doesn't really matter, right? He's just there to be that beefy frontline hero to be able to tank up a little bit for the Morph, and the Drow is being hindered. So, you mentioned that Drow into the Morphling feels pretty good for the Drow. Not if you haven't had an amazing start. Thompson, he's getting dived a little bit here in this mid lane. They're even going to commit the glyph for it.
Oh, very far activated.
Right click. He's got a swashbuckle up.
That was very close.
Cheeky, cheeky. This is a lot of bullying going through here. Kind of a big deal that the raindrops as well got killed. He's acting like a Viper or a Huskar as Slutums, right? Just keeping that Pugner away. Almost even sniped him there.
Has no more mana though.
9
And a response is here. With rotation there from 9 class. With that Firefly. Slatums has no mana, and Thompson holding his ground. They actually find the kill with that rotation there, making use of the fact that the Pangolier has indeed no mana.
Alright. Maybe a little bit aggressive coming through from Pango. Overstaying his welcome. I'm sure he would be saying, guys, come on, you got to tell me if the Bat Rider is gone, but 9 class taking advantage of the fact that it was nighttime to be able to make that TPing into the trees so that his movement wouldn't be revealed. Of course, again, it's all about what you get in exchange, and in that time, Pakaz is just, once again, able to sit back, farm completely unopposed, and it also means that Panda can start to come towards this mid lane and perhaps help contest this first power rune that's about to come out.
There it is. It's the regen rune for Slatums. He snatches it. Very nice rune to have, especially at 6 minutes. Maybe perhaps I want to go for a kill.
Yeah,
Level 6 on
glyph,
Slatums.
though. So, I feel like maybe Slatums wants to use that regen rune as much as he can. Yeah, to be able to tank up some of these tower hits, although are there going to be rotations coming through? They can see one coming from 9 class with the ward. They're actually going to not commit here. Waiting for the glyph. Really just wanting to clear out that siege creep, so nicely done by that rotation.
Always baiting the casters here as always with a pre-rolling thunder. I'm assuming they're about going.
Man, I guess it's not exactly the hardest lane, a Drow against a Magnus solo, so the fact that you've dragged Knight away from this top lane for quite some time is a pretty big win for Tundra. Pure has farmed even more strongly than Morphling has in that time. This Knight will have to limp away, maybe back to the lane, see if he can make something happen. Illich is still holding onto that Lotus, so maybe they feel like they can go for a bit of a dive with those double braces. Go for a bit of a bait here.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, nice
gush. Blast off comes out. It doesn't connect down to Illich, though. Here comes a rolling thunder rotation from Slatums with the swashbuckle finds the Drow. Looking for Whitemon now, who doesn't have himself any mana. Spells on cooldown. Gets the double kill here on Pangolier. Lovely stuff from Slatums.
Great bait by Illich as well. He forced them to come on in. I mean, it was still a really good gust, right? But yeah, just a solid rotation coming through from Slatums. As 9 class, once again, not enough for him to just make stacks. He has to take them as well. You see that replay. Easy kill, easy life. As Pure, he's like, well, you can only do that with your boys with you, right?
Oh, they're going to go for more here. Inkswell connects before he can even use the blast off. Silence there too. Whitemon most likely dead underneath this tower. Will be indeed, and Slotums just gets himself right out of there once again with a swashbuckle, so Thompson not able to actually use that life drain there. There's no mana on 9 class here either if they want to try. Has himself the Firefly though, he's okay. I've got to say, the carries are pretty close here. Just Drow, 200 more gold here than the Morphling, but both carries doing pretty alright here. Almost Vladimir's offering for Pakaz. Meanwhile, Falcon Blade and Power Tread's already finished here on Pure. I think Falcon Blade is like really, really nice. Do you think it's like the new? I call it kind of like the new Ring of Aquila.
Yep, I can see it. Oh, he might be able to catch out Thompson here. Look at his positioning. He wants to get bumped up.
Oh, gets it with the Rolling Thunder and the Inkswell. Able to connect correctly there within the river. Finds the kill. That's a big pick off there. So hopefully they can start to pressure this tier 1 tower now. They have actually just pinged it out there. And so they will. Both supports
Literally the
rotating
exact same cooldown from the Rolling Thunder and the Stampede, though, right? So you're not going to be left vulnerable because of using that Stampede. That's really the main spell that you're looking out for, especially considering, again, the really solid lane that Pure has been able to recover from this top side, despite 3 deaths, still sitting top on net worth, because this is just a totally free lane.
Already pushing away Slatums there with the life drain. How close is he to Phylactery? Oh, he's getting there. I mean, not the best net worth. Oh gosh, he's going to get jumped on again here. There's the sounds along with the Inkswell too. Blastoff is going to come out there in return. It's actually not going to get down to the Pangolier. He's completely fine, but there's the life drain. Lovely cancel there of the life drain with the skewer, but the lasso comes out in return. They will find the kill down to the Pangolier. Pure rotating in. Trying to find something more there. And Morphling gets solo killed on the bottom lane by the hands of Toby. What?
He was underneath the tower. He got a couple of tower hits. He got stomped. He got double-edged. All right, underneath the tower with full Agimorph. A little bit of a curious rotation there from Illich as well, because he skewered in, doesn't even have RP leveled up. Chose to go a few more points into this Empower, perhaps, to be able to recover some of his net worth. And, well, Whitemon, he's scouted out the fact that there's some stacks here, so has to be a little bit careful that they don't try and yoink that one away from them.
Got 3 points into Empower here. Illich should be able to take them. Not a problem. That was quite surprising to see on the bottom. Toby must have like hoof stomped Picard there without him actually activating the attribute shift.
Yep. Under the tower.
Oh, they're actually going to smoke up here bottom again. The smoke is going to break though there onto Panda. The blast off is there in return along with the physical damage coming out from Pure. Finds a easy kill there onto the Ogre Magi. Looks like they may just find this tier 1 tower now here too whilst getting that kill. Spakars has to back himself away. Does not want to hang around near 4 heroes here, especially with the fact that they have themselves Stampede online for Tundra. Could definitely dive him if they so wanted to, and there we go. They'll get themselves the tier 1.
Illich has put himself in a really aggressive farming position, but this is such a big stack that they've made up with Knight inside of their own triangle. Doesn't look like they were successful in building that stack, and I think Slutums is going to be incredibly happy picking up that amp damage rune. Might not even need it, though, to be able to take this ancient stack with the diffusal that he's just finished up. But you got to make sure that you take it, because they do not lack damage right now on Tundra if they want to steal it. And they know it's here, already. Is the thing. But Topson, he's just going to nuke down the mid tower in the meantime. This makes it a much less worthwhile trade, but I suppose as long as you take the stacks now, it's okay. They seem to know that it's going on. This rotation coming at the exact time to potentially catch Topson, but will not succeed.
Maybe they'll sit on the high ground here. They'll play some mines here from Whitemon, just in case they do invade the high ground here. Or Boom gonna go for it? No, they are not.
We've a longer way around.
Yeah, we've seen fights here which
maybe not.
Don't
maybe
turn out to be good.
Backtracking a little bit. We'll see. They know. I mean, both teams really just seem to be in each other's heads right now, knowing exactly where they're making a ton of these movements happen. Lots of pings coming through. They can see the creeps were aggroed there underneath the observer ward that Topson placed up on the high ground, so they know exactly where all of Boom are positioned right now. Only one staying hidden is Picard. He's still not quite strong yet to be able to take over this game. Ooh, actually going a Midas is Panda.
Midas Gaimin.
I mean, he wants to scale, sure. Maybe they're just anticipating this being a long game. You've got somewhat ways to be able to keep lanes shoved out. Morphling after the Vlad's going for the Manta straight up. So no like early Phylactery build or anything like that. He wants this to be a bit more of a farm-oriented game. Illich, of course, with the Empower. I feel like that'll be the go, right? Just quick pick off with that Blink Skewer into farm. You don't need to take too many towers. Obviously, you'd still like for that tier 1 mid and top to go down if you're on Boom, just because it is going to open up a fair chunk of the map for you. But I don't think this isn't going to be some like tier 2 diving sort of game, at least from Boom's side. From Tundra, there certainly is the potential there for it, just because they are a little bit stronger in terms of pure pushing power.
Yeah, I feel like Panda is okay here to go the Midas too, with the fact that you've got yourself Morphling. I mean, I know he's died, but he's having himself like an okay time. He isn't like very far behind, as well as Pangolier too. Slatum's dealing a lot of impact here in the early stage of the game, so I feel like Panda does have that opportunity here to go a little bit greedy and go the Midas here for scaling.
Class and Toby both have their Blink Daggers as well, so this is the period where we might start to see a little bit more of that aggression happen, right? Like 15 minutes, nighttime, they've got really good vision on on Tundra that give a lot of information about where Boom are going to play. Most of the time you don't commit this many observer wards around the map, but just look how littered the Boom jungle is, as well as up on the top side. Like, they just know exactly where all of Boom are, just because of where they're not showing on the map. They can only be in these, like, giga defensive positions. So that's why they're feeling so free on Thompson to be able to move forward like this.
Yeah, they have 5 observer wards right now on Tundra, compared to Boom, who only have themselves 1 here behind this tier 1 tower on the top.
I mean, it's
So
giving
Picasso
them a lot of
farming
information, right? They don't have a glyph, actually, on Boom, so someone's going to need to respond to this. Tier 2 tower is being pushed, and it is going to be Panda making that rotation back. At least gets rid of the siege creep, but I mean, Thompson's still here. And
Oh, lasso.
see you later, Panda.
Yeah, that's a dead Panda. Underneath that tier 2 tower. As Thompson gets himself the kill there.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And they just back off completely, because they know that that was their initiation method that they're comfortable with right now, right? Like, they just got the pick off with the lasso, wait 70 seconds, get your next items, and do it again. Meanwhile, by the time Boom rotates back, they're probably going to be walking around underneath some sort of vision as Thompson. He's getting gone on a little bit here.
They commit the Stampede, though. He's
Yep.
out of there.
Even with the Diffusal Blade, he just gets all out. Overrides that one.
Or maybe perhaps a kill onto the Morphling. Pure, with the silence, was just able to get off the attribute shift there. Because has the waveform here, but Toby rotating in here. With a hoof stomp, he is completely fine on the Morphling. Able to survive 9 class there too. Actually even able to get the kill there on Picasso. It's completely fine on the Morphling.
Solo kill as well, so plenty of XP coming from that one. Sitting up at level 13, healthy enough for the Morphling, who's getting closer towards that Manta style, so I feel like they might finally start to take back a little bit of this map control. As I was about to say they're going to try for one with Illich, but not seeming to want to be able to jump in with that that Blink Dagger, even with the Observer Ward giving a lot of understanding.
Oh, this could be a good RP coming up, though. There we go. RP onto 2. Going to skewer 2 heroes away from the blast off because it's completely fine. They're able to find themselves Pure there, along with Thompson too. So 2 cores down. They're on the aggressive now. Boom wanted to try and find themselves more. Whitemon doesn't have himself any mana, being stunned up there by the Fire Blast, slowed down by the Stroke of Fate. As Picard comes waveforming in with that adaptive strike and gets himself the double kill, and is now going for the tier 1 tower. They will be able to get that. I mean, even through the glyph, I still think they can hang around here and get this tower.
For sure, you're not afraid about a Centaur blinking in at this stage.
I mean, he's there.
Maybe with the Blade Mail, it'll slow things down a little bit, but he put himself in danger of dying if Picard was still hanging around. Maybe assuming that the Morphling would underestimate the Blade Mail. I'm really surprised that they chose to go for this play. I guess just because they were revealing so heavily on the aggressive front. But Tundra had a ton of vision still, right? They had the Watcher, and they had 2 separate Observer Wards.
They do commit the Stampede, though, for a kill onto Knight here. Wait, skewer back into the tier 2.
What kill?
Rolling Thunder. I mean, able to find the kill. Elish was very, very close to death there, but nonetheless able to find Toby for the support.
How did he end up dying? I think did he just Stroke of Fate him and he got Blade Mailed? I think he did. Greedy, greedy boy, Knight. All that damage, 2,200 just to kill a Centaur. As, Pure's actually already got a Shadow Blade, so he's going to be able to get away from Picard. That almost definitely would have been a solo kill. Had the Manta style available.
Now, though.
Yeah, they know. He's hanging around a while.
Gust level 3. Blink
class.
Dagger ready with a lasso. No, not going to go for it. I don't think they have themselves any vision. Maybe because it's nighttime?
Yep. Exactly that. And I think you might have just got a very brief glimpse there on the Morphling of the fact that the Batrider was there, just using a little bit of that tower vision. That's why he popped the Manta at that point, just assuming that the Blink Lasso was going to come. And you can see how worried they are about that Lasso, right? Because he's going straight into the Lincolns after this. Not really worried about damage, they just want to make sure that they survive this early portion of the game. Don't let people get picked off too easily.
Committing onto Toby there. Nice silence there to stop the usage of the... Well, I mean, Stampede's actually on cooldown for 3 more seconds. They will indeed find the kill nonetheless. Centaur down for 40.
He's going to reveal on the map again. It is quite dark around this mid area, is because... Has to be a bit careful.
Oh, they've caught themselves a lasso onto the Ogre Magi. Blastoff is there. The nuke damage is done against the Ogre, and that's an easy kill with the lasso there for Tundra.
It is, but at the end of the day, it's an Ogre who has a Midas, right? So he's going to be able to recover more of his net worth just the longer that the game goes on, and now you don't have to worry about the lasso for 70 seconds. So perhaps Pakaz feels a little bit more free to push out that top lane a little bit further, or just to, again, roam around these areas that have... the whole team feels the freedom to roam around these areas that are less warded, I suppose you could say.
Mm-hmm.
But now we're seeing a few of those really aggressive wards expire on Tundra's side, so they don't exactly have as much vision as they previously were able to enjoy. I mean, this top one at 9 classes farming under, that's about to go. It's just this one in the mid lane that really not revealing too much of anything, right? The only one that's been going really aggressive in that sort of area has been Panda, and sure, he's been picked off a couple of times, but I think you're very happy if that's the case, if your cores are just sitting back and farming. Look at what's happened to the net worth as well. Like, in that past 5 or so minutes, we've had about a 9k net worth swing, I want to say. It was 3k in... what is my math? 6k advantage come through. 3k from Tundra, now to 3k in Boom's favor. And the probability is pretty damn even.
So I can see on the graph there, as you mentioned, it literally looks like a cliff. Not a massive cliff, though. I mean, from our perspective, it does look like a big increase, but considering it's only around about 3k, not a lot. If it was something like 10k, then huge. Well, smoke, though, from 4. Pakaz is not here.
They might
so this is going to be a 4v4 situation. Oh, nice Force Staff. The Stampede comes out there in return with the Decrepified 2. Blastoff onto 2 now, 2 with the Hoof Stomp actually turning it around, finding 2. They want to go for more. Knight attempting to TP along with Panda here too. Is Panda's TP going to be cancelled? No. Both supports will get out there, but they will lose 2 cores.
They will. They really just wanted that quick pick-off for free, but Thompson, just a really quick reaction there with that Force Staff to be able to get away towards the rest of the team, and Pure... I mean, a little bit lucky that he was farming in that general area, but gets off a great gust, double stomp, double everything. It was just pure control for those 2 cores, and they're going to get Roche for free as a result.
Yeah, free Roshan for them then. There's no one going to be able to contest this on Boom, considering the fact that this Magnus and Pangolier is dead. One of the heroes that could definitely counter-initiate and try to stop them from taking this Roshan, but they're dead. And they get themselves the Aegis now on Pure, who's got himself that now. 5 minutes.
It's just one little play like that 4-star from Thompson completely changes like what will be the next 5 or 6 minutes of this game, right? Like, if you pick off Thompson, maybe you're in a position to take Roshan, because Morphling was farming right next to the top twin gate, could have very easily just come down and joined the rest of the team. You look to take it away, you look to play a little bit more aggressively, you've got the Lincoln Sphere, so you're not worried about getting lassoed back underneath, like, beyond a tier 2 tower. So it's crazy how quickly a game can shift just off of one little play. Kai's doing a good job, though, of keeping this top lane shoved in, right? Like, he wants to protect this little area of farm that he's got left around, you know, his ancient camp, the area to the left of that, even this hard camp that he's moved up forward towards now. Just that tier 1 tower provides that little bit of an extra safety net.
Just thinking what they can do with this Aegis now. I mean, looking at Pure's level, though, level 17... He's having a good time. Because level 18 as well, has himself the Lincolns. Yet to kind of join these fights, though, yet on Morphling here. Do you think Pakaz is ready, or do you think he needs, like, another item here, like a
Phylactery will be good for him. I think even just the Phylactery is going to give them a lot. Even it kind of forces them to use the Stampede to be able to get away, because then you've got a lot of slows to worry about, right? Like Shockwave slow, Skewer slow, Ignite slow, Stroke of Fate slow, Diffusal Blade slow, Phylactery slow, so you either need, like, how many 4-stars have they even got on Tundra? Just 2 at the moment? Maybe 3, actually.
Need
to pop the Stampede.
Yeah, they've got 3. They've got 3 4-stars.
And Techie's is buying one. Oh,
Oh, nice catch there with the skewer, but they all attempt to try and turn it around, finding themselves a kill there onto Knight. Silence down to because is not able to output his damage. RP though will come out. It does catch Toby and Whitemon there in return. Big swashbuckle. Oh, because with the damage, able to find the kill there onto Whitemon. Thompson going to fall there from the hands of Panda, funnily enough. Toby very close to death. The Stroke of Fate is there, and the Inkswell onto the creep claims the kill. They will lose 4 here on the side of Tundra, only losing 1 with a buyback here from the Grimstroke, coming back to the fight and getting the kill there onto Toby.
That was crazy. I want to see that turnaround. Pure was dishing out so much damage, but they just all grouped up. It was an RP that didn't seem like it was immediately effective, right? But then suddenly, additional 3 heroes get stunned up by Slatoms coming in, and Morphling just ripped through them. And that's pre-level 20 Morphling as well, right? So he doesn't even have that waveform attacking targets. Here we go. Having a look at the replay. Pure just doing absolutely everything. They get the silence onto Morph when he doesn't have the Manta style, but there, group up, stun onto Pure, stun onto another 3, and then they just get completely dominated.
Oh, that's the 3. Was that a 3-man hoof stomp as well from Because? Wolfing it to Toby? Wow. Oh, meanwhile though, Lasso catching Slatoms here, does have himself the shield crash, but in comes a stomp from Toby. They find the kill onto the Pangolier, being caught off here in the river with a lasso.
They're continuing to go aggressively here. Just Pure revealing on the lane right now. He's got the Aegis still for another minute or so. Maybe Panda, ooh.
Stampede, no TP cancel. Will not have enough time there to commit the blast off onto Whitemon, and the lasso is on cooldown because they already used it against the Pangolier.
Bit of an interesting situation here. So now they don't have Stampede. Pango's up in 20. So do they use that 50-minute window, 50-second window, excuse me, to be able to make a play? Or do they try and even get greedier and use like a 10 or 20-second window when the Aegis is gone as well? Very interesting to see what the choice is as Bakaz moves on forward, starts shifting.
Oh, BKB there from Thompson stopping the skewer. RP comes out though in return. It's only caught 1, and Bakaz falls from the damage here. As Whitemon actually takes him out, though, a Rolling Thunder there in return, finding a Vengeance kill. They have lost themselves Illich here too, so it's a 2 for 1, maybe a 3 for 1. As they do take down Whitemon, maybe 4. Oh, look at that. Just the insane damage from Pure, finding Panda there too. I mean, Slatoms will find the Batrider, but in return, the output damage from Pure here is big, and he is completely fine. This Aegis is going to expire, but it will bring him to full HP, and maybe perhaps they can find themselves Slatoms here too. Exploring in the jungle here with the Shadow Blade. Is very close.
Spidey senses coming through. Didn't even end up taking that Watcher, and it's a good thing he didn't, because that Observer Ward would have seen saw him in the general vicinity, and they probably would have been able to catch up in the meantime. Yeah, it was just a little bit disconnected, right? Pure caught Bakaz on the front lines before the Pangolier was up. You saw how effective Slatoms was when he was able to join the fight with that Rolling Thunder, being able to kill both supports there, take them out of the fight completely, but the fight was over by that point.
What's he going now? Is this a Silver Edge on Pure here? The Demon Edge? Suddenly, oh yeah, it is a Silver Edge here, yeah. Kind of sad that you can't crit anymore with the Silver Edge, but I mean, at least they've added a few buffs to it. I think the uptime on the invisibility is a lot better, I think.
It's not as good as it used to be. Like, used to be like, I think 9 seconds better or something like that. Now it's just 5, but it still kind of fits the style that Tundra are trying to play, right? Find pickoffs on their time. Be able to, you know, use the lasso, use the hoof stomp, use the blast off with the they've only got one Observer Ward down pretty deep, but, you know, they're just looking to try and play around that, right? They're not wanting to give up Pure for free because they know he's pretty much gone a full glass cannon build, right? Like, no BKB. Hurricane Pike does kind of help, but not even something like a Butterfly, perhaps, to be able to protect him from some of that right-click damage coming out from Pakaz.
Yeah.
We'll be working on that BKB next, though. As they, once again, look to try and play around that vision that they've set up. Just these deep Observer Wards, playing that all-in style. I'm going to be a little careful here on Pakaz.
Oh.
They get a glimpse of him.
That smoke's going to break soon. Illich. Will he have himself the RP? I mean, Pakaz getting very low. It's fouled there by the blast off from Whitemon. RP comes out. It's not going to connect onto much. Illich is going to fall here. They lose 2 for just a back rider. Though Thompson trying to hold his ground with the life drain. It's cancelled there by the Phantom's Embrace, but in comes Toby with a stomp, and they found themselves the Pangolier there too. It's a 4-for-1 here for Tundra.
What the hell happened to Pakaz? I don't think I saw Drow hit him once. No, he didn't. Everything else just came out from the rest of the team. Toby's playing another great Centaur game coming through here with multi-man stomps, finding those quick pickoffs, and yeah, just that burst damage even coming out from the Pugner there with the Phylactery. Doing enough, and then, of course, like you said, the blast off to be able to finish off everything.
Radiant structures are
Machine gun tower, though.
Wow. Yeah, just the bloodlust.
Clever use of the decrep, though, onto the siege creep. Make sure that they don't lose that backdoor protection. Of course, again, retain the siege creep.
Oh,
so they go for a
no.
dive.
Oh, no. Pure. He may be in trouble. Silence there. He's not backed by the flame break. They will find the kill. This will definitely look to be a set of racks here for Tundra. They will commit the glyph, interestingly, but I don't think this glyph will be enough to save the racks. I think they can still hang around here. Because back in 10, Illich attempts to try and get himself a skewer there onto Thompson, but nice reactions with the 4 staff. They get themselves the melee racks and the range racks here too. They are out of there.
Dude, they've tried that play like 3 or 4 times now. The horn toss into the skewer back. Eventually, I think that you just need to... not even a horn toss, sorry, the just straight skewer back, but he's been able to react in time. Harpoon doesn't matter. You need to get that stun off. You need to be able to find that extra little bit of, I guess, space just so that you can blink behind before the 4 staff is able to go off.
Radiant are scanning.
Because, okay, it'll be fine. It just takes a Tormentor for Slardums, which will help him. Just to be able to pop into that roll-up. I think he's getting a little frustrated with the amount of times that Pure has been able to get a gust onto him as well. He's even got a BKB on this Pangolier. As they're going to very quickly take Roshan if they don't address it quickly enough. They know what's happening, though.
Oh yeah, the scream comes out. Rolling Thunder is committed here from Slatums. Yeah, this is a very early usage here. The Rolling Thunder just trying to scout out. I mean, it will force them out the Roshan pit, but you don't have yourselves the Rolling Thunder anymore. They do find Wyman, but this gush here very soon. Never mind, activates the BKB. Slatums very, very low. Has to be careful here. Stomp there onto Panda in the backlines there. Is trying to get a skewer. There we go. Got themselves Pure with the RP there too, but they got themselves the lasso here onto because still okay. The blast off there coming out in return. Actually able to actually be ship, but it's just been found. Pangolier and Morphling get decimated in that fight.
They just
because is not able to output his damage at all whatsoever. And GG is called. Game 1 is going to Tundra here just because was able to form up, but not able to get himself any output damage at all, apart from that one fight down below near the tier 2.
That feels like a frustration GG to me, Epi. Like, they were still in a position to potentially go for, like, one more of these high ground defenses. They've got the Magnus. They've always got that potential to skewer someone back underneath tier 4s, even into the Fountain, but they just didn't even want a bar of it. They knew that the Roshan was lost, and it kind of felt like it was just a lot of bubbling over frustration, right? They never were able to fight truly as a team. The RPs just didn't lead into some damage coming through from Bakaz. A big part of that has to be due to the initiation from Tundra. Like, yes, Pure played a really good game on his Drow. He dished out a ton of damage, 9-4 and 11 on the kill score. I gotta say though, Toby and 9 class, for me, they were the most impressive this game. It just really felt like they were the ones to be able to find the pick-off. Even there in that very last fight, you had 9 class underneath invisibility, and he just gets the 4-stuff onto the Morphling, breaks that Linken's, drags it back into the rest of the team, and before the fight's even started, Morph's playing with like 20% life. You really can't do too much with that.
It felt like as well that Illich here on the Magnus, he didn't have himself the greatest of impacts that they thought they had. I mean, you even mentioned it yourself within the game that was ongoing. They attempted to go for these skewers quite a couple of times, but Tundra, they were able to react very quickly and not get picked off here by these skewers. I mean, able to, activate the 4-staff here or a BKB, whatever you need to do. I think Thompson was the one who tried to get targeted here most of the time in those situations, but was able to just, completely not get caught at all by the harpoon and the skewer combination. And
read like a book. He was really quick on the fingers. Basically every single time they went for that skewer back, just didn't end up working. So, I mean, big props need to be given to him as well, because we saw the pre-Roche 1 fight, right? That was the one I was talking about that could have completely changed the outlook of this game. I'm pretty sure the win probability was basically dead even at that point. Even Boom favorite, I believe. And then it just dipped down towards Tundra. They lose that. They take another decent team fight, but then they lose another one, and it's just over at that point. And I think a big part of it was that frustration from Boom. So, big kudos need to be given to Tundra for how they maneuvered around that game, for good initiation, good pickoffs, good team fight, and really, really good reaction speed.
I feel like if we got ourselves a BKB on Pakaz here, then he would have been able to have a great time. But I understand that when he was farming his items, he felt like he could just get away with a Lincoln Sphere here and, a Manta style to purge the silence. But they absolutely threw everything that they had here on Bakaz when he joined that fight there. I think we might even see it here, for example, in this team fight that's coming up now. So you see Slatum's already committed the Rolling Thunder there.
Used everything. He's used everything. What is he supposed to do? Look at 9 class there, over to the left-hand side. He's just constantly watching the Morphling, watching him. He's hoping for him to shift into Agi as a preparation for the fight. Breaks the lasso with his 4-stuff, drags him back into the rest of the team. You burst him down. He's got no health to play with, and then it's a simple task to be able to kill him off. Like, that was just the pure frustration running over. RP, again, not connected with the rest of the team. The more I look at it, the more I just want to give it to 9 class. I think he was really, really solid this game with just how he was able to just play them around the entire map, right? Even those, he died 4 times, but who cares? It felt like every single time was after he'd already kind of expended his complete toolkit or forced them into a bad position.
With that, folks, I think we're going to take a break here. So it is indeed Tundra Esports that claim themselves the first victory out of this best of 2. So stay tuned, folks, because we'll be back with Game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of this best of 2. Got to make sure not to say best of 3. Best of 2 with Tundra versus Boom. Now, Tundra were able to take themselves a comfortable game 1. I think that they had themselves a lot to react against Boom here. Were able to actually disengage quite well. I think especially the Stampede helped out quite favorably in terms of initiation and counter-initiation, along with disengaging too, and they were able to take themselves, as I said, game 1. But now we're coming in for game 2 to see whether Tundra will be able to take this a 2-0, or will Boom be able to equalize it, which will help them in the standings. Of course, only early days here in the round robin, but nonetheless, a game to fight for.
Yeah, I have to wonder, like, again, we were tossing up who to give MVP to at the end of that game, right? I ended up feeling like 9 Class was really, really good. But again, Toby, his Centaur, twice now that we've seen it, at least. Maybe he's played it more, but he's just looked incredibly impressive on it. And I feel like, again, he actually kept up in net worth this game as well, so he didn't even need to play this uber sacrificial style. If anything, it was Thompson playing that sort of style. He was the tower hitter. He was just standing in the fog, using that extra little bit of cast range and slowly chipping down towers, while Tundra had all of that aggressive vision to be able to play around with. So I almost wonder if it is actually worth banning out both the Brewmaster and the Centaur in the first phase, because I feel like he just plays a level above Toby when he's got one of those two heroes to be able to play around.
Felt like you said that the MVP would go for 9 Class in your eyes, right?
Yep.
Before we ended it for a break. Do you think this Bat Rider pick should be contested as well, or do you think they should just let them have it? Maybe perhaps 9 Class had a too good of a game, or was it possibly the fact that it's like, oh, you know, he just had himself a great game. We can counteract that in the next game with...
Well, it depends if they have first pick or second pick, right? If Boom have first pick, maybe they want to block pick it, because it's still a really good hero. Knight, super capable of playing it. Panda, he doesn't play the 5 Bat Rider as much, but I think it's something that you can totally see Knight succeeding with. But for me, if you've got first pick, you're probably banning the Brew, Centaur. It depends if they want to try Chen or not. Of course, Tundra are going to have that response with their last ban overall to say, you know, we just don't want to play up against a Chen. But maybe they feel comfortable. Like, it's a hero that they're happy to go back to over and over again. So maybe, kind of like Heroic, they feel like they've got the answer to it.
Well, folks, we've got ourselves a second draft underway with Game 2 coming into stage now. As already, Tundra currently banning up their final hero. They've already banned out Primal, Leshrac, and the Disruptor. And in return... Oh, you said here that the Brewmaster would need to be banned along with the Centaur. It is indeed here. Boom will ban both of those heroes out. So they are gone.
Good. Target Toby, I think, is a really good way to be able to do things. Just make Dota less simple for Tundra, I think, is the best way for Boom to be able to come out on top. I'm really interested in this ban, right? Like, do you get rid of the Bat Rider and pick the Chen for yourselves? Especially because Kunkka's gone, Leshrac is gone, Primal's gone. These are all heroes. Okay, they just feel like the Pangolier. I feel like you just go back into the Bat Rider, right? It's a counter to the Pango in a sense, and 9 Class is just able to play it super well. He could just Rubik as well if they really felt like it.
Yeah, they could. And we have seen a 9 Class Rubik before. Very impactful. I don't think I've ever seen one bad game here on 9 Class Rubik, so there is a possibility that he could just pick it up this time. I mean, more than happy to put him on the Bat Rider, though, too. Had himself a good game during Game 1, but we'll see what Tundra come out with here. So they have got themselves the first pick, Pangolier, again on Boom. As you said, they pick that up. They're feeling comfortable. I mean, they had themselves a good game with Pangolier, right, during the Game 1, but it just felt like it died down at the end, and that was because they committed the Rolling Thunder too early. But Monkey King comes out, first pick here for Tundra.
I feel like they're going to do some cheeky stuff coming through here. Was it 9 Class who was styling on someone? I remember seeing some play, like, where someone is in, like, the enemy base and dodged, like, an arena and still got out. Maybe it was 9 Class. I'd be keen to see, again, if he is going to go for, like, that position 4 Monkey King, that really weird style. I mean, it could just be a Topson Monkey King, right? It's mid. I mean, actually, it probably is, right? You know that Pango is going to be mid, so why not just face up against it with the most scary melee hero there is. Him and Huskar would have to be up there, and, you know, it's Topson. Monkey King is by far his specialty.
So able to trade nicely here with the Pangolier, but the ban phase, second ban phase, coming through now. The final ban here for Boom before we see what Tundra will pick up second. And then it's Boom to reveal their second and third pick here. So quite a lot of reserve time to think about it at the moment. But yes, I like the Monkey King here, what you said, especially against Pangolier. I don't think they would put it anything like a support here, especially with them already revealing that this is a Pangolier mid. Unless Boom do something a little bit cheeky and put Illich on the Pangolier. But I think it's definitely a Slatums, right?
Yeah, I mean, Slatum's outside of that last Rolling Thunder, I thought he played a pretty good game. You know, like, there wasn't really too much he could do at that stage. It was, like I said before, just frustration boiling over. So I think they're happy to go back to it, but you got to remember who you're playing up against, right? Like, a Topson mid Monkey King is scary. If Slatums can win this lane, like, he's won other lanes that I really wasn't expecting him to, but if he can win this, I'm like, okay, you're kind of up there with one of the best Pangos in the world.
Yeah, I agree. His Pango early game was quite on point here. I mean, the prime example was when he was actually behind the tier 1 and between the tier 2 here, actually pushing away Topson here on the mid lane. So maybe perhaps they have responded with this Monkey King. Topson is like, oh, I want something that actually is able to push away the Pangolier this time if it's definitely going to be a mid laner. I want something that can trade with him. I don't want something that's going to have to run away underneath the tier 2 when he's
pretty much
between my tier 1.
Topson is not a runaway style of player. You know, he will run at you constantly. Call him the Usain Bolt of Dota. Like, he just wants to be running constantly, whether it's, you know, the Primal Beast style or a Monkey King style or a Pugner or just all in mid gyro he's made work, right? Who does that? So I'm really interested to see how he does this game. The lane should be a lot better for him at the very least.
Dire team pick.
So what they pick up now for the set. There it is. There's the Rubik that you mentioned, Daniel. They'll pick it up. So maybe perhaps we'll get a 9-class Rubik. Does Whiteman play Rubik from time to time? Possibly.
He does. He's a pretty good Rubik player as well, but I feel like, again, if you've got the keys to the castle, just give it to the king, right? Like, he is really, really good at this Rubik on 9-class. And I like where they've picked it as well, right? You now get to see a lot more information about the Boom draft to be able to potentially, you know, see what core you can now pick together with this Rubik to be able to make it work. Because, once again, it does feel like they've... that they have targeted Toby somewhat with these picks. Of course, the Batrider gone as well, so that kind of not forcing Tundra's hand to be able to go for the Rubik, but they're not just giving him a total freebie. Like, Pango's already going to be having a rough time in lane, and it's not exactly the easiest going up against a Rubik as well, who's going to be in position to steal your Rolling Thunder, but Batrider would have been even worse.
Dire team pick.
And they'll come up with the techies once again. Copying almost game 1 here at the moment. Not able to actually pit themselves a Centaur though, because it is banned. But this time it will be Boom that pick themselves up the techies this time instead of Tundra.
Don't hate this. I wouldn't hate to see something like a Shadow Demon as well. Whenever I see a Monkey King, I just want to see some form of purge, right? Just for the oh, okay, Hoodwink. We haven't seen too much of that. Maybe just the Boom style of wanting to scale that little bit more. We saw Panda last game going the Midas on his Ogre Magi. Of course, Techies, late game, he's able to very easily shove out lanes with the proximity mines. And maybe they just felt like they needed a little bit more of that reliable instant wave clear, right? Because it constantly felt like they were playing on their side of the map. I actually don't remember the last time Boom went on to Tundras, right? Like, it was basically when they tried for that first kill on Topson next to the tier 1 bot, and it didn't work out. Like, that was the time. And then, other than that, yeah, pretty much nothing.
So what was great about the Hoodwink hero here? Is it you said something about it scaling quite nicely here? Because we do see it quite a lot how you build like a Gladiator on the hero.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a really good shard as well, just to be able to amp up damage, which you're going to get as a support. It's another one of those heroes that if Monkey King is playing around the tree line as well, you can just use the Bushwhack and be able to catch him out, as long as you have a little bit of information, which is good to know. Yeah, I think it's just high damage overall. High damage, lane shove, scaling, a little bit of extra control, a break as well. So there's a lot to like about Hoodwink, and I'm a little surprised we're not seeing it picked up a little bit more.
It'll be nice to especially break the heals here from Monkey King if you can. I mean, maybe some other passives will come out here. I mean, only 2 heroes revealed at the moment on Tundra, and wow, the reserve time here, only 10 seconds remaining for Tundra, so really actually taking the time to think about what they want to pick up here.
Tundra Esports turn.
What's it going to be? A Luna? It's a pure
Okay.
Luna.
I mean, it is something that he's very, very comfortable with, right? I mean, I guess with the Rubik, there's not as much of that stacking potential. Could they look to play around like a Shadow Demon of their own? It doesn't really feel like 9 class-ish, but
5
it's great at
seconds
stacking,
remaining.
and you're playing alongside of Luna. Maybe it's a white mon, SD. I'm just worried about very low damage from the supports if that's the case.
Oh, and Death Prophet. Okay, Tundra picking up a Death Prophet here. Is this a Toby Death Prophet?
Yeah, for sure. I think like they just like to keep it simple for Toby, right? Like why you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just
10
go for
seconds
something again
remaining.
that is able to do a lot with an ultimate. Centaur, Brewmaster, DP,
5 seconds
DK
remaining.
falls into that same sort of bracket, and they've had good success with that as well. So I like it. I like this one overall. Don't hate the TB though into the Luna. I mentioned that this is one of those classic counters that has existed for a long, long time, and you know even the physical damage coming through from the spirits. TB is going to be able to withstand somewhat of that. Monkey King almost entirely
10
physical as
seconds
well.
remaining.
Might now be forced to go into something like a Glitnir on the Monkey King. So
5 seconds
interested
remaining.
to see what the build will be from Topson. Of course, Glitnir would be nice against something like a Pangolier if he's caught out of the Rolling Thunder. Same sort of thing with a Hoodwink, right? You can't quite as easily retreat into the trees. And, of course, any kind of, like, Maelstrom builder is going to be good against a Terrorblade.
I was going to say, Terrorblade is actually pretty okay here against Monkey King 2 as well, with the fact that Monkey King is physical, as you mentioned, right? So Terrorblade will have himself a great time, but will Terrorblade do okay against Death Prophet off lane, though? That's what I'm kind of a little bit concerned at.
I think as long as you've got a Techie slash Hoodwink, 2 really strong laning support, so I think they should be fine.
Okay.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
We'll ban out Darks here. Yeah, I agree. I think maybe perhaps if they move this Death... Because I don't know how common this is, but we have seen Death Prophet 5s before.
Sure.
I
It's like a little more like China region style, the Death Prophet 5, and I mean you and I, did we even cast a Kev game? I'm a little sad that we didn't get to before they got eliminated, but we do have 3 Chinese teams here in the group stage in the round robin, which is going to be exciting to see how Azure, Extreme, and G2IG go.
We did see Puppy play the Death Prophet 5, I think.
True. I mean, we've seen Puppy play 5 Brewmaster and 5 Legion Commander, right? The man can play anything. I have complete faith in if Puppy thinks it works. I agree with him, because to still be playing at this level after this many years is just insane. Do like that Lycan ban though. Very nice. Because again, like the supports, if you've got bad lane shove, then there's nothing really to stop a Lycan from running at
10
you,
seconds
which is
remaining.
obviously the main area for concern. Could they opt to go for
5
something else, like
seconds
maybe...
Dire team
I honestly wouldn't even hate something like a Beastmaster for Boom, just to boost up the Terrorblade even further, to provide that BKB piercing disable, little bit of extra vision with the Hawk as well. As it is still around you, but it is still extra vision if you're playing alongside a Monkey King. The root is quite nice against the Death Prophet as well, and I feel like the lane against the Luna is just
5
fine.
seconds remaining.
I'm still
see what they
surprised.
pick
I mean,
on.
could they Timbersaw?
Tundra Esports.
I mean, it's not
turn
great
to
into the
ban.
Luna. Ooh. Okay, so they've read the fact this is going to be a mid Monkey King, right? So they don't want the Pango landing into that. So they just say, all right, well, what's the hero that stays the furthest away and is still good against it? Coddle. fine. I'm totally on board with that. They could
Yeah,
have
I was
potentially even
thinking that.
considered like a Zeus and kind of, play Thompson's own game against him, but perhaps Slardam's is just feeling more comfortable on the Coddle.
So Illich on the Pangolier then.
Yeah.
Choose your hero.
And Faceless Void comes out.
So where is this Luna, and where is the Void?
Thompson,
Faceless
Faceless Void. What
Okay.
in the hell? Okay, 9 class on the Monkey King, Rubik 5, which means it's Death Prophet 3. Toby on the DP, but I was not expecting a Faceless Void mid. I thought that, maybe perhaps it was going to be, I don't know, they're going to do something weird with Luna, but I mean, Pure loves Luna all the time. Like, have you ever not seen Pure not play Luna?
Yeah, when he plays Morphling, pretty much, is the only time that I don't see him on the Luna. But I knew Thompson had this in his backpack going into the tournament. I just wasn't expecting it to come out, but the more I look at it, the more I like it, right? Like, Coddle is constantly casting spells. Time Dilation, gonna be great. And when you think about the laning stage, he's just blasts you time walk it off. Like, it's very fine for that, and it gives them another element of catch as well. And even scaling, right? I mean, late game Luna plus Faceless Void is kind of nuts when you think about it. So that Chronosphere going to be very effective. They've got the damage to be able to layer into it as well, with the Wukongs, with the Exorcism, with an Eclipse coming through as well. So yeah, I quite like this last pick, and the reason they're able to make it work is because they've got that last pick overall, and you can't respond to it. So Tundra, I feel like, are very happy with how their lanes have worked out at the end of the day. Maybe the only one that might be a tiny bit, not rough, but not a clear, like, very happy with would be their off lane, but I feel like you should be able to eke out like an even lane in that one.
What do you even build here though on the Faceless Void for the mid lane? Because you don't want to go like too greedy items, right? You want to like keep on fighting here as the Faceless Void and not let just the utilization of the Chronosphere slow you down. You want to be moving around and stuff, because Luna's got to farm, hasn't she? Luna's got to get her items in around about 20 minutes. And on his Faceless, you want to be active.
I feel like the build is honestly going to be pretty similar to what he would be if he was playing the Monkey King, right? I think the Maelstrom is still good. Maybe you just go BKB a little earlier than you might have otherwise, just because you look at the heroes that they're going up against, right? Like, you don't want Reflection on you. You don't want a mid-coddle to be punishing you. You don't want a Hoodwink to be dealing damage to you, and the bounces coming through from, like, a Maelstrom Acorn shot. Techies, same thing. And Rolling Thunder as well. You just don't want to get bounced around in the middle of these team fights. So I feel like, yes, you can be, that aggressive style, but you don't want to gimp your potential scaling. At the end of the day, you are still position 2, right? And you need to make sure that you're keeping up in net worth.
So I'm going to be very intrigued. I mean, I don't think the mid lane is going to have much action here, other than, just, as you said, illuminate and then time walk it off. But I'm still quite intrigued to see what he'll purchase here on Thompson, because he is a experimenter, if you will. He experiments with things. He buys things that make you think, oh, that's a thing, that is a thing. And then he makes those things a thing, and then you see people build those things. I think I said things too many times.
Yeah, a few things there.
I mean, an example of it a long while ago is when he built the diffuser blade on Gyrocopter, right?
Sure.
Everyone remembers that. That is
I still remember Weeha in the True Side saying, man, why do people keep picking Monkey King mid, and then he proceeds to get bodied in the lane, right? Like, this is just why you pick it, because it's an amazing laner against certain styles of heroes. So, I'm interested to see what he's able to do with it this game. An alternative to the build that I was saying, maybe he goes into like a Mage Slayer style, just to be able to control Coddle's damage a little bit more effectively. Of course, it has that inbuilt magic resistance as well, so that's going to certainly provide a little bit of assistance to your own just ongoing sustain, make you not locked around a BKB to be able to make plays with.
So lane of interest. What's your lane of interest here, Dan? What do you think?
I want to see how well they do in this. Oh, actually, it's Whitemon playing the Rubik, by the way. So 9 class is going to be on the Monkey King. Obviously, 5 Monkey King feels kind of a grief. Sorry, Seb, but it is the sort of thing where you got to enable him to go for this courier snipe style, whether it be in the base or elsewhere. But I am a little worried about bottom, I would have to say. Like, Hoodwink, Pango have a lot of trading potential, and you can see they're going for it already.
Yeah, you even mentioned that there. Whiteman already at 170 HP there, having to back off. Does have quite a bit of stick charges, though, so should be okay. Trying to actually stack here, but Knight actually denies that stack and not able to get that. And also Panda's Courier being taken out there by 9 class on the Monkey King. Just moving as a tree at 330 movement speed, yeah.
Did you see what was on the Courier as well?
Was it like a healing salve or something?
It had a quelling blade. That's how tired he is already of this Monkey King. He wants to be able to chop him down from these trees consistently. That's really frustrating. I'm just watching 9 class. He gets the reflection used on him by Pakaz, and then Pakaz's own Orb of Venom is just like in onto him. Look at that. He just jumps. Oh, there you go. There's
tree
that blade.
cut. There it is with the Metamorphosis and the Blast Off. The Blast Off connects, and maybe First Blood. They will get it. There we go.
Bit of a cocky play there by 9 class, and they punish it effectively. Clearly, you know, Panda went for the right read, buying his own Quelling Blade, but that time it was Pakaz that chopped the tree down.
Think twice before jumping on a tree on its own. I think that was practically the only tree there available that they can cut. It's like, oh yeah, Monkey King's definitely on this. I'm just gonna chop it down here with the Quelling Blade.
So that's a nice start. Goes over to the techies, not the TB, but still, you want to make sure that you've got that First Blood potential available. As Toby just standing up in Pakaz's face right now, wanting to make sure that he isn't able to come to this lane quite as easily as... Ooh, might be forced to go in here. Oh, and they've actually caught him out before he's able to get a leap back out, dealing that damage in.
I mean, look at the harassment here against Toby. I mean, has himself the level 2 Siphon Drain, so able to heal up if need be, but still, this is quite intriguing to see this harassment.
It's this Techie's hero, man. Like, you just can't out-trade him with anything except, like, an Enchantress in the lane. That's why teams are so quick to be able to pick it up every single time. Great range, great attack damage, universal hero, so you're gonna scale into the later stages. Smoke detection as well with your bombs. High magic damage, like, what more could you ask for?
Look at everyone's HP as well. I mean, Knight's just had to call in a healing salve. Healing salve here for Whitemon too. Everyone was falling low. Healing salve for Pure. This bottom lane harassment. So much here between both teams, and even top lane now. Toby has been able to heal a little bit here on the Death Prophet.
I think all of them actually have raindrops coming out to them, or like at least queued up. They just realize how much they're being harassed in every single one of these lanes. I see Pure's got it queued up. You've got one in the stash for Toby as well. Mid lane, 9 class has one. I don't think Thompson's as worried just because he's got that time warp, so he doesn't really care.
Maybe a solo kill here onto 9 class. Does not deny himself to the creeps. Actually able to get the kill. Just showing how annoying this Techies actually is, as they also find themselves a kill here on the bottom lane, but it will be against Boom here, able to take down this Pangolier position 3.
Yeah, how did Glitch die there? I mean, I guess he was just caught a little bit aggressively. Wasn't it? Oh no, he tanked, I want to say 2 tower hits in the duration of that one there, so just a little bit of bad positioning. Maybe he was going for a kill onto Pure, who is also quite low. As they,
I mean, speaking of kills though, they're going to go for Whitemon here, but he's okay, he gets away. Telekinesis helping once again.
As he just gets the salve, he's like, well, I'm either using this myself or I'm giving over to Pure. Yeah, I'll take it myself. Luna's got one as well, so we should be okay on Tundra.
Oh, Whitemon steals the Lotus as well, bottom. But he's going to be jumped on once again with that bushwhack. Telekinesis used there, but stuck in the trees. Able to heal up there with the magic stick and the Lotus as well. Shield crash, 3 more seconds. Will you dive this tier 1? Yes, you will. Though meanwhile, in the mid lane, which we completely missed, Thompson is able to get a kill there onto the Cutter. I think that was a rotation there by 9 class. Pure getting kind of low hit. This is a long TP. Knight should have continued hitting in. Oh
Just didn't
dear.
have the mana. Would have died if he still had like 5 more mana for an acorn shot there. Yeah, it was a rotation through by 9 class, who's already back up top, going for the kill onto
my
Picard.
gosh. And now Picard is dead. Toby may fall here too, with the sticky bomb latching onto Toby. There we go. There's kills happening left and right.
Yes, there are, and well, look at where 9 class is. He's not going to let them yoink away his own wisdom rune. Gets back there, and I'm sure he's going to be ready to start making plays around the map once again as soon as he picks it up.
Okay,
Going
so
back and forth between what he wants to go for. So mid lane, they went on to Thompson. It was with the time dilation after Coddle had actually tried for a kill onto the Faceless Void instead.
Oh yeah.
But it was a 9 class rotation in there that prevented that from happening. Of course, if you use a ton of spells, time dilation going to do a ton of work. Didn't even need a Chronosphere leveled up for that one.
It's actually not leveled the Chronosphere yet. It doesn't even level the Bash. Intriguing. So all the time dilation, all the time walk here. I see, I see.
He ain't hitting no heroes. He's just hitting creeps right now and basically trying to survive. And he's doing a great job, still getting plenty of farm on Thompson. Top of the net worth right now. 600 ahead of anyone else. It's just so important that he gets up into that maxed out time walk, right? Because 6 seconds, right? And Illuminate, it's pretty similar in duration, right? Of course, it's going to change with the chakra magic being pumped out onto you.
Oh no.
This lane is just so free for Thompson now. He's gotten out of the scary point where it has that really long cooldown on the time walk.
Yeah. Arcane Rune was denied here for Thompson. Going a Manta style next though on the Faceless Void, so I think that'll help with dispelling something like the Solar Bind.
Yep, Solarbind, Reflection, main 2 things really that he's going to be looking towards making sure are removed. Reactive Taser as well, I suppose.
Yeah, the silence as well from Blastoff.
Yep. Ah, it's a stun now, but yeah. Might be able to Manta dodge it though, that'd be sick.
Wait, didn't it use the stun and silence? Or is it now just stun?
It's just done now. My eyes always just leaning a little bit more towards Toby. Like, what's he doing? When is he ready to be able to make something happen? He's almost got the mech. Maybe that's the sort of period that he wants to be able to make plays, like around his level 8 timing. You know, 1 point in the Exo, 1 point in the Silence, perhaps. By that point, maybe Thompson's got Chronosphere, at least with 1 point into it, to be able to make a play and start taking a tower, because that is one area of their draft that it's kind of weak, at least until Pure is ready to, you know, get a little bit more on the front foot. And we know that he likes to play a lot more conservatively, at least at the very start of games. As soon as he feels like he's ready, though, he just doesn't leave your side of the map. So you want to try and open it up as much as possible to enable him to play that greedy style.
Yeah.
Like a 9 class. They want to fight around this mid lane very shortly. You've placed an Observer Ward behind the Tier 1 tower. Siege creeps spawning in about 5 seconds. Feel like there might be some TPs or rotations playing around these power runes as much as they can. It's actually a haste rune for Thompson. Going in aggressively with that Chrono leveled up. You wouldn't pop it, would you? Nah. But the rest of the team's kind of making their way towards him. Knight, or they're trying to time this. They want to hit the Illuminate and then the Bushwhack, but moves away with that haste rune just in time. You'd need to 100 to 0 him, right? Like, otherwise he just time walks it all off. You've revealed your position. Nothing happens. Here we go. Okay, bait out a time walk
Just
at least.
time walks it. May actually get the tower here with the catapult wave. They will force out the glyph.
This is a lot of people that are being distracted by this movement, right? 3 for 2. And again, Pure is farming. So they're happy on Tundra with how this is all coming out. Yes, Terrorblade is farming as well, so that is a small area of concern. But you're eventually going to have the ability to respond to him somewhat, right? Like, the Luna's going to be doing a little bit of magic damage as Illich just gets away. I think if you go Giga late, you're again worried just because of the amount of damage that you're able to increase by Reflection. What's up?
Orchid on Slatums. On Cottle. Rush straight away. Boots into Orchid on the Cottle, so this will definitely help against Thompson to stop him from time walking.
I think they're fine enough just to take away Toby. They don't want them to be able to play around this siege creep wave. They want to kill that tanky DP. Although DP has Mech has a wand, has a Lotus, has a magic stick, so I don't know if he even dies if he gets the Solar Bind used onto him, and they're going to need to connect on a kill with this, because Orchid, not a farming item. This is a Boots of Travel that you could have potentially had, so the opportunity cost of not connecting is going to be big.
Oh, there it is. But there's no follow-up. Oh,
Nice
lovely
lift.
telekinesis! Stopping the blast off there as a Chrono comes out now. Thompson
know
getting back
about
all
that,
of his
Thompson.
HP there from the Time Walk. He's coming off cooldown in 1 more second, able to jump away once again. Not able to connect onto anyone there with that Rolling Thunder. I mean, a stolen blast off from Whitemon. It doesn't connect onto anyone. Silence coming out again. Illuminate will not connect the mechanism there. Thompson's still
Nothing
okay. Has the time dilation there, connecting onto 3. So dealing the damage, slowing down there too. Shield rune onto Panda, so Panda not going to take
Yours in.
much damage here at the moment, but now the silence is there. Time
Look how
walking
deep he
forward.
is.
Thompson has to be careful. There's the silence. Panda's going to fall. Illuminate and the Swashbuckle is not enough to
Orchid.
take down Thompson, just able to time walk back.
More?
His HP. It's now the Wukong's command coming out. Found themselves 2, found themselves 3. Look at that. The aggression from Thompson and the trust, knowing that he's not going to fall there, gets himself back the HP with the time walk, and may even find 4 here. The Swashbuckle actually not finding the kill there onto Widemon, and they will find themselves 4.
Oh, I'm a little sad that Pure TP'd towards that top tower. There was a big, juicy ancient camp to be able to farm, but looks like Toby will be able to take it with the exorcism anyway. TP's coming in to try and save this one, but they're going to be too late. This is why people bat chest for Thompson in the chat, Epi. It just plays like that, diving in, no fear at all, relying on his own individual skill to be able to come out with a W. Of course, helped out by that ward that 9 class placed down previously, so they had a lot of information about where people were in the team fight, but you just can't buy class like that.
So yeah, they took all those stacks too. Juicy gold, more gold here for Tundra. I mean, top of the net worth right now is Pure, who's been having himself a solo time at the moment. I mean, how is Picard's doing? Okay, he's moving down here to the bottom, trying to get himself this tier 1 tower with the rest of his team.
Now, he's the one that didn't show up to that fight, right? Or at least didn't die as a result of it, so at least he was able to continue farming. They take a tower, so, you know, they're getting a little bit of control back, and that's what you want with these natural heroes that just have illusions, right? You can just so easily keep lanes shoved away. You could force a bit more defensive plays out of Tundra, because again, this style is not defensive by any means. This Tundra, that is. Old Tundra, TI-11 winning Tundra, absolutely, but that was more of an AUI construct than this one is. This is just, again, run at you, Dota.
I mean, this Orchid is soon to be broken here soon, because once you've got a Manta style, then it's going to be a lot harder to catch Thompson, so really going to have to rely here on some of the blast-offs coming out to play here from Panda, along with Bushwhack 2 here from Knight, or else they are never going to catch this Faithless Voiders. Meanwhile, they've actually found themselves Pure here.
That's a better one.
Trying to find the kill here onto Luna, and they will do so there indeed with the big nuke damage. Slatums gets the kill.
They also see that Toby TP'd back, so... Oh, they're actually going to continue going in here, still with the
They
Solar
are.
Bind.
Here comes the Illuminate. There it is. Big damage there onto Whitemon, but heals
Chrono's
up
up.
there with the mechanism, turning it around with the Wukong's command as Thompson rotating in there too. Gets himself a dominating spree by taking down the Pangolier. Chronosphere is ready. They're going to commit it. There's the Bushwhack, but I think Thompson is just going to get himself a free kill here. Oh, it'll get to Toby.
Well, someone gets it. That's the important thing, right? And, yeah, I mean, that was just, again, a good response. I was surprised that they stayed around for as long as they did. You know, you got the big pick that you wanted. You saw that the TPs were coming in. Maybe just saying, okay, well, they don't have Exo for 25, we could still go, but that was a miscalculation, I think, to say the least.
Radiant in the quick buy here for Thompson next on the Faceless Void.
Against a TB. Illich is dead underneath his own tier 2 tower, maybe? Maybe not? Maybe
yeah.
yes?
Stolen Swashbuckle claims the kill. You hate to have it happen to you. Your own spells used against you, which takes you out, but in return they will avenge him, though. Taking down Whitemon there with the Metamorphosis. It will go to Picard's.
Still think you're okay with that, right? Core for support, meta popped. Exorcism about to come off. Well, it is off cooldown, so you can look to make a play around it. Maybe just wanting Toby to be level 12. He's got what on the career? Full Greaves. Okay, so even he's got a response to that silence coming out now from Slatums, who not too often that you see a hello, Pure of the Light getting run down again. A Coddle sitting this low on net worth, right? That's probably the one thing that you can secure is net worth and free early kills. So the fact that Tundra have been able to deny this away from Boom is going to be a big concern for them. They still see him with these deep wards that Whitemon and 9 class plays. They're so good at providing vision. Pretty much, I think, the only Western European player that I think has that good level of warding. It's a name that might surprise some people is Fishman. He's got really, really good warding, and it's what enables Entity to make a lot of their plays. This is not how they wanted to play, though. They didn't want to sit back on a Coddle. At least he's got the boost of travel now, though, so can look to make plays a little bit more frequently with the rest of the team. Toby, he's popping the Exo.
He is indeed. They're trying to find the Pangolier. He will be able to swashbuckle away and avoid that Primal Spring, but turning it back around there with the Rolling Thunder. In comes Thompson. Does not have himself a Chrono there, but nonetheless trying to find Knight here.
Oh,
Heavily slowed down here by the time dilation. Actually might find the kill. Yeah, there we go. Killing spree for Toby. Having himself a much better game as they found themselves Illich there.
The body blocks. This is bullying,
out there by Whitemon. It is cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying doesn't exist. Just turn off the screen, you know?
It's only a best of 2. They can come back another time. On the way to almost be completing that Radiance here soon here for time. There's nothing that can catch him off here. I mean, they are just being relentless here on Tundra, and Pure is still having himself a solo time here, almost getting himself a BKB here soon. I mean, I think they might try and attempt to go for a kill here onto Pure.
Maybe. I mean, if there was any word that I could use to describe Tundra, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's relentless, right? They just keep coming. They keep going, they keep going. I'm honestly surprised that, yes, it's only 19 minutes in, but it feels like the net worth lead is more than this 5k, don't you think? Like,
yeah.
They've just been completely, I don't want to say outclassed right now, but outmaneuvered.
I mean, speaking of class, 9 class, able to actually dodge there the blast off. Actually, somehow we're still affected by it when he jumped to the other tree, but he's okay.
Orchid coming through onto the Void, but now they know that the Keeper of the Light is nearby. Not sure if they really want to fight now, though, because Spirit Form has only got about half duration, and they haven't been able to make anything happen with it once again. So again, deep Observer wards, give a lot of information, and you can look to make another play. Even going into the Halberd here on the DP, so just wanting to take away a little bit more of that TB's damage potential. Realizing that he is strong against the Luna for sure because of the reflection, but if you take away the power of their actual TB in the Metamorphosis, maybe they feel like they're strong enough to be able to withstand that with the mech, the AoE heals that they've got going on.
Like, Kotal and Pango, they were meant to reign against Tundra early, right? But this has just completely been swapped over their heads now, and the tables have been tabled.
Yeah, I'm not sure so much about the Pango, but Coddle for sure. Like, you specifically drafted this one to be able to dominate the lane, and I love the fact that Tundra were able to switch this up with a Faceless Void, who, again, won the lane very comfortably, has made a ton of rotations, hasn't died, and is just, yeah, giving so much tempo and so much space over for Pure to be able to farm. Pure has to do something with it, though, as is he got a BKB coming out to himself soon? His Courier's going down towards the Twin Gate, so maybe not wanting to reveal his position, assuming that they've got some deep vision, which they are correct.
Oh, there's a ballast right there. I mean, Orchid ready here into 9 class. The Chronosphere coming guard. Always caught themselves too, but Thompson in some trouble. Oh, he's able to actually time walk, find a kill, and just get out of there.
He did
the
that
blast
solo.
off is there though. In comes the Luna here with the BKB, trying to find this Terrorblade who's attempting to flee, but the Eclipse comes out there, finding the kill. The Wukong's command there too. They've lost themselves 2, lost themselves 3, and 4. Knight is gone within the Wukong's command. As Boom not having themselves the greatest time once again here. I mean, you saw there in the start of that fight, Thompson was able to actually catch 3 heroes there with the chrono, caught 2, and you had yourself Knight there who was trying to stop the damage being outputted here from Thompson with just left 2 at the front line, which the rest of Tundra just started to pick off, and they get look at that, they get themselves the Tormentor there too. But you see this fight just come out to play here, just look at it go.
He completely solo killed that Coddle. I mean, Coddle's good at a lot of things, but you are a squishy boy. I believe that was even like next to a tower as well, so should have had a little bit of additional armor to be able to withstand that. But with that fresh Sacred Relic that he'd picked up at the time, not so much. And well, now you have to contend with a Radiance as well. So what do you do? It's like Thompson has to be burst down, but they just can't seem to find him. His reflexes are just on another level today, and those Manta illusions could even just help with the push as well.
I think I think because he did want to go for the Sunder there as well, because he moved around the tree, but I think he misjudged how long a 9-second BKB actually was, expecting for that BKB to expire a lot sooner there on the Luna, and just committed the Eclipse.
He sundered really early, I thought. I heard a Sunder in the middle of that team fight, so I think that was just trying to wait another second or two, just even to get the reflection up. I think he tried casting it on the Luna with the BKB, but that doesn't work. It's not like those other ones that just linger, you know, like the X marks, like the glimpse and all that sort of stuff. It actually just doesn't work. Look at that. Another defensive item for Slatums, not wanting to be caught with this Orchid. That 9 class is looking to use in onto him. Even getting rid of their vision. What's the map even look like for Boom right now? There's got a couple of wards up, and they're in pretty good spots to be able to protect a lot of their farm. They haven't taken Roshan though, right? So I think that's more of an area of concern. But I honestly feel like if you're Boom, you would much rather recover a little bit of this net worth deficit, even if it means giving up the Rosh. It's not like you have these big teamfight ultimates that you need to play around, you know, like a Black Hole or a Chronosphere yourself. Yeah, meta can kind of be that, but you've still got the meta for the second life on whoever gets caught out, you know?
Oh, 9 class could get a kill here. Orchid onto the techies. Oh! Quelling Blade! But in comes Thompson with the bashes and finds a easy kill there onto the techies. Manta style now, it will be committed, and he is away with the Time War, though. They are still going to commit the Rolling Thunder here, try and find themselves this Monkey King, but he is jumping from tree to tree, and from another tree. He is dodging this Pangolier, as now the Chronosphere comes out there, along with the Eclipse too. That will be the Pangolier dead, and Thompson able to actually avoid the Bushwhack there with the Time Walk. He's okay. They commit the Wukong's command there defensively. Thompson still living through it all. As will they attempt to turn it around here? Underneath this tier 2, look at him just jumping around here on the tree. There we go, they cut the tree. Finally they'll take down this pesky Monkey King.
Oh, they found Slatums though, much bigger kill.
Oh no. Whitemon gone though too. Double kill for Pakazi. He wants to try and find himself more. He is strong here with this Scaddy right now. I mean, maybe 3 levels behind Pure, but still outputting damage.
This is all without Toby as well. He was nowhere in that team fight, so they didn't have the Greaves, they didn't have the Halberd, they didn't have the Exorcism rolling the entire time. They're just going in. They know the meta's about to wear off, so why not just make this push happen?
Yeah,
that was
pushing
crazy
into the
by
tier
9
2.
class, dude. That was so crazy.
I know. Jumping around from tree to tree. They just couldn't get him. Eventually they did, though, with a Quelling Blade.
Most powerful item against a Monkey King. Pos 4 is 100 gold.
Oh, wow. Okay. Radiant's done. Next item is Eternal Shroud on the Faceless Void.
Sure. Just lots of magic resist.
I mean,
I get that. Like, they just seem to take these really long fights, right?
Yeah.
Again, I mentioned the BKB, but sure. I mean, if they feel like the fights are going to go on for 25, 30 seconds, by all means. Go something that gives that persistent magic resist. As they nearly get the pick off onto Illich there, but he blinks back just in time before 9 class was able to land the Boundless.
I mean, I think Eternal Shroud, like, don't I think it's a quite underrated item, like, ever since the item changes on it. Like, I just want to reiterate that it not only gives you 14 strength, but also 250 plus HP as well. That's absolutely insane. That's like, what, almost 500 HP increase from just, like, one item?
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's
More, actually,
3,600 gold. Well, great, wow.
As they
And you get the
BKB
magic
out of
resist.
Pure. That's a pretty big deal to be able to force him back. But good God, did you see how much damage that Kanda did to a Pango in the
Yeah,
Rolling
I did.
Thunder?
I did, and they're going to commit. Here they come. They're coming forward. Oh, nice silence there, but Chronosphere in 3 more seconds. Who will he commit it upon? Will they just go for the Terrorblade? Yes, they will. Getting an easy chrono there. The Terrorblade will fall. They want to try and
found
go
them
for
all.
more. Oh,
What a time dilation.
onto 4. That's going to slow them all down here as they attempt
That's
to
it.
clean up now. Find himself 3, 4, maybe 5. Cancel the TP. You will not. As the Techies gets away, but Tundra coming out on top again. Only Panda survives.
I'm a little surprised if they tapped out last game. That feels kind of same sort of territory for me. Thompson is just on another level this game. 8-0 and 12 right now, just doing whatever he wants, toying with them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And doing his best to just try and keep these lanes as shoved away, but how are you supposed to run from a Monkey King that's just constantly chasing you like this? Has his level 15 as well, so that extra Tree Dance cast range, you can just go to the
Oh
Aghanim
my
Shard
gosh.
as well. Another kill,
Yeah.
godlike for Thompson.
I mean, I gotta hand it to Tundra though. I mean, we didn't even know what was gonna go carry at the end of that. Like, they picked themselves up the Faceless Void here, and they like they got. Wait, was it Faceless Void like last pick? I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this Monkey King was always going to be mid until they coddled, and then Thompson's like, bam, it's over. Like, just everything about Faceless Void is good against that hero. You lock in onto them with the Chronosphere, they die. You use Time Dilation against as many spells, great. You Time Walk off all of the blasts, fantastic. Like, they built this draft to perfection. And it's going to get even stronger. I think he's got a shard coming out to him now, so he's just going to be baiting out BKBs, baiting out big cooldowns.
Oh, here you go. Rolling Thunder.
Illich,
Oh,
no.
it gets committed. Oh,
Oh,
Chrono!
they didn't catch him.
It's caught too. Uh-oh. Time dilation there onto the Cottle
Stolen.
Slide. Going to dispel it there with the... Oh, Deconda! Delete Slassoms there. Already finding themselves 1. They look for 2. There we go. Decimating them there. GG is called Pure. It's just way too farmed there. Was able to take down this Terrorblade before he's even able to use the Sunder there. And there we go. Game 2 will go to Tundra. They get themselves a clean victory here.
Just another day at work for Whitemon as well. Just takes a sip of his drink at the very end there. It's eating or drinking. He's always doing one of them. But yeah, this was the Thompson show. No jokes about it. He what a beast. What a beast.
I definitely have to say MVP goes to Thompson for sure for that play on the Faceless Void. That was pretty good. Although I don't know if you would want to give it to 9 class here with the jumping of the trees here.
It was
Oh,
good. It was good, but like he
I'll
got
say
it
it's
last
just
game.
a
All right, share the love around a little bit.
Yeah.
Thompson, 24 out of the 27 kills he was involved in, top damage, dominated his lane. Like this is S tier. This is why Tundra really wanted to be able to play with him and build the team around him.
Yeah, superbly well played here. I mean, especially with the draft. Like draft situations like that where you're able to outdraft them and understand like the hero, especially like a Faceless Void mid lane, which is a very, very unconventional pick. And it just shows the ability that Thompson has, especially with understanding the game, understanding the heroes, and able to outcome with that. I'd definitely like to understand if that is something that he called out, that he wants to play on the mid lane, but I feel like I think it would be. I don't want to be biased here at all, but to pull something like that off and able to actually come back and have an amazing game, it takes skill, and that is exactly what we're seeing here within the Elite League.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it wouldn't have been something that, well, we might be able to see, depending on if we're able to ask them, but I feel like that wasn't something that they were thinking at the very start of this game, right? It was something that was a direct response to the Keeper of the Light pick. They knew that this Monkey King just wasn't going to be able to do anything in that lane, and we know that 9 class is able to play the Monkey King very well, so why not just switch it up, pick a hero that is great at dealing with the Keeper of the Light, and Bob's your uncle, there we go.
I mean, Otto was going to be amazing. I thought as well on the middle
Until that point.
until it got picked up, and we were saying at first it's like, oh, it's a Pangolier first pick. It's going to be Slatums here on the Pangolier. He had an amazing game at the start of game 1, and they pick up Monkey King. It was like, oh yes, Monkey King, he's going to be able to trade now with Pangolier. Just even bamboozled us. We didn't even know what was going out.
This is the power of second pick, Epi. You always get that gotcha pick at the very end of the draft. So we might be able to ask them about it. We're going to go to a quick break first while we set up the interview, and then we will be back very shortly to be able to have a bit of a chat with one of the boys from Tundra. So stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos, and Danog. We're coming in for an interview here as Tundra took themselves a 2-0 here versus Boom. We've got ourselves Thompson coming in with an interview. Hi, Thompson. Can you hear us?
How you guys doing?
Hello, Thompson. Oh, there we go. I can hear you. We're doing good. How about yourself, man? Awesome game.
Pretty good, yeah. Morning games, kind of sleepy, but it's fine.
I would definitely have to ask you about a game 2 with the drafting. So we were having the understanding here that this was going to be you on the mid lane as Monkey King versus Pangolier, because we saw Slatums on Pangolier game 1, so we thought that we was going to do it game 2 because he had himself a pretty okay game during game 1. With the draft, was it an all-round decision to pick the faces forward? Was this down to you, and was this the kind of way that you're expecting the draft to go?
Yeah, I mean, we know that they're like flexing the Pango, so we kind of kept the monkey open until the last pick for us, so we could basically counter pick at least one of the lanes. And yeah, I mean, when they picked the call, it was obvious that it's gonna be mid and just Pango off lane, so then it's one of my counters to call mid. You just pick away mid and it's GG.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything against you. Just in that game in particular, I've had a look through some of your like replays and item builds and that sort of thing. I've seen you go like Mage Slayer on the Faceless Void before. In that game, or just in general, what is it that like leads you to go something like a Mage Slayer versus an Eternal Shroud? Like in that game, was it more about just like existing and being in their face and being unkillable versus actually right-clicking people? Like, can you explain a bit about that?
I mean, the Mage Slayer is only kind of good if you're playing into like a full magic damage lineup with and like if you're in a danger of getting bursted. But this game there's Coddle rushing Orchid, so Manta obviously makes more sense, and then also their burst potential is not very good, so I'm not really in danger of dying early game at all to anything, so I'm just kind of free to not go for magic resistance right away, so I can just rush the Manta. It was just more optimal. I get the Radiance faster this way, and then I can. The Shroud is just more value in the end. Like overall, Mage Slayer is like kind of just the early game tempo item, so it's good if you can skip it.
Cool. One last question as well. I just want to talk about that game one because it really felt like you guys were very frustrating to play against if you were a member of Boom. So, like, those 4-staffs, like, how do you... You could say it's just quick reflexes, but did you have a sense of, like, they were going to be initiating on you every single time? Because you were pretty much instant on your 4-staffs to be able to break the Blink Skewer back into the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's their game plan. They have Harpoon Magnus. I mean, we kind of got caught maybe once or twice the early game, but it's pretty easy to just read what they're doing, so just being ready. Yeah.
Cool. Well, you were ready, and I think I counted like 4 or 5 4-staffs where you stopped their initiation. One of them led to Roshan, and really the game was all yours from there. So again, congratulations. Great way to be able to start this round robin. 2-0, and hopefully all the best moving forward as well.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Easy.
Well, thank you, Topson, for coming in for an interview. But I tell you what, Danog, we are definitely going to see ourselves now some Faceless Void mid lanes popping here and about within the pub stages. And I can see the thumbnails on YouTube now. Thompson 10-0 on mid lane. Here we go. Getting the videos up onto YouTube. So these are coming to your pubs quite soon, folks. So be prepared.
No. Good God. I mean, it's going to happen. I mean, people have tried Faceless Void 5 before, and it's worked, but not like that. Not like that, for sure. I mean, that was just something else coming through. Something from the pubs that, once again, has been brought to the pro scene and is going to be an absolute scourge for the next few weeks. So, yeah, maybe I won't be queuing Dota for the next little bit, but that is it. That is a 2-0 for Tundra to be able to start things off. I could see Entity probably got a 2-0 against OG, so DM taking a little bit of revenge against his old squad there with a nice first up victory. I think it's about half an hour until we get into our next game, so it's not like the previous Swiss stage where it was just like pretty much just games back to back to back. We have to give the teams a little bit of time to prepare this time around, so I think it's in about 30-35 minutes that we're going to be getting into the next one there, and that will be a SEA battle coming through between Aurora and Blacklist. The Rambulan, we call it here, the street fight between the boys on the different teams here, and yeah, I'm keen to see how it all shapes out, because you could say a lot about C Dota, but it is always entertaining.
It really is. So hopefully, I don't know whether I should say hopefully or not. If we get ourselves 60-minute games, maybe perhaps they could go on for longer. Touch wood. Maybe they'll go on for around about 2 hours. Knowing the C games, but we'll find out. As you said, both C teams coming head to head, so it'll be intriguing to see some C action. I haven't seen any in quite a while, ever since the DPC. Well, I personally haven't casted any C games in quite a long while, but it'll be very good to going back to the room. Going back to the roots. But yes,
Yeah.
folks, we're going to go for a break here. I think you said around about 30-minute break.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, folks, we'll
About
go
that,
for a 30-minute break then. So stay tuned because we'll be back in around about, hopefully, 30 minutes with our second series. That being, of course, the 2C teams that are Blacklist Rivalry versus Aurora. See you soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. We've just had ourselves the first series of the day, that being Tundra versus Boom, where Tundra are able to pick themselves up a comfortable 2-0 victory. Now we lead on to the second series, where we'll be having ourselves a C series, that being Aurora versus Blacklist. Danog, you're smiling there. It seems that you're very excited for this series coming up.
Of course, it's my home region, right? Like, you got to support where you came from, and, you know, these guys, they've got a lot of talent behind them, right? That's never been questioned. It's just about how they can harness it, how they can bring it together. Excuse me. I got to say, how Blacklist, their journey throughout the Swiss stage, I did like. You know, it's not like they got absolutely stomped by anyone. It was really even in every single one of their series. I think they lost 2-1 to Tundra and 2-1 to OG. And they're no slouches for teams, right? I really feel like Dubu's given them another edge ever since joining, and I've really liked the addition of MJZ as well.
Yeah, and having a look at Aurora, they actually lost 2-1 here to Nigma Galaxy.
Their only win, Nigma Galaxy's won. And that was when...
Oh, wow.
I was looking... They were looking good on day one, Nigma. Like, they beat them very easily on day one. Like, not even close in the two games that they won. The one that they lost, it was like... It was long. It was like a really drawn-out game, classic Aurora style. So they just weren't able to get on the front foot and play their game. So I'm interested to see if Blacklist are going to be able to outmaneuver that and be able to kind of punish Aurora if they go for this, like, delay style once again. As we can see here with the teams being named out. Palos, I've actually been a little impressed. Like, he still is making his classic, you know, Palos maybe going a little too deep, maybe farming one creep too many, but it doesn't happen as many times per game, and, man, he's got a lot of superstars behind him to be able to back him up, especially in those 2, 3, and 4 roles. Abed, Gabby, and Tim's really coming out to play.
Have you been impressed with Palos's games at the moment throughout the Swiss stage? I think you were thinking about him recently.
His KDA is good. It's just like I'm still seeing elements of that old behavior, basically. So it's not completely fixed, but you know that it's going to take time, basically, for him to be under the mentorship of someone else. You know, I'm keen to see how Dubu is able to perhaps provide. Because Dubu played mostly a 5, right? So he knows where his carry needs to be the majority of the time. And, well, for a lot of people looking at these cameras, they might be thinking, hold on a second, that isn't 23 Savage sitting in the position 1 role. It looks a little bit too young for starters, but that is Satanic, a.k.a. Butterfly, a.k.a. whatever Giga item he wants to be called. He's probably going to be Daedalus in the next tournament that he's a part of. But he stood in for Aurora previously, and it worked out pretty well for them. They took a 2-1 victory against, I want to say, Team Secret to be able to make their way through into this stage. So clearly he's putting in the work, and I'm keen to see what the combination between him and Lorinov, who clearly play a lot of Dota together, both in past teams as well as in their pubs, naturally, are going to be able to put on forward. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm always here for the young blood, and he's only 16 years old, Satanic.
Especially standing in as well, within the Elite League. That's quite a big thing to do, especially when you're 16, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, young blood, it'll be intriguing to see how he'll work, especially with the team being a stand-in, as you say, for 23. So maybe perhaps the draft will be a little bit different, maybe not. Does he play similar heroes to 23, or is his playstyle quite a bit different?
No, pretty similar, to be honest. Like, I mean, I feel like these days you kind of have to play the Morphling. They're both really good at that. I'd say he plays a little bit more pure style, does Satanic relative to 23, so he's a bit more likely to go into something like the Luna, whereas 23 is a little bit more late game oriented, because you want to kind of push with Luna just because you're able to get her farm up so intensely, whereas 23 is much more likely to play like a Faceless Void, for example, that just, is unbeatable when it comes to the Giga late game,
Mm-hmm. So we'll see how it turns out. I mean, if it's similar, then it'll work pretty well for the team to play around that, and draft-wise as well. Hopefully it won't have a massive effect on that, because sometimes when stand-ins come in and their playstyle is quite a drastic change from their previous teammate, that is unable to join due to maybe perhaps like unseen circumstances, for example, then it can be kind of difficult to try and bring the same draft, the same team play that you used to have with this teammate before another standing comes in. So if it's similar, their play style, and they're comfortable with the heroes that maybe perhaps 23 used to play, then they may not be heavily affected and may have themselves a great time. As you said, young blood, he's a very good player, and the fact that he knows his skills, knows his knowledge too. So it'll definitely be intriguing to see. I mean, especially with the fact that you said as well, 2C teams going up against each other.
It's always great to see, right? Like, and there's the man himself. Hopefully... Oh, I guess it wouldn't be too late for him, right? Like, morning Dota, but he looks wide awake. That's the thing. One of the advantages of not playing the first series of the entire day. But we saw Tundra looked pretty awake in that one, and I'm sure Aurora are ready to play as well. Because, like we're saying in the lead up to this day altogether, Group B kind of looks like the group of death, right? There are a lot of really, really solid teams here in Group B that you're going to need to at least get top 4 against. I mean, we saw Tundra, they've already got a 2-0 to their name. You're going up against BetBoom, Gaimin, Team Liquid, Extreme Gaming. These are some very, very difficult teams that you're going to need to try and get past. Honestly, both groups seem pretty hard, but when it's top 4, sometimes you might be able to sneak into that 4th position. Even that's going to be a challenge here.
Yeah, I wonder who will go into the elimination stage, actually, thinking about it on Group B here, because as you said, some amazing teams. I actually wonder who will be kicked out here. It really is intriguing to see how we go into from the Swiss stage into the Robin stage for like a kind of like group stage to eliminate even more teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's already quite a lot of teams already gone, and we're going to eliminate even more. But speaking a little bit about the draft, Blacklist, they do pick themselves up the Chen. The Chen wasn't banned, but in return, Aurora, they get themselves the Bat Rider.
Yeah, so I'm a little surprised that they let it through, especially after seeing this Kunkka being banned. You have a pick for immediately afterwards. They chose to get rid of Gabby's Centaur instead of something like the Chen, so clearly they just feel like they need to reduce the impact coming through from Gabby, but I'd say he's got a pretty wide hero pool. It's not like the same 2 heroes that he plays every single time, and we saw him with a clear MVP performance as his Mars, right, where he just completely took over the game against, I want to say, Secret, when they were playing up against that, and he just looked unstoppable. So a little surprised that they've let this Chen through relatively unopposed. It's just a wonder of what Aurora are going to be able to pick up against it, because it goes directly against what Aurora want, right? They want the game to drag out. They want this later game style of Dota, and Chen is a hero that does not let that happen. Yeah,
we've seen a Whitemon Chen before. That was pretty intriguing to see how it just dominates the entire map eventually. I think you went 8-2
Yep.
on the Chen.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, sounds about right. Along with a lot of auras as well. So just being this absolutely horrific hero to play. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the jungle. A little bit, he stays on lane a little bit, and then after like, I don't know, say like level 3 or something, he's like, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go jungle now. I'm gonna go get my items. And they pit themselves up with Primal Beast.
Okay, a little bit of flex for them between both mid and off lane. It's something that very comfortable on Abed to be able to play with. I feel like you just want to give him these aggressive style of heroes, right? The ones that are making the plays rather than waiting for plays to happen, if that makes sense. I always feel like his decision-making of what is a good team fight is pretty good. It's just... It needs to be his team playing around him for it to be able to be truly impacted. With the CM... I mean, it's stable, right? And it's something that Ollie has played with really good success coming through on Aurora. I'm just a little... Like, are you maxing out Crystal Nova just to try and deal a little bit of damage to these creeps? Well, if you don't win a bunch of these early team fights, then that might be a bit of a challenge, because you're going to be going up against a mech and a Hand of God and all these sorts of things that are just going to keep them totally healthy. And I feel like Frostbite is... I mean, it's single target, right? Of course, you can go the Crystal Clone to be able to potentially deal with a Chen army, but I feel like if you're getting in range to be able to get that off, it's putting yourself in a lot of trouble. Now, I'm in for a treat here, because Tim's Mirana is coming out, and I think there are not too many better Miranas that exist in the world than Tim's. Shoot arrow, hit arrow. It's just as simple as that.
So we usually see the Marana 5s come out quite a bit. Never a Marana 4. It is kind of a unconventional hero. We don't see it that often, but some teams are very comfortable with it. Is Blacklist one of these teams which they do pit themselves up the Marana quite a lot, or is it quite uncommon for them?
For sure, it's Tim's, I'd say, one of his main signature heroes. This, Rubik, is certainly up there as well. So clearly they've got a plan to be able to either have him playing around with Abed fairly consistently. It depends, right? I feel like this is much more likely to be an Abed Primal Beast, just because I don't see Primal as that hero that you just want to leave in the lane for quite some time. You know, like it's... maybe it is now. I mean, they picked up the Naga Siren, which is a little surprising. You know, that's one of the heroes that Primal actually does pretty well against. I guess you can have the Ensnare to kind of make his life a little bit more challenging. And you've already also got the Frostbite as well, sure. But certainly Primal, just as soon as he hits that level 15 and can get the basic Dispel when he uses Enrage, makes it a little bit more challenging for the Naga. So, interesting choice here for Satanic to be picking this one up.
Dire team ban.
And Blacklist respond with a Lifestealer, so...
Sure.
Radiance Builder, especially with the Feast as well, still actually able to heal up on the illusions, so I feel like can sustain. Just got to be careful of the silences coming out here from Death Prophet, I think.
10 seconds.
Yeah, completely. I mean, again, even if you're not too cautious, you're probably going to be able to have someone to be able to play around with, right? Like Marana might build a Lotus, for example, which feels pretty great this game, going up against Ensnare, Frostbite, Silence, Lasso. Like, there's a lot that a Lotus is going to do this game for Blacklist, if it gets late enough for it to be a factor.
Radiant team ban.
Let's see, what else are we getting rid of? A Darkseer ban. Okay. Something a little different, maybe just to enable all of these cores to be able to chase people around. Of course, into the Naga Siren, that's always a little bit more challenging as well. So it feels like Aurora is really trying to protect Satanic as much as possible, just to make sure that you know, he has a solid enough game. That's always the question whenever you're having a stand-in the draft, right? It's like, do you want them to adjust to the team style of play, or because the team know how each other play, they can more readily adjust to the person standing in? I mean, I remember back, this is years and years and years ago, I want to say 2013 or so, when Fnatic was playing at, like, The Summit, run by BTS, and they were playing with Excalibur, who I believe was, like, still kind of a stand-in at the time, who was that young pub star, and they were just trying to play around his Meepo as much as possible, right? Like, and his Tinker, these sorts of heroes that he could really thrive on, and they would just make it work, basically. So I feel like that's the sort of thing that you want to do for a 16-year-old pub star. Again, you know, the universe is repeats itself pretty frequently, and now you've got a young star, top of the leaderboards, and I think they just want to try and enable him as much as they can.
10 seconds remaining.
So what will the final ban be? Will it be a protection here for the Lifestealer? I mean, you've already banned yourself the Slaughdar, as we mentioned. And what else will it be? Quite a lot of reserve time to think about it. Last pick-wise, though, we're looking for potentially some... definitely mid laners on both teams, right?
Potentially. I mean, you see some of these bans coming out. They're banning offlaners right now on Aurora. I like the bans. Both of them Naga really hates playing against. One, of course, because of the Ion Shell just makes the laning a little bit challenging, and it enables the other cores. Brewmaster, Dispel Magic, really good too. Even just to be able to, like, toss up a Batrider in the Death Prophet in the middle of a team fight is pretty devastating. I wonder if they have the potential of, like... It's unorthodox, but it is early game. If Blacklist went, like, Dazzle mid, and then you got, like, a really early Shard, and then you just deal... that mini Hex deals with all the Naga illusions. You've got good tempo to be able to play around with Chen creeps. You can, you know, provide a save if someone gets caught out of position or lassoed. I feel like it could work.
Gosh, we haven't seen one good Dazzle game, though, yet. We're yet to see that, but Beastmaster comes out for Blacklist here. Now, how good is this last pick here versus Aurora? Do you like the Beastmaster?
For sure. Anytime you're against illusion heroes, just bring out the drums of Slum, right? You just got a lot of AoE damage that you're able to put on forward. Now you've got a BKB piercing disable as well if Death Prophet eventually wants to go for it. Just more stuff to be able to lock down so that the Primal and the Lifestealer aren't being kited too heavily. So yeah, I'm totally on board with this. You even have the potential of running it mid if like the Primal matchup is really bad. Of course, it's more likely to be played in the off lane and then have Primal mid, but it's still a possibility.
Yeah, they could also put the Death Prophet mid if they wanted to. So kind of a little bit of a flex pick as we see now what Aurora will decide to pick up. Quite a lot of reserve time to think about whether this is going to be a DP mid or whether they want to pick something better or move the lanes around. But yet to see here. Assume Death Prophet's okay against Primal Beast on the mid lane, right?
Yeah, it's alright. You can just sustain yourself really well. And they go in Enigma instead. Okay, so this is kind of like the classic, if you have terrible range, it's good. Obviously less so now that you're not actually denying a creep and, you know, it's just a little bit more damage being done. But, yeah, I mean, against a Slark, it's good. Against a Lifestealer, it can be good. More BKB, well, spell immunity, piercing control is always going to be a good thing. You've got a Bat Rider to be able to make plays around with as well. Yeah, I feel like this would be a decent Enigma pick. And again, it does fit the Aurora style, though, doesn't it? Like, playing a lot more for the late game on at least two of these heroes, the Naga and the Enigma. They could certainly look to take over if it does go super late. And then you look at the other side, Blacklist, it's all about like that 20 to 30 minute timing. That is when they're going to be at their absolute peak, and that's what they're trying to be looking to abuse as much as possible, that early timing.
So last pick Enigma here. So can cancel the black hole here with the Roar from Beastmaster, able to go through that BKB, but I think that's around about it. I mean, I think it's difficult for Abed here to break it as well with a Pulverize.
Yeah, it is. I mean, just with how you need to be positioned, so it's going to need to either be Tim's or Gabby that looks to do it, right? There's no one really that... like, will MJZ go a Basher if it gets late enough, just to see if he's able to, you know, cancel it with a right click? I know he's a ranged hero, but I've seen crazier things happen. I just wonder, like, how heavily do you want to go into something like a Mirana going... No, I guess with just the leap is fine, with the extra... The double attack that you get, sorry, the double Starstorm that you get off of that to be able to deal with some of these Naga illusions. Palos, I think he can just go Radiance. I don't think you necessarily need to go Maelstrom or something like that. It's going to just make that much more consistent damage in a lot of these team fights, and they don't have the heroes to be able to, like, turn the Radiance around and hurt him, right? You're not going up against a Shadow Demon or someone that makes an illusion of you or anything like that as well. So yeah, I feel like it's a good Radiance game coming through from him against all these illusion heroes that might give him a little bit of challenge in terms of being kited around.
So let's see how it goes, folks. Game 1 of Blacklist versus Aurora. Both C teams going head-to-head. They've both got a similar score here coming out the Swiss stages. So they both got themselves a 3-2. So we're able to head on in just about through the Swiss stage here and able to get into these group stages now.
I'm happy we got a couple of C teams in the round robin stage, right? There was 3 potentially going through, and Talon just fell short at the last hurdle despite starting 2-0 as well. So that's a little disappointed that they weren't able to make it 3 for 3, but still some really good representation here, both in Group B actually. So that's why we get this this matchup early on.
30 seconds to battle.
What draft do you feel is going to come out on top here? Just looking at the picks here, which one do you think?
It's so hard. Like, I'm always in favor of aggression personally because it just takes, in my opinion, it takes stress out of the game because this is a very, very easy to execute game for Blacklist. But if you get outplayed and your draft doesn't come online when you want it to, I really don't think there's too much that they can do to be able to stop, like, the Naga Enigma combo. But in saying that, I'm still going to go Blacklist, just because I feel like They don't have to play with a stand-in, for starters. I've been impressed with MJZ. They're playing with Chen, which also is just, plus 20 points for them, basically. And I don't feel like they've necessarily addressed Chen itself enough. They might have, addressed the Lifestealer. They might have addressed the Primal Beast somewhat, but Chen really hasn't been. See if MJZ is able to, if he has what it takes to be able to get this W for the team.
Yeah, because there's no usually a way to actually dominate this Enigma is if you actually have like the Eidolon clear. I think we saw it before when Enigma was picked up, and you get yourself a gyrocopter with the flat cannon, then you're gonna have a great time against this Enigma. But when it comes to when you don't have anything to go against it, I mean, at least you have yourself the Holy Persuasion to get yourself an Eidolon here. So maybe perhaps you can get 2, but. That's around about it. That's all you have to take these out.
And I mean, if you're going to pick the Chen, you're going to have good micro as well. So MJZ should be able to make this Enigma a little bit less of a factor in terms of like its oppressiveness, which is always going to be good. Just turn his strength against you. It's not like they have like... Batrider's okay to be able to set up for it, but like a much stronger combination is like Tiny Enigma, for example. And potentially if they had their time again, Aurora would love to have Q on his signature Tiny and play that together with the Enigma. And, that might have changed things, but as for now, it really feels like they can just do whatever they want, and there's not really too much that Jabs can do about it. Unless you get a great flame break like that.
Well, MJZ... Oh, he may fall here. Yep, there we go. Gets the kill onto the Chen. First blood for the Batrider.
His pathing was a little bit weird there as well, but it was a fantastic flame break started off by Q. Kind of because they went for the creep pull, they were forced to make that move a little bit forward on the Chen just so that they wouldn't get this hard camp pull. And so they get a kill, they get the first blood and they make this pull happen. So that's a huge win coming through for Aurora. And now you can't really walk up into this because they're almost having a full level advantage against you. Jabs, after the next creep dies, will be level 3. It just becomes so much scarier for MJZ to go into this lane. I also wonder how long Satanic is going to be able to stay in this lane as well. I mean, he's going up against a Beastmaster, so this is definitely the sort of game where you just go the wild axes, right? Like, plenty of magic damage that you can deal against a Naga. It's her one weakness, you would say, in the early-ish game. So once he's got those arcane boots available for him, it just becomes a very, very hard lane for the Naga to be able to play into. So it just becomes a matter of, like, Ollie soaking up a little bit of that lane experience, bring the Naga back to the jungle to be able to play around that a little bit more. Or maybe you even make a rotation from, let's say, mid lane to be able to bot to be able to help out, but it's not really like the Death Prophet is the greatest at being able to slow down and stop a Beastmaster from harassing out your Nagasaran,
Yeah, I think you already see here Gabby already has the 2 points into the Wild Axes. Most definitely will be leveling a third here and is attempting to rush the drums of Slom, as you said, when we were having a look at this in the draft stage too.
My only question is, like, when does he go the any
Hell?
points in the Inner Beast, basically? So that's the.
Well, yeah,
you're
they
playing
got a
with
helmet.
a Chen, right? Oh, helmet. No. This is an Ags for sure game. I'm just wondering if when he puts points in the Inner Beast, because that's like you're playing with a Chen, right? You're playing a Death Ball lineup. You want to try and group up and push and get as max value from those from that attack speed as possible. But Call the Wild Boar is pretty great, and you're always going to skill up Wild Axes. That's going to be maxed out at 7. It's just a matter of when do you put any points into the Inner Beast beyond that.
We will see.
To me, this feels like an Ags for Gabby plus probably a BKB, to be honest. Speaking of him, by the way, he's getting gone on a DB on the bottom side.
He is. They have themselves the Frostbite there, and that most likely is a kill on the Beastmaster. There we go. It will go to Satanic. He gets the kill. Nice rotation. Coming in there from Ollie.
Yep. One of the values.
Meanwhile,
What
getting a
happened?
kill. That was underneath the tier 1 tower there too. Lorinov.
Radiant's courier
It
has
looked
been
like it
killed.
was a Spirit
Radiant's
Siphon
middle
with
tower
a
is
few
under
crit
attack.
swarms, right? Let's have a look at the death summary. Yeah, 944 damage dealt by the Death Prophet, and that was it. A solo kill.
Okay. Wasn't expecting that deep of a dive going in early on, and
Has been killed.
this is the other thing as well. Oh, that's not good. Can't have
Dire are
your boots of
scanning.
speed, especially killed on the courier. You're already going to have a hard enough time being kited around these fights. That's just going to make it even more challenging. But you just see how effective, like, just the 1 point in the ensnare is, right? On the Beastmaster, enabling you to get the kill onto him. And then, of course, when Primal Beast eventually tries to join in, you're just going to have that available as well to be able to, you know, stop a little bit of the mid-aggression from coming your way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, level 3 in the Wild Axes now. Uh-oh, Gabby, though,
again.
is going to be jumped on again. And there's the
Maybe a little
ensnare.
Tower is under attack.
Nice usage there of the Wild Axes.
Maybe just waiting for a root to come through again. Oh, the bird went the wrong way.
Oh,
Kind of
no,
griefed him a little
bird.
bit.
Look at the right way.
Dire's
The bird's
middle
not
tower
going in.
is under attack.
Ollie, though, still found there by the Sacred Arrow. Tim's rotating in there, getting a kill there on the Crystal Maiden.
Mm-hmm. What's
Level 1
happening mid?
exorcism.
Lorinov. Yeah, he's just doing a lot of
Yeah.
damage into this tower, completely unopposed. Having a fantastic time against Arbed in this mid lane. Already about 900 net worth ahead. A lot of that off the back of course, the solo kill that he was able to land off there.
Oh, action happening. Top 2. Palos trying to attempt to get the kill onto Jabs, and Jabs trying to find MJZ. Will able to get it, but you don't have yourself that stun there on the Hurl Boulder from the Mud Golem. Already used that, so unable to cancel the TP there on the Enigma. And Jabs gets away.
Indeed. Oh man, Tim's is scouting out for any sort of stuff that's providing vision over these ancient camps, just to prevent them from being found out when eventually someone does come back to be able to contest against this, but hasn't been able to find out that observer ward to the very right-hand side next to the tower. And look at everything being drawn on the map right now. Ollie's saying we got to make sure that we're in a position to be prepared to invade into their jungle if need be. We would love to be able to take that away from the Beastmaster, slow down his game, because a weak Beastmaster means a strong Naga Siren.
Thank you, my beauties.
I'm going to say, if we ever get to like a level 25 stage, Abed is going to absolutely love that can't be slowed or rooted during trample. Because it's Crystal Maiden with the Frostbite all of the time here on Abed, unless he gets himself a BKB. He's actually, speaking of Abed, he's rotating top here to try and get a kill onto Jabs. So he's going to find him there. The Pulverize is indeed ready. We'll pick it
Black
up.
Hole,
I mean,
though.
yeah, Black Hole is ready, but I think the damage is too much. Oh no, never mind. They will commit the Black Hole, but it's taken out instantaneously. Abed actually finds the kill. Because now they'll look to try and turn it around, maybe perhaps find the kill onto the Primal. They will do so indeed, but Q falling lower and lower. They actually may find the kill onto Palos there too. They will. It's a 2-for-1. They attempted to get a gank there onto Jabs, but in return they find themselves 3 as the lasso also committed there. Jabs gets a double kill from the grave from these Eidolons that he summoned. An astronomical prize.
For sure. I mean, yeah, any time that you're the one to make the aggressive rotation and you come out so heavily behind, you feel horrible about it. And in the meantime, Lorinov is just able to take a tower, even moves around to be able to scout out some of these stacks, potentially take it for himself. His exorcism's nearly run out though, so I don't really think he can stay too long. He's going to back off. So now it's a little bit of a puzzling situation for Blacklist, right? I'm sure they weren't expecting the lanes to go this heavily in Aurora's favor. That's honestly one of the big weaknesses of Aurora, is their early game. So the fact that they've got such a late game oriented draft that is already 2k net worth ahead, basically all lanes won, is going to be a big boon for them coming forward. And well, they kind of need to make space for Gabby to be sitting back and farming, but you want to try and use that Primal Roaring combination with a rotation coming through from Arbed, so that you can get a kill, so that you can get a little bit more map control for yourself. They're actually going to try and potentially steal away this stack, I think.
Radiant's bottom
They're under the
tower
cover of
is
smoke.
under
They want to
attack.
either catch someone farming on their own, or can even just look to use Q for it, perhaps. Oh, I see Tim's.
Lasso ready.
They will
Get
take
the
Tim's.
lasso as Tim's actually jumps into it there with a leap and is found and taken out. Maybe perhaps they'll try and take these stacks now. Yes, they
Sure,
will.
why not?
Freezing field.
Thank you very much. And then Gabby says, my farm! That was meant to be my ags! And he's walking right next to that observer ward that made it all happen. Even blocking up the camp as well as they make their move. This is fantastic play from Aurora.
I'm just having a look at the graph there, and the gold just spiked up quite a bit ever since the last 50 seconds. So the gold has gone from... what? I think it's because they got themselves a kill there too, so it's gone into Aurora's favor quite a bit more here, from 21,000 to 22,000 in just 1 minute.
Q almost killed off Abed there as he was going, and took the majority of the ancient stack. Just didn't quite put down the napalm early enough so that he could then flame break him into a firefly. So the Primal Beast gets away, but it's not like he has a ton of farm to be able to play around with, right? He's only 900 gold ahead of the Bat Rider, and they're gonna go for a little bit of a go for broke style smoke here. They would love to be able to take just a tower, but I feel like if you're taking a single tower and Aurora is doing the exact same thing, you are not winning out if you're Blacklist.
I mean, they see the illusions moving
Trying to
around
find
here that have just been
Satanic, yeah.
spawned. Can Abed find the Naga Siren? Satanic.
The boys are a little bit too far
Is he just
behind
gonna
him.
charge in? That smoke's broken. Here we go. Charge in. Does have the Song of the Siren ready. There's the pulverized Sacred Arrow. It will come in, able to dodge it with the Manta. It's now attempting to turn it around here with the ensnare, but in comes Jabs to help out. They do find the turnaround there. Abed will fall. Tim's attempting to flee. They don't have themselves any detection here for this Mirana. So we're just going to TP out. But yes, that early Manta style, 12 minutes in on Satanic. Able to activate that there and avoid the Sacred Arrow as the illusion that spawned from it appeared in front of him.
Told you he was having a good game. He's off to a very nice start. The plus side, of course, is that Gabby has been given space to farm because of this, because they're being a little bit more selfless on Abed. You're going to be able to take this giant stack, hopefully, before Aurora are able to claim it. And he's got the Aghanims coming out to him now. And Tim's has to be very careful.
Oh,
Nice
tried to go for the lasso there. Nice leap from Tim's. Brought back, though, by the Flame Break. Another leap again. Sacred Arrow there. I don't think it's enough, though. There's the lasso. No leap charges remaining.
They see
Q
the
gets
stack.
himself the kill. As they fight, yeah, oh my gosh. Finding themselves more stacks. Gabby's Aghanim. Well, yeah, actually, he has got the Aghanims, but,
Doesn't have stacks.
yeah, it doesn't have stacks. They are going to respond, though, it looks like. Jab's ready on the high ground here with the Black Hole. If they do decide to go, the Black Hole will be committed there, catching Gabby. Gabby going to fall here, and Abed coming in well with the charge. But actually goes to the low ground there, so not able to actually output his Pulverize as he's rooted in place there with the Frostbite. As the Ghosts just take him out, along with every other summon that Aurora has. As they find themselves the Tier 1 tower too, along with a massive creep stack and 2 kills. A tower. Could it get any better for Aurora?
Oh, yes, it could. They're about to get the Wisdom Rune in 14 minutes. It could get even better for them. Just make the supports' lives even more miserable. For Blacklist, you've basically got like a 3-level advantage on both of them. It's kind of nuts how much they've been able to get away with here on Aurora. And again, a sad Beastmaster is a happy Naga Siren. He might have the Aghanim Scepter, but he's not able to get that roar off and get those Drums of Slum bongos going, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him. They even body blocked the ancient camp on the way out just to make sure that he had absolutely nothing to be able to farm. I'll be honest, Epi, I'm struggling as to what the game plan is now for Blacklist. I mean, Abed is really poor in this on his Primal Beast, right? He's got comparable net worth to a Bat Rider. He's
my gosh.
kind of in two minds as to what to even go as his next item. He's had that BKB queued up for quite some time. And he's just put a Blink Dagger in there as well, so maybe they just want to try and get onto the back lines. Most importantly, just lock out the Enigma to start a lot of these fights.
It might go for a wraparound here. They're coming through into the twin gate. They will be bashed up a little bit by Roshan, but they're right behind them, smoked up. They just need Gabby and MJZ to just kind of close the gap here.
I know, they saw the watcher get taken. Q.
Abed comes forward. Oh no, his onslaught was disrupted there by the frostbite coming out from Ollie as they find themselves. Tim's dead. Now it's Blacklist who are on the retreat and Aurora who are on the aggressive. Not able to catch there the Primal Beast teeping away, but they have found themselves a lifestealer silence up there and just decimated by the hands of Aurora. It's looking an excellent game right now for them. They are having a comfortable lead, 8k net worth, 15, 16 minutes in. Look at the kill ratio.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. And, well, Palace pings out that they've got wards there, but too little too late. They just knew everything about that fight. They knew when they were retreating, knew when they could go in, and this is why Abed had queued up that Blink Dagger, because you can't just walk into a fight. They've got way too many ways to be able to stop you, whether it's lasso or silence or 2 roots, right? Multiple stuns coming through from the Enigma. It's not an easy Primal Beast game. Speaking of, he's getting gone on a bit.
No, caught again. The ensnare's ready with an Orchid. This is a dead Primal Beast once again, dog. Lornoff is dominating. Literally, he's on a dominating spree.
Yeah, true.
Looks like they will go Roshan. Still with the Exorcism. That's up for another 20-30 seconds. I think they can take this without any contest.
Yep, with the drums, absolutely. Plenty of units hitting into Roshan and even pushing the tower at the exact same time. Do want to give props to MJZ in that past fight. I mean, he basically saved Gabby from getting gone on at the very end of that one. He ended up force-staffing him away with, using the push from the Wild Wing Ripper to be able to get him out just as they were going to confirm the kill. So, meant that the Beastmaster didn't die. He's level 13. He's been able to go out and at least take this tower. He's equal top net worth right now on Gabby, so not net worth, level. So he's having a decent enough time, but he just can't be the first one that gets initiated on. Like you need him living in the fight. You need him to be able to start off these fights a lot more reliably. They'd love to even get Q at this point.
Yeah, they'll try and go for something here. At least they can get themselves something. Okay, there we go. Primal Roar coming out. Sacred Arrow comes in. That is a kill onto Q. So at least they'll find themselves something here for Blacklist. Look
and
at
it means the
kill, but in return,
back.
Look at Palos. Oh, hanging around here. I mean, if Satanic rotates in with an Orchid.
He had MJZ behind him. He just needs him to be there with the Vlad so that he can start right-clicking and man-fighting if he gets Orchided on. Also has the Hand of God. If you use the Penitence, Lifestealer just, he's hitting faster. Just put the first point into the Infest as well, so at least he's got a little bit of save. Maybe now if you use that level 2 onto the Beastmaster in the middle of these fights, it'll act as that pseudo HP regen in a lot of these fights that he has been lacking.
Yules, CP cancelled! No. It's okay. Gets away.
Net worth lead isn't increasing on Aurora. It's staying pretty stationary, right? Like off of a kill, off of Gabby still getting this farm. He's 100 gold away from being able to have a BKB for himself. And, well, I have to wonder, like, do you just wait out the Aegis, or... I kind of feel like you do. I mean, it's on a death prophet, so if you could claim the Naga side, that would be huge.
Oh, they got themselves a lasso there onto Palos. He has been able to use the enrage, and he infests into an Eidolon. Where's the response? He's in trouble. There we go, he's out. He's silenced. He's ensnared. He's been bashed up there by those ghosts. The ghosts will claim the life and the Lifestealer. Mega kill here for the Death Prophet.
They're just not ready. They're not ready to fight yet, and this is a draft that was meant to be ready from like 10 minutes onwards. Aurora have just moved them around the map to perfection, picking off heroes as they see fit. Are they going to be able to find this bit of a backstab, though? They see Gabby coming in with this ward.
BKB's ready on Abed here, too, so this could be big. They're going to try and go for the kill here into Lornoff, but this Exorcism is expiring, so going to heal up by all of those ghosts.
Yeah, and he's still on the Aegis. He's still on the Aegis on the back of everything else as well. Once again, like... Yeah, Abed didn't have the BKB. Maybe it's different if he's got the Blink Dagger instead. I'm sure he's these are the sorts of things that you ponder. Like, sometimes a team fight goes perfectly for you. They fight into you when you really want them to. And then when they see the strength that you've got, they just run away. What is there that Abed can really do about it? Going up against all these roots, all these stuns, all these slows even, just make his life so much more challenging. They would love to be able to find a pick off on Satanic, though. He is still relatively squishy. It's going to change shortly, though, because when he picks up that Eternal Shroud, he's even going for an Aghanim Shard for that heal coming out from the Song of the Siren, realizing that, look, we just need to, like, wait out some of their damage, because it is fairly gradual, coming through from, like, a Trample or a Pulverize or Radiance or Wild Axes. It doesn't really come in that big burst. Now it's just a matter of waiting on those BKBs. Sorry, the Blink Daggers, not the BKBs for Blacklist. Net worth has stayed around that 8 or 9k mark. What is it, 1,000 gold away for Gabby, 500-600.
Oh my
For
gosh.
Abed.
I mean, just look at the net worth difference between Palos and Satanic here.
Yep.
Just shows
That's-
the farming capabilities of the Naga Siren. 17,000 net worth almost against the Lifestealer. 10,000.
Some of it's been the Naga Siren itself. A lot of it's been Satanic, though. He has been very good from the lane, from his map movements, constantly keeping mid and top lane shoved out at this point in time. And
I
yeah,
think
you
people are
just-
starting to realize the greatness of the Eternal Shroud, as Satanic is also getting it here too. So
Yep.
that'll increase his HP. Not as great as a Heart of Tarask, but it'll do the job. They got themselves a lasso there, along with the silence too. Onto Tim's, an easy pick off there. Unstoppable. 3 for Lorinov.
I think they're
Aegis has
actually-
expired though.
It's going to sound weird. I think they're actually kind of okay with that. Like, you use the lasso, you don't have Aegis, you haven't actually pushed a tower with the Aegis. So they've still got tier 2s to be able to play around with. And I think you've got Blink Daggers on just the Primal. They're closing in on it on the Beastmaster, but I'm not sure if Gabby's going to be able to have it in time. You'd love to have that and a Mantisile on the Lifestealer.
Oh, silence. Maybe perhaps a kill onto Oh my gosh! Satanic just ripped him to shreds.
Yeah,
with
just put him in the
that
washing
waffle.
machine. And then just whoosh, gone.
I was like, oh no, he's doing okay, until that Bloodthorn came out. I was like, oh, okay, maybe.
Yeah, that's why he needs the Manta. So you can
Yeah.
so that doesn't happen. And now they don't have that glyph to be able to protect this top tower, so big win for Aurora to be able to claim this one. By the time it turns to nighttime, it'll be right around when Roshan can potentially spawn top. So now that they've staked their claim over this side of the map, they should feel confident if they were wanting to wait for this next one. And I mean, again, their draft is still scaling well. It's not like anything's going to change massively in, you know, the next 5 or so minutes. So I can easily see them just waiting this one out, getting another Aegis for themselves. If they can get into like a Shivas for Lorinov, that'd be great for them as well. He's 6-0-4, by the way, on the Death Prophet, having a fantastic time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So I presume we're just waiting the Roshan again here for Aurora. Don't want to throw away this spectacular lead that they have right now. The net worth is finally climbing on their side. It's at 12k at the moment.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Do they feel like they're ready? Oh, a haste rune would really do Abed a lot of good. They see it disappear, so they know they're underneath the cover of the moonlight. Rotate back towards. They've got a little bit of extra vision, and that's what Ollie places down, that sentry. They're just not quite ready. 50 gold away from Manta Style. Would love that level 15 as well for the Lifestealer, just to either be that bit tankier, let the Radiance do the work with the burn, or if he opted to go so, just that little bit of extra damage so that he can pick off someone if they do get caught.
Okay, so Manta obtained now for Palos, so he can finally dispel that Bloodthorn if it comes out.
Yep. Got Blink Dagger on Gabby. He would love to be level 18. Might get her
And
off of this
BKB.
wave. Yep. Blink Dagger, BKB, Ags. Oh, he's even got the Vampire Fang, so until he gets into a little bit more of that spell lifesteal, that neutral item will do a lot of the work for him, so that's going to be a big plus. Like, this is the biggest window that they've had to be able to come back into this game on Blacklist. Unfortunately for them, it's just turned into nighttime, and they have no vision inside of their own jungle, so... Worst case scenario, they walk into someone as they're going up onto one of these cliffs, right? And then all of their movement is revealed, so they take a little bit more of an unorthodox path, trying to catch them off guard, going for a little bit of a pincer move here. It's a really long Roche spawn, though.
They're hiding in the trees, though, and Gabby is going to respond to this top lane.
Gabby, it's only Albed there. Where is the rest of the team?
Oh, this is bad. Oh, Black Hole, it catches no one. Jabs? Jabs doesn't get the Black Hole.
No Black Hole is good.
Yeah, MJZ, though, attempted to TP away. The lasso will be committed on the Chen. I mean, no Black Hole. The Roshan is going to be up in about 1 minute and 40. By that time, they should have Black Hole.
Yeah, 40 seconds or so. I mean, a big part of why that it probably didn't go even better for Blacklist is that Satanic, once again, he was just constantly shoving with these Naga illusions, right? You're forced to go back, you're forced to defend against it, which meant that your strongest hero in Gabby just wasn't there. Like, he's got over 3k net worth over his closest teammate. Not even opponent, teammate.
Oh. Q's been found, though. He gets away, though, with the Firefly. Just able to get unobstructed pathing there, but let's see what happened there. Yeah, that Black Hole came in a little bit off the dot there.
I think he was being very careful about where he actually moved to, because he doesn't have BKB yet, right? So he would have been interrupted perhaps by the slams of the Pulverize.
Ah. Okay, fair enough. I didn't realize that, actually. Yeah, that's a good point.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Can be awkward. I mean, this really long Roche spawn has favored Blacklist quite a lot, right? Oh, they've really been able to get this one, this bit of vision down. Hopefully, Tims has another sentry. He does not. So they've still got this vision up on the high ground that, as for now, MJZ hasn't put the sentry down. There we go. Tims gets one delivered. So
we've got a Shiva's Guard on the way for Lorinov too here. That will really start to help now.
Smoke coming through again. They want to take the fight prior to them being able to group on up. They see the Naga illusions again, just influencing the lane so heavily.
Oh! Nice blink there from Abed. That was close. I don't know if you saw them, but Q went in for the blink with the lasso, but quick reactions there from Abed, avoiding the lasso. They are smoked up now, though. Hot from MGZ. Do they have any vision? They don't have any vision of Blacklist at the moment.
Man, who's Gabby going to be able to find here? They haven't placed down... Oh, no, they've got the Observer Ward inside of the lane, but they were under the cover of smoke, so they don't get that revealed. They should see that the Lotus Pool just had something taken from it. Do they have another smoke to be able to make that play with, though? They've still got two on the Chen. So if they really wanted to, they could make another move into the pit. They should know that Roshan is guaranteed up. It's been around that 3-minute mark. Seems kind of like they're in two minds, and they just can't make a decision. Everyone's standing around, but nothing's happening.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to contest. I mean, the Roar comes out, but they're going to be too late if they want to go in now.
So good.
Oh, the smoke's broken here. The Sacred Arrow comes in. I mean, it will connect down to the Crystal Maiden. Oh, they're going to go in for this anyway there. The BKB activated. There's the Pulverize now onto the Naga Siren. The Song of the Siren will come out, though.
They're trying to isolate Abed. They know he doesn't have a BKB.
No, they've got themselves Abed here. The Black Hole ready. If they want to commit it, there goes Abed. He will fall. Lasso there, catching themselves. The Life Stealer, they don't need this Black Hole. They are too strong. The Black Hole comes out now onto Gabby. Locks him in place. They lose 3, lose 4. Not a good fight there for Blacklist at all. Aurora come out on top, not losing a single hero getting themselves the Aegis.
Dire's
This
middle
really
tower
looks to be
is under
game at
attack.
the moment here.
It is. Tims is desperately trying to keep these lanes shoved in as much as he can, even giving his life away on the process potentially, but he's going to be able to get away, so at least top lane won't have too many creeps to be able to play around with. You do have these 2 range creeps in the mid lane, though, that you're still going to be able to use to push in tier 2. Maybe they just go for a tier 2 bot as well, try and yoink away the Wisdom Rune. Looks like Tims is going to be able to claim it, though. But it was really patient play there by Jabs, just wanting to stand back. The only hero that he was worried about was the Beastmaster at that stage. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't get a great roar off, and, well, it was Lorinov that actually ended up catching out the Beastmaster with the Yule Scepter, who was kind of in 2 minds again about whether or not to go in. I think that's...
It was such a weird fight, though. I mean, it felt like Abed was early in there. They contested the Roshan a little bit too late, and it felt like Gabby wasn't able to get in there at all until like the late stage of the game. Like, as you saw, already 2 down, and then Black Hole just comes out from Jabs, just catching the Beastmaster. It was kind of not a very good position fight for Black Hole.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was trying to find the Enigma, right? That's what I'm talking about. It's him just waiting for the right fight. But considering how the fight started, I think you just needed to cut your losses and get out of there with only losing Abed, you know? But they just trickled in one by one, lose all 3 cores plus the support. And the only reason that they haven't already gone up onto your high ground is because of Tims. Like, Tims shoving out that lane has bought them a little bit of time. Not sure how much time is going to do, though. Still a 21k net worth lead, 31 minutes in.
Satana doesn't even need to use Mirror Image. Has enough damage there with the Bloodthorn and just hits Tims like 5-6 times and gets an easy kill. Okay.
And he's even going the Ags now on the Naga Siren, so he wants that little bit of extra control, specifically for Primal Beast. Like, that's the one that he's really looking to try and focus down. Prevent him from moving. Makes his life so much more miserable. Like, you pop a BKB, you pop everything, and then you just get rooted in place anyway. It's so demoralizing.
Oh, finding the Chen creeps there too.
Mm-hmm. What do you do? What are you meant to do against this? They seem to think that's watered again, but no, that was just the power of the Naga illusions, unfortunately. As, speaking of, finishes up that Aghanim Scepter. Almost level 20 as well, so do you just make the lanes even more difficult to deal with? Yep, extra mirror image illusion seems like that is the play, considering, again, you're going up against the Chen. Not exactly the greatest at being able to deal with split push. Their other heroes are, but you're also playing against a big net worth deficit and a Batrider that if someone is on their own trying to stop a lane from shoving in, they're just going to get lassoed and you're dead. Oh, look at that. They get the dispersal.
Oh, yeah. They've caught themselves Tims. Sars there onto Bramble, but in return to Black Hole coming out onto Gabby. Gabby is caught there by the Black Hole, but is he able to heal him? Yes,
look at the healing!
Look at the drums of Slum! The drums of Slum keep him alive. The Song of the Siren comes out there. The King is going to retreat here with the Song of the Siren, but I mean, they have themselves the Aegis. They could potentially turn around.
They want Mirana, they
They're
want the
gonna go
dieback.
back onto Tims there. Tims is dead. That is a dieback. So they call themselves Abed here too. He's silenced up. He's not able to escape. He will fall 2 down here. Gabby trying his best. Will he be able to survive? No, he will not. He will finally fall. That is 3 dead. Make it 4, possibly 5 here as GG is called. And game 1 will go to Aurora here. Just Satanic. Way too farmed here. They weren't able to do anything. I mean, very nice turnaround there at the end with the drums of Slum just healing up massively there, but in the end...
Not enough.
Not enough.
No, indeed. I mean, they were just playing behind an 8 ball that entire game. It was a struggle, for sure. Not one that I was expecting. You know, I thought the lanes would go far better for Blacklist. Especially, like, their mid lane, it was still favorable, of course, for Aurora. DP against the Primal Beast always feels pretty good. They were able to get the kill onto the Chen in the early game. I think that was the big thing that kind of set the ball rolling a little bit. And a few of those rotations, Gabby perhaps being a little bit too aggressively positioned in the bottom lane solo away from Tims, when Abed really wouldn't have been able to get any kills. Like, this is another one of those Mirana games where Tim's is a great Mirana player, and he has a good understanding of where to, like, play around the map a lot of the time, but he didn't exactly have the easiest setups for arrows, ever. Like, the one that he did, he was half a second too late to be able to land that arrow onto Satanic when he was farming in that really protected bottom camp, and well, you saw what happened, right? The 12-minute Manta style came out, he dodges it, he gets away from the team fight, and you lose someone as a result. So just nothing went right for Blacklist this game, unfortunately. I think that's all you can say when it's a 3-30 kill score.
I mean, didn't die once here on Satanic, and meanwhile Palos is not able to, you know, commit the rage and survive in the midst here of Aurora, because they just have so much to kind of counteract. I mean, you even go in the Agnims here on Satanic here too. I mean, just look at the damage there being outputted from Satanic, just catching off the lifesteal. This is what happens when you fall behind. It was a really tough game for Blacklist to try and come back with. They attempted their very best, but it wasn't enough. But in the end here, it will be Aurora who get themselves a comfortable game 1. So do you think maybe perhaps we'll see the same for game 2, or do you still believe that Blacklist will be able to come back and they've just had themselves a rough game?
I think they've had themselves a rough game. I think Primal doesn't exactly win every lane. I thought they drafted themselves into a bit of a corner maybe with having that one. But I mean, I think Aurora just out-executed as well. Even just in the last replay that I'm sure we're going to see when they end up going onto that high ground with the great drums of Slom usage once again. It was, nope, not even then, just another, oh, not a repeat of Palos dying. All right, here we go. When they get off the drums of Slom, it feels really good, right? You see all the healing that comes out, you see the capability of it. It's just, you get those drum stacks up so quickly if you're able to get the roar off, but even afterwards, as his BKB's wearing off, I think I see Lorinov hit a silence onto him so that he's not able to get those slum stacks moving up again. He's not able to get more of those wild axis stacks. Right about now is when the silence comes through. Yeah, there you go. So he's just completely helpless for 6 seconds. You don't have a Manta style, you don't have wild axes, you don't have slum stacks, and you, even next to a tier 3 tower, multi-shotting onto everyone, you don't have the damage to kill even a single person on Aurora with all the sustain that you have. So I know it was an impressive showing by Satanic, but I honestly want to give Lorinov the MVP. He crushed the mid lane. He made Abed's life miserable. He made him have really not that much net worth at all. He got a solo kill on him, diving past the tower at level 5, and he did the most damage on his team. I really don't think you could ask too much more from a DP that game.
Able to create so much space here for Satanic, and with that, they're able to get themselves game 1, folks. So stay tuned, because we will be back with game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos and Danog. We just had ourselves game 1 out of this second series of Aurora versus Blacklist. Now, Aurora, they take themselves a comfortable victory here. Blacklist didn't even get themselves more than 5 kills, I think, within that game. Let me just double check. Yep, they got themselves 3 kills. 3 out of 30, so Aurora got themselves 10 times more kills than Blacklist. I think you said, Darnog, that they did have themselves a rough game here. Hopefully, they're able to turn it around, and we may see an equalization between the teams. So
we'll
fingers
see.
crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed that Blacklist will be able to pull it back and set themselves up for a better draft here and not get completely dominated during the early stages of the game.
You never know. You never know. It's always great, good and bad, to be in Twitch chat whenever there's C teams playing, because no one hates C teams more than other C teams, or C players more than other C players, right? But it's a good kind of love, good kind of hate. The banter coming through, and especially between these two, right? In the past, Jabs and 23 have said stuff about Pinoy players, and I'm sure like the Pinoy culture is very Dota-centric as well, so there's not exactly the greatest feelings going towards the Thai boys either, and all this sort of stuff going back and forth. But even just the little stuff like, 16 greater than 23, when Savage isn't playing. I gotta say though, Savage, remember his interview that we had with him, and he said that Blacklist, he thought they were the best team in the region. And, maybe they got into their heads a little bit, Maybe that was just some next level strategy from Savage, just to get them feeling a little bit too overly confident. What do you reckon?
I think that's a possibility. They were watching their former C team take on another one, and heard that interview, and it was like, oh boy, if they think we're the best, then maybe perhaps we can get away with choosing some heroes that we like very much. And then that happened to them. But still some wiggle room here to get an equalization. It is a best of 2, but it'll be massive props here to Aurora if they're actually able to take this game 2 here. That'll be a big surprise for sure.
So, anything that I want to change is probably more reliable catch, I think, is what Aurora need. What Blacklist need. Aurora don't need to change anything. They played amazingly, right? But I honestly still really liked the Beastmaster pick. I thought it was good going up against the Naga. I thought it did fine enough in the lane. It's just that they gave away a couple of too many kills. And I don't think you can bank on, waiting for an ultimate to be able to land a Mirana arrow. It needs to be a lot more frequent than that, and you need to get some additional value out of that as well, like stopping a Chen, or slowing down a Chen, or dealing with siege creeps, or dealing with an Enchantress creep, or just something along those lines, right? So, yeah, I feel like Blacklist had all of the early game that they could have wanted, right? Chen, Beastmaster, Lifestealer, all pretty good heroes at the early stages of the game. Even the Mirana isn't the worst, but they just couldn't seem to make it all piece together. So it's just one of those games, Epi, where I think you just got to say, well, that sucked. Let's forget about that and just go again. If I'm in Dubu's shoes, I'm probably saying, sorry guys, my bad, it was the draft, just to take it off the players as much as possible.
But yeah, speaking about a draft, let's head ourselves in, because we got one underway here. With, oh, look at that, Naga, Siren, and Lifestealer being banned here by Blacklist. So they'll ban the Naga Siren, but they don't want to play Lifestealer either, so they'll ban that out there too.
Means Morphling's in the pool, though, and I think it might be a question of who picks it up first. Let me just have a look at when both teams might be opting to do it. I think Aurora could probably get away with it in their... I don't even know, pick numbers anymore, right? Ever since they changed all the bans, it used to be like, oh, 4th pick, oh, 5th pick. And it was very easy to understand what that was. But now that everything's not symmetrical, what do you even say? Just sometime in the next phase is when I think Aurora is going to be picking it up. Phase 2.
10 seconds. Radiant team pick.
So first pick here, it's a Leshrac for Aurora. Okay.
The good DP. And Lorinov is already great at DP, so imagine what he can do with a Leshrac on top of everything else.
Would you say it's a bold pick here, Leshrac? Do you think we do see quite a few teams actually first pick the hero? Is it okay to do so?
5 seconds remaining.
Or is there a possibility, that it can always be heavily countered by a pick here? Because it just seems like all the teams just don't care. They just first pick themselves Leshrac.
Yeah,
Dire
because
team
it's
ban.
good at pretty much everything, right? Like even against the DK, it's pretty decent, right? All that pure damage coming through, all that magic damage coming through, feels really nice. But yeah, I mean, I think you've even commented on it, right? We've seen variations in the skill build that you get in the lane. It's like
10
more points
seconds
Diabolic Edict, or
remaining.
it's more points in stuff like the Lightning Storm, just to be able to get
5
the additional
seconds
slow, a
remaining.
little bit more of that ranged harass damage coming out, sometimes avoiding Split Earth altogether, sometimes putting multiple points into it. It really just depends on what the game needs. So I feel like it's one of those few heroes, kind of like him. Beastmaster honestly fits a similar sort of niche, where you can go multiple builds. It's just like not good at everything, you know,
Dire
whereas
team
Leshrac
ban.
kind of is, except for right-clicking people, and, you know, all the AoE damage basically makes up for that.
As the final 2 bans remain here. Well, we see what side of Blacklist will pick up with the
seconds
Dragon Knight. So, most likely an off-lane here
5
for
seconds
Blacklist.
remaining.
There's a tiny possibility it could be mid lane, but it's most likely an off-lane here for Gabby.
I would say so. It really doesn't feel like the style of hero that Abid would love to play. I mean, he does play it, but it's just
Radiant team ban.
against the Leshrac, it just feels like you're getting bullied pretty consistently. The Breathe Fire doesn't do anything to assist with your last hitting potential. It's basically only securing, as opposed to securing and denying away what the enemy team is able to do. So I feel like that's not really the lane for it. But who knows?
10
Maybe
seconds
they're just going to
remaining.
see how the other lanes shake out and then adjust
5 seconds
accordingly.
remaining.
But I certainly don't think they want to reveal anything too early on into this draft. Basically going to be a couple of supports next, I think, for Blacklist. So in terms of dealing with the Shrek, anything that could just, like, slow him down, good. Stuns, good. Burst damage, good. BKB piercing, great. So any of that sort of stuff that they can go, I think, should be very nice for them. Shadow Demon is already gone, so Demonic Purge would have been fantastic. That's not going to be a factor. Okay, they're just going all in on Palace having a hero that they want. Okay, I mean, that's one way to be able to deny it away from the enemy team.
I don't think Luna is exactly a hero that could
10
be
seconds remaining.
hot. Do you agree? Can you pick something up here that can
5 seconds
very-
remaining.
during like the late season, unless you get something that
Dire
scales
team pick.
a lot harder than Luna. Oh,
That?
okay. Yeah, like that like that. Okay. Yeah.
Lifestealer
Aurora,
was
come out
already
with a
another
terrible-
one, and they banned it, right? So that kind of
Yeah.
suggests why they might have done it. So that's good that they've been able to pick up the Terrorblade. So, like, Luna answered, but this is Southeast Asia,
10 seconds
and
remaining.
this is Palos, who might have suggested this.
5
I feel like this
seconds
is going to be
remaining.
an old-style execration draft, where this is actually a bait. I think the Luna
Radiant
might be a
team
support
pick.
this game, and they've basically tried to make them directly counter out this Luna, and then they just look to play, again, ball down a lane style Dota. So something like maybe a Marcy or a Visage could come after this. I don't know if it's going to work. I haven't seen it really on this patch, but Palos' old team execration made it
10
work very
seconds
consistently.
remaining.
And I did
5
see him kind of
seconds
pointing at the
remaining.
screen behind
Radiant
Abed a
team
few
pick
times during
Dire
the draft stage. So
Oh.
maybe
So a Bane comes out here for Blacklist along with a Snapfire as well. I don't know if that's kind of like a C pickup, but I'd say an unconventional hero on my end. We don't see a Snapfire all that often. What do you think, Danok?
I mean, it's magic damage, which is good against
10
TB, and its
seconds
range,
remaining.
which, you know, you just want to try and keep people away from the Leshrac as much as possible.
5 seconds
Also,
remaining.
Nightmare is a little bit more of like a, not a guarantee, but more of a guarantee of what they had for your stuns to be able to set up. So they've got a little bit more of that catch that I was talking about before as well. And even, you know, I mentioned stuff that's good against the Leshrac. One of the other things is BKB piercing control. Now they got that too, right? So you've got stuns, little bit of burst, I guess, where if you've got like Eclipse into a Leshrac that's just trying to run at you. So if I'm Aurora, I want something that's going to be able to interrupt a few of these like backline ultimates, you know, whether that be Bane or Snapfire. So can they... I don't know if you can get away with going a Night Stalker. It really wouldn't be a bad Night Stalker game, though. Because you're not trying to carry the game. You're just trying to enable your Terrorblade. Okay, sure, why not?
Okay. They come out with Enigma again. I mean, it worked out all right here. It showed lane dominance too. I mean, Luna has the possibility of clearing the Eidolons here, and so do the rest of the team, I think. I mean, you can get yourself a
10
shard
seconds
on
remaining.
Bane and get yourself an AoE brain sap.
True.
You've got the
5
Breathe Fire from
Radiant
Dragonite
remaining
too with the
back.
AoE from the Dragon form once you get yourself level 2, and the how the hell have I forgot that spell name?
Scatterblast?
Yes, the Scatterblast. Oh, you read my mind, Danog. Yeah,
That's what I'm
excellent.
here for.
The
10
Scatterblast.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I have to wonder as well, though, like...
5
Enigma's
seconds
Eidolons have
remaining.
quite high magic resist, though, right? So basically the only one of those that you could pretty heavily rely on is the Bane with the... And I guess the Glaives as well. You're not really worried about the Scatterblast. You're not really worried about the Breathe Fire as much. This does just still feel like a bit of a...
Rough
lane
lane.
deny style. Yeah. I mean, we saw Enigma Batrider in the last game, right? And it clearly worked out.
Yeah.
It beat a Chen lane, for God's sake. Like, that's how good that this could be. I suppose the one thing that you've got going your way is that Bane is pretty good at being able to harass pretty consistently. And the thing is, I just don't know what you're exactly setting up for with this Nightmare. Like, Nightmare into Walk Up with a Dragon Tail doesn't feel amazing. I don't think Snapfire should be that far forward either to be, trying to use the cookie, for example, like as a setup. Just because I feel like you're picking this hero to be way back, like out of position, not out of position, but out of range of being focused at all on the snap.
So they do ban out the Cottle on Aurora,
Radiant
not wanting to
team
go up
back.
against a mid lane Cottle. In return, Medusa will be banned out here for Blacklist.
I feel like
Thinking that
I'm just
could
trying
be
to
a
think
terrible
what.
support.
No, I don't think so.
No, they
Nah.
banned the Medusa though, so they aren't Blacklist thinking about that it could be.
10 seconds
I guess. I
remaining.
mean, what? They're only really concerned about the
5
the
seconds
reflection
remaining.
against the Luna, and that's what a 5 TB or a 4 TB goes anyway. I suppose. I mean, I'm just thinking what they want to actually run on Blacklist with their last overall pick. Like, are they... I feel like if they don't go something that has good catch, can you just get away with something like a Lina and just try and beat the Leshrac in lane? Just outrange it?
Sounds
Magic
okay.
damage as well against the TB. I mean, my concern is, like, if they have Batrider plus something else, then that makes Lina's life a little bit more challenging. But if they don't, and if they just try and play a little bit more passively, then, like, what are you supposed to... Yeah, they really seem to think that this is not a carry TB.
Yes, they ban out the Morphling here too. Yeah, I do wonder. Huh.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay, so a final ban. Maybe perhaps they'll just ban themselves
5
another
seconds remaining.
mid laner here on Aurora.
They couldn't get away with, like, a Zeus, could they? Against the TB, like, but would they get baited in that hard? Then I feel like you do move the TB away from being a core, if that's the case. But anyway, Aurora's going to need to be the one that reveals what the lanes look like in first. They don't have last pick overall. Really taking their time with this last one.
How does Snapfire do against Leshrac on the mid lane? It's not an Abed Snapfire mid, is it?
I don't think so. Remember when Snapfire was Giga busted? Like, the two heroes that beat it fairly consistently, okay, were the Lina and the TA, right? Both of them basically just avoiding the damage coming out from it. But Leshrac kind of fills a similar sort of niche, just because one thing that Snapfire doesn't have an excess of is movement, and I feel like
10
Leshrac is
seconds
just going to be able to,
remaining.
like, chase you down pretty consistently.
5 seconds remaining.
This probably is now a TB in the POS 1 role, with the Zeus being banned out and an Elder Titan to be up in the face. I mean, that is an Ollie specialty, is the ET. We've seen him delay games out for quite some time with this in his back pocket. What do you do
So let's
against it?
see.
There's a lot of AoE damage that you have to contest into. Like, do you just run the DK mid and buy, like, a pipe
Choose
buyer?
your
Okay.
hero.
Pango. That's something else that does go... that is capable of dealing with, like, Enigma, right? You black hole, needs to be really on point with being able to land on the Pangolier. Otherwise, eventually he's going to build into like a basher and still potentially interrupt you. You've also got MJZ who could interrupt you. You've also like it's not the easiest game to play on Enigma this time around. I don't think the laning stage previously was really good. This time around, I'm not as certain. And also, I feel like you've got answers for once these team fights eventually do break out.
So yeah, we've seen a strong performance on Pangolier before. Haven't been able to win a game yet though today. As the Pangolier, we saw him on mid lane and off lane recently, and that was for Boom.
Mm-hmm.
So
Forced because of Thompson potentially playing mid Monkey King, and then he plays a mid Faceless instead.
Yeah,
you love to see it.
So how do you think Pango will do up against Leshrac here? I think we have seen this a few times before, but is it kind of like mixed? Because obviously, of course, you were speaking about the movement, and Pangolier, he does have that, so he can jump away with Shield Crash and Swashbuckle, right?
He does, but I still feel like you're going to get bullied. Like, Lorinov is a really individually skilled mid laner. Not to say Abed isn't, but it's not exactly a favorable laning matchup. Early on, with a Diffusal Blade, you can make Lash's life a little bit more challenging. But again, that's really what Aurora play for, right? They want to be playing for, like, Q to be able to get a lasso onto someone, put them out of position. They're even happy to expend, like, a black hole if it means Pango is dead, because that's going to enable Leshrac to start taking towers and allow Satanic to open up a little bit more of the map to be able to pick up that farm so that you can, you know, hit your timings at a similar time to Luna, because Luna should probably be a bit ahead of you if he hasn't done anything massively wrong.
Mm-hmm. But folks, let us get into the game. Game 2 coming out here. Will Blacklist be able to equalize this and get themselves a 1-1, or will Aurora take another game, which will be the second 2-0 that we may see coming into the first day of the round robin? As they did pit themselves up Alder Titan last pick, which is indeed on Ollie here. So that is a last pick for the POS 5.
Yeah, they just wanted to keep that TB flex, right? I think that's the biggest thing, is Tim's. He's going to be forced back as he tries to go for a cheeky little observer ward there up onto the high ground. Jab's just providing the vision for now. They might even think that they're coming up behind them, but nope. Won't be the case. Dropping down the observer ward to, of course, confirm that.
Oh,
what a line!
That's not PG. I didn't know that was one of Luna's voice lines.
Mm-hmm.
I swear every hero says that about a wizard though, but it was just cut out the game. Actually, no.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, no, it's a courier. Shitty wizard is a courier.
Oh.
Oh, Ollie has to be a little careful here. Have to get converged onto.
Oh yeah, Dragon Tail, the Scatter Blast there too. They will commit the Blood Grenade. Ollie getting lower and lower. There's a Swashbuckle. Finds the kill. First blood drawn by Abed.
Little odd for him to, like, it was right before the 0-second mark, right? So for him to just walk up onto the high ground rather than send his Astral Spirit feels kind of odd, right? Like, you knew they weren't on the bottom side because of this observer ward that you placed up on the high ground, so yeah, bit of a rare mistake coming through there from Ollie. Normally it's just such a stable POS 5. Big individual playmaking. More so about the delay, but it's not going to delay the Blacklist start all that much. Who ended up getting the kill? I mean, it's on Arbin, so that makes this lane a lot more manageable now for the Pangolier against the Leshrac.
Radiant's courier has been
I wonder if this Luna is going to have an okay time. I mean, you have got a Bane who can trade quite well once he's level 3, you know, level 2 in Brain Sap, that'll be nice, but in terms of protecting the Luna, I think all you have is the Nightmare to just... Do you think Palace will do okay on this lane? I mean, he can always rotate. I mean, that's the power of Luna, right? Going jungle.
Well, I think his thing is just trying to... not that on MJ's head, to be able to go in like that. He should be okay, potentially, to back off. I want to see him start to harass Q a little bit more, just because you're only going to get enabled to go for those sorts of dives if Batrider is in a healthy position in terms of his HP, right? If you you know, half HP going into a creep wave and a Luna that's right-clicking you, you're not going to survive that. Like, it is a lot of damage, especially at this really early stage to be dishing
Top
out.
lane. Blood Grenade committed with that Metamorphosis, so they should find the kill, and there it is. The final physical attack from the Metamorphosis claiming the life of Tims. So Satanic having a alright time again. I mean, nearly 2 minutes in, and already getting a kill here with the level 1 Metamorphosis.
Down bottom, once again, they're going on MJZ. Looks like he'll be able to back off, though, just in time to be able to avoid getting run down with that Firefly. Still has so much in the form of tangos, though, on Q. Shouldn't really be in too difficult of a spot to consistently go for that play. Basically, the only thing holding him back is his mana pool right now. So definitely could see him going into something like an early raindrops, considering you are going up against Lucent Beam. Might put 2 points into it on Palos, and that means that you're not taking any harass from the Luna while still having some mana regeneration for yourself.
Yeah, I have to say, both mid laners harassing each other out of here with, actually, I gotta say, Lorenoff saving a point here into either Diabolic Edict or Split Earth. It's just got 2 points into Lightning Storm. It's going to become level 4 here, too.
The thing is, though, I feel like that might have changed if the first blood didn't go to Abed, right? But just because he got that bottle so early, it makes the lane a whole lot more challenging for Lorenoff. Like, well, not challenging, but you can't exploit it. You know, you can't go for these consistent kills, and so it's just about getting that early farm, getting those early items for yourself, and trying to force the Pango to use his regen just to stay alive, as opposed to trying to harass you.
Something extra for the effort.
Still not deciding to level anything yet here, Danog. Still at level 4 and only 2 points into Lightning Storm.
Maybe thinking that after last game, Abed might look to go for an aggressive play of his own. You know, obviously not wanting to be one-upped, but if that's the case, if he's diving you under your tower, maybe you level up the Edict, and there we go. He's actually gone ahead and put 2 points into it. Might have just been asking how some of the other lanes are going, and well, Aurora, they're doing pretty well in both of them, right? The DK is behind the Terrorblade, and the Luna is behind the Enigma.
I mean, speaking of the Luna, though, being dove underneath this tier 1 tower by Q and Jabs, they get the Malefice onto Palos, and Palos may fall here. Palos will indeed. Taken down by Jabs there.
It's not even just the kill, it's also just all the creeps going underneath the tower. I mean, at least MJZ is going to be able to get them. That is not the hero that you want to be scaling into this early stage. And then, again, I'm a little surprised that this creep camp hasn't been blocked, as they might go for another kill here onto MJZ. Oh, that's just not quite in position to be able to land it there.
Top lane, they did try and go for something here, committing the Blood Grenade, but of course has the Fire Snap Cookie. Able to get Gabby away.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Even a bit of a skirmish in that mid lane as well. Oof. Been walking past a range creep as Satanic, who's he going for a kill for? Onto Tims, won't be able to land it. Gabby should be A-okay as well. What's Ollie's skill build? No points in the natural order. Realizes that that base armor reduction isn't really going to do all that much against the DK, although a TB with Metamorphosis still is. This might be a myth, though.
It might be, yeah. Has the cookie. There we go. It connects, and Ollie should be dead yet. Refire from Gabby claims the life of the Elder Titan. Ollie will fall.
Going for another kill down here on MJZ. Use the Eidolon to break it, so they can continuously chase him down, yeah.
The Malefice there too. Heals up by the Brain Sap, but still not enough. As MJZ will fall by the hands of Jabs with the Eidolon. So okay, I thought it was going to go to Q with the Firefly, but you know, giving more gold to the Enigma. Actually going drums here, first item.
Alright, sure. Just power up your Eidolons a little bit further. I love the fact of how Q looks to play this, right? Like, he gets the kill, doesn't stick around in lane, doesn't leech the experience, knows that there's no risk of Jabs dying in that lane, leaves him to pick up all that solo farm for himself and make stacks, and now he comes back and dewards. So, like, he's just doing everything right now. Getting kills, enabling his core, stacking up, removing vision, stealing a bounty rune. Like, this is probably the most solid minute and a half that you could ask for from a position 4. And he's just going to do it again. He's going in. He wants to try and run them down if possible.
I mean, MJZ isn't here. The Flame Break ready if they want to bounce back Palos.
MJZ's coming from behind, though.
Dire are scanning.
Already using the drums, actually, on jabs. They'll be forced to back up.
Lorinov coming in.
He's
No
got an
one's
haste
up
rune
top
as well. Would love to be able to
Radiant
find a
are
quick
scanning.
pick-off, but
Radiant
the vision
are scanning.
next to the power rune ended up revealing that movement, so they end up being able to back off. Ollie just scouting
Dire's
out
middle tower is under
an
attack.
observer ward that yeah, gave them that little bit of information, so good game awareness coming through there from Ollie. Don't think it scouted out all those stacks, though, and I'm sure he would have loved to steal that away before Abed looks to take them, but I think he gets a sense that they might have, so better to be safe than
Radiant's
sorry.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, that's a lot of damage there from that swashbuckle. Level 4. It's not even a diffusal blade yet, just the blight stone.
Mm-hmm.
The less 2 armor.
I hear a meta on the top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yes, you do, and that might be a kill on.
Radiant's bottom
Gabby.
tower is under attack.
It still has metamorphosis. Nonetheless, they find the kill. DK down.
Haste Rune just makes everything so easy for a Shrek, though, right? Like,
Radiant's
what are you
bottom
supposed to do
tower
against
has
that is jabs with the rotations coming around from the Bane to try and protect. No MJZ. MJZ probably about to die here, just from the Shrek running him down.
Here comes Abed. Has himself enough mana to commit that rolling thunder. Oh, the black hole
Black
is
hole?
ready though. Oh, he doesn't have enough mana. Oh no, he does. He has healing lotus. He can commit the black hole if he wants. But Abed will be found
No
there
need.
by Satanic rotating in with the metamorphosis. There we go. No need for that black hole.
Even just the line immediately being drawn back down to the bottom lane. Do not give this Luna any bit of free farm. Jabs wants to just get back there as quickly as he can with the Tranquil Boots. Probably won't pop the drums just to be able to get back there, but I wouldn't be surprised with how active he's been this game. Having a
Dire's
really good
bottom
performance
tower
again on his
is under
Enigma.
attack.
Still surprisingly no tower taken here on the top lane, or the hands of Blacklist. Gabby actually going 2 braces and power treads with a magic wand. These are some very much early items
Laying around.
for the DK. And not going for anything like a blink. Has a Mage Slayer in his quick buy, which is going to be very nice, especially against the Leshrac.
I mean, again, he does kind of need to be a lot of their front line as they try and get a bit of a pick here onto Ollie. Should be able to land it.
Yeah, but that Diabolic Edict, look at it go on Abed. Jesus,
I hear
has
a
to
black
get
hole
out.
as well.
Black hole, Gabby. Oh, he's very low. He's attempting to flee. They have found the Bane there. Lorinov getting the kill on MJZ. He's trying to flee into the trees now, heading in the right direction. Actually,
Oh.
get out. Oh my gosh.
Dire's
Gabby's
middle
able to
tower is
shoot them
under
through the
attack.
trees. TP.
He'll be fine. He gives him the stay down. Sure, Gabby. No point in the
And
Midnight
power
Pulse,
involved.
unfortunately. Oh, that's a great rune
Oh.
for Lorinov to be able to play around with. So, just wants to pick up the Kaya. And, well, Palos is in a little bit of trouble once again. They've actually got the
Lasso
lasso
ready.
this time.
Yeah, that's a definite kill there onto the
Radiant's
Luna.
top tower is
With
under
the
attack.
Eidolons getting a very nice kill there. The side of Aurora.
Mm-hmm.
Big stack though for Abed. To get it.
Man, Ollie's been really good with these wards. Like, his sentries have been able to de-ward like 3 pretty aggressive observer wards for Blacklist. It's stopped 1 kill, but it's also prevented Vision protecting their ancient camps. It's protected the hard camp from spawning as well, and then 1 just to potentially nullify any sort of invasions inside of the Aurora jungle themselves.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Ollie doing his best to try and
Radiant
protect that mid, but there's only so much an ET can do.
Dire's middle tower
And
is
Siege
under
Creep
attack.
plus Abed going to be able to take it
Dire's
down.
middle tower has fallen.
Just continuing to try and amp up the aggression here, but no Fiend's Grip yet for MJZ. You would love to have that along with the Mortimer's Kisses to be able to potentially guarantee a kill. I mean, the 2 of them, it'll take 2 ultimates, but you've got the potential to be able to get the kill just with supports, which is a pretty significant tool to have.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's almost finish this Diffusal Blade now onto Abed 2, so that'll be a nice spiking to reach. Should get it on the Pangolier.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Blink Dagger now for
Radiant's
Gabby
middle
2.
tower is under
There's
attack.
actually smoking up. This Blink Dagger should arrive soon. Maybe perhaps they
No,
can
it's just
get a
okay.
pick off onto Lorinov. They're heading in that direction on Blacklist.
Yeah,
Have
he's
to
got
say
an
it.
illusion rune to be able to play around with now, and plenty of defensive tools at his disposal. I think they might have seen that smoke happen though.
Oh, lasso.
Take anyone.
Onto the Bane. That's a Bane dead. Do not need themselves the Earth Splitter. Oh, but a Dragon Tail coming in straight there onto Lorinov. Lorinov in trouble. Oh, nice rolling thunder usage there. Affecting up. Oh, both the Enigma and the Leshrac. That's what Blacklist needed. On the aggressive now, trying to find Ollie. Ollie is moving very fast here with those Tranquil Boots. Will get away, but a lovely pick off there. They are more than happy to trade their Bane. 2 cores here.
That was a really nice protective use of the Mortimer's Kisses there from Tim's to be able to stop that continuous run at you style. I mean, Jabs was kind of caught in 2 places, right, where he needed to use the Malefice to be able to stop it, but in doing that, just puts him in a really, really dangerous spot himself, and you just see how quickly they're able to turn around onto him.
Yeah, was only able to get 4 instances of the Mortimer's Kisses, but nonetheless, it still had quite a bit of impact. Was able to get cancelled there nicely by Ollie with the Astral Spirit and the Echo Stomp. Very nice ability in order to counteract these Mortimer's Kisses.
And the Fiend's Grip on top of that as well. Even if Bane eventually, like, went into something like the Aghanim Scepter just to have that multiple illusions channeling the Fiend's Grip, Echo Stomp is still going to stop that, so... I know Ollie does like to go his full Giga Chad build, though, on the Elder Titan. If it gets late enough, the man will build an Aghanim Scepter, so he's got that BKB at his disposal. And I feel like Abed deserves that Arcane Rune up top. He's been very unlucky the past few times. Last time, that 2-minute timer ticked over, he had completely controlled the Power Rune, didn't spawn on his side, and he just all chats, well, that's not fair.
I mean, it's not. Doesn't feel like it.
At least there's Water Runes now. Remember when it was just random as to which side, like, a thing spawned on in the
Radiant's
first,
bottom
like,
tower
4
is under
minutes? That
attack.
was... just to win a lane off of luck. It's like, oh, cool. Nothing I could do would fix that.
I think something horrible was an SF getting a haste rune with, like, I don't know, like level 2 or level 3 Shadow Rays.
True.
It just chase you underneath the tower. Oh, though.
That is very aggressively positioned.
Yeah, I was going to say, this will be definitely a death hit onto the bait. Will just be found and deleted there. Q will get the kill.
Bane for 3 heroes, giving up their positioning, I think is, you know, you're generally okay with that. He tried to put down some wards to be able to stop some of those camps from spawning, but won't be successful. And they immediately go for a smoke, now knowing where they're looking to play around, right? You could still TP in to this bottom outpost if they are wanting Bane to be there, and yes, he will. They might even see, yeah, they see the Lotus Pool being activated. Gabby, Blink Dagger available.
Good. Oh!
Q. Fast
The
fingers.
blinks. Yeah, that was unfortunate timing there of the blinks. Funnily enough, though, both carries going the same item here. Satanic has a Dragon Lance Yasha and I don't even know how to pronounce that. A diadem? A diadem?
Yeah, I don't know either. The big D.
Dire's
A diadem?
middle tower
A
is
diadem.
under attack.
I'm gonna call it a diadem.
I'm gonna call it a big D.
A big D.
Dire are scanning.
But yeah, they pretty much don't get off topic. They have got themselves the same item. Smoke play though from Aurora here. 3-man smoke. Try and
catch him.
Go for Abed here. They got themselves the Echo Stomp. It will not connect there onto Abed. He's able to get off his rolling Thunder, attempt to turn it around now. Stunning up Jazz, but the Black Hole from the guard in return with the damage there from the Metamorphosis. Will be able to find 2 as they attempt to go for more. They find themselves MJZ. That's 3. Can they get themselves Gabby?
Radiant's top
Gabby
tower
has got
is
away.
under
Blink
attack.
Dagger on cooldown, and he is
Dire's
away.
bottom tower is under attack.
They are putting a lot of attention onto just locking down this Snapfire, right? Again, it's one of the things that we mentioned as a weakness as to why it's not really played as a mid laner that much anymore. You're just so susceptible to being roamed on and ganked. You just don't have those movement spells to be able to get you out. Or, you know, if you are, it's not like you can make damage follow you like a Leshrac does, right? Like, it's dangerous to follow a DP or a Lesh or something like that that's just retreating. Not really that scary to run away from a Snapfire.
Uh-oh. Ollie. You may be fine here.
He's doing his best.
Oh, they do have the styles, the Snapfire cookie. Yeah, there we go. Ollie dead. Free kill for Palos. Same net worth as the Terrorblade.
Okay.
Next item is Eye of Skadi now for the Terrorblade. Satanic once he gets that.
Speaking of net worths, have you had a look at Old Mate Batrider?
Whoa! That's a lot of gold for a support. Wow.
I don't think we can even call Batrider supports these days, even if it's a POS 4.
7.1k net worth on a POS 4. I mean, 4 staff Blink Dagger, along with 1,200 gold. Going boots of travel, might I add here on the POS 4 bat.
You're not even like a 3.5. You're like a 3.1. Like, it's just that close. They're looking to try and find a quick pick off here. Oh, Palos. Palos is really on the lane.
Oh, they've caught the bat, along with the Dragon Tail too there as well. They'll take him down instantaneously. Lovely rolling Thunder, who also finds jabs. Now they're on their aggressive here on Blacklist. They've got themselves asleep down to Lorenoff, but it is broken. There's the Dragon Tail attempting to heal up here with the Bloodstone, as they do have themselves the grip there too, and they find 3 here on Blacklist. That is definitely what they needed. Turning that around there instantaneously, and that 3k lead has just disappeared.
Has indeed. I mean, you've got Q pinging out that they've got vision in that area. They don't actually. It's just nighttime, and you're playing against a Luna, so he was just walking way too far forward. They had complete understanding of where he was, and I feel like if a Luna reveals like that on the front lines, you've got to claim her as your main prize, right? Yes, they were behind, but maybe you would have had the burst damage to be able to pick them off. I'm not sure.
I mean, lovely Mortimer's Kisses too, might I add, as well, from Tim's there. Undisrupted by the Echo Stomp from Ollie, so just able to get off all of the Mortimer's Kisses with all those globs. And that quite a lot of impact with the Rolling Thunder as well in the front lines. Picked off the right target there, Batrider gone from the fight. What else can they do here on Aurora?
Maybe the fact that they don't have the Fiend's Grip, they don't have the Mortimer's Kisses, they'll feel like the need to do it again. They might just be waiting that 15 seconds though, so that it is once again daytime. To make a play with that, but I feel like Blacklist have done a good job of just making sure the lanes are in a position where that's not the case. I mean, if they go for a move here, it's going to be pretty obvious, and yeah, you just see how quickly Gabby gets out.
He's out of there. Yeah, Q won't get the lasso.
I mean, the reason he was able to do that is because the mid lane was pushing in and no one was addressing it. And the only reason that happens is because there's a core running at you. So, didn't have any vision, just had good understanding of, hey, mid tower's getting hit, something's going on. And he backed off immediately. Great timing on the TP as well.
Got some force going through the twin gate then bottom, but it's actually an astral spirit.
I'm surprised more people don't do that with the Spirit. Like, it just goes across so many creeps, and you've got the potential of it to literally hit every neutral camp on your side of the map, you know?
Yeah, it does look very silly with that going all the way back to you.
Silly or based? Which one is it?
Maybe a bit of both. They will take the
Just to be
Tormentor
careful
though.
here. A little low. Even Ollie. Get it out of harm's way. Oh, I wonder how quickly he's going to convert into an Aghanim Scepter after that, now that he's got the Aghanim Shard, just so he can get up in the face.
point. I think he's already got himself the Shadow Amulet, though, so...
Yeah, you have to
Just
finish the
wants to
Glimmer,
finish off the
but
Glimmer.
straight away after, though.
I mean, I couldn't
Radiant
resist the
are scanning.
temptation to do that. I think I would. We'll see, though. I don't know if the game will go on for that long. At the moment, it's looking kind of even between both teams here.
Carlos has a Kanda now.
Who has a Kanda?
Carlos, Luna.
Really? Oh, yes.
Yeah. He's been farming very well. Unfortunately, his camp is once again blocked, so I'm a little surprised that he's been able to pick up this much farm, considering how much attention they've given to making sure that stacks can't be built up so easily for him.
Radiant are
Something
scanning.
coming out on the courier for Bat? No, but TB has a Skadi, so that's a bit of a timing
Yeah.
that I kind of feel like they should be exploiting a little bit stronger. I mean, again, you've got daytime, you've got lasso up, you've got all of your ultimates. There's no tier 1 tower, although I guess they've got the outpost bottom, but Roshan feels like a pretty juicy objective to want to claim, so might just be able to use either Bat Rider with his Boots of Travel or TB Illusions to shove out top. As, yeah, they're making a bit of a pullback here, but is Gabby actually going to die? No, they just force him to TP.
Stay down. He's alright.
But now do you go Roche? Like, or at least fine on the bottom side? You know he's probably TP'd all the way back to base, right? That felt like a very... not panic
Radiant's
TP,
middle
but reactionary,
tower
so it's going to be a
is
while until he can get out to the rest of his boys.
I think you can go Roche. Lasso down for 60. They've been heavily depending on this, Aurora have, in order to get the lead ahead. And now that that's down, if they think they can go and do that. I mean, no Blink Dagger on jabs here. On the A for lens. Got the drums here, going the BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well,
Yeah, they know. They know exactly what's happening, though. They've scanned the Roche pit. They know no one's revealed on the lane for quite some time. TB Illusion is pushing out top lane, mid lane, tower, getting hit as well.
Radiant's top tower is under sharp
They're just splitting up the map as much as they can. They got a brief glimpse of Ollie, but he's going to be able to get away.
Okay, now we have the Skadi. Satanic got the point booster. He's got the Skadi now. Still at
Only
middle
level
tier.
14.
Level
And
14.
Luna's 18. Yeah,
Okay,
19,
yeah.
sorry, on the Luna. Like 4 or 5 levels advantage comparatively between these two. What's the neutral item situation on... Okay, just 2. I was wondering if there would be more Gossamer Capes coming out from Aurora. I actually haven't seen the interaction between it and Kanda. Like, if it actually blocks that attack that you're getting from, like, the Luna Q, you know? I feel like that could potentially be a reason why you would look to go it on Satanic.
Yeah.
Speaking of Luna, she's hanging around, but underneath the cover of smoke.
Oh, Aurora have smoked up here too, apart from Satanic.
I mean, they've got the Arcane Rune bottled up on the Lesh, you've got the BKB. It's really just about finding that Bane at this point. You need to make sure you're disabling that Fiend's Grip as quickly as possible to enable Lorinov to be able to go in onto the front lines. A lot of the damage coming out is still magic right now on Blacklist.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Both teams avoid each other. Blacklist gets some high ground vision, and again, they're playing around the Lunar at nighttime. So you're always going to have this little bit of advantage. They might even stick her out first, just because you've got that Aegis to be able to play with. Yeah, even look at that. Look at Abed. He's getting ready for them to be able to go in onto the Luna. They know this is good bait. It's just a question of will they take it.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, Gabby doesn't have Ags yet, but he has the Mage Slayer and starting to build into the Ags. They're just going to push the bottom side, realizing that they've got pretty good vision of this general area. And the Illusion's doing a great job of keeping them isolated towards the mid lane as opposed to any sort of
Are
response.
fortified.
Yeah, pushing this bottom tier 2.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They all bat themselves off here. Still with this Aegis, 2 minutes and 40 remaining, so more than enough time to just get back and try and find a better engagement here on the side of Blacklist.
D-ward off as well. I mean, I don't feel like you're unhappy on Aurora with this. Like, you protected your tier 2 tower. You get a little bit more time for the TB to farm. He's still around 5 levels behind the Luna, but you don't want to fight into 2 Lunas, considering she's still got that Aegis for the next 2 or so minutes. So, yeah, you relish this opportunity to be able to just have the little bit of extra time to perhaps catch up, even just one more item. A BKB feels so valuable right now for Satanic to be able to pick up. The fact that Leshes is still at 9 seconds as well is big. Speaking of...
Aurora off. It's getting jumped on, but a lasso bringing back the Luna.
That's live number 1. They just need to find him, JZ.
Ultimate's Kiss is being activated.
Oh, the Jab's found him!
But, oh, the Black Hole has actually caught MGZ from the high ground. And they find themselves Palos there too. Wanted to cancel the Black Hole there with the grip, but was just in range at the Black Hole.
Yeah, well worth that tip there coming through from Lorinoff. Like, if Jabs doesn't find him, most people would just put that Black Hole onto regular ground, or they wouldn't even use it at all, worried about the positioning of the Bane, but he's willing to take the chance to be able to catch him off to the side, and that's a good use of Lorinoff for bait as well. He did need to use the BKB, but I'd say that's well worth it to take away an Aegis, to take away a big kill streak from Palos, and open up the map even further.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Do you think Jabs did that intentionally there? To put it
Yes,
near the high ground?
absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, he's got a Aether Lens and an Eye of the Vizier, so he's got the tools to be able to make it reach that far. He knows that he was in a position to get picked off.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, that is some big cast range, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
On that Black Hole. If you just hover over the Black Hole cast range for Jabs, it's actually pretty big for a Black Hole.
Oh, he even gets the Psychic Headband now as well, so not only do you have a bit of a pushback, let's say, if DK starts chasing you, just some sort of cast range as well.
Yeah.
Plenty of mana as well, off of that bonus intelligence, so if it does end up going giga late, if we start seeing refreshers and the like come out, you'll have a bit more of a mana pool to be able to make it work.
BKB now obtained 2 here on Satanic, which is going to be very nice. Oh, but the smoke's broken upon him. The Dragon Tail's there, along with the Lucid Beam as well. Can he activate the BKB in time? Yes, he can use the Sunder there, but the grip is there.
Luna.
In return, Jabs does not have himself the BKB, but they turn it around with the Earth Splitter. Palace there falling very low. He will fall. But in return, Ollie will be found. The lasso there, bringing back the DK. DK in some trouble. Rolling Thunder will come out there in return. Gabby going to try and attempt to flee. There's Aurora now on the aggressive. Lorinoff wants to try and find himself something. They will get themselves cute, but in return, MJZ going to fall. Gabby getting lower and lower. Will finally fall. Double kill there for Satanic. Make that a triple kill. Never mind. Lorinoff will get it. Double kill for him. They will lose 4 here. The only one who will remain is Abed.
I need to see a replay of that. I'm not sure what Palace was doing in so close. That's the whole point of having, the Kanda and all this bonus attack range from a Hurricane Pike, that you can actually just sit back a little bit further and not be caught out in that sort of situation. It was a double stomp into an Earth Splitter, perfectly set up by Ollie.
Maybe perhaps they were able to get themselves the kill before even activated the BKB. I mean, I think that was a BKB reveal there too, because he had just got it before that fight, so maybe perhaps they didn't know he had the BKB.
I guess, but I mean, the fights had gone fairly well, right? For them for quite some time. I mean, you just lost the Aegis, and TB was part of that previous one. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't have the farm to be able to catch up. And, I mean, catch-up he has. It was a 5-level difference between the two, and now it's a 1-level difference. Satanic is already up to level 19.
So what next now? Roshan may respawn in around about a minute. Possibly we could see Aurora here start to set up for the Roshan. I mean, that was a very good fight for them. That wasn't even Black Hole, neither, Danog. No Black Hole for them, and they just came out on top of that fight, committing way too much there on the Terrorblade, was just able to BKB and Sunder, so what is the action plan now for Blacklist?
I'm even just having a look at like what items are next to come from them. It doesn't seem like they're going to get anything in the next maybe even 5 minutes. Like it's literally that long that you'll be able to get something. Maybe just a BKB on the Luna next, and that's going to be pretty vital to make sure that the TB can't just turn around and sunder you like he just did. Meanwhile, you look at Aurora and what's to come next for them. Shiva's Guard basically finished up for the Leshrac. BKB finished up for the Batrider. TB starting to work into that that Butterfly, and Boots of Bearing just refreshing all those stacks on the drums, coming very shortly for Jabs.
Oh, that was a nice little play there too. I just saw King just backpack his Eye of Skadi and Mantistar there in return for Lorinoff, just to give him the bottle
scanning.
charges and some mana boots there to bring him back to full mana.
Okay, nice.
Play. Long Roshan though, 2 minutes. Oh, that'll be a while. They will smoke up their Aurora with, oh, it's a 5-man smoke. Oh, a Daedalus. A Daedalus for Satanic. Big damage.
Of scans as well available for Blacklist, so they shouldn't be letting them just walk in. Yeah, there we go. They go for a scan inside the one area that they don't have warded right now, or they don't have good vision of because of creeps. They actually should see that that Daedalus has been freshly picked up. They're pinging it out on the lane, saying, hey, we need to be very careful of this TB now, even more so than usual.
Okay. On the side of
They ran their
Blacklist,
vision.
smoke up here. The smoke's going to break here onto Q. Q taking too much damage there. His Bling Dagger has been disrupted. Rolling Thunder coming in onto the Terrorblade with the Mortimer's Kisses as well. Satanic has to activate his own BKB. And that is a bad initiation here for Aurora. That is BKB down here. We'll have to commit the Sunder there onto Ollie. Maybe perhaps they just wait out this Metamorphosis and then just go for the Roshan here. This is perfect for Blacklist.
It is. I mean, not even just wait out the Roshan. They know if they're not taking Roshan right now, oh, they might be able to clear out this little bit of vision. Lorinoff doing his most. Okay, they do at least do that. I'm looking just at Pango and the cooldown of that Rolling Thunder. That's the big thing that I feel like was the one tiny bit that you could exploit on Aurora. But what do you have to play with now outside of the Black Hole? You don't have Metamorphosis. You don't have... Oh, you do have Lasso, but no BKB, so it's a little easier to control Q at this point.
I mean, I think by the time Roshan is up, then the BKB will be back online for the Batrider. I'm not too sure about Metamorphosis, though, if they do decide to fight now.
It's still quite some time, but again, it seems like they're a little indecisive, just constantly wanting to fight in these uber-safe areas, and you know, that's good for breaking even in fights, but if they want to come out on top, it has to be a very different story. Do they even have a smoke to be able to play around with? Yeah, they were just coming on the courier, so they know that even the longest Roche means that it's just about to respawn, or already has. They don't have any scans left either to be able to make this sort of play with, so they want to get a bit of a backstep going here with Gabby.
Oh, here we go.
Take anyone.
Perhaps they'll try and find Q here. BKB activated there early. Meanwhile, they do have themselves the lasso there, bringing back Gabby. They don't have themselves the Metamorphosis yet, but nonetheless, it'll be enough to take down the Dragon Knight. Down for 75 seconds. They want to try and find themselves more here. Palos is going to use that Hurricane Pike to try and get some distance away. TP out. Will be able to get out. Lorinoff was hot on the target there with the Split Earth, but not able to get the stun. Actually TP's away, and by that time, the Roshan is back now. So Blacklist are going to lose. It looks like Tim's here too. Losing two. And looks like they're just going to get themselves the Roshan here on Aurora.
Yeah, even popping the Metamorphosis for it. King immediately going up towards this top side, wanting to claim it for themselves. It's just the cheese. Not the best, but honestly not the worst, considering you've got a Leshrac to be able to make these sorts of plays with. Unless they just want to give that over to Satanic himself, right? Better that, keep your transform, than having an Aegis and having to potentially back off and still get caught out anyway.
It did look really, really good here for Blacklist, you know. They didn't have themselves the Metamorphosis. BKBs were expended, and the Roshan was on their side of the map too, but not able to take that advantage, and they actually lose the DK there in return, which just allows Aurora to get themselves this Aegis now.
And I've just been looking at Jabs, and
Radiant
I'm still kind of stunned at how much cast range he's getting off of a lot of this, off of his items so far. Hopefully he doesn't die. Hopefully Lorinoff
Tormentor's
doesn't
not
die.
dying! There we go. Wait, no, it's... okay, now it died. There we go.
Lots of laughs going out, though, in the team chat. Yeah, I mean, he's just like blinking across giant chasms of space, and even just the space that you can use the demonic summoning into, right? Like he's using that to put stuff up onto high ground to provide that little bit of extra vision. Crazy how much value you can get if you go this sort of build. And now he's got those boots of bearing, so consistent attack and movement speed increases. Just enables them to chase so much more effectively.
What's flying out for Satanic too? Very, very nice against Palos. MJZ was found there, but attempting to flee.
Going to Wind Waker is Ollie. Trying to save, I guess, a Fiend's Grip target would be the main one.
Oh yeah. Very nice.
He's going Blink Dagger, actually, on MJZ, so he really needs to get in place to be able to find the Enigma, in particular, I think. So there's a bit of a checklist, I guess. Blacklist would still prefer to be fighting at nighttime, just because of the inherent vision advantages that they have. They, of course, would love to fight around their vision, but I feel like maybe Aurora could be tempted to get into, like, a, quote, bad fight, because they've got the Aegis, right? They want to make the most of it. They want to continue pushing on forward. They might just be able to wait until Lorinov's level 25, although they, speaking of him, I don't pick him off a bit in the river, but they're going to back off.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, they're still going for the chase here. But MJZ going in the right direction there. It's actually going to avoid the Batrider. That was some nice concepts.
Batrider's just ratting the bottom side, forces a glyph out. Nicely done by Gabby.
Middle tower has fallen.
Although actually just get this tier 2, but in return they are sieging the tier 3 here on Aurora.
With a shield rune.
With a shield rune. Wants to make use of the Aegis.
How does he die? Honestly, how does Lorinov die? He's got Aegis, BKB, Shivas, Kaya Sanj, Bloodstone, and a cheese on top of everything else.
Oh.
And he's protecting himself with that shard to split earth in the ground.
Yeah. An unkillable monster. They will use the glyph.
Just trying to wait out this meta, but it's still got plenty of duration left.
This melee Rex is definitely going to fall. Yeah, there he goes. Well, they go for more. Metamorphosis is going to be down. I think they'll bat themselves off. Yeah, they do.
This is the value of going that really early Batrider, right? If you had a Batrider in that situation, you can't do that quite as freely, or at least not with the TB, as well as the Leshrac, right? Lesh solo, maybe you might have been able to make that sort of move happen, but there's always the risk of just getting lassoed back into the base. But you weren't afraid of anything on Blacklist. If anything, if you went forward, you were the ones to potentially get pulled out of your own base, which is such a scary prospect.
There we go. Satanic now on the Terrorblade 2.
Palos about to get his. They go on item for item.
Oh, I like this. Shadowblade here for the Enigma here too. Jab's attempting to get in here. Rolling Thunder coming in. It's affected Lorinov. Oh, but a nice lasso. Stopping the Rolling Thunder for some time. The Black Hole is committed there. It's only going to catch Gabby. Do they have enough damage to take down the Dragon Knight? Yes, they do. The Dragon Knight will fall along with MGZ there too, as Q is able to take down the Bane. With that, they find themselves 2.
Pretty much everything used except for Luna's abilities, right? Like Fiend's Grip was used, Elder Dragon Form was used, the Kisses were used, even Rolling Thunder. It just shows how much value that BKB piercing control can give. And I mean, Abed, he's going into a overwhelming blink next, which I like for being able to, you know, instantly break blink daggers if they're the ones that are going to be on the front foot. You can't be running away with something like an overwhelming blink with it being just like a mild annoyance, basically. I think it's either, if you're playing on the defensive, go something like a Basher, where you're trying to turn around a BKB Black Hole. Oh, Alice, is he okay? Maybe not.
Lasso, Luna! Oh no, that That is a big, big kill. Luna down for 90. This definitely looks to be game now with no buyback of not even able to activate the Satanic. The nuke damage was just too much from Aurora.
It was in a second, Epi. They did like 1,500 damage in a second and just completely shredded through that Luna.
It was Leshrac with the 2,300 damage dealt it within that second there, with the amplified damage rune coming out from Lorinov. But they are going to commit the Rolling Thunder here and try and delay and push back Aurora from their base, but they're just not.
Can you kill
having it.
Lorinov?
Satanic is too strong with the Metamorphosis. They find Abed. He's going to buy back. The Split Earth comes down. The Dragon Knight's dead. Buyback available, but you don't have yourself the Dragon Fall. As GG is called there. There we go, folks. Game 2 will be going to Aurora. They take this second game here against Blacklist, and they will get themselves a 2-0.
Big smiles from Lorinov there after Jabs, who could not get out of his seat any faster if he wanted to. I mean, that was a really solid performance coming through from Aurora. Obviously, not as much of a stomp as we saw in game number 1, but I gotta say it, I kind of feel like this is another MVP performance coming out from Lorinov, man. Like, he did essentially the same thing he did on the Death Prophet, right? Was really hard to kill, did a ton of tower damage, led the entire game for damage done overall, and what was his laning like? Yeah, he beat the Pangolier by only 400, but he still won his lane fairly comfortably. And even just the small things like going for that high ground push, buying up the Aghanim Shard, not waiting until the Tormentor gave it to him just to enable themselves because they knew they didn't have catch. They always had to go this slower burn, and with all those defensive items, with all that survivability he had, there was no way he was dying. So, yeah, well, Lorinov, amazing game and amazing series for the man.
Yeah, really incredibly well played. I did not expect him to do that much damage there to the Luna, and I don't think Blacklist did either. That lasso really catching Luna off guard there, and what, 2,300 damage from a Leshrac within a second is absolutely insane to even think about, that he can output that much damage. I didn't think it was even possible for a Leshrac to do that much. I thought it was the Terrorblade with the Dateless, but turns out it wasn't.
Nope. He had what? Stormcrafter, Edict, Split Earth on the ground, plus Kaya Sange, plus amp damage, plus Pulse Nova, plus just everything. He had everything. And, yeah, this is why you get rid of the Bane, right? I feel like even though, probably died a couple of silly times on Q, like that attempt that he made on the bottom side onto the Luna herself, where they actually got the pick off onto the Bane for once. It was just so versatile, right? It was so far ahead in net worth than any support should have any right to, and you were able to find those consistent pickoffs to make these fights 5v4 in Aurora's favor. I really shouldn't be discounting Jabs, though. I thought his black holes were amazing this game.
I mean, only catching around about 1 or 2 heroes, but still having quite a significant impact there. I mean, especially against the DK.
Oh, this is the one, though.
Meant to tank the front line here. I mean, especially the high ground black hole. I think this is where it comes in. Yeah. So it comes back, preemptively casts it, and look at that, yeah. Able to just catch the Luna there, not able to come back. I think Palos, he didn't activate the BKB there, because wanted to come back with the BKB during the Aegis, right? And then just
he got lassoed, right? He just died during a lasso and then into a Split Earth. Again, like, the little things that make a big difference. They ended up getting off the Sunder there. It's one of these fights that just doesn't really work out. You end up... I didn't think I saw many Eclipse usages, actually, out of Palos. That was one of the few where he could have probably used it, but...
Oh, this one's the big pick-off.
Yeah, I mean, look at this burst. Just...
Oh my god.
Gone. Deleted out of the server. There's nothing that you could do against that, and once your Luna's dead, that's who you've given all of your farm to, and... You know, it was some pretty decent Rolling Thunders from Abed, to be honest. He was very consistently keeping so many people locked down, but if there's not the damage to be able to follow it up, nothing happens.
So, MVP for you, definitely Lorinov here with the Leshrac damage.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No. I'm totally on board with that. The man's really come in and made a big impact, right? With Aurora obviously not playing with Makoto, where he had most of his success with Talon. Then you had Armel, didn't really work out the best for them. Lorinov stands in for a tournament or two. They have some pretty damn good results, and it's continuing.
It is indeed, and that's like the second 2-0 we see within the best of twos. Obviously, of course, not a best of three. So we even if someone does draw 1-1, we're not going for another game because these are the groups. We're waiting
Heroic
to see what
2-0
happens.
Spirit?
They
Damn.
did.
SA haters, where you at?
I mean, Heroic have been pulling off some pretty great stuff. I mean, we were surprised with Heroic's performance. Who did they?
Tundra.
Yeah, they got a 2-1 against Tundra. That was it.
Yeah, and
also-
Spirit
also-
no slouches either. 2-time TI winners, Riyadh champions, looking like one of the strongest teams of the modern era. You'd be very, very happy to have that win under your cap and start off this round robin stage in a really good spot. So, well, at least for Aurora, they can come into this realizing that they're in the group of death, Group B. I say that, but then you've got Heroic taking 2-0 against Spirit, right? So there's no easy group this time around. But Aurora will be happy to say, right, we've banked 2 wins, we're still on 0 losses, we're still giving us that best possible chance to move on forward. Gotta say for Blacklist, with how they looked in this one, though, it's not going to be the easiest road for them to qualify up into that top 4 of Group B. They're going to need to have some big turnaround performances with the rest of their round robin games.
Yeah, we don't know for sure Oh, actually, we do. We do know who they're going up against. So let's have a look. Who are they potentially going up against in the future here? Oh, they go up against everyone, yeah, don't they? Within the groups,
Yep.
okay. Yeah, so yeah, I do agree with you there, Dog. It is going to be difficult for them. They're going to have to pull something special from out their sleeve. But folks, that is Series 2 done. 2-0 here for Aurora against Blacklist. We've got a final series to cover for myself and Danog, but then you've got yourselves even more Dota games to come, but a big one. This is a big one, folks, that is coming up to see.
Hold on.
Okay.
Before we
Hold
get to Liquid BetBoom, we got to have an interview. We got to get a little bit of a break. We got to hear from the winning team. We got to celebrate.
Oh.
Never mind, we don't have an interview. Get ready for Liquid BetBoom because it's coming right after this break. It's going to be super exciting, and I can't wait to see you guys for it. When is it going to be? Just throw me under the bus again. Goddamn.
So around about, let's see,
20-ish minutes.
25 minutes. Yeah, 25 minutes. We'll see you for that next series, folks. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Epidamnos. Joining me is Danog. Series 2 has concluded of the best of two. We've had ourselves some cracking games, both of them being 2-0s, but now we're coming in for the third series, which is we've got ourselves BetBoom versus Liquid. And this one is, it's going to be a big one, Danog. I can feel it.
I can feel it as well. I mean, these are two teams that have been at the top echelons of Dota for quite some time. These are two teams that didn't even have to take part in the Swiss stage, having gone all the way through directly invited to this round robin portion. So that can be both a blessing and a curse, right? Because we've seen in the past, this is, I'm going back to early, like, DPC, when there was that wild card into group stage, into playoff system. It was oftentimes the group stage teams that ended up doing better because they got to adapt to what the current meta is. They got to get real practice games, against other teams that were competing for high stakes. So I wonder if this is going to be a similar sort of story for some of these teams that get through at that second stage of the qualifiers, I guess, automatically, without actually having to play too many games in a competitive environment on this patch. What do you reckon?
I mean, you're the analyst here, Danog. I honestly,
You have
I'm
opinions.
absolutely stumped. I am stumped when it comes. I mean, especially with these two teams upcoming, I genuinely don't know who is going to take it here, because I mean, Liquid have shown quite a great dominance throughout the international stage and, of course, the region of West EU. But so have BetBoom as well within their region too. So these are two giant monsters going up against each other. I am really uncertain as to, I don't know who will win this, whether it's going to be Liquid or BetBoom. Maybe perhaps it'll be 1-1. I doubt it will be a 2-0 because both of these teams, they are resilient. They are courageous. They show absolutely great Dota, but we will see coming into the game very soon as Draft 1 is well underway.
Yeah, we got to get a look at the BetBoom boys first, though. Hopefully 33 didn't have a power outage or something like that. I just saw his entire screen go black. But looks like the rest of the boys are at the Liquid training facilities in the Netherlands. So clearly vibes are high. I really want a chance to go there at some point. And I saw a virtual tour and it looks sick. But these BetBoom boys, they're scary. They got second in a bunch of recent tournaments. They only ended up losing to Falcons, I believe, who are currently, the hot stars on this current patch. And we'll have to see how these guys are adapting to this specific meta, because I believe it's been like a full 4 weeks since BetBoom have had to play a competitive match outside of scrims. So I'm the last one being that grand finals against Falcons. Liquid, they've played a little bit more recently. They've played Western European qualifiers, I believe, for Dream League, and they won, I want to say, every single game of that. So clearly they're in a good spot recently, but I saw Insanio actually come out and say that he felt that they'd gotten a bit lazy, himself included, and that part of that was just due to not playing enough Dota. So clearly, whatever they've done lately has worked with them to breeze through those qualifiers so quickly. And let's see if they can continue that momentum heading into this tournament as well. Because Elite League, it's the first of its kind, and I'm sure Team Liquid would love to be the inaugural champions.
I'd love to know the definition of what is not a lot of Dota, because I'm sure that these pro players, even if Insania does say they got a little bit lazy, I'd love to know how many hours of Dota they were actually putting in.
I think I saw Insania say he played like literally zero Dota. Like he stepped away for a little bit, which is good. You got to have some balance there, but at the end of the day, if you're a pro player, you got to practice a bit, and it came back to bite them in a recent result. So clearly they've put in the work, and let's see if it's going to pay off for them. BetBoom have put in the work to see that Chen is still busted, despite what we saw in a previous series. It is just way too much to be able to control. So it's clear that they just want to take away a lot of this early tempo from Team Liquid. And, well, Insania, he's a man after my own heart because he loves the Disruptor, and so do I. I really think that this hero is being underpicked, underrepresented. We are still seeing it first phase banned sometimes, though, so I'm keen to see if that trend will continue and get stronger throughout this round-robin stage, because it's a really good hero lately, ever since they got the change to the Q with the Thunderstrike, now having 0.4 seconds slow at all levels. There is actually a debate to putting a few more points into it in the lane versus the Glimpse, just because of how effective it makes you at trading.
I remember when people didn't actually like to level it up. I think they stopped leveling it up once they brought in the patch in order to allow Glimpse to actually do damage. So then people started picking the Glimpse up instead of the Thunderstrike. But you think that Thunderstrike should be picked up once again rather than Glimpse?
It depends. It depends on the lane, right? Like, if you're going up against a Techies, there's no reason for Techies to really move. Like, he's going to outtrade you. So you're going to get 0 value out of Glimpse. You may as well do a little bit of damage with Thunderstrike, you know? And try and keep the range in that way. I'm not saying, like, go 4 points in it, but maybe, like, 2. Whereas you might normally just get the 1 point into it, just for, you know, the vision inside of fog and stuff to enable your Glimpse. Also helps you set up for that 15 to 20 minute timing when you're getting your shard. Just to have an extra point or 2 into it makes your farming into your next items just that little bit more impactful.
BetBoom teams
But they do
Shadow
indeed
Demon.
have themselves the Shadow Demon, in return. So obviously, of course, if a Static Storm does come in with a kinetic field, then obviously, of course, you do have yourself the disruption in order to save someone for some time.
Fitting, because it's probably going to be Save playing it. I still think, like, Save is one of the best position forwards in the world. Like, he is just ridiculously good with his positioning, stack making, mechanical skills, macro map movement. Like, it's just next level what this man is able to do. So I'm keen to see if he's able to continue moving forward with that same level of aggressiveness. I want to see if they're actually picking a hero to combo together with this Shadow Demon, at least in terms of stacks, right? Because a lot of the times when we see a Shadow Demon, it's played as a 5 lately, but I still think 4 is where you can see a ton of value just because of the amount of stacks that you're able to build up inside your Ancient Camp area, whether that be for Nightfall, GPK, or Miero. It's still yet to be seen, but just looking at the heroes that GPK has been playing in recent times, like your Storm, Timber, Lesh, Lina, Pango, these are all heroes that do a great job of taking stacks. So I think BetBoom does best when they really try and enable GPK as much as possible, let him get off to a good start, and then he's very much like a player that thrives off of, I don't know, is mojo the right word? Like, he needs to get his confidence up, you know?
I'm trying to think if there's another word for it.
Just confidence.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
We will have to wait and see. Toronto Tokyo has his pick of the litter as to what he plays. None of his main heroes have been banned out so far. Kunkka not in the pool, DK not... Wow, they're really targeting Miero, huh? Not wanting him to play any of these traditional things that he likes in the off lane. There is still Doom available, I guess, but I'm not sure how good that is, and yeah, much better to pick up just something stable like a Mirana. Again, SD Mirana, it's a solid combination. And I feel like, ooh, is this the first Wisp that you and I have seen this tournament? I think it might be. And the Marcy,
yeah.
okay. So this is definitely the style that I like to see Mickey playing, because I'm assuming it's Mickey playing it, by the way, the Marcy, just because it gets hyper aggressive, and I really want to see Nisha playing these like TA style mid heroes or Alina or something along those lines that's really enabled. Lesh is already banned out, so you can't have the IO paired together with that. But even a Razor would be probably... maybe not so much with the Demonic Purge kind of slowing you down a little bit. But definitely you can just burst out anyone with this combination around the map.
So not a pause 3 Mirana, but a pause 1.
Marcy, you mean?
No, sorry, Marcy, yeah. Both
I think so. I don't really see 33 playing it in the side lanes. Like, I think it might heavily depend on what these next 2 picks are from BetBoom. Like, if they go into, I don't know, something that, like, is vulnerable to laning against a Tidehunter, for example, I could see him doing that, just because you're going to be having basically permanent mana for your laning stage, and I feel like Tide's going to thrive off of that. Also something like a Slardar, just for the extra attack speed and movement speed to be able to trade easily in the lane. But if you go Slardar, I'm a little less optimistic about stuff like a relocate in, just because you don't have that same amount of lockdown as much, if you get what I'm saying. And here's that Timbersaw that I was talking about for GPK. Most likely going to be his, although Miero, of course, is super capable of playing it as well. I've just seen GPK do it a lot more in recent times.
10 seconds remaining.
So a very good hero if you can especially abuse your timings very early on. as the Timber, and it's quite nice, especially against Marcy and Io, just as long as you have the survivability and you're able to get off your nuke damage. And they pick themselves up a Wind Ranger as well. Very nice here, particularly against the Marcy. Able to use the Wind Run because, of course, Marcy only able to output most of her damage through physical attacks, and Wind Run counteracts that.
Toronto Tokyo just stealing the neck pillow away from GPK. Come on, what if the man needs that? I also like this Wind Ranger pick because it gives them a layer of flex, right? Of course, GPK is super capable of playing it, but so is Nightfall. You know, you haven't completely said, hey, this is what our lanes are going to be, and they've got the last pick of the overall draft as well to be able to round things out. Again, like you mentioned, with the Timbersaw being good against an Io Marcy combination, just because of being able to land, like, Timber Chain, Whirling Death, Chakram onto multiple heroes. Wind Ranger is kind of the same with Shackle Shot in a way, in being able to do a similar sort of thing, just more guaranteed, not guaranteed, but more likely to be able to land that extended stun just to enable the rest of the team.
Team Liquid's
So the final pick. There we go. Yep. Fourth pick, Doom. Coming up very, very nice against Wind Ranger and Timbersaw. Though they do have themselves a save, but obviously, of course, Doom lasting a lot longer with the duration than a Disruption. So I like this pick.
Yep, me too. And again, like, whoever gets doomed, I think you just got to say they're dead, right? Because if you try and run away, you're getting glimpsed back. If you try and fight, you're getting Io Marcy, relocating in on top of you and you're dead. I think even a Shadow Demon Disruption, it's just delaying the inevitable. So I think they just need something that's going to potentially start the fight and try and take out the Doom early on if possible. Or even find the Disruptor. That would be great too.
10 seconds remaining.
Also a bit of a block pick. Takes it away from Miro's hands. So, yeah, again, like, this is a really... Hold on. Be a pretty good Kunkka game, wouldn't it? I mean, not Kunkka, Centaur game, if not for the Disruptor. Again, it just always goes back to the Disruptor for me. You would love to be able to just stampede away from a Doom, but you don't have that capability to do so because this Doom has been picked up. Maybe a Mars or something like that, just to put the arena down instead. Natural BKB builder can spear away the IO a little bit if you feel like that's the case. I mean, it might just still be Nightfall's hero as the position 1. Something that does pretty well in lane against a Doom. Maybe some burst damage. Sven, perhaps. Something that Warcry is going to provide a lot of assistance with. Something that can just blow up Disruptor. Or the IO, something that Doom isn't amazing against.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
They still seem to think it might be GQ's case. No. Yeah, both teams, well, I'd say more so BetBoom have still left it really open, like, as to what they pick. Nightfall looks very relaxed with being able to take the draft in whatever way he sees fit. And Liquid need to be the ones to kind of put it out there and say, alright, this is what we're running. So Nisha's hero will be that TA that I was talking about. So the type of hero that can have that really more farm-centric style. You don't exactly have the heroes to make too many stacks because Io obviously wants to be paired together with Doom as much as possible. Disruptor wants to be not necessarily attached to Marcy, but now I feel like it's really difficult if you chose to put the Timbersaw in the side lane, which Miro is still really good on, into this Disruptor Marcy lane. Like, it just, you can't leave the lane. So when is TA going to get the farm, you know? You're going to need to, like, make up your own stacks just with your ulti.
So is it difficult to have Timbersaw either on the mid lane and the off lane then too?
I'd say Timber's happier in the off lane, and yeah, they're just going to pick a Viper going up against the TA, right? Feels like a direct counter to Nisha. I feel like the Timbersaw is very happy going into the Marcy lane, and I feel like Wind Ranger should be able to stay far enough away from Doom. I like BetBoom's draft quite a lot, to be honest, even though there is my latest favorite, the Disruptor on Liquid, and Nisha is playing that style. I think it's really just going to depend on how they get out of the lanes, though, right? Because if you're in a spot where you're even on Team Liquid, then obviously you can take fights that are advantageous to you. You know, if you're the one to get the jump, I feel like you're almost always going to be able to guarantee a kill. You just need to try and make sure that that's onto a high-value core. Like, I would say the Timbersaw is pretty high value, just because Viper has no way to be able to retreat So if you can take out the Timber Saw to start the fight with a Doom, for example, then he can't do anything while you focus down the rest of the team.
Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. I mean, Team Liquid, I do like their draft quite a bit. Not to be biased with the fact that you do definitely like yourself the Disruptor. He's one of your favorite heroes, but with the Doom combination, I think it's a great ability to use, especially against Viper, Wind Ranger, Timbersaw. You know, heroes that want to be using their abilities, and if they can't, then they're pretty much. I don't want to say a creep, but it feels like that's what they become if they're not able to use their abilities. And of
Yeah,
course,
I'd say Wind Ranger a little less so, right? Like you and I have cast Wind Rangers when it goes to like 40+ minutes. Just right-clicking on your own is pretty dangerous to have to go up against that, right? You can still hit very fast. You can still hit crit for a lot, and you know, it's something that you can't just completely ignore if it gets to that stage of the game. But I feel like if it gets to that point, it's probably Miro, the one that's going to be getting targeted a whole lot more.
I do feel BetBoom can kite them though, because they definitely have things like, you know, like Shackle Shot. They have Sacred Arrow and Disruption combination. Timber Chain.
It all comes back to the glimpse, Epi. It all comes back to the glimpse. You cannot kite glimpse except for BKB. So
there is times where we've seen Timbersaw, you know, just use that cheeky little ability where he uses the Timber Chain just as he's getting glimpsed and just gets away.
He needs to be very clever with it, though, right? Because there is like a max distance that he just won't go that full distance over, right? So you need to be very switched on with how you're playing against a Disruptor, is probably the best way to put it, right? Because you can't forget to not TP straight back to lane, otherwise you're getting glimpsed back. You got to be careful not to TP into a team fight because you're just going to get glimpsed back. Like, so many of these little things are different. Kind of like, oh, Foxy. He gets found out by nothing. I think he just walked a little bit too close to the tower there. That's why he's got a little bit of damage done at the very top of the screen.
You're just trying to scout out for an observer ward, right?
Yeah, but he didn't actually walk into any observer wards. He just walked too close to the tower, so it didn't actually tell him anything. Smoke on smoke, and it's late smokes from both teams. It's actually going to be BetBoom that find it first. They might be able to go on to 33. Arrow.
Oh, it connects. That might be enough damage. It will be. Power shot gets the kill. It will go to Nightfall.
Let's not get carried away.
All right, very nice. Don't need to be retreating. They obviously know that that's warded because there's no way for him to get disrupted otherwise. So might even be Nisha that ends up buying up a sentry unless you want Insania to be able to get it on the way through. Boxy and Mickey.
2 and 2 bounty runes.
Boxy and Mickey together up on this top side. Not sure if that's going to make it any easier, to be honest. You know, going up against a Timbersaw in this lane, there's not really anything that an IO can do against that. And I feel like Save is probably going to have the freedom to be able to go back and make a bunch of stacks, even as soon as level 2, unless they feel like they can actually go for kills, going back the other way. Actually looking to try and get immediately aggressive onto Miro here on the top side with Mickey. Obviously realizing that he's got the Whirling Death, he's away from the tree line, so make sure that you're abusing the lack of reactive armor as long as possible. This does feel like the lane where you would put 1, maybe even 2 points into the reactive armor, just because they can literally do nothing against you if you did it, but you can probably get away with just 1. Nice body blocks by Boxy, and the blocking up the camp. Even if it got immediately dewarded, still feels nice.
Just thinking, imagine if you could actually dispose of someone in that little pit at the bottom. That would be
They're just stuck down there.
very annoying. Yeah, just like a cliff.
Watching this mid lane a little bit now. Although, okay, he'll be fine on the top side. It's all about Nisha just being able to land those side blades on the mid lane onto GPK, right? He really wants to try and burst in onto this Viper as much as possible, take advantage of the meld as much as he can. Obviously, 1 point refraction.
It's fine, it's taken out.
Sagan has been eyeing your mount all day.
Not really the easiest lane to go into either, right? Like, you might be on Toronto, Tokyo, be able to leap far enough away that you don't actually get the glimpse off. And that's really what they're playing for on this bottom side of the map, where 33 is just going to try and pop the Scorched Earth. You're going to try and run at them. and then, yeah, you glimpse back whoever tries to make that great escape. But if you're not able to get that glimpse back because you're too low level, then it really doesn't feel all that good at all.
Mm-hmm.
I also wonder what creep he's going to try and pick up for himself. What have they got in the small camp there? I mean, there is the Harpy Stormcrafter, which is always a pretty scary one to have. The ideal one, though, is a little bit further to the left above the Bounty Rune. You would love to have that Sato Banisher creep as the Doom, just because you are going up against the Wind Ranger, right? So a way to be able to instantly get rid of the Wind Run and potentially enable a kill would be fantastic.
So let's see what he gets. So it's currently, oh yeah, they should be okay. That should spawn as long as Sarnia protects it.
Yeah, but he's still too low level on the Doom to be able to get that one, right? So you just see 33 roaming around. He says, thank you very much. Oh, he actually goes the Mana Burn creep instead. Okay. Maybe feeling like they can't make too much kill threat happen in this lane, so rather just take away Nightfall's ability to be able to use stuff like Power Shot. Also nice to have that mana regeneration aura for Insania.
Yeah, I was going to say, able to start spamming out Thunderstrike maybe now.
No.
Just taking a bit of damage.
God, that's so frustrating. And it used to
Top
be
lane,
better.
however. Miero getting body blocked here by Boxy. The Dispose is there, still able to survive. One more physical attack is needed. They'll dive the tier 1. They get the kill on Liquid.
Very nicely done. Certainly wasn't expecting that as... Oh, actually. Nightfall, he's going to be okay on that bottom side of the map. How's mid going as well? I think Nisha's doing pretty well, considering he's going up against a Viper for this stage. It's obviously that sort of thing where you need to try and crush the lane as much as possible as save. He's even going to go down on top as well.
He is. He wants to get all the Shadow Poison stacks, it looks like. Into both of them. Okay, he's okay.
A little surprised at how well this top lane has gone, to be honest, for Liquid. Of course, the lane now all the way back next to the tier 1 tower makes it a little bit easier for Miero to be able to make plays. Puts the second point into the Whirling Death. It's really level 4 that they need to start getting a bit more worried once he can have that 1 point in the Timber Chain to be able to make plays with. Doing their best to try and stop the small camp. Save has to be very careful as well, otherwise Mickey might be looking to go for a bit of a jump onto him, but he's just staying at that maximum range to make sure that that doesn't happen and might end up sniping all these small camps. Yeah, very nice.
Seeing how this mana burn is really nice here on Doom, stopping Nightfall from using Power Shot here. Every time he gets enough mana to use it, it's just mana burn,
Yep.
mana burn.
Thank you. Yoink. Oh, Nisha was forced all the way back to base, huh? Just had to TP back through an aggressive move coming out from GPK, so that's going to harm his net worth somewhat. Pretty much the only lane that's going overwhelmingly well for Liquid is top, I would say. There's a couple of kills that the Marcy has been able to be involved in. Has to be careful about going near those trees though up against Miero. Boxy's body blocking has been pretty damn good.
He's been so annoying here with the body blocks. Just wait until they have enough damage on Mickey.
Might be able to bait this out a little bit here. I wonder if Save feeds over the healing salve onto Miero, who, oh, he's not quite yet level 4. He's still going to go for a bit of a dive here. There we go, level 4.
Cancel the healing salve.
I don't know if they've realized this. Boxy might be in a bit of trouble if he stays near that tree. Oh no, he'll be fine.
Already committing more there, still okay. Has that Orb of Corrosion now, nice to
Look at that
reduce the
damage.
healing. Well, there we go, there's the rebound and the dispose. Boxy's still okay here. Maybe some more Shadow Poison stacks.
Maybe, but you have to be
saving.
careful. I mean, you're going up against a healing Lotus as well on Boxy, so it's not like he's weak by any means. And all of that lifesteal that he's able to get by being paired together with Mickey just serves him doubly as well. Mickey's going to get his own Lotus. You don't really see much of that Orb of Corrosion picked up these days, and I'm a little surprised as to why. Like, it still feels like a really good, cheap value item against the likes of your Timbers, your Lashraks, and they're going to try and go onto Nisha here, but Tokyo just a little bit too slow there.
He stops the rebound damage, and Save is just going to TP away. So we'll be fine.
Leaves
Not
Miero
level
up here,
6
solo
yet,
though.
Doom. No, they're going
nowhere
for more
close.
here. Oh! He tried to go for the dispos on Miero, but he was able to actually timber chain, so weird mechanical effect there, Dota-wise. I thought that maybe perhaps he would be able to
Going again.
use the dispos.
And they're unable to go
Miero's
for these dives consistently. Like, they're just begging for another dispose to be able to play
Yeah.
along with. They would love for the level 5 as well. This makes the lane even more challenging. Plus 24 bonus damage now. Instantly applying it back onto Boxy.
Oh, but got the
Dyer's
kill there
middle
onto
tower is
Toronto.
under
Tokyo.
Did he get
Stopping
the...
him from obtaining
no.
the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, Insania still got it, so big win coming out from Liquid. It's not like 33 wanted to be in that lane too much anyway.
Rotation from GBK with the amplified damage rune. Mickey, will he survive in the... Oh, it's so close! 50 HP. 50 HP, he just survives. My gosh. I thought he was
He'll get it
TPing to the fountain, but he TP'd to tower, so I think... I don't know if he would have survived in fountain, you know. Because that would have been a longer TP, wouldn't it? Now they're going for
Miero.
the kill down onto Miero. Stuck within the kinetic field, but the glimpse will bring
you.
him back, and that should be a kill. There it is. It'll actually, funnily enough, go to Boxy.
It's fine enough. I mean, you just need space for Mickey to be able to pick up this farm. Timber's the one that you're worried about a lot of this time, and even on the way through, they were able to place down this Observer Ward from Boxy prior to Save putting his up on the high ground. So any sort of rotations, yeah, it's not the greatest game for Doom in the laning stage, I think, is still going to be the case, right? Despite that, he's still doing better than Miero on the Timbersaw, at least in terms of net worth, but I don't really think he's playing for that super early game. That's why Insania just cut the losses, moved towards top, and tried to influence up there.
Maybe they want to try and go for GPK here. They will. Attempting
Yes,
to
just
try and
standard
come
fight.
to now Nisha. He's still okay. There's the save and a rotation from 33. He finds the kill. But in return, Nisha will fall. So a killing spree, funnily enough, for the IO POS 5. That is something you don't see every day.
Shad. I love this cosmetic as well. Oh, seeing a relocate coming through behind the boys. Nightfall doesn't exactly have the most mana.
There we go, Infernal Blade. They're the
Foxy.
TP. Oh, that stops the kill. That does. I think
does
that's
it?
Sacred
Does it?
Arrow.
Does it
Oh,
stop the
actually,
kill?
no, it doesn't.
He's saying deny me. Oh no.
Doesn't get it.
They'd already started the TPs out to the lane, unfortunately. Feeling like they would need it up top instead. And just like that, Doom is actually doing just fine on net worth. What the hell just happened? 33. He was like in 5th place about a minute and a half ago, I feel. And now they've been able to just kill a hero, go to multiple different lanes, farm multiple waves. Feels pretty good.
I mean, Nightfall was at the top too. A
Yeah.
couple of minutes ago. Nah, that's
That's a
definitely
sack
changed.
Yeah, Save's going to be able to still continue to build up stacks, though, for his boys. Get a nice injection of gold coming through shortly. Still walking around underneath this high ground sentry, though. Sorry, Observer Ward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
You saw with
is
that
under
previous
attack.
time that they went for the kill onto GPK, which they did get in exchange for Nisha. It just changes the way you have to fight. Like, I like the fact that he recognized immediately. Hold on, actually, Smoke.
Oh, he gets the disruption out again. Save. With the reactions, attempting to turn it around now with the demonic
Nice
purge.
arrow.
Mickey, the sacred arrow connects upon him, and they find the kill. In return, GPK also rotating in, trying to find Insania, and they'll find him too. Two for nothing here on BetBoom.
Do you see now why I simp for Save? Like, all these plays that he's making in the lane, not only to, you know, net a kill or two for his cause, but just to save his life. He's not giving anything up for free. And, yeah, he's doing a fantastic job, even making a bunch of those
Dire's
stacks that I
top
was
tower
mentioning.
is under attack.
It's Oh, they're just pressuring this tier 1 tower top now. Knowing that they are feeling strong here. This disruption having a ginormous effect here on both Mickey and Boxy's attempts to try and find themselves a kill.
They might be trying for a relocate play down bottom here. I'm just seeing... No, it doesn't seem like it. Insania was about to go through the twin gate, perhaps aiming for some sort of aggressive play in onto Nightfall. It would be a great pick-off if they were able to catch out the Wind Ranger. But maybe just a little bit low on the mana front was Boxy.
Radiant are scanning.
Go for a smoke, just the two of them. They would love a freebie with just these guys, but of course, like I said, relocate, up and available.
Miera's looking pretty low, though. He's looking pretty unhealthy. He's actually glimpsed out of the kinetic field, funnily enough. He's going to attempt to Timber Chain away. There's the disruption save, but it will not save his life. The Doom applied now, too, onto save, diving the tier 2 tower. That should be enough. There we go. They get the kill, and 33 just TPs away. They find 2 here on Liquid, so at least they're getting something back here in return. It's not a stump on the side of BetBoom. So. Well, space for Nisha, I think, as well.
Yeah,
farming up the ancient stacks.
That I believe he made himself as well. This is just a man doing his own work, playing his own game right now. It's pretty much all BetBoom for the first 5 or so minutes, but Team Liquid have taken that one over since. What's the mid tower health situation like? Looking pretty even for now. I'm just interested to see what Nisha's build is going to be. Is he going to like look to try and pair together with the rest of his team, go a Blink Dagger so that he can confirm a Doom into a follow-up kill, and look to play even further around that Io Marcy combination, or is he just going to go Desolator? Like let the other 4 members of the team be those space creators, play that true 4 protect 1, and then either take those big stacks for himself or go into like a Desolator and start taking towers for yourself. I think it might be the latter.
Oh, the damage is already big here on Marcy. 200 damage if you activate the armlet. That's pretty nuts. And then you've got overcharge too.
Yep.
I see why they picked this now, yeah.
Ooh, they actually see Nightfall down here. They might be going for a relocate play. Look at Nightfall.
Nice static storm, yeah, they're coming in with a relocate. Here we go. Do they have enough damage? There's the dispose. And they find the kill.
Insania probably not even going to drop a ward here. There's no real point.
Wait. They're coming back. They may jump them. When they're back, here we go. BetBoom, they want to get some vengeance. They're going to attempt to find the kill here onto Mickey. Slowed down there by the demonic purge, still living through it. He's still alive with thanks to the sidekick. Look at that. Oh, but a lot of damage from the Aurora, but still able to live through it all. Still okay. They find a kill out of that. Still, they may even find save here too on Liquid.
They will. They've been able to divide this one up very nicely. Insania just using that glimpse to prevent the rotation coming in. It just slowed it down a little bit. And of course, anytime you're fighting underneath your own tower, it's a really advantageous time to be able to be, because you can get those reinforcements so easily. I love the fact that Insania immediately rotated back there, not even needing to waste the TP, just in case he was needed mid, you know? And again, all the while, Nisha is just farming.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Using the fog to their advantage. This is really good play by Team Liquid. Miera's so close, though.
Sheesh. 14-minute Shiva's Guard on 33. Top of the net worth. 8k. Oh.
I mean, I remember when Tundra won TI11, Doom was one hero that their opponents just would not let them play, and 33 was the reason for that. He's incredibly good on this hero. Just so versatile at pretty much all stages of the game. Knows the right Doom target, knows the right itemization. He's still holding onto that mana burn. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up, whether it be a Centaur Creep or that Satyr Banisher, just to be able to ruin Windranger's day, at least prior to her getting a BKB for herself.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke play from 4, scanning underneath this tier 1 tower. They don't find anyone. I mean, they're going in blind here, but this smoke is going to break on Toronto, Tokyo. He's have himself 2 leap charges. The glimpse is ready. There we go. He's already committed them, and that should be a definitely dead Mirana. Yep, there we go. Maybe perhaps they'll find the tier 1 tower too.
I can't tell you how satisfying that is. Just like, you're going nowhere, buddy. You're not going anywhere. Glimpse you back into the team. Especially if it's a core. I think they're so good. Nope.
has fallen.
It is good that only Toronto Tokyo was there, though, right? Like, you end up losing a tower, but it's for a tower in exchange. Mickey has just been playing around that bottom side for so long, top side, that as soon as he moves bottom, you know something's up. You know they're trying to make some sort of a play happen.
Dire are scanning.
Almost got this BKB though soon onto Mickey. This will be very, very nice in these.
They got eyes on him,
fights. They do. They're going to disrupt him. Where's the follow-up? Here we go. Trying to attempt the damage, but here we go. Ball, look at those heals! With thanks to the Aya, but it's actually going to relocate just a little bit back. They place the Doom there onto GPK also, but the Moonlight Shadow will save him for some time. Meanwhile, they're trying to chase Miera within the trees. They will find him. That's the Timber Sword down and the TP there from GPK. He will get out of that fight, so they will just lose 2 here. But that was an initiation there from BetBoom, which just goes horribly.
Once again, though, it is underneath a tier 2 tower, right? It makes things so difficult. You get a TP rotation out from the Doom. You get Nisha as well, looking to play around that sort of vicinity, and it just becomes so challenging to try and withstand all of that damage that they've got coming out there. Io just buffs up Marcy way too much at this stage. I think he's got a mech coming out to him as well.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo able to leap away. Boxy, he's okay, he has himself the tether, just gets away, easy peasy, just like that.
Or even anticipating that a Moonlight Shadow might be about to come in the next little bit. Eyes the dust for Boxy, not wanting to let them get away for free. Sania might run into Toronto Tokyo here. Who's going to run into who, actually?
Oh,
33 would be a great pick.
Trees. There's the disruption. Sacred Arrow. It does connect. Focus fire there too. Do they have enough to take down this Doom? Actually healed up there by Boxy. Completely fine. Just now trying to find save. The focus fire still laying into the Doom. They do find themselves the Shadow Demon.
Still alive though.
Still trying to aggressively play here. Mickey, he's so close to death. They will finally find him. He's taken out down for 30 seconds.
That BKB was just waiting for him in base. Wasn't quite able to get it delivered for him. Would have been a complete turnaround if he had that, just completely ignoring the Viper, the Timber Saw, all that damage coming through. How much damage did Nisha do in that fight? Yeah, just the 1200. I was wondering when the TA was really ready to get in there, get amongst it, but didn't seem like he was fully prepped. Be able to just jump into the thick of things. Oh, actually, they might be able to catch Insania.
They might do. He's trying to attempt to flee, but the heals up there from Boxy will be enough. Yes, just about 50 HP away from death. Back to the heals.
Yeah. That was everything. They popped everything onto that Disruptor. They know how impactful Insania can be on this hero. They need to make a bit of a retreat here, losing their vision advantage. So it is very much a seesawing sort of game, right? Where one team comes out on top, and a lot of it is based around the vision advantage that you're able to claim. Even just using that Moonlight Shadow to retreat, which is generally not the way that you want to do it, especially going up against a Disruptor. It's a simple dust into a glimpse and you're caught.
That was Holy Locket from Boxy there.
Yep, Holy Locket, mech into the seeds. Very nicely done. Even a Lotus, I think he used.
Middle tower has fallen.
Nisha attempting to go for a Desolator here too. Wait, trying to find the Timber. Uh-oh, Miera does not have himself a lot of mana, and that TP is cancelled. They just come out there with the Unleash. Find a very easy kill there onto the Timber Sword.
I was wondering when Marcy was going to look to pick up that the Aghanims. Yeah, they're trying to use the end of the Unleash as well to be able to take the Torment.
Boxy, he's okay. He's okay.
Ooh. It's a little bit of boost as well through the Aghanim shot.
Watching Toronto Tokyo just farm creeps during that time. Here we go. So what's next now for Liquid? They have themselves the BKB, which they haven't used yet. Speaking of BKBs, we've just got one here for Nightfall 2 on the Wind Ranger. So a few core items coming out here. GPK has himself a Hurricane Pike 2, going the Manta style.
I feel like they're generally going to be pretty happy on Liquid just to chill for only a couple of minutes. Like, they could potentially look to try and take Roshan if they feel like they've got good control over it. But without the Deso quite yet picked up on Nisha, I wonder if they feel like they can do it fast enough. Oh, never mind. They actually have this really deep ward placed by Insania that just gives good information about when they're going to go for a smoke. And they see that this is coming. So that's the line being drawn on the map right there. Just to say this is the direction they're coming from. And there you go. There's the power of that Ag Shard on the Disruptor. Just giving good vision. Oh, actually the arrow lands onto the TA. It's kind of big. Might even glimpse back the Timbersaw. Just to slow him down a little bit.
Oh, did they sit in this Roche pit or not?
Do they have detection down?
They got the Moonlight Shadow. The Doom is applied there onto the Timber. Timber instantaneously dead with no buyback, but the focus fire there onto 33. That will find the kill. GPK trying to flee. Very, very low.
He's caught.
PK hot on his trail. Finds the kill. That's a 2-for-1, 3-for-1. And Liquid defend this Roche pit. And are going to go now for Toronto Tokyo. He does have himself some leap charges, but is going to be glimpsed away, but will be found there by the hands of Insania. They take themselves 4 here on Liquid. They will defend this Roshan pit, get themselves the Aegis.
Loved Insania's positioning there as well, right? Like, they knew exactly where they were coming. Because of his ward, he used the Thunderstrike in the perfect spot, right behind the fog, so the only time that you realize it is after you've already turned the corner to walk into it. And then as the fight was happening, he just stays patiently in the tree line, waits for the BKBs to run out, and then drops the perfect Static Storm, locking the Wind Ranger in place, and there's nothing that she can do. I mean, that certainly helps, getting a Doom onto the Timbersaw just as he's joining the fight.
Yeah, and that was a 9-second BKB there too, Danog. So activating that BKB just so then you can't use any spells. It feels so horrible. Great.
10k net worth lead for Liquid. They've been hitting the practice hard, and it's showing all across the board. Their carries, cores, way ahead right now. And again, Disruptor just one of those heroes that you don't need much. As long as you can rely on your own positioning. Insania feeling like he doesn't even have the need for a Blink Dagger, just opting to go for the drums, enabling the rest of his team even further.
That is so annoying, that Aghanim shot. I'm
oh,
just oh, Sacred Arrow does land onto Insania.
Yes!
They are.
That is a gold tier line, so I'm very happy that he's played enough Disruptor to get it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's so versatile, right? Like, you can just...
strikes.
From huge range, and you can just, like, it stays there for, how many seconds? 7 seconds. So just put it, like, in front of where creeps are going to spawn at 25 seconds, right? And it's going to latch onto the creep wave. And then you can probably get another one pretty soon after that. So it just guaranteed kills the creep wave. There we go. With that assistance, Nisha is able to, with his traps, with all those Thunderstrike procs, give him enough protection that he feels comfortable enough to be able to take a tier 2 tower for free and still hold on to that Aegis. Like they want to make a bit of a play up on this top side here. Insania and 33 once again being the duo to make the rotations. TA just playing in relatively safe space, although it looks like he's joining the rest of the team. This is what I love about Liquid. They're just so quick to be able to join each other for these ganks, and pops the BKB just to run away, but he's still going to die.
Yeah, that's Nightfall dead. No way of escaping that one. There we go, gets the kill. Liquid really coming out on top here. They're going to try and go for not only this tier 1, they've just picked the tier 2 here as well. They'll decimate that tier 1 tower. Now going for the tier 2. Still with 2 minutes and 20 on this Aegis on Nisha. They are having a fabulous time right now in Liquid, as they look for more here, even with this Observer Ward.
Yeah, look at this here. This is what you can do with Disruptor. You just go on hunting for people, and they're forced to run from a position 5. They're forced to run, and they're just trying to get the hell out of dodge. He's just roamed across the entire side of the map from left to right, and there's nothing that they can do about it.
Oh, he is on the deal now. Oh.
He is a little deep there, I'd say. Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna relocate. Here we go. Here comes Mickey. The silence there, onto 2, able to force staff down to low ground. GPK is out, but I tell you who isn't. Save, who gets decimated by the hands of the Unleash there from Marcy. So now they they actually relocate back to the tier 2 tower. Now they're trying to go from the arrow so close to death.
Thunderstrike still on him.
Close to death. 1 physical tap remains. Gets the kill. Mickey on a double kill. They are dominating right now on Liquid, and there's nothing it seems that BetBoom can actually do, as now they go for this tier 2 tower on the mid, still with this Aegis, it's up for a minute, and they may even just go for the tier 3.
Why not? They've got the siege creep, they've got no glyph. Just keep the ball rolling. Same here as well. Just getting some nice D-wards off. 33 pulls the top creep wave, looking to equalize that one out somehow. Just to potentially enable multiple lanes. I'm not sure if they feel confident enough to be able to take multiple, especially fighting into the BetBoom base.
Radiant's middle tower has been denied.
Just giving a little bit of extra movement speed to Nisha with the rebound to enable him to get on out of there. Once again, Insania's just going hunting. Yeah, it's not going to be a little bit though. What's up?
I'm just looking at the net worth. Compared to each other's positions, like Nisha is 5k ahead of the Viper.
Oh
is
my god,
5K
they found
ahead
that.
of Wind Ranger. Oh, BKB. Flips.
No,
It
he
will
didn't
not
move. Didn't move far enough away from the original point, so it just instantly connects through. So smart there by Nightfall, but it must suck to never be able to leave the base just because of a position 5, right? It's not only the position 5. You've got blinks on the TA and the Doom and a relocate as well, so it just makes it a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, as I was saying, you know, 5k ahead on both like the safe lanes and the mid lanes. Oh my gosh, Insania.
Yes. Yeah, you can see why Mika is giving the tips over to Insania. Try it, you'll love it.
What's that plan now? I mean, Aegis is expired.
Relocate in is the plan.
We're going to return there with the Doom. The relocate's in. Yeah, they find themselves safe. The focus
Mika's not
fire there,
connected, though.
onto Mickey, along with the Viper ultimate too, but they're able to live through it. Mickey so close to death, just relocating out. He will survive. Wow.
Got a little lucky there. Boxy was completely out of mana and the tether broke, so couldn't use the mech onto him. Just had to feed him over a greater healing Lotus just to make sure that Mickey would survive through that last little bit. Ends up being enough to be able to do so. 3-for-1 trade, and they're once again able to just go up onto the high ground. If they try to run, they're just going to get glimpsed.
There it is. And that's a dead Wind Ranger. I wouldn't be surprised if they call GG. Yep, there it is. GG is called by Toronto Tokyo. They will get themselves game on, and it is best of 2 Liquids. They were hot.
They were indeed. It felt like a cohesive draft for sure. It felt like they had fun. I mean, you could just see the smiles across all the faces there. It's always big smiles in the Liquid team house, and yeah, for good reason. It just felt like this was classic Liquid Dota, right? Ball up, go at them, use our outnumber, use our advantage. The one thing that really impressed me about that game, though, was the laning phase. I feel like Nisha was able to get way too much done against a Viper, even with a couple of rotations, actually, towards his lane from save. You have to remember as well, they were playing against First Blood. That's the only kill that Nightfall was able to get as a result of the disruption into the arrow combination. And yeah, I feel like they just really they put in work against Miero. The first kill was with a bit of assistance from Insania, but yeah, beyond then, I really just thought it was really solid play coming through from the Boxy Mickey pairing.
Yeah, it was just really difficult for them to even get off some damage. Like, I know they have themselves Timbersaw, but what can you do with Timbersaw if you get doomed? Nightfall, on the other hand, felt like he was controlled quite well by Insania here, especially with some of the glimpses, and you felt the pressure of the Disruptor come into effect when he's trying to farm a bottom lane, and as you says, have to TP away from a support with a BKB. That's not where you want to be using a BKB, so even if, when they do pick these up, they're not able to use them here at all, and it was just a very difficult situation for BetBoom to try and find themselves something with this draft. It just felt like Liquid's draft was quite superior.
Yeah, I mean, the ending kill score was 8-29, and I just did some quick mental maths for the damage between the two teams. BetBoom weren't really out-damaged that much. It's just that Boxy did 25k healing. You know, that's the great equalizer there, and it's AoE healing as well, so even something against the Timbersaw, you had the mech to be able to have against it. You have the sidekick as well on the Marcy, just to be able to help out a little bit. And of course, the overcharge, the tether, everything coming through from that, whether it be Holy Locket or, of course, any sort of healing lotuses. Just gives them a free way to be able to do all of that damage and just undo it, reset the fight. And again, anything that provides some repositioning aspect is always going to be A+ in my books.
I think obviously, of course, the relocates and the tether saves, it was not just on Mickey, but also, like, for example, on Insania, underneath that tier 2 tower, if you saw, the amount of saves that came out of the Eye were absolutely insane. I would definitely feel like I'd have to give Boxy here.
Yeah, I thought Boxy played a great game too. I think it was a really good team performance, to be honest, right? Every Doom was a winner. Nisha didn't get sucked into too many fights. It felt like he was just making sure to farm, be that threat that they drafted for him to be. And yeah, he was the main building damage dealer because they were really lacking anything else, especially prior to that Aghanim Scepter. You can't afford to use the Unleash just for tower taking, and you're not going to take any towers with a Disruptor and an IO and a Doom, right? So I think he was very measured about where they took their fights, and this was a classic 4 Protect 1 draft with a carry in the mid lane that was executed very, very well. So big props to Liquid, very nicely done in Game 1.
But yes, folks, we will be going for a break, so stay tuned because we'll be back with Game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Let's see if BetBoom can equalize this, or will Liquid be able to take it 2-0? Find out, because we'll be back soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Elite League with myself, Ebedamnosh. Joining me is Danog. We're coming to the conclusion of the final series for us. You do indeed have some more Dota after this, but we're going to see whether BetBoom will be able to equalize this, or will Liquid be able to take this series 2-0. We've had 2-2-0s so far, so this would make it the third 2-0, which is a bit insane to see. No pun intended for Insania, however you want to pronounce it, for those haters out there in the chat for how I pronounce it. But yes, we're coming into the second game to see whether it will be an equalization or not. And a draft is underway also. So we're going to see how this will take place. Do you think BetBoom needs to do something different in regards to... Oh, they ban IO. IO is gone. So
that's a good start.
There.
That's a good start. I mean, both Toronto, Tokyo, and Save can play it, but... I guess BetBoom had first pick overall, so they just wanted to pick what they wanted, you know, if that makes sense. And they would feel much more comfortable picking the Leshrac first than the IO first, just because maybe they have a little bit less flexibility with what they can look to play. Liquid actually ban out the Disruptor for themselves, so, you know, that's not going to be in this game. They clearly see the value of it.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm interested to see what they look to pair together with this, because I really like Save whenever he's playing his Lion, and I don't think outside of the IO we see enough, like, steroids, I call them, for the Lesh. So something like an IO, something like a Pugna, very capable of playing both, and I feel like it just enables that Leshrac a little bit more in terms of what you need for being able to just keep pushing on forward. Maybe against a Kunkka it is the Lion, right? Because you want to be able to find that quick burst before he's able to get off that spell combination, and Pugna doesn't necessarily have that, but once you've got a Blink Dagger on the Lion, you absolutely can.
So yeah, some strong picks coming out from either side. Particularly that of the first picks. Leshrac, usually we see on the mid lane here. I know I've mentioned it before, Danog, and you said get this idea out my head of flexing the hero. I'm starting to agree with you. Actually, I did see a Lesh support a while ago. It was I would say it was not that good to be in one of my games. Yeah. It was horrible. But
it's like, you know, I mentioned a few of these heroes that do a lot without farm, right? Like Phoenix, like I guess Venomancer could be in that boat, Brewmaster as well. Leshrac is the opposite. Leshrac needs farm. Leshrac is in there amongst it and needs to be, like, tanky, basically, to be able to survive all the damage that's being thrown at him, so that he can throw it back twice as strong. And so I think that doesn't really fit any criteria for a support, really. That's not what the job of them is to be able to do.
BetBoom teams turn to pick.
Oh, an Oracle. That's an unconventional hero being picked out here for Liquid.
Not
Very
for
intriguing.
Insania. He loves it, the man.
Oh, does he? Oh, okay, fair enough then. But I have to say, very, very good hero. I mean, especially with one of the...
remaining.
I think it's called the Fate's Edict?
There you go, that's the
5
W.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, okay, cool. I was right. I don't need to search that up then. So yes, the Fate's Edict, which is... It used to disarm people, which used to be, you know, a kind of like 50-50 whether I want to put it on a carry or not. But now, with your allies, it does not disarm them. And it also gives them, I think, 100% magic resist.
Bingo.
Which is absolutely crazy, an underrated spell. So Oracle will come out, it's going to be amazing against the Leshrac. If you do get yourself a melee core that is going to be at the front line, so, you know, you place it on Oracle. Lion comes out in return, though, a hero that's played a lot within the pubs. We haven't seen it all that much at the moment throughout the Elite League, but it will finally come into play here for BetBoom.
Yep, I mean, it's for all the reasons that I said before, right? You need burst. You need to be able to just instantly wipe out a hero off the map. And I feel like, for all the reasons that I was saying Kunkka, it's kind of the same for an Oracle as Silencer. Okay, this is a bit more of a niche hero. Obviously, it is like an Oracle answer. I really hope we get to see the classic play that Insania likes to do. Like, if he sees a team fight coming, he'll start channeling his Q onto himself so that if Global Silence goes off, he gets it, it goes off, it cleanses off the silence, and then he can still be part of the fight. It's always really cool to see him make that play. It is... I mean, the supports are kind of squish, I guess you could say. So you've already got a Kunkka that is not exactly a frontliner, but you kind of have to get through him first to be able to get to the rest of the team. I want to see Team Liquid go something that is able to actually find this backline, because just slowly walking into a fight isn't going to work for you. So either something that just builds a blink dagger, or something that has natural ways to just be able to, like, you know, get around cliffs. So, I mean, DK's banned, you know, very popular Aghanim Scepter recent. I'm always a fan of the Night Stalker, but maybe with a Kunkka they feel like they can't do it this game. Luna's pretty fine. I mean, eventually if you get into the Kanda, right, you can just do a little bit more of that damage from afar, which feels not too bad. Not the greatest Manta game now, though, considering you are against a Lion, so he's always going to be able to instantly clear both of them if he's got the Shard, or if you opt to use the Drain and the Hex, you can even do it prior to that.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, speaking of the mana drain though on Lion, the Shard here is very, very nice to get yourself non-disrupted, I think, within the Torrent Storm as well. Along with any other magical damage that gets outputted. Eclipse, for example, that's another good one.
Yep. I mean, basically, BetBoom just don't want to let Liquid have a team fight. Is the long and short of it, right? Like, either blink in and blow someone up, or if you aren't successful in doing that, use Global Silence. If it's prior to BKBs, just throw it out at the start. If it's after, someone needs to initiate the fight so that you can global immediately after BKBs are being popped. So it's an obvious way of playing, but it's also kind of hard to counter, if that makes sense. And, you know, there's the sort of hero that does want to go in on the backlines to support this Lion Blink. It's Axe, right? You can just quickly get onto an Oracle. Doesn't matter if at the very last second you get off a False Promise, still going to be able to chop through it.
It needs some time, though, right, to get online, unless you have yourself a great time. I mean, you're against a Luna and an Oracle, so Oracle is obviously going to be able to heal you up. Though I do have to say, if the False Promise comes out below the threshold of a Culling Blade, the heals
Still
are
in
not
danger.
going to matter. But yeah, hopefully we'll be hot on the heels in terms of casting those spells on Insania. So he's actually able to save someone there with the False Promise, and Axe is not able to actually do anything. But as you said, as I said as well, in regards to timing, you definitely need yourself a Blink Dagger and a Blade Mail in order to have a massive impact here on Axe, and that is going to take some time. So if they choose something here on Liquid that can kind of pressure that timing and be able to have an impact quite early on, I think it's going to be very beneficial here for Liquid, because Lestrak, he needs to build up, he needs to scale in order to have himself a great time, and so does the Axe, and I don't think Silencer is a great hero at counteracting early pressure.
No, it's not. I'm just thinking of what hero they want to be putting into that role. Like, because Nisha plays an amazing Kunkka, so I'm assuming that he's going to be playing that as opposed to 33, and he's leaving his hero until the very end. So it's just a question of what does he want to play into the Sven now? Like, do you go something like a Brewmaster that just provides a little bit of extra havoc for these team fights, but the downside is Global Silence still kind of wrecks you. So is it something that goes into a BKB a bit earlier, or something like a Tide Hunter, for example, that is going to get the Kraken shell off, that will cleanse the Global Silence, and then, you know, you get a little bit of a Ravage turnaround. Maybe if you don't have BKBs early on BetBoom team, you might be in a little bit of trouble, and your Ravage is kind of like your Global Silence counter in a way. So no Slaughter, no Doom. I can still see the Tide working. I don't really like the Brewmaster. Beastmaster, maybe if they went like the Helm of the Overlord build, because again, Lion Silencer kind of suck at dealing against that. And it would give you another form of frontline, so that Luna is enabled a little bit further. You can also naturally buy a Blink Dagger on the hero and just blink onto the back lines, roar someone. There you go.
Well, there it is. You
Also syncs up well with the Luna, right? With the Inner Beast Aura, just to enable this real Death Ball style of Dota. And even if Sven goes... I'm not sure what build 33 is going to go, right? If he feels like the Sven is going to use that Warcry a little bit too effectively to have high armor, then obviously the axes are going to be good. But you got to be careful about going this build that's like 2-stack greedy, if that makes sense, because you've already got a Kunkka and a Luna that are going to be taking stacks. So I'm not sure if there's going to be enough to go around. and if you maybe should just be focusing on the lane instead. You know, just trying to pressure with boars as long as your micro is good and they're not getting like cleaved down by the Sven.
We also, I mean, when I was mentioning about timings too, Sven obviously needs time as well in order to get up to speed. So I'm wondering who's going to be the space creator here for BetBoom. That's what's running in my head at the moment. Maybe it all depends upon Miero having himself a absolutely fantastic time here on the Axe. I don't know what you think. Maybe perhaps GPK will, but you're against a Kunkka here, and Nisha is able to output just as much damage as GPK is, especially with the Tidebringer.
Yeah, I think what BetBoom need to do is look to play around countering 33 as much as possible for the early stages of the game, because Luna early on is still kind of squish, so you don't want to, like, have her out on the front lines taking towers with the rest of the team behind her. It needs to be a bit more of, like, you win a team fight, so Luna is there to assist at the very end of it and then take the tower, if that makes sense. So if you take out 33, who's the main tower taker, then it's going to still give you time to get into those amounts of farm that you're wanting. So, you know, your Blink Blade Mail on your Axe, your Blink on the Lion, Silencer, I don't even know what he gets. Does he get a Glimmer Cape or something like that? I don't know. But you need time to be able to farm, and the way to do that is to slow down this Beastmaster as much as possible. He is already queuing up the Helm of the Dominator, though.
I am shocked.
So I'll be really intrigued to see how BetBoom will get themselves unscathed after the start of the game.
I also wonder if Miero, just in his lane, I might touch on it when we get a bit closer, but this is a lane where you might be able to get away with some, like, lane cutting shenanigans, right? Like, early on, Fortune's End has an 18-second cooldown, so if you can potentially bait Insania to use it early on, you can cut the wave and there's nothing really an Oracle can do about it. Even a Root isn't the worst. He's not going to be able to follow up with too much damage, and you just get the first few waves for free, give Miero a bunch of XP to be able to start the game off, and maybe that'll work out for you.
There's this smoke. He's still got quite a bit of time in here, so it's a late one. The smoke might break if
The battle begins.
Mania and Nisha attempt to get it. They actually won't. Although they do get themselves a nerf spike there onto Insania, but he is okay. He'll get underneath that tower, and he is fine.
Okay. I don't hate this from the Silencer as well. Like, going the Glaives of Wisdom, just because, again, you're up against a techies, right? He is going to be trading very well with you, so you got to try and reduce that amount of harass by as much as possible. Stealing away the intellect is a good way to do it. You know, weakening universal heroes. It also means that you don't really care too much about Techie's relatively high armor as well. So Toronto Tokyo, he's going to be looking to try and trade with Boxy as much as he can.
He's got some good distance away from the Silencer too, so just trying to move around the creep wave in order not to be harassed by the Silencer, whilst still outputting damage onto both Toronto, Tokyo, and Night.
Yeah. So obnoxious the attack range that Techie's has. Honestly, Silencer's is pretty good too. 600 is nothing to shake a stick at, but Techie's 700. You can just out-harass so easily. You can get a little bit closer to creep waves just because you're still far enough away from heroes. You exceed that 500 range that he doesn't actually harass you all that much.
Yeah, it reminds me when Techies used to have absolutely zero base damage when he used to be a master miner.
Mm-hmm. When Slacks liked him.
Yeah. Back in the day when it would turn your game of Dota into Minesweeper.
That was not Dota. Don't even call it Dota at that point.
That's why I changed the game.
Yeah. They've been able to somehow get this hard camp up on here, so I'm a little surprised that it's been allowed to happen on Liquid's side. It's exactly what Miero wants, just a few of those early levels while they can still get a little bully in here. Although it is going to be a bit of a power spike for Liquid when they hit their own level 3. Insania just having 2 points in the Purifying Flames can make a lot of harassment happen, and you can even get some denies going off against your own range creeps. Like, he just tried to there, but Miero got a lucky spin to be able to still secure the range creep. So, luck on the BetBoom side for now.
How are things looking mid at the moment? GPK looking relatively healthy here, not being harassed all that much at the moment.
Hey, he's got a bottle. He'll be fine.
Denied.
Nisha just got his coming out to him now. Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of... Okay, yeah. Oh, that's very selfless there from Mickey. Even just giving the last hit over to Insania to make sure that he gets that battle hunger off with his Oracle.
Mickey's courier was about to be sniped there by Save.
Multiple camp pulls on this bottom lane as well. Now it's the small camp that means that Mickey is going to be able to sit back and farm a little bit more freely. While still getting a pull off, it seems, for Insania. On to the next wave. 1.5 stacks there. So yeah, again, I wonder, like, does... I feel like Mira can, yeah, just quickly take this prior... Oh, no, they are level 3, so it's not going to be quite as easy. But can he just go behind the this wave and just pull the next one? Especially while this is pushed in towards him.
I'm not sure. Oh, the Boxy is going to beat Toronto Tokyo in the trees. Hello, hi. As the sticky bomb is there. Blast off should help obtain the kill. As the wild axes, there we go. Helps to take down Toronto Tokyo.
Okay, so yeah, again, this is a lot more what I was expecting from 33. He just went the 1 point in the wild axes because at the time you had Silencer basically keeping mind of Techies, so Techies wasn't able to go for as much of that harass, not able to secure as many range creeps, assists with that heavily, and if you're going a Helm of the Overlord build, may as well go as many units as possible, right, just so that they're all benefiting from these auras coming around. So he's already got 2 points in the Call of the Wild, and 33's micro is just insanely good, so he shouldn't really be in too much danger of losing his boar. Although...
Oh, blast off there. Onto Nightfall. Slowed down by the sticky bomb. But 33 might be the first person to fall here. He doesn't have himself any more heals and he will fall. Nightfall able to hold his ground and they will not get the kill. He's just too tanky here on the Sven.
He is indeed.
Bottom lane.
Oh, okay.
That was what you were on about, the harass with the Purifying Flames and the Fortune's End. They committed that onto Save and then Mickey got the final physical attack. And meanwhile, mid lane, oh, Nisha! Oh, that's very close. He's able to use the X marks and TP away, get himself back to full HP.
I thought that would have been with. I thought there would have been with 2 points of the Lucent Beam as well, but Mickey at the time just had 1, so really nice harassment done. Showing again why Insania very comfortable on his Oracle. Well worth this early pick, and I love it when teams have that distinct hero pool. You know, that's just a little bit different for them. Liquid definitely one of those.
Uh-oh. Boxy. Been chased. He may actually fall here from one more glaive. He actually survives. He's okay. Blast off in, though. Return kill. Very nice. To Toronto Tokyo. We'll take him out, so at least they find something more. Sticky Bomb and the Wild Axes just doing work there to Nightfall. He's still okay, though.
Yeah, as long as you're keeping in the range, I feel like you should be very satisfied with that as Nightfall goes and quickly yoinks away a Lotus. Easily done by him. But yeah, this is really the death by 1,000 cuts, is what I call it, right? Where Boxy and 33 are just going to be able to slowly whittle down Nightfall. And really, it's a race to see how much damage can you do before he gets his mask. I'm sorry, I'm seeing them go on to 33 here as they move on back. Might be able to secure the kill.
That should be the kill, right? Oh, blast off. Onto 2. Nightfall. They might be able to turn it around with the Wild Axes. And the damage is so close. 80 HP. The Toronto Tokyo is going to fall to the tower first.
Oh,
you
he made
this! Oh!
Get the
Boxy's
stack.
okay.
He gets the stack as well. Let's go, Boxy. He gets it all. He might have missed the stack, actually. But it doesn't matter. It's the style that counts.
Radiant are scanning.
I love it when two close teams go up against each other like this, and it's literally like the difference of one right click or one tiny little outplay that you're able to get that sort of thing. Just not calculating that you had, I want to say, 5 magic stick charges on the Beastmaster at the time, means that you commit just that little bit too heavily, you take 1 extra tower hit, And yeah, there's a little bit of luck involved, I guess, with that high ground miss, but still, they made it happen.
Compensation though from Boxy. They want to try and find the axe, and I think they'll get it because the axe has decided to go something of the likes of Van. Actually, how do you feel about this? 2 braces and phase boots on axe.
Yeah, it feels fine to me. I mean, I feel like you're going to be going up against... You need a little bit more physical damage as well to be able to deal with the Beastmaster creep, and it's going to be dealing a ton of right clicks to you as well. Boxy, he might be in danger.
Boxy.
Oh, is
That's
it?
a dead Boxy.
What?
That's a dead Boxy.
No.
It's got a dead Boxy. Boxy's okay. He gets out. Wow. Being
That
healed up there by
sidestep.
Insania.
Oh, pixel perfect coming through from the man. Token might run into him though.
You will. Got the blast off. Being charged up. There it is. GPK though, he is invisible. He's going to attempt to turn it around onto Nisha. Nisha falling, and he's gone. Trades his life there for support, but the sticky bomb's there.
Out of mana.
They're going to try and rotate in. They've got themselves the Fortune's End. He's locked in place. Do they have enough? Yes, they do. The level 3 Purifying Flames getting the kill. It's a 2
Dire's
for
middle
1.
tower is under attack.
2 for 1 indeed. Not really losing all that much. You've got Nightfall moved all the way back, and I mean, one of the advantages of playing the Sven up on the Dire side is that he's already popped the God Strength. He's farming away, but it's near this Mighty Minds buff, right? So 7 HP regen on top of the fact that you've got the additional 2 from the safety bubble, plus the Morbid Mask means that he never really has to go to the lane if he feels like it's not a safe place to be. So he gets to choose, and I'd say Nightfall's decision making is up there with one of the best.
Scanning.
I did want to come back and mention this Axe build again, because I was speaking about the fact that Axe, he needs some time in order to try and, before he can be impactful and stop fighting. Do you think he's gotten these 2 braces and the phase boots because he wants to try and help early on to try and provide that space?
I mean, part of it's just so that you can be a little bit more sustainable in the jungle, right? Like, safety bubble plus a couple of braces means that you can do something like take this giant ancient stack that they've been able to make for him. It's going to obviously accelerate his farm a little bit.
Because I thought usually you would go like a Vanguard on the Axe, right?
Yeah, but what's it? I don't think it is going to do that much this game. And I guess the other thing as well is they have... Hopefully Mira's okay. They have a lot of unavoidable damage coming through from Liquid, right? Where Blade Mail is going to be really advantageous. They found Nightfall.
They do. He's okay though.
But yeah,
Let's
you
go
consider
Tips.
you're going up against a Kunkka Tidebringer, a Ghost Ship, Torrent, Wild Axes, Lucent Beam potentially, all of Techie's abilities. Something like a Blade Mail feels pretty damn good against all that. Plus the fact that you're just an axe at the end of the day, and it is pretty much a core item.
Under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Oh, they smoke up. GPK
Trying to
and
maintain
Toronto.
this tower if they can. But I think they might be taking it just a little bit too quickly with that Helm of the Dominator creep. Nightfall even putting his body in the way to prevent them from being able to do so. I think Liquid smells what's up.
Yeah, the smoke broke on Boxy there too, so not able to get the element of surprise on GPK, so he'll just back himself off. He has finished himself a Kaya though, so, increasing the output damage that he has on his spells.
Now Liquid's the one to go for a smoke. And to see if they're able to find someone out. They know, again, they know the reason that Nightfall is farming safely back here for the reason I just mentioned. With that level 6 on Boxy, they want to try and burst him 100 to 0.
Here we go. X marks, boats coming in.
Oh,
As it's on target, even with that global silence coming out. Rotation there from Save. Save by name, Save by nature. Helps to get Nightfall
Dire's middle tower
freely
is under
away.
attack.
they will. GPK, he's happy to go on in.
Aurora coming out there in return. They want to try and turn it around here with their nuke damage. The figure comes out, but the blast off is there. They will trade their lives. The save getting very low here. It's going to be trying to be found by the Purifying Flames. Insania will just get the kill, and they'll find Toronto Tokyo there too. So they'll trade it for just 33's life.
Radiant's bottom
That is
tower
a
is under
worthy
attack.
trade.
That was all techies in that fight. Just was able to drop the 3 proximity mines. They all blow up, and it's just a huge amount of AoE damage that ends up catching 2. Once again, Boxy putting in a really solid performance. 2-0 and 7 at this stage, making a lot of solid rotations, making smokes with the rest of his team. I believe he's made a couple of stacks as well for 33 to be able to play around with, which he's now looking to farm just so that he can quickly get into that Helm of the Overlord and look to try and take over this map even more than they already have.
So Miero has just finished himself off a blade mail, so is able to farm more effectively here, especially against these stacks. He's going to try and attempt to make another one here. 33. He's almost on his way to be completing himself this Helm of the Overlord very soon. Just needs that ultimate orb, but remember it is 2,800 gold now. It is quite expensive.
They're just running in. Will they be able to land this X marks onto anyone? Going for the blind torrent. Just misses there on Toronto Tokyo, who... Are they still looking to go for this? Okay. Might have been a little bit of a bridge too far. Maybe assuming that BetBoom aren't quite ready to fight, and... Well, they would be right. GPK was only at half mana at the time. Axe still desperately wanting that Blink Dagger before he can join into the team. I think if they can lose maybe only one more Tier 1 tower and still be in reaching distance of Team Liquid, I think they're going to be pretty happy with this. Like, you've got the potential to turn around with this first big item coming out. I mean, Echo Saber's coming soon for Nightfall. Got the Blink Dagger coming from Miero. GPK starting to build into that Bloodstone from himself, so it's just about making sure you're splitting up your cores as much as you can and farming, and they're all in distinct different areas of the map. They're playing a greedy game right now, but if Liquid don't punish it, then it's going to work out very nicely.
I have to say, he's got that that Blink and Blade Mail pretty quickly.
It's the power of the Blade Mail as well, a little bit of a farm accelerant. Although,
he's almost dead.
Look at save.
Yeah, save might be dead. Save is dead.
Wasn't even able to cast, unfortunately. A little bit of indecision, but again, if it's only save that they're killing, I really don't think BetBoom mind that much. They're not increasing their net worth lead by much at all. Still, passively getting closer towards the Blink Dagger on the line as well, but that's not the real hero that you're mostly concerned about, right? You just want to make sure that you've got GPK and Miero online, and so that Nightfall can come in for the cleanup, basically, at the very end. It's probably going to be at a similar sort of time that this Helm of the Overlord comes online as well. So 33, he hasn't really been involved in too many of the smokes lately. It's Toronto Tokyo, again, another support that gives up their life, but it could be worse. I'm going to keep saying it. It could be a lot worse. It might sound like coke, but it just feels like they're approaching these big timings on BetBoom, and I wonder if Liquid have done enough to be able to wrest away control of the map before that happens.
I mean, they're going to try and use one now. The Blink and Blade Mail has now finally been finished onto Miero, so looks like they're going to try and invade the triangle here and try and find themselves something, but it won't be Mickey. Mickey is still farming at the bottom side of the map. And 33 has just cleared that ancient camp and has moved his way out of there. So I think the closest person they'll find is maybe perhaps Boxy or Nisha, but they do indeed have the save with the false promise. So you have to be careful how they use it. The smoke's just broke. They know there's someone hiding in the trees. Oh, they choose the right target here. If they can get Oracle, this could be big. They got themselves the stun there too. They will find the Oracle. Stania down. Now they attempt to try and turn around the Nightfall from again. Lovely blast off there from Boxy along with the Primal Roar there.
Oh, it's a nice eclipse.
Around there as a Liquid find themselves both Nightfall and GPK along with Toronto Tokyo there too. It's a 3-for-1. Lovely stuff there from Boxy with the double blast off as the God Strength was committed along with the Primal Roar 2 on 33, which just stopped BetBoom's initiation.
This is just another really solid performance coming through from Boxy, right? They're baiting them into areas where they've got a lot of these mines set up. He ends up breaking the smoke. Sure, they get the jump onto Insania, but it costs so much for them just to be able to get a single kill. And like you said, that double blast off onto the two heroes that are dishing out so much of the damage, and the Eclipse just does the rest of the work.
Yeah. Very lovely stuff there from Liquid. As they find themselves that bottom tier 1 tower, they'll look for more here. They have a catapult wave along with a ancient ice shaman firing a ice fireball at the tower.
This is the danger right now. All 33 needs to do is just hang around nearby, have that inner beast aura. Oh
Toronto
no.
Tokyo, though, has been found.
Can't be doing
again.
that.
It'll be cleaned up by Nisha.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Liquid, in my eyes,
Radiant's courier
they're one of the
has
best
been
early game
killed.
teams in the world.
Oh.
That's a little unfortunate. And you just can't let them get going like this because they just won't stop. This is the last glyph that they've got before you take a tier 3 tower though, so maybe they just roam around these outer towers and know that you're going to be able to go to tier 2 to tier 2 and just take that away pretty easily. They have, in the back of their mind, they're just wondering, where is Miero? Right now they just need to make sure that they're not tightly gripped up, basically. You don't want to get caught in a double stun, you don't want to get Leshrac with a lot of this AoE damage hitting onto multiple people. You don't want multi-man calls happening or a Sven cleaving you down. Just take fights in open areas or areas where you know you have the vision advantage and you can take the right fight.
Global Silence is ready now,
Radiant are scanning.
but GPK is trying to get himself a Shireen Core and Nightfall. Really needs himself a BKB in order to join these fights, because as we saw there, if he gets stunned up and then the Eclipse comes out, he does not have himself a fun time. Miero all coming in there, but the false promise comes out in return, so
and he's
they're
got
actually
lifesteal.
going to turn it around and find Miero. It's now they go for more with the Primal Roar there onto GPK, caught by the Torrent. That is 2 down, possibly 3 as Toronto Tokyo slowed down.
More body blocks!
By the Sticky Bomb and the body block from Boxy, and there we go, double kill for Mickey. Having a great time here on Liquid. This is what they said, they need a lot of time here on BetBoom to try to be the dominant team here, but they are pressuring them very early on, as you can see. It's not even 20 minutes yet, and they're sieging the high ground. 19 minutes in.
Yeah, and without the glyph once more. And now your Luna's in your base with all these auras, with the Helm of the Overlord creep. There's not too many people that can deal with the Helm of the Overlord creep at 29 minutes, let alone 19. And what are you supposed to do? Even tier 4 is taking damage. Miero has to be careful that is disabled.
It's a blade mail.
They're going all in here.
Silence. Very nice usage there. Will they be able to take down Nisha? Yes, they will. Nisha will go down. In return, BetBoom, they want to try and get themselves more. The BKB is going to expire soon here onto Mickey. Can they get the jump? They don't have themselves a blink on Nightfall here. Miero, he needs to get himself fast and try and find himself a target, but it's been slowed down by the sticky bombs there. Lovely stuff from Boxy. Looks like 33 might just be able to get away, but they're hot on his trail. They really want him. They really, really want him. They really, really want him, but the sticky bomb stops the pursuit. The Centaur stop. Oh no!
Oh, even the neutrals are against you. That's when you know it's rough. They might be trying to go for a kill onto Boxy. He's been the thorn in their side.
Onto 2. Call comes out. Boxy will fall. Yes, he will.
Kunka's got TP up though, and he's instantly coming out to the tier 1 tower that's still left standing. They're running a little low on resources. Yeah. Trying to confirm onto something. Might take a lucky use of the torrent there into the tree line. Doesn't look like it though. They're happy enough to just keep the lanes pushed away. You know you've got mid or already automatically pushing for Team Liquid, so why not just let it sit back and let it do the work for you?
Regeneration.
Now, it's just a matter of taking all those outer towers now.
Dire's
If they
top
really
tower
wanted
is
to,
under
they
attack.
could just use the illusions up top, or, oh, sure, just use the creeps to do it. Go through the Twin Gate, get Roshan for free perhaps, and then look to go up onto the high ground.
Dire are scanning.
They could just take this tier 2 for free. They could just take the Roshan for free, actually. They're in a good position to do so here on Liquid, just as long as Insania just stays back with this false promise and commit it like he did last time during that fight, so that Mickey takes absolutely nil damage. 0. And for the Roshan now. They do realize this on BetBoom. They are going to smoke up though and try and see if they can get themselves a good jump. Though, Boxy, who's been able to disrupt these fights, is going to do the same thing again. Hiding in the trees, placing these proximity mines and trying to break that smoke. As you can see, it's broken on Miero there.
Can't walk into
That
these
mine is
mines.
going to reveal this one's hanging around here. There's even throwing in the sticky bomb as well on to save. They're going to really try and wrap around, but they have been able to disengage. Look at that, the call. It lands onto nothing. They find themselves being prepped for Miero, hanging around in the pit. They will do. They're going to try and find the kill there right now. The boat's going to come into effect. There we go. The global silence out there. In return, along with the torrent storm there also, but they've lost themselves two here onto BetBoom. Nightfall going to try and TP away. They got themselves... No, they do not have themselves the X marks, but they do get themselves 3. And look at that. What a disaster here from BetBoom. Liquid are just going to disengage from the Roshan fight, see that they're making this play, stop back in, and get themselves 3 kills within ages.
Yeah, and that was the first BKB used by Nightfall as well, not the start that they were wanting, all off the back of an initiation that was just a little off to the side, right? Like, Miro just didn't end up connecting onto anybody. You were forced to use the buyback on Toronto Tokyo just because, once again, Boxy, with his positioning, was able to take out the silencer before the fight even began, so... Man, it's just, his positioning has been so on point, his spellcasting really up there. He's been involved in 19 out of the 23 kills. Insane performance. And even a 4-staff now, so he's even harder to kill. Like we mentioned, it's all about just having these split-up team fights. Don't stack up, and Liquid are good. And we've got a BKB and a Torrent Storm to be able to make plays with now. I'm just going to let Insania... Oh, sorry, Mickey.
He's okay, though. He's still okay. Oh, but look at this! In the backline save, disrupting there the Oracle. So not able to get off. The full product's on cooldown, actually.
And GPK still dies.
But in return, they do take down GPK, and a lot of damage.
No BKB.
To Nightfall, who doesn't have himself the BKB, is just going to be harassed there by mid-K as they go
That's
from
it.
Zero there too. And GG is there, folks. Look at that. Another stomp here. That's even bigger. Liquid take this game in 23 minutes versus BetBoom.
They really tried to greed it out against Liquid, and that is one thing that you do not want to do. You need a way to be able to deal with this inevitable lane push. You need a way to deal with 5 heroes coming at you. And I feel like on the Lion, unfortunately, and the Silencer, they had 2 heroes that just don't have that potential. They're complete food at the start of a lot of these fights, and again, we just got to give props to Boxy, right? He read them like a book. Every single one of those rotations was thwarted by him. Every smoke, it felt like he was in the right place at the right time. Yeah. GPK did all he could, right? He did 16.5k damage, nothing small by any stretch. He had his items, he had his bloodstone, but there just wasn't any assistance. No one was there to hold them in place. And yeah, it was all Liquid.
Yeah, we even said this in the draft, like, they needed a lot of time in order for them to come online, but as soon as they had these BKBs, it just felt like Team Liquid were ever so strong, and it heavily relied on Miero getting himself an amazing call here, but what can you do if you get yourself a call on the Luna, and then all of a sudden comes out a false promise? That is indeed a problem. Like, it was a lovely attempt from Save there to disrupt the Oracle within that fight there, but unfortunately they just didn't have enough to turn it back around and try and get themselves a really important kill.
Every fight just seemed like at least a 2-for-1 exchange in Liquid's favor, right? Like, they finally get one pick off, and then I'm just seeing a bit of a trend here, Epi. You know, Boxy coming in, once the fights, you know, they get a little bit comfortable in a fight, they think they're safe, and then it's a 2-man blast off into some additional bombs, and it just turns it around. That's 2 fights now that it's been a 3-for-1 trade. Now, again, you get another initiation, and Miro, unfortunately, not able to get any kill. You get the follow-up. You can see, even on the top side, Boxy chasing up Toronto Tokyo. This is where he went for the body blocks, and unfortunately, this is where Miro just didn't read the Roche fight quite well enough, and even we see that at the very end there, Nightfall slowly walking in, not sure whether to fight or not. Eventually, he has to make the choice just to BKB to be able to escape. That is not the way that they wanted to fight. That is not the way they wanted to finally use their item timings, and well, that is the way that Liquid wanted things to go down, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the amount of control that they had, especially with the torrent on Nightfall, you can see that. I was quite surprised with the amount of damage that the Helm of the Overlord creep did there to Nightfall, to be honest. That was pretty nuts. Big damage being hit there against Fen. But yes, Liquid, they will get this a 2-0. It has been 3 series so far where it's just been a 2-0. No team has been able to equalize from what we've casted at the moment. And we still have ourselves 2 more series to come. But yes, congratulations to Liquid here. They were able to take themselves the 2-0 versus BetBoom. But I'm hoping that we may be able to get ourselves quite a cheeky interview with someone from Team Liquid. Hopefully the production can confirm if we do have an interview, unlike the last series when we were mated.
Bro, don't make me think back to that. But it would be nice, right? Because we've heard from all these teams that have been in the Swiss stage, right? But both BetBoom and Liquid directly invited through to the round robin, so haven't had a chance to hear too much from the various teams so far, and it'll be interesting to see how they feel that it's all been going out. But I think we're going to go to a break first and then see what happens from there. So stick around and we will be right back.
Hello, everybody. We are back from our break, and we do indeed have an interview for you guys watching at home. We're coming in with the victorious team, Team Liquid. Insania is coming in for an interview. Hello, Insania. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're good. We're
Hey,
good.
okay.
I mean, we're great after witnessing those two games that you played. Absolutely amazing. But just want to ask you one question before I throw it into Danog. Obviously, of course, you guys are invited into the second part of the stage for the tournament. This is your first series. How comfortable are you feeling so far after that first victory?
I mean, this felt really good. It felt pretty similar to our scrims. I think a lot of the ideas that we tested out seemed to be working, which was always a pleasant surprise when you come into the tournament and your prep kind of plays out as it's supposed to, unlike Dream League, where it felt like the opposite. So yeah, it's good.
Cool. You mentioned just in a recent interview that you felt like some of those Dream League performances were potentially due to like lack of effort, maybe between tournaments in like practice and that sort of stuff. How does that behavior potentially change with like a big patch on the horizon that we know is coming in the next couple of weeks, especially considering the meta's been kind of stale? Is it like, do you still really go all out for a tournament like this, or is it like, okay, patch drops, then full sweat mode?
I mean, for me, it's completely unrelated to the patch. I just feel like nobody is happy with how Dream League turned out, and I think we're all like just putting in effort into getting the best possible results that we can. And it's like, I feel like it doesn't matter if the patch is coming soon, if it's like pointless to put effort now, or it's better to invest your efforts in a month or whatever. I just think we all want to get a win, so full effort right now.
Like a mental shift. Cool. I have one other question. Seems like you're having a lot of fun with Disruptor. I know I am in my pubs. Can you explain to people like what it's like playing a game like that, especially with a team that's got such great teamwork like Team Liquid?
I mean, first of all, Disruptor it's like, I don't understand what happened to this Q spell, but it deals like 900 damage, which is ridiculous. I don't know why it does, and why it has 1,600 cast range. It's incredible. 1,600. Like, I don't know if there's another spell in Dota that has that kind of cast range, or that kind of damage. And I get both things for free, so, great. I love it. I'm broken. It's very nice. And then on top of that, obviously, like... What?
No, keep it quiet. Keep it quiet. We don't want it to get nerfed, bro. Just keep it strong.
Oh, I see. I was confused. And then, my team is great, obviously. Like, they make my life easy. Like, usually whenever someone looks good, I think it's due to 4 players playing correctly around you and, like, making you shine, kind of. Like, there's no one player that can look amazing without 4 good players enabling that. So, big credit to my team, obviously, as well.
Absolutely. Well, the team put in a fantastic performance, firing on all cylinders. Obviously, taking a win against a really highly rated team like BetBoom must put you in a really good spot. So good luck moving forward in this round robin stage, and hope to see you a whole lot more moving forward.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thank you.
Always nice to be able to chat with the players, isn't it, Epi? Just to hear about the good vibes, and it's like some players, you listen to them and it feels like they give like a canned response. What I like about players like, your Puppies, your Insanias, I think we get a few from like the C region as well, like Savage. There's no BS. It's like all true, like how they're actually feeling, and you can often get like real insights into how the teams look to prep. I really liked his answer about like it doesn't matter if there's a patch coming, we just felt we needed to change our overall preparation as a team. I think that's a really cool way to go about it.
Yeah, and they're taking this, they're learning back from their mistakes. As of course you heard from Insania, he said that they weren't very happy with the Dream League performance, and they're making a change to that by actually implementing more hours into training together as a team for Dota 2, which is, what you want to hear as a team. They're moving forward. They recognize that they have made some mistakes and they're unhappy with the performance they make, and they're willing to improve it, which just shows how far they've come. I mean, they win themselves a great victory here against BetBoom. I think both of the games were under 30 minutes, if I'm correct. Definitely game 2. That was 23 minutes. But
yeah,
with that, it just shows that something is definitely working, and will be very interesting to see how they move on further within this round robin.
It will indeed, but that is it for you and me for tonight. But we got 2 more games on this channel, 2 more series, rather. I believe that is Boom Esports taking on Aurora, and then BetBoom team get to come back. Don't exactly have an easier opponent, though, taking on the Gaimin Gladiators with the last game of the day. So make sure to stick around for that. Also, if you haven't already, hit the follow. Why not? We're going to be seeing lots of great Dota here for the next, week and a half. So it's going to be plenty of Dota to watch. And yeah, this has been the Elite League. So keep it tuned in. Thanks for watching, and catch you in a bit.
Welcome back, folks. Here we are returning with some more Dota 2. It's the Elite League as we get ourselves into the round robin stage. We've had a bit of Swiss, now onto round robin and Lacoste. Some interesting Dota here as we've got SA against SEA as our first series to watch and view.
Yeah, should be a fun one, but, you know, I gotta say, when I don't cast for a long time, it always feels awkward coming into this, like, first series. I'm like, oh, what am I gonna say? Like, I don't know. It does feel a bit awkward. I don't know if you have the same feeling, but, yeah, overall should be good. Very impressed so far with the quality of Dota that we've seen. Swiss stage, big plus factor. I think a lot of people would agree with me, and we just had a little bit of a conversation about it. What are like the downsides and also the good sides of this format, because it balances, like most of the matches are balanced because you're playing winners against winners, losers against losers, and the biggest winner so far of the Swiss stage was BOOM Esports and Entity. They're the only two teams that ended up with 3-0. So very surprised, because when you see like all these teams, like I would definitely not pick up BOOM to be like one of my favorites.
Yeah, they've kind of struggled to find their footing. They've got, Picard, and they've kind of built this roster around him. But they had that kind of weird start, right, where the SA shuffle started, and the C org in BOOM picks up an SA team, then they move things around and they bring them all back. So yeah, Picard, Slatums, Illich Knight, and Panda going to be the five-man roster there. Seems like they've found a groove here for the Elite League. Maybe playing on the low ping, getting themselves into things, and finding out what the meta is and how it's developing. Always interesting to see. And I think that's one of the things with Swiss, right? You have the winning teams play against the winninger teams, so we get that meta developing. The losing teams play against the losers down at the bottom until you get to that 3 wins or 3 losses, and you get the almost multiple metas developing. Then you have them clash in the round robin stage to see who's actually developed and built their strats.
Yeah. I gotta say,
foundations.
Everything that has Swiss before is pretty good. Swiss cheese, top tier. Swiss knife, very good. Swiss watch, extremely good. Swiss, I don't know, skiing resort, top tier as well. Swiss bank, like everything that has Swiss before the actual word is really good. And we can look at the
Swiss Miss.
Swiss Miss, yeah. The other team, yeah. Satanic will be standing in for 23. 23 did not play last 2 series that they played. Satanic, up-and-coming Dota player. I think a lot of people have him under the radar because he's part of the Team Spirit Academy team, Yellow Submarine, and he is very young and very good. At one point, he also reached rank 1, I believe, on Dota leaderboards in EU, and the guy just needs a little bit of that, extra experience. He needs to play with some of the big boys, and I think he's gonna be ready to go.
Yeah, a bit of parenting, a bit of fathering, maybe. We had Ramses and Solo, the father and son duo. Now Satanic needs to find his papa somewhere. Yeah, there was also an interview, I believe, from Corbin, the Team Spirit manager, talking about Satanic, because, like you said, Satanic in this Yellow Submarine kind of academy team for Team Spirit. Potentially a high buyout fee. We're not sure of the actual details of that, but if a big squad, Falcons or whoever wants to come and take them, they've got to spend the big bucks on a 16-year-old prodigy like Satanic. So yeah, nice to see him get to spread his wings a little bit, get some playtime out there in one of these big tournaments as well. Because you don't want to be sitting on the bench, you don't want to be stuck in an academy team. You want to be getting out there as a player of this quality to actually get some minutes under your belt. But yeah, Swiss stage done, 16 teams, now into this 16-team group stage with 8 from there and 8 ready. And of course, the third stage will be the playoffs later on down the line with 8 teams down there. As we just get ourselves ready, I think lobby is almost set for BOOM against Aurora to get cracking and underway. Yeah, it's been an interesting one watching this, because we've only had like 1 Swiss tournament in Dota, whereas in like Counter-Strike, it's kind of the norm to have these Swiss kind of tournaments play. I'm gonna say it's been really nice to watch Dota move away from those GSL groups, though, because that's where we started. If you can remember, those four team GSL groups play against the same teams like 2 or 3 times is kind of dull. Now we've got bloodbath battle to the bitter end. Yeah, having plenty of teams to fight against each other, and then you don't get this kind of group of death or a group of sadness. Everyone's kind of playing against each other, and you build to these head-to-heads, which are more and more balanced, potentially, as the Swiss moves on. The lobby has just started, so we'll have the draft ready on your screens in a matter of moments. And the cost as we head into this series, do you have expectations from either of these teams? Do you think Boom has got enough confidence and kind of wind in their sails, or are they going to meet a hard object of Aurora's defiance up against them with Satanic standing in?
I watched Aurora closely during Dream League Season 22. They were top-notch in this first group stage. Maybe this format, like, I want to see if that was, a little bit of I don't even want to call it unluck, but I feel like they got figured out after the honeymoon period in this first phase. Let's see if this happens again. But Aurora, they looked super strong. I really love the team because they've been always playing like very greedy with jabs on position 3. They kind of stopped doing that. It's still like very farm oriented role overall, but I feel like they're not experimenting too much with it, which I really like, and been very impressed by Lorinov. I think during Dream League, every single time we were talking about this team, I was mentioning Lorinov for a good reason. He is insanely talented. This guy just didn't have his chance, I would say, to prove himself so far. And this is the good, because after like even seeing him play, because he was a stand-in, right? He was stand-in for Dream League Season 22, and immediately after it was done, like a week after, they're like, this guy's good, we gotta sign him. So they pick him up, and I also want to see if Boom will continue this dominance, because they played, 3 games, 3 series pretty much, because they won all 3 of them. So want to see what else they have prepped. Didn't see too much of them, but there's one player that a lot of people talked about. I think he's still the superstar of the team. Pakaz, of course. He peaked like last year. He really peaked, and then it went pretty downhill for him. Like people were talking about like this next guy that's gonna be like new prodigy, new hot stuff coming out from South America, and then it kind of stopped like for a few months, and he was not talked about pretty much at all when people were like doing these tier lists and stuff. He was not there, but really glad that he's doing better now.
Yeah, there was that kind of pinnacle of, it was like the TA Sven gyro meta, right? Where you were just stacking ancients, he was farming, and he comes out and says, bang, this is my game to take over. And he was, best player in the world in kind of taking stacks, farming, and hitting an early power spike. Now, of course, got to find much more balance in your team. And thinking about that balance on the other side, now you've got 2 stand-ins for Aurora, 2 Eastern European players, and you've got to think about the balance of language. Are they all going to be speaking English in their comms to try and move forward? But also, signature heroes here. Honestly, like looking at Lorinov and looking at Satanic is kind of scary drafting against these kids. Because you've got to think about, the Satanic Morphling or something like that. Lorinov with his Timbersaw and his Lashrak, got to get rid of those. Targeted bans, might be required, or even just building a draft to okay, we let Satanic have Morphling. How do we defeat him in a draft with our own heroes? It feels like there's quite a few layers to go into, try and prep, plan, and defeat a team with 2 stand-ins compared to, all of the info you have with their full roster, 100 games compared to 10 games with these new players.
Yeah, for sure. But I want to see like how they're gonna approach the draft. So far, Batrider, this has been pretty stable in the first phase for a long time. I think Falcons were the one who kind of started this trend, because they're like, you know what, CM, Batrider, these heroes feel really good, and we're still in pretty much the same old patch. Not much have changed, some buffs, some nerfs to heroes items, but Pango, no matter what you do to this hero, this little shit will kind of find a way to get played, get first picked, no matter what. Like, even with his recent change, because he deals more damage with the swashbuckle nowadays. Overall, more damage, less swashes. It's 3 compared to the 4 before, which means that I think the aspect was we don't want him to burn as much mana with the Fuse Blade, because that's still his core item.
Pretty much, right? It's like fewer procs. You're not going to have as many of those nasty little things going off. Yeah, some things just never change, right? It's that old the Fallout intro, just war never changes. That's Pango. He's going to be the same fella no matter what. Low cooldown ulti, can play chaotic, and of course that early diffuser build very annoying, as Aurora come out with the Bat Rider Shadow Demon duo here.
Good aggression, good lanes, a lot of ways to clear the stacks with these two. You can invade the stacks. You have a little bit of a, save coming out from this Shadow Demon on side of Boom. Pango, Crystal Maiden, Tiny, pretty straightforward. This is a killer lineup. Very easy to execute. But Pango, maybe not. It really depends. If you miss the roll, you can look pretty Pepega, but other heroes, they're pretty easy to play. This has been South America's standard for a really long time. Tiny, when no one was playing this hero, they were the ones playing it from the mid lane, playing it from position 4, and then other teams, like other regions, also start pick up on it a lot more. And Tiny has been pretty stable in terms of what he does. You have this position 4 that, if it comes to the late game, he can scale the toss back. These abilities that can displace enemies are still going to be the strongest abilities in the game, like pure damage, I think, and also displacement tools, 2 of the best things in Dota.
Yeah, did you see the clip of Slatem's Tiny against the Bat Rider
I
from
did,
a couple of days ago?
Of course I did. People were like, oh, this guy's cheating. This guy's, there's no way he's that good. We got to see where his mouse cursor is. So basically what he did is he was kind of expecting Batrider to, because these are the same, we might see the same scenario here. These are the same 3 heroes from the clip, Batrider, Tiny, and Crystal Maiden. So Batrider blinks in, and he's spamming toss onto his Crystal Maiden. So as soon as he blinks in, gets tossed onto the Crystal Maiden gets lasso instead of Tiny, and then they get some kills out of it. So pretty nice.
Yeah, just that predictive play. It was, I think it's from Smoke as well. Yeah, super cool stuff. Let's see what Slatem can get up to here. He's probably going to be on the Pango, I'd assume. And then this Tiny, like you say, pos 4, pos 5 Crystal Maiden. So we're still looking for that carry in the off lane here for Boom. And on Aurora's side, they do pick up this Naga Siren. So DK Naga, very good at
Gary, I'll tell you what. To me, this seems like Tundra draft. Naga Siren, Dragon Knight, Shadow Demon. Imagine the amount of illusions you can siege, cut the creep waves, never take a fight, or just sieging the high ground, going for all 3 lanes at the same time, with Dragon Knight Manta style, Shadow Demon creating illusions, Naga Siren with Mirror Image, and Manta on top of it. So yeah, good luck against that. So this type of a lineup, if Aurora is ahead, is going to be very difficult to play for Boom. They needed something that deals well with the illusions, something that builds into Battle Fury. Not the best hero against Shadow Demon. Against Batrider, they have ways to disengage a fight with long duration Dragon Tail stun, Naga Siren as well with the song. So I kind of like what Aurora drafted for themselves so far.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's like very, very wide open map, Tundra style, where you're poking and prodding not just at team fights and heroes, but at objectives, at lanes as well. You're not really showing where your next move is going to be. You're keeping yourselves very open in terms of objectives. And into this last pick, what do we need then? Aurora and Boom both need offlane heroes, huh?
Looks like it. I'm still down for... Well, maybe Aurora wants to play this. I believe they want to play this Dragon Knight from... I mean, Dragon Knight has a pretty free reign in the mid lane against Pango, so they can put him there, or they can put him against Troll. If they can find something better that can survive Troll Crystal Maiden, because this is a super strong lane, I think whoever gets there is going to suffer. Maybe there's some option to go to kill the Crystal Maiden if you're playing Batrider plus Dragon Knight. If Crystal Maiden is out of position, you bounce him with the Flame Break into Dragon Tail stun. So I still think that they're going to go with something different from the mid lane, put this Dragon Knight in the off lane and pick a mid hero. They banned Puck, which is a pretty good one in terms of lockdown. They only had Tiny pre-blink, very difficult, would cause a lot of issues for Pango, Troll Warlord, big meme against Coil, like you can't control yourself. So I want to see maybe something like a Quap. I've been very impressed with Lorinov when he was playing Quap during the time when he was playing for Level Up. Storm Spirit as well. Not the best one, of course, against Doom. None of these heroes are. But if you don't Doom these guys, there can be Song of the Siren. As we said, this Shadow Demon could disengage, put ulti on 1, Disruption, Flame Break. A lot of ways to choose where they want to take a fight on side of Aurora.
Yeah. I guess the big question for me when it comes down to this last pick of the draft, and you see these 4 heroes, it's do we want a mid laner that can bring tempo and play fast with this DK Bat Shadow Demon, or do we want to kind of wait for the Naga Siren to be ready? Because they've got lots of options here depending on how how they want to set the rhythm of this game. Basically, the way we're looking at it, tons of ways to go around it.
And as you can see on the camera, not just the nerves, but also drink some water, stay hydrated. Very important for Dota gamers.
True.
Yeah. If you want to be elite e-gamer, got to drink a lot of water.
How much water?
2 liters per day. That's
yeah. Recommended. Very nice.
I do recommend that for myself.
Okay.
I'm something of a doctor myself, Gary.
Yeah, Keeper of the Light comes out. I mean, I remember as a kid, my parents would say I need to drink 8 glasses of water a day, but never defined how big a glass should be. So I would find the smallest glass.
Yeah, the standard glass.
Tiny sip of water, and then find the largest glass possible and have a pint of water. Right.
You were such a smart kid, Gary. That's why you ended up here working with me. Very.
I was insolent. I was impudent. I was not a smart child. I just went against the grain. I was an annoying little.
Yeah, you
guy.
were. But Keeper of the Light.
Still am.
I like this one as well. It's another hero that comes online super fast. I was watching the game earlier today when Team Spirit, they were playing against, I watched way too many games. My God, I forgot who they were playing against. Heroic, yeah. So Keeper of the Light kind of destroyed them, both of these games. And I would say it's a bit more difficult hero to execute compared to some other mid laners, but in terms of heroes that can get on top of him, he's super speedy. Until Tiny gets a Blink Dagger, until Doom gets a Blink Dagger, it's not going to be that easy. And also, we did already mention a few times how they can disengage a team fight. You have Keeper of the Light as well now with the Blinding Light, maybe even going for the Aghanim Scepter, so they can choose exactly where they want to take a fight to disengage. You pop a Doom, you use Rolling Thunder, so maybe even troll ulti or a BKB, and then they can take a fight. So really liking this Aurora's draft, but I also want to see how Boom is going to execute. So far, they've been playing very aggressive, and I see 2 very aggressive supports, aggressive mid laner, because I'm not going to say on his signature troll, but this man knows how to farm, and they also have Doom, of course, another super scaling core. Doesn't come online as fast maybe as others, especially if you go for the Midas route, but yeah, insane hero, but really looking to what Aurora can do. Lore enough on Keeper of the Light, you build into Spirit Vessel, that extra damage is also stopping Troll from getting lifesteal in his ulti. A lot of kiting. I don't think this is a easy Troll game by any means.
No. I kind of liked the move there to go Troll Doom to add a bit of scaling and mid to late game potential for their draft. But this Kotl, I think, is a dream pick. It's like you're saying, it's another layer of choices. We can play slow, we can play fast, we can build stacks, we can farm, we can move, we can push, we can buy Spirit Vessel, we can buy Boots of Travel. We can pick any point on the map at any point in time and say we're here. As 5, we'll be ready to fight. Just need that first 20 minutes to go okay. And I think that's what Boom are going to be banking on. Try and win lanes, try and get that first 15-20 minutes under their belt, and scale with the Troll into those mid-game team fights. Off the back of, I want to say, Pango and Tiny, the 2 big heroes I'm looking at here for Boom.
Yeah, absolutely. Doom, he wants to farm, very greedy as a hero, and you also have Troll, who doesn't come online fast by any means. He needs like 2 items. Needs maybe sometimes even 3, depending how the game's gonna go. But if they can't shut him down in the lane, which is gonna be super difficult, and we can look at the Tiny, the Rock, hiding behind the tree. And also the Wolf. There was I think it was, again, we're going back to Falcons. They were playing some Naga Siren plus Crystal Maiden. And they look kind of the same. Cosmetics, so you couldn't really tell apart who's who. Pay to win.
Well, like the hero models, like the cosmetics.
Yes, cosmetics, they look very similar. Because I believe they were also the first team that started doing the Observer and Sentry stuff, right? Renaming.
There was snaking.
Yes, and it's snaking again. This guy is just too good.
Man, the mind games. I was trying to figure out what you were saying there. Like Crystal Maiden, Naga, they're both the same. They're just the same hero, right? They both,
basically the same. In terms,
illusions.
because I think it's this set on Crystal Maiden right now, plus some combination of Naga Siren items that look, they look almost the same.
They look like a lionfish, with those like kind of floating tendrils coming out of them. Let me just make sure it's right. Yeah, they look like lionfish.
Is it called like the puffer fish?
So the puffer fish is the one that's like kind of, it looks like me, you know, he's kind of fat and, you know, inhales and gets even fatter.
I don't know what lionfish is. I gotta Google that right now.
Yeah, Google it. Have a look. They're
that
very
Slark?
frilly, fancy fish.
Radiant's
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You've been paying attention, watching all these documentaries when you were young, Gary, I remember.
Watching Finding Nemo as a kid.
Happy
Best
Tree Friends
documentary
and
ever.
National Geographic, yep.
Oh, yeah. Back when the History Channel and Natural Geographic actually had history and nature on the shows. Now it's all about
History,
storage
aliens.
wars and aliens. My goodness. Yeah, I remember when they used to pay people to go and, you know, live in the Arctic and take pictures of polar bears.
Yeah, I mean, History Channel is all about these conspiracy theories that the Earth is round and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm not
Can't
watching
believe
that.
I mean, we can see on our screens right now, there's no curvature to the map. It's all flat. There are corners, and you can see the rocks at the edges.
Yeah. Especially
Perfectly
in this
obvious.
top lane, you can see Tiny from bottom to the top. You can see the Rock, who's about to crack level 2. Tiny starts with the tree grab, another way to deal well with those illusions. Doom, Illich will... Oh, he will get it in time. He actually managed to get the unblock of this big camp, so they will have the pool available. Tiny still needs to get level 2, one creep away.
Ah, well done by Knight to go and body block it. Bit of damage coming in towards this Naga Siren. An avalanche will force King to walk back a little bit. King is satanic or butterfly. He's got a number of names, but he is that 16-year-old prodigy out of Yellow Submarine. Standing in here for Aurora. Naga Siren and Shadow Demon lane. I mean, it feels like a pretty slow lane, honestly. Tiny Doom could maybe offer threat and a kill attempt if they get a good toss back. But so far, so good for Aurora.
Yeah, kind of hard to play aggressive in this lane for Aurora. I love Aurora. So you can say it however you like, and it's still gonna sound the same. But yeah, Shadow Demon early on doesn't provide you with much. Neither does Naga Siren. So maybe to look, there's definitely a kill from Doom in this lane if they get a toss back or just Avalanche, Infernal Blade as well on Illich. Mid lane, Pango. A lot more denies than I would expect, but it also comes down to Keeper of the Light going into jungle, try to stack for himself, so he doesn't really play the lane, he doesn't pressure you as much, it's more about him farming, and finally he gets an unblock at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
So how different is Radiant versus Dire mid-Kotl?
I don't
I
play
feel like I've heard someone say that Radiant is nicer because of the camp being closer and it's like harder to get
I
to
think it's easier to farm this big camp in the mid lane. Like it's closer to the tower. I don't think you're losing as much. You can still like get the XP and stuff. It's much easier to stack because you need to go further back into the jungle when it comes down to the first big camp.
Just little things then, I guess. Little efficiencies, kind of nicer on Radiant.
So far,
dropped pretty low.
Action-packed game, 0-0. Just how I like it.
And now I take a sip of my water. Some action is just bound to kick off. Flamebreak gets thrown at Panda. But Jabs is out of mana. A toss up top. King. Gets bubbled.
Only buying a little bit more time. Like he's definitely not dying from that Infernal Blade, but they're super low. Ollie doesn't have much mana to work with. And Slaytons will get a solo. 400 gold for slot them. So pretty damn good. And he's going to be level 6 once Keeper of the Light comes back. Who's still going to be level 4. That's big. That's actually massive.
Yeah, then killing Ollie. Some big pickouts from Boom. Now, mid lane 1v1 matchups. I know there were some stats put out this morning by Benji, one of the stats guys. So mid versus mid solo kills at tier 1 tournaments in 2024. Malrine has 13, GPK has 5, Abed has 4, Nisha has 3. Lorinov is up. Oh, Pakar just slays Q. Maybe turns and looks for the DK as well. Jabs is pretty damn tanky and Pakar's very low. Not going to be able to take him down. Dodge the Firefly, walk it back. And Knight's going to drop to Ollie in that opposing lane. I mean, it does all kick off. When it rains, it pours, Lacoste. We have
We'll get another
kill.
one.
Ollie grabs Illich as well. From nothing to 5 kills in a blink of an eye. All 3 lanes involved. Everyone's just going to die.
Not too bad. I mean, this first Ollie saves King. He was so close to dying, and then he gets another kill as well, and goes back to pretty even. I mean, it's a 1k gold lead for Boom, but they got that first blood, basically 400 gold for Slatims, and they're making a move. Ooh, he's not going to have a good time on Coddle. He's dead.
Great toss into that Rolling Thunder.
Unless Ollie can get close.
Fairy fire. Now Slatims has to roll down to that bottom rune spot. Arcane's going to get grabbed up by Q, though, and the Bat Rider's over the top of this Pango. That's an easy pickup for the Bat while the chase is on. Knight, slow to a crawl. Good rotations from these Aurora supports.
That's what I want to see. When you know that your mid laner is not doing well, make these rotations, and he didn't just get the kill, he got 2 earn charges as well. Now he's making a move. Okay, Radiant using a scan, so they know something is up. King down to like 70% HP, but Lorinov might still stick around. Jabs, ooh, doesn't look good for him.
Down there. I mean, Panda, level 3 Frostbite, offering quite a lot of damage and control with a short cooldown, which means they can follow through on Q. Both of these heroes just spamming spells left and right. Pakaz, ooh, survives. He was even holding a Lotus, grabs up a double kill now. 5-4. What, first 5 minutes we had nothing. The next 2 minutes we got 9 kills in a row.
All you have to do is say it, Gary. Ask these Dota e-gamers, and they will deliver. Very happy about this one.
All I have to do is I start making a point, I look up a stat, and then halfway through, we get a ton of kills. But yeah, that original stat was 1v1 mid versus mid solo kills. You know, no supports helping, nothing like that. Just straight up 1v1. Malrine is the king.
Solo, yeah.
Solo, yep, you're right. 13. Lorinov, 5 solo kills. Looking pretty good. And this is going to be a 6th one. And I feel like that's somewhat of a rarity nowadays. We always have supports rotating. We don't have these 1v1 natural trade-off kills. Oh, free neutral item. And a free Crystal Maiden. Thank you very much, says Jabs.
This is very good for Aurora. First, they are getting some... They definitely need this on Dragonite, because he's not doing too hot at the moment, and he will get level 6. Troll will be farming the jungle, has his cornucopia ready. Will pop the ulti. Okay, interesting. Just goes back to full HP.
I guess if you're not going to use it for a fight, use it for the farm. Top lane, Nagasara not having the same safety and jungle farming that the Troll is. 1 death up there for Satanic, and potential pressure onto this tier 1 with a new creep wave arriving.
They didn't even have to use Doom, so Satanic, he can't come back to this top lane. It's way too much damage. He pops a Doom, has Veil of Discord, Scorched Earth about to be maxed out, so needs to farm the jungle. You said if Boom wants to win this one, it needs to be Pango, it needs to be Tiny, and so far Knight has been making these moves. He secured the lane for Illich, and also Slatims. He's the big one. He's on top of the net worth at the moment by far. Needs another 800 gold to finish off his Diffusal Blade, so that's gonna be super good timing for him. On top of mana boots, have that in mind. It's not just, you know, he's rushing it or having brown boots.
Yeah, he's incredibly farmed. Stealing out stacks now as well. So they're playing under their own vision here. Radiant High Ground Ward. Top jungle uninhabitable really for Aurora. Crystal Maiden even going to start farming out here as well. So Nagasaren's going to take that long line of jungle camps up top and maybe start cutting the wave top if it gets too pushed into that tier 2. While the rest of the team probably going to try and play into the mid lane eventually. Get that Dragon Knight unlocked. Elder Dragon form does just end, so 40 seconds until Jabs can really make that move. So a slower pace for the next minute, and then we'll be looking for that play around the catapults, I think.
Even though stacks got nerfed slightly, stacks are still too good in Dota. Like, they give way too much gold and XP out of nothing. Big stacks. Aurora, they have very good heroes to clear the stacks with. You can see Illich trying to find something in this top lane, but Satanic, like, you know where Nagasaren is going to be farming, so you need to either use the smoke, have a Blink Dagger on your Tiny to get the surprise, and so far, Knight doing pretty well. Finds a neutral item for himself, Arcane Ring, has Arcane Aura on top of that, so doesn't need to bring a lot of regions. Sometimes you need these mangoes, these clarity potions early on, but with item and aura, he's gonna be more than fine. I would also love him to get some farm, to give him a lane for like a minute or two if nothing's happening. Let's
exactly
talk
what they're
about Doom.
Gets clapped though, and that's the thing. Kotal, a few seconds ago, was sat in the mid lane, you know, pushing out a wave, illuminating. Suddenly he's top with the Naga Siren, with the Bat Rider. Didn't even use the lasso there either, so it looks like Bat is just going to come back and stack some more. But a contest of the stacks on the other side of the map. Panda and Slatem stack it one more time.
Oh, he's smoked.
Big old ancient juicy stack here for them. Now Aurora starting to come in with a DK and Shadow Demon. They can kill off Panda here, but they've lost that big bank they've been making up for the Naga or the Kotal. Ollie is dominating, gets a little bit of money there for the Crystal Maiden, but the big winner is still Pango, top of the net worth. Closing in on 6k just 11 minutes in.
Yeah, this is definitely worth it when they go for, like, stack is basically an objective. That's something you play for. It's like Rocha on tower. If you know that enemies, they're going to be stacking a lot, you need to find a way to go in and try to kill them yourselves, because they're losing so much. They're not getting the XP, they're not getting the gold. You did mention Lorinov. I'm going for that Boots of Travel. Spirit Vessel already finished. It's a lot of heals that they have on their side. Like Shadow Demon later on will pick up or get the Demonic Cleanse Shard from Tormentor. You have Keeper of the Light, Shard from Naga Siren. I've seen players pick up Shard relatively early on just to have that extra healing. It doesn't work against Doom. That's the bad part, but you know, if you want to disengage that Doom with Song, they can't follow without a BKB, so I still feel Aurora is in a really good spot. So this type of a lineup scales extremely well. So does Booms. I mean, we're talking about Troll Pango, who's having an amazing start. Doom as well. This is just a mean hero in the late game. We haven't seen really much of these like Shiva rushes lately, but since they're playing into so many illusions and a lot of physical damage, you can't really blame Illich for going for it.
Well, Aurora smoke up. They see the ancient stacks, but they want a hero kill. The Pango could be a big one as Jab jumps in. Stun Slatems. The blast arriving, and the damage is good from Lorinov. Now, maybe onto Illich as well, but they got the stun onto Q Shadow Demon, tossing him back. The Doom is falling quickly. Illich disappears. All this damage over time on the floor, and Lorinov and Jab chasing forward for more. Knight caught up in the Solar Bind. And they've got tons of magic damage to take him down. Panda will follow, and the only one left standing on the map is Pakaz. This huge move from Aurora gets them 4 kills and an ancient stack. Goodness me.
It's payback time. They will steal the stacks, and as you said, 4 kills. Very good usage of the smoke from Aurora. Blink Dagger reveal. Jabs gets a nice initiation. And they're like, at this point, like, Coddle is just a mean hero. Like, you can't move, you can't dispel yourself from that. What's it called? I keep forgetting the ability of that. The name of that ability.
Solar Bind?
Solar Bind, there we go. So, Solar Bind plus Spirit Vessel, you get blasted by Illuminate, and suddenly you're just dead. Has Fairy Strength at the top of it, because why not?
Yeah, why not? And Crystal Maiden, 900 health.
She dies.
Yeah,
one Spirit
you
Vessel,
died.
one blast, she's dead. Counter smoke.
Knight. Unlucky. That was the debut of the Blink. That was meant to be a pivotal moment for Boom. As Blink shown off, they're not going to get a better start than that. Onto an illusion from Ollie, nonetheless. A 3k lead for Aurora now. And this is potentially where that map starts to become small for Boom. Naga Siren pushing, making things hard. Illich getting chased out top. Flame break into the lasso. It's there. Jabs. And Lorinov going to make damn sure he's dead. But yeah, it's like, how do you push mid against the Kotal? It's hard. How do you make space top against this Bat Rider DK who are blinking out the trees? It's hard. Like, it feels like Boom have got to chain some smokes together to get action going. Or just say, right, we'll ride this river where it takes us, and say, we'll go with the flow, we'll play slow, and we'll scale on our heroes as well.
Yeah, well,
Like,
that's a good question. Which direction does Dota River flow?
Oh. Well, the waterfall from the right-hand side no longer exists, huh? There's no water. That's how I used to do it.
Oh, interesting. So
no,
that's
it's on the left.
basically... It's a
There's
lake. I
waterfall.
don't know.
Wait, is it... do cosmetics change this? Maybe they do. So I have a waterfall on the far left-hand side, and the waterfall kind of goes into the river.
Radiant are scanning.
So it flows top left to bottom right.
Interesting. So, really depends where you are. Because in Germany, I guess it flows. Here in Croatia, it's static. So.
You just got a lake. It's not a river.
Yeah.
It's just a puddle.
I want to see Pakaz join. Like, he had pretty good start on top of the network as well. Besides, if we take Satanic out of the equation, kind of hard to keep up with Naga Siren. How much he can farm, even though he had a good timing on that Battle Fury. Going into Yasha next. I would love to see maybe even Manta style coming out from this Yasha. It's always good to have S and Y, but you also need to start thinking about dispelling yourself. Net, Shadow Demon, nothing from him though, but Keeper of the Lights, the Spirit Vessel, Solar Bind, Batrider can be annoying, minus damage from Great Fire. And here it comes. Like I want this game to go late. I never say that unless it's some like super late game lineup. Any bit of a trouble. So is Q.
Oh, maybe if he gets to the high ground again, but the Infernal Blade, the jump back up, the save from Ollie, buys some time with a Song of the Siren out from King as well. Aurora, they're able to disengage, it looks like, spending a few spells to bail away. The Pango keeps on chasing though. He's running 1v5 and the Pango's gonna pay with his life. Slatums didn't have the backup he needed. Now Knight is in the line of fire, taken out by Loronov's Kotl.
He had a pretty rough start on Lorinov, but is popping off. Like, he's making all the moves, getting closer to that Octarine, lowering the cooldown. And this is something that we did mention. Like, they try to initiate Song of the Siren, Disruption. Like, they can easily disengage. One Blinding Light, Keeper of the Light got doomed again. They understand, like, where the real threat's coming from. But there's no follow-up. Like, they need Tiny to stick on the target, get maybe a toss back or just avalanche, so they can actually kill him. Because he's too speedy. He's basically hasted in his spirit form with Windlace and Boots of Travel. So, execution-wise, I'm not seeing it from Boom. Like, they need to prioritize different heroes in a fight.
And different heroes, different areas of the map. It almost feels like they need to, again, just kind of chain these smokes together and have the element of surprise. Because if Aurora are ready and set up, they have so many reset tools. Like, okay, Boom doesn't rely on like long cooldowns really. Okay, they've got Doom and Rolling Thunder, but between Tiny, Maiden, Pango, and Troll, they have tons of teamfight abilities to go in, do damage, get killed. But if you're being disrupted, sung, lassoed, blinding light, Dragontail stunned, reset 6 times in a fight, once you're in as Boom. You don't have these reset tools. You can't play back and forth.
You gotta make something done with the abilities that you used in a team fight to get to one quick kill, toss back, swashbuckle. And Pakaz, he was thinking about what he wants to go for. I saw BKB after finishing Yasha, but I feel that's why I mentioned Manta style, because I feel he needs an item right now and he needs to join. Otherwise, they're going to lose way too much map and they're going to lose Roshan. So he needs an item that can come as fast as possible. So Manta style about to be done in 300 gold. They need something they can fight with.
Crystal Maiden disappears to King. Yeah, I think you're right. They need to convert this net worth that Pakaz has built up into something meaningful. Right now, Aurora, they're starting to poke back at this Radiant high ground near the Ancients, not near the base. And Roshan still ready and waiting to be taken. He's about to pop down into that daytime summer home in about 30 seconds or so. And that's where Aurora can go through the Twin Gate, set up if they want to. But right, like, it doesn't feel like Aurora have... They made that one sweeping move into enemy Ancients, got a couple, like 4 kills, that was really good. But outside of that, they've sat back and waited for Boom to come to them. Let the
That's what this lineup is built for. Try to make a move, we have a save, we have another layer of save, a lot of heal coming out from Keeper of the Light. Like, the way they disengage that fight is they use the Spirit Vessel, Song of the Siren, and somebody also used Royal Jelly, and they're like, okay, we're going back to full HP pretty much. And even more stacking going on. Dire are using the scan. They're kind of anticipating Boom to go through this area.
Baiting the regen rune, but blink on blink and blink again. Shabs moves up. Doesn't find the catch. So Tiny blinked away, Jabs blinked in. Oh, the lasso from Q, another blink. The fourth one emerges. And Knight's Tiny getting picked in that mid lane. It might be an inevitable tower kill. And unless they've seen a big target. Pakaz out in the open in that bottom right-hand corner. They saw him pushing tier 1. He's going to TP out from the tree line. Good attempt from Aurora to kind of snap into action to attempt to catch him. As Jabs will pummel that tier 1 in the mid lane nonetheless. Oh, hang on. Nonetheless, maybe dying. Panda with his Frostbite freezing field. Jabs force staffed up to the high ground by Q. Slutem's trying to chase him down, but that's now 2 ultis expended and wasted by Boom.
Ooh. Boom is getting outplayed at the moment. They are getting nothing done whatsoever. They're getting killed pretty much in every lane that they show up, and some of these are like relatively big kills. Tiny, he's not gonna scale. He needs an item for himself, so basically just a Blink Dagger. You want to have another item, a Yule's, a Force Staff, something that once you go in, you can survive, but he's basically, I blink in, and 100% when I blink in, I'm dead. Oof, he also picked up the shard from that Tormy. Unfortunately, a little bit of unluck. Not the shard that you want to have. This shard has been buffed, you know, increases damage by 100, but it's not great. Like, definitely made would love to. Yeah, it's him and Batrider. These are like very bad to pick up early on. Roshan
time.
Everybody full HP. They're gonna smoke immediately. Satanic will pick it up.
Wild amount of heal from those Illuminate horses. Kaz, he's been found by Q. Chain stuns for days. The lasso, the dragon tail. Pakaz.
Go blah.
They're poking. They're prodding. Rolling Thunder's gonna try and help him out, but they've got the kill. Now the Pango has to roll back, get away, get to the hills, get the hell out of there as Panda's Crystal Maiden in the back end of the fight is going to get found here by the Dragon Knight. Another stun from Ollie. Yeah, and a Dragon
Got it.
right on top of the disrupted target as well.
With Chakra. So that's pretty good combo. Like, they don't have this TB or anything, so basically his ulti on Terrorblade, which gets lowered by Chakra Magic. Dragon Tail is pretty damn nice.
This was the old Chinese combo, right? Is Pos 1 DK with Kotl? Do you remember that, like 5 years ago? They would like run Pos 1 DK with Kotl and you just have permanent Dragon Tails in lane.
I remember
and then you have, like, a roaming Marana as well to like Dragon Tail and Arrow.
I remember at that time they were playing like Marana Dragonite lane, AA plus Dragonite in the safe lane, but don't remember Kotl as much. And look at the minimap now. You have those illusions, cutting the creeps, and it's like, so far it's been 8k gold steady for Aurora in the last couple of minutes, but still, it's very difficult lineup to fight into, because we already mentioned that Boom, they need to commit with their abilities. Doom, lock into a target, use Rolling Thunder, come back into a fight. And this type of a lineup is relatively easy to counter with just have gold type of a situation where you can come back into a fight with the buyback, and you know, if there's no Doom, if there's no Rolling Thunder or Troll ulti, they're not winning a fight. Because supports they have no defensive items whatsoever, so whoever gets initiated on, one Dragon Tail stun, last or whatever, they're instantly dead.
Yeah, they just get blown up.
Top tower is under attack.
I'm kind of wondering how Boom kind of claw their way back into this. Like, wherever Aurora go, they're going there with purpose, and they know exactly how they're going to execute a fight, how it's going to pan out, what they're going to do next. All these layers to their draft has made that quite simple to execute. I mean, it just feels like Boom need the best toss back into base they can. Wait and hope Aurora pushes high ground and toss them back in towards Fountain. Get a few kills that way, then maybe they come back. Pendulum swings back in their favor. Difficult one,
Using
though.
some fancy words like pendulum. That's why I love casting with you, Gary. You've been paying attention. You've been homeschooled. You also attended some of the best schools in the world.
I was watching some Counter-Strike broadcasts.
You've been watching Counter-Strike broadcasts. There we go.
They've got
and
the
some
best
guys like
in the world.
pendulum, and you're like, okay, gotta remember that one. So, you don't actually
That's what being a caster is all about. You listen to other casters, you steal their catchphrases and their funny words, and then you do it yourself. Oh, Doomy Doom. Say goodbye. Illich. Oh, maybe. With the BKB and a Lotus. Turn around and kill the Shadow Demon. Pakaz gets an opening. And a Doom onto this DK, allowing Illich to charge forward and get some good damage in. Boom are doing it. Illich will die eventually, but Pakaz grabs up a double kill. Naga Siren has the song. Try and TP home, and the avalanche doesn't quite come. That was close, though.
If they manage to get that kill, that would definitely kill him twice, but yeah, Aurora, they rushed B too quickly here, I feel. Oh, sorry, I caught that phrase from Counter-Strike as well. Not too bad of a fight for them. Like, you've seen Doom getting initiation on Dragonite before he can get anything off. There was no Elder Dragon form, no Manta style, so he's the one who's like popping it first pretty much, stopping the healing coming out from him. And Naga Siren Satanic, he was not there. He was not ready to pop the song immediately, and they also had BKBs running. You can see that Lordov is also a little bit of a fray there. They need the kite. Like this.
In that Radiant Ancients area, trying to fight 1v5. Kottles come in to try and keep King alive, the disruption, and Ollie seizing up the Naga. But Kaz and Illich running forward. King still has his Aegis, so his first life is forfeit as Knight jumps the back lines, holding back Aurora, but loses his life for it. And boom. They're going to get lassoed up here. The Pango dragged in towards them, but Pakaz is such a monster. A beast of a troll charging towards them now. Illich trying to be that icebreaker, just getting up to high ground, give vision, find any targets they possibly can. And it's going to be the Doom that gets stunned by Jabs and King on the far left. They've spread too wide. They do kill Lorinov, though. 9x kill streak, the godlike Kotl gone, disposed with, as Aurora now trying to slip away in the shadows.
Ooh, can he get another blink stun on Illich? No, he's gonna get away. Doom is super freaking tanky. He's sitting at almost 30 armor, super speedy, wind lace, phase boots, light collector. Even though the item got nerfed in the previous patch, it still works amazing. So basically, hasted Doom, kind of hard to catch. And this time around, they left Slothems to do whatever he wants in these backlines. So I want to see the damage dealt by him in the previous fight. 3,000 damage coming out from him, almost 5,000 damage from Pakaz. Because Pakaz, he opted to go for an early BKB, and I'm really glad he changed his mind about it. Picked up that Manta style so he can get rid of the silence from Naga Siren. Uh-oh, Tiny. We're still gonna go for him. Yeah, he's done so. So yeah, this Manta into Aghanim Scepter works really well. So you have an ability to dispel yourself, that Orchid's pretty big, and then you can dispel other things. Plus, you can also dispel enemies, so that's really nice. But it's more about dispelling yourself.
Yeah, another safety tool there for the troll. Very well executed fight from Boom. It's come down to Illich on this Doom. He's been the primary one, face tanking a lot of these initiations. Slothems was trying to snag that top rune. Lorinov was then a little too quick. Yeah, you said it, 5-10 minutes ago. Picking targets is what Boom really has to do, and we've seen it in this fight, right? Dooming the Kotl, making sure that Lorinov is kind of hemmed away, kept out the fight. Oh, but the wraparound onto Pakaz up at top. They've got backup with Illich here. Goes to the Doom, onto the Kotl, so Lorinov's out of here for a good 10-15 seconds. Slothems picks up Ollie, Shadow Demon down. Now the chase is on towards King. Satanic's Naga Siren turning and fighting into this Pango who just force-stabbed back up to the high ground for his teammates, wanting Jazz instead. And circling the DK, the Song of the Siren.
Ooh, good song from King.
Really nice from the Naga Siren to get Q and Jabs away from the grasps of Boom, but Knight's not quite done. Was trying with that force-staff blink to close the gap, but doesn't get the job done.
Last few minutes have been all about Boom. They feel that they're strong enough with Pakaz to start taking these fights. In terms of lockdown that they have, like, they can't really burst down Troll from 100 to 0. There's just not enough damage on their side. You need to lasso him, you need to Dragon Tail stun while they're not using any of the other abilities. And I think primary target for Illich to Doom will be Dragonite. Because without Dragonite, all these heroes, they don't feel comfortable fighting into Troll. They don't have enough to bring him down, and they also, like, Naga Siren, it's not her job to fight near the Troll. They need to save him for the last, so they need to try to take out these Pangos, Tinies, Crystal Maidens before they can take a fight. So if you take out Dragonite out of the equation, out of the Pendulum, it feels really strong, because you don't have a frontliner.
You think you're so funny, don't you? Oh man. Yeah, I mean, you need like how many times are Jabs casting Dragon Tail in these fights? Like 3, 4, maybe 5 with the chakra magics and stuff. If you don't have these stuns on the troll, you don't have the control at all.
That's why I think
we've got
Illich
BKB.
just has one target to go for, and that's
Yeah.
it. That's Dragon Knight.
Radiant are
Uh-oh, Lorinov could be in a lot of
Radiant's
trouble
top
here.
tower is under attack.
Oh, he's TPing out. Ollie and Q still in the vicinity. Boom, smoked in behind Pakaz.
Dire's bottom tower
It
is
looks
under
like the
attack.
signal has been
Radiant
thrown up in the air saying,
structures are
Aurora, head over there. Far
Radiant's
west.
middle tower is under attack.
Maybe a Tormentor, maybe a Wisdom Rune.
I thought you saw something out of the window. You're like, the signal has been thrown into the air. Like,
the
yeah,
beacons
Batman.
of Gondor
yeah.
have been lit.
I meant Batman, but yeah, the Gondor
Dire's
also
bottom
works.
tower has fallen.
That's a Dota hero, by the way. He's the lieutenant.
Radiant's
No,
middle
lieutenant
tower
of the
is under
Gondor.
attack.
That's a bounty hunter.
Bounty Hunter, yeah. 5 names, 5 bounties.
Really glad that he's
Bounty
seen
hunters-
some play recently from the mid lane
gonna-
and position 4, just roaming around on Chen. But yeah, this hero has not been picked for a really long time.
Yeah, we had that kind of meme build where Saberlight was playing in Pos 3 with the Aghanim Scepter Rush. I agree. Seeing it like mid and Pos 4 and being kind of a hero counter, right? Because we've seen Bounty against Tango as like a specific matchup that some players like to bring to really crush and dominate their opponents.
Radiant's top tower is under
I don't
Not
know
in
if
this game.
Aurora wants to take a fight right now, even though they're smoked, maybe a pick-off, but what they want to do is prolong the game until they get another
Radiant's
set of
top tower
items.
is
So
under
far,
attack.
they managed to deal some damage to tier 3 towers. Satanic's pretty damn good in using those illusions. Level
Dire
18
are
as well.
scanning.
But yeah, I see Hex queued up for Lorinov. He's getting very close to it. I always feel like, oh, he has Mystic Staff, he must be close to it. And then this Tiara of Celemane is such an expensive item.
Yeah, it's a monstrous purchase. Why does it cost so much? Why?
The buildup is still weird. I'm still not used to buying. I understand why, but Refresher Orb and Hex feel very bad to buy. You're just not getting anything out of components. It's not like, oh, I can't wait to buy my Tiara of Celemane so I can have more mana regen.
Yeah, but I mean, buying Refresher as a Warlock player, this feels so bad. Octarine is fine, but buying Refresher is like Cornucopia, Ring of Tarask, Tiara of Celemane. I don't need any of these. This is just wasting my time and my money. All I want is to just get Refresher Shard, anything, please. We need we need Kongor to come into the game. Rip him from Hon, bring him in, and he only drops Refresher Shards for people.
Don't
hide.
Just
hide
don't
him
make it too
somewhere.
obvious. Call him King Kongor. Make him an ape. So we don't
No,
get
what you do
sued.
is you do the League of Legends thing, you turn his name around. So they had Roshan become Nashor. So we just turn Kongor around and he becomes
Did they
Rognak
really?
or something. Yeah, they had Baron Nashor.
Dire's
Oh, so they added
Baron
Baron.
Nashor.
attack.
Yeah, Baron, his name is Nashor, and that's Roshan backwards, basically. They just,
Yeah,
they just
they're
took
not
Roshan
even.
and
They're not
flipped
even
it.
trying to hide it. I love it.
No, it's wild. Right, smoke up from Boom.
Radiant's
They're
bottom
actually
tower
knocking on
is
the
under
door
attack.
of Aurora's
Dire's
base.
middle
This
tower
game,
has
8k
fallen.
lead for the Dire, 23-13. But
Dire's
Boom have taken the last 3 fights so spectacularly that they are now looking for a kill on the bat at the tier 3. Makar's protected by the Tiny. Forces Q to BKB and 4 staff away. Slutham's rolling deep.
Oh, he's
dear.
stuck.
Oh dear, he's stuck. He's in a bit of trouble now. Slutham's does get to the low ground, but the Dragon Knight's there to chase and follow through.
Oh,
Lorinov
no,
picks up a nice killing spree there on him, and Boom, get the hell out.
no step bros to help him out. He got stuck there. Tiny, no force staff to push him out of the trouble. But big kill. Like they're pushing high ground with Aegis. Can they get something else done out of it? Hex available now on Lorinov.
Ooh, the big black dragon is just flying over trees and cliff tops, but Pakaz, he's fast enough. It's that Yasha, it's that Manta style you told him to buy, Lacoste.
Radiant's
Got the
bottom
movement
tower
speed.
is under attack.
He's a speedy boy. MKB also finished on him. I saw him toying around with the item build, was thinking about getting
Radiant's
Radiance, the
bottom
mischance
tower
against
is
all
under
these
attack.
illusions. It does feel nice, but opted to go for Monkey King Bar. Saw that butterfly on Butterfly, I guess.
Radiant are
He's-
scanning.
at some point, you just got to pick a name and stick with it. I think.
Yeah, I think it's
I don't
too
know if
many.
you're getting away with calling yourself king. Just stay satanic.
Satanic, Butterfly, King. Maybe combine these three or something backwards.
What's butterfly backwards like?
I was thinking about King instead. Nick.
Yeah.
Dire are
Oh no!
scanning.
If he names himself, maybe he could have this like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde personality, where sometimes he's butterfly, sometimes he's satanic. He's like that meme picture of the two girls sitting in a car, and one's kind of emo, and the other one has like rainbows and butterflies.
I usually
Butterfly and
skip that
satanic.
part. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's also fine. I think that's a cool idea. Should definitely message him afterwards. But they want to have Radiance in the team, so Illich will be the one picking it up as his next time. Still far away from it, but it's Doom, so we'll get it eventually.
He'll get there. Loronoff's being eyed up. Boom, we're moving into position. Aurora might still move into them. There, as Knight gets jumped by Q. Lasso back in towards King, and that's the Bloodthorn shredding through the Tiny. Turned into gravel. Illich doesn't want to BKB here, but might have to. Turns and fights, gets the Doom down. But that line is just Firefly, simply over the cliff tops and away from Slatems. Pango unable to get a real connection here. Aurora have forced their opponents to spend a few cooldowns, so they're still hungry, looking for blood. But that's going to be the end of the fight.
Ooh. That's a bit of a weird one. Surprised Illich decided to go for Doom on Batrider, who's just flying over. You need someone to stick onto the target. You need... Most of the time you need Tiny. Like, you need Tiny to hold them in place. Troll did get level 25. So Battle Trance strong the spell and is going into Lincoln, so wants to have a little bit more protection. We'll get rid of his Phase Boots for now, because he picked up that Ninja Gear. But wants to eat the Aghanim Scepter next.
Yeah, a little bit more room to grow. So what's been Aurora's problem here? Has it been Boom playing well and picking their moments? Or do you think, oh, Doom, the Hex after Lasso, chain stuns from Jack DK. Boom trying to come in here with Pakaz and Knight, not able to really get a grasp on this fight. They're going to have to fall back here and deal with Naga Illusions. Another nice Illuminate blast there, clipping onto the Tiny.
Such a good read from
Boom
Aurora.
away.
Finding out where Illich is going to be without a BKB. They get a good catch. Even if he has a BKB, I still think he dies if they do it the same way they did. With Lasso, into Hex, into Dragon Tail Stun, or just Shadow Demon ulti. So even during the BKB, you're not going to be able to run away. And now the real pain starts. Aurora sieging the high ground with these illusions. There's also an illusion rune bottom, so they can't pick that up. Have even more illusions.
Radiant's
Yep.
bottom tower has
Yeah, we
fallen.
needed that. Yeah, so I was going to ask you, like, do Aurora have damage problems? And
you see Dagon 5?
turns up and says, nah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Dagon 5. That's been queued up. It's Dagon 2 right now, but the Naga Siren with Bloodthorn, like this, you're never going to lack damage. With this item, you need Dragonite illusions, your own illusions, Shadow Demon illusions, whatever. But something we didn't mention is Ollie. He's been farming it up. Psychic Headband, Ether Lens, Blink Dagger, and now has Aghanim Scepter. So 2 charges on Demonic Cleanse, 2 charges on Demonic Purge. I remember what back in the days when it was 3 of those charges. Just drop it on the enemy carry, he dies.
Yeah, it was super annoying. He still has... Okay, yeah, he has the 25 2 charges of Disruption talent as well still.
A lot of charges. Also, Satanic finished up his Hex, so that's going to be another way of controlling things. Multiple Hexes, Dragon Tail stuns with Chakra Magic. BKB on Loronoff. It's a 6-second BKB, but let's see who they can find.
Dire have high ground vision. Radiant have scan. They know Q is here. The roll in. The lasso's there. The Pango's caught up. The Tiny's going to toss around Lorinov, but looks like Pango's dead, and Lorinov gets the BKB to run away. Illich, he's up, shiny and golden, chasing this Doom Naga Siren. Doesn't have Aegis, so dead. Completely crushed there as Boom come out swinging. Trade the Pango for the Naga? Any day of the week.
He needs to stay away.
Your map is so much easier to play now.
Yeah, but you need to stay away with Naga Siren from Troll. Like, you get doomed, they're gonna start munching on you. Roshan's gonna respawn in 20 seconds. So far, they haven't managed to do much with the Roshans that they've picked up so far on Boom. So even with the next one, like, cutting through all these illusions, teamfights get so chaotic, and we're gonna see the replay again. Good initiation. They burst Latems from 100 to 0. And then Naga Siren, she's the one who gets caught, doomed, and Troll with a BKB. Like you're not getting out of the trouble. Maybe with the disruption, maybe with like Force Staff, double demonic purge, maybe you can get away. But they're still not done.
Yeah, another grab on Tiny.
Good stomp.
So back into so many of them. The Doom is annoying, and Panda from the trees. The freezing field is here. It's going to get cancelled out, and Panda shoved away from the fight as the TP out gets him home successfully. The night they want to die. I assume in that situation previously, Naga Siren feeling very comfortable because they had that high ground observer ward. Just, you know, like you say, got a little bit too close to the proper fight, too close to the Troll. Could have stood a little further away, but King is going to come down and join them now. Spread some illusions up top, then through the Twin Gate, he'll wander into the Roche pit. As Boom, 4 heroes smoked, moving into position. Roshan half HP. Shiver's Guard, Rolling Thunder in towards these illusions, but Slatens
He's stuck again.
Oh, Slatens, that's not how you meant to do it. Rolling into the rocks is not Pango's favorite pastime. Now he's going to get stunned up and lassoed. Dragged back in towards Aurora. Oh no, but Pakaz with this battle trance charging in. He's being kited around, but Q with the Yule Scepter up, buys a bit of time. Change of target here from Pakaz. Moves in.
Gets the disruption off.
Nice Tiny as well. But now with a Hexen and Snare, Pakaz with no BKB, no Manta, and no Battle Trance. He's in a spot of honor now. Pakaz, he's being hounded by the Naga, the back from the side, and the kill for King.
This Roshan belongs to Aurora. There's no buybacks on 2 of these cores from Boom, but they're still trying to take a fight. They're not disengaging. So this is going to be a full team wipe.
Yeah, they stuck around, dying one by one. Knight and Illich trapped in this bottom right corner, and Lorinov picks up the double kill. A full team wipe. Roshan belongs to Aurora. And it feels like this game is going the same direction. 21k lead. A few shakes and stutters for Aurora in the past few minutes, but Boom, it looks like their exceptional teamfight execution finally comes to an end.
Brilliantly executed. I like that they decided to at least try to kill Shadow Demon. They kill him, but something that we did mention 20 minutes into the game with these big ultis they commit with a BKB, Battle Trance and Troll, all these like, you know what, I'll just buy back and the rest of the team will be able to clean up. But also, it makes teamfights very difficult. The fact that Aurora, everyone on their team is basically hasted. Like, you have this Dragon Knight zooming, flying across the edges, Batrider as well, going off the cliffs. Then you have Naga Siren with the Disperser. You have Keeper of the Light, who's permanently hasted as well, so difficult to catch these heroes.
Yeah, that's why Slatens is like having to go so deep, right? We see the Rolling Thunder thousands of range away from his allies.
That's a good excuse. That's why he's stuck, because enemy heroes are so fast that he finds the most ridiculous spot on the map and gets stuck there.
Twice as well. Yeah, it's been a hard time for the Pango.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DK has got himself an Ancient Guardian. A lot of damage coming in towards his Radiant base when he gets near. Dewarding the entirety of the map now, so it's pretty dark for Boom. I don't think they've... Oh, they have... So, no, Boom have no observer boards anymore? Yeah, all they see are creep waves. Every lane trending towards their base at this point. You're against Naga, Shadow Demon, DK. Finally, we're getting to the point that we talked about in the draft,
yeah,
right?
This is what I wanted to see.
Meeting reality now.
If they had a little bit more advantage, it would be super difficult for Boom to take these fights, because you would have constantly 3 waves pushed in, all 3 lanes attacked by those illusions, and now it starts. Slow, painful
Radiant's
death.
bottom tower is under
You need to
attack.
find something. You already lost your mid barracks. Top barracks are guarded by a tower with 200 HP, so that's gonna fall pretty quickly.
Oh, Charles Lincoln's. Is that going to buy enough space for him? They've lassoed the Tiny. Knight getting dragged back in. A Slatem trying with his Rolling Thunder, but look how deep he has to go. Doesn't even save the Tiny. Now Rolling Thunder's used up. Jabs is still
Stay away from those crystals.
Slatem gets the high ground, but he's still dying. Well, what swords on him? He's hexed up and being pummeled by DK Illusions, and King's Nagasaran comes in hot. Oh, but now King dies.
He died so
A lot of
quickly.
damage. Out of Fakaz and Illage. BKBs are up. The Doom is thrown under the bat. The toss up into the air, but the disruption's there. Nagasaran giving a new lease on life here with a Song of the Siren to stop the fight. A reset tool. Hit the button. Stop them in their tracks and just chill out a little bit.
And everybody's back to almost full HP. We did talk about them disengaging. Shard on Naga Siren. Keeper of the Light, of course, can't be healed because he's been hit by the Doom, but getting some big buybacks from Boom. That's 2 buybacks coming out from their side. The big one is on Pango. Satanic, he still dies. It's just that I think they could play a little bit more of a split push game. They could try to force enemy to make a move in this top lane, place a couple of those illusions from Dragon Knight, from Naga Siren, and just kill off the tower and start munching on it, but seems like they're not done. They want to use this Lincoln Sphere that you mentioned, and they also have a Refresher Shard on Batrider, so potentially double lasso, double BKB coming out.
There's so many ways to pop this Lincoln's on the troll as well. It gets you an escape from like one side of ice, but then a lasso and another side and another Dagon comes. Because pretty sad about things. Well, it is nighttime. Aurora trying to use this smoke and that vision as a lasso jump onto
First lasso.
The side device on him as well. Throwing a pump, a load of swords.
There's the second one.
Troll Warlord, the second lasso. The troll's caught up and killed. Dead for 100. No buyback. And a 5v4 ensues where King, he just walks forward with a Song of the Siren, catches up to the Doom, the Tiny blinks away, but Illich, he's going to have to think about game 2. GG called. They know it's over. Aurora, very well drafted. Very nicely executed. Some good silver linings from Boom in their teamfight execution in that mid-game. But an overwhelming, it felt like draft victory here for Aurora. Almost played itself.
Yeah, definitely did. These types of the draft are difficult to play into once it reaches this point where they have like 15, 20k gold advantage. Boom, they showed a little bit of a strength, I would say, in the laning stage, and then were pretty silent because Aurora made this super good move, farmed the enemy ancient stacks, killed 4 heroes, got the tier 1 tower in the top lane, so multiple objectives taken out. And then we saw some glimpses of hope for Boom in the mid game, as you mentioned, but other than that, it was pretty difficult. Heroes were too speedy to get killed, and I think we gotta give credit to Lorenov. Had a pretty awful start, got solo killed by this Pango. They rotated one more time on top of him, ending the game with 2 deaths, and they have basically 4 heroes that can get on top of it. But we already mentioned about the draft, these disengaging tools that Aurora had, and a big fan of those because they can choose where they want to take a fight. And looking at the highlights, I hope the highlights are going to be where Pango's stuck 2 times in some ridiculous spots.
The first time was in the Dire base, wasn't it? It was like...
It was, yes. And then near the Roshan.
Yeah. That's some sad times for that Pango through the game. Yeah, Illich had these very nice moves alongside Knight, getting some good jumps onto the Kotl, some good Dooms. This was one here, right? Illich gets jumped and he turns with that BKB and his tankiness to actually get some nice kills off the back of a whiffed initiation from Aurora.
That's the fight where they had
in position.
A really good angle. They were the one initiating, taking out this Dragon Knight, and I think maybe they could have gotten one more kill, tiny, half a second, a bit late. Satanic, he didn't necessarily need to solo carry the game. He needed to be more of a backline once they use their BKBs so that he can reset with the song. They had disruptions as well. Really liking these types of drafts where they scale extremely well. You have maybe a little slower, I would say, at the early start, but this is where Keeper of the Light starts to kick in, because you have Dragon Knight from the offlane. He needs a little bit more time. Naga Siren as well. She doesn't want to join until she gets her second item, but Keeper of the Light, he was all over the place. Lorinov, once again, showing why he got picked up by this team.
Yeah, superb stuff. This honestly felt like the closest to old Dota that I felt in a long time. The Batrider. with the
You gotta
Black
be
Force
more
staff, lassos.
specific. Old Dota.
Okay, so old. I mean, so Batrider is like old Dota to me. He was like, King Supreme. He was the hero. You blink, you lasso, and you drag them back. And you were right. King doesn't have to be forward. King doesn't have to be doing this or that. He can just sit there and wait for Batrider to bring targets to me. Come here with my Bloodthorn, my illusions, and slay them incredibly quickly. But yeah, Q, playing like an old mid Batrider from the position 4 is
pretty much
an indication of where Dota is nowadays, right? Supports are getting items; they are just as impactful as these core heroes and players. Especially, add in shards, you add in all these little XP runes and things. Yeah, I think the 2 supports, especially early picked, Batrider, Shadow Demon, they were the core of this draft for Aurora. Never mind the very nice plays and catch-up mechanics they used on the actual core heroes that they picked for themselves. Now, heading into game 2...
Yeah.
Go on.
No, supports did one hell of a job on Aurora. First, these like 6-minute rotation where they fixed Lorinov's lane, and another rotation, they killed off Pango, so pretty damn nice in terms of their rotation, what needs to be done, leaving Satanic alone, leaving Jabs alone in the bottom lane, collecting some of the XP, but yeah, I want to see Boom with a bit of a different draft, I would say. I want to see Illich pick up something. I don't think it's like his fault. I don't think it's Doom's fault. I feel that, a bit of a misplay as well, but want to see something different. I was not feeling this draft.
Yeah, it felt like they had to adapt a little bit towards the end to get that scaling from the Troll and Doom. We'll see if they change things up, though. Game 2 coming right up around the corner. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, folks. Here we go. Game 2 ready for us. Boom taking on Aurora here in the group stage for the Elite League. Lacoste joining me as we get into, hopefully, a second exciting game. Because there was a bit of back and forth in Game 1.
Definitely was. Aurora had massive lead throughout the whole game, but Boom, with some of the well-executed fights in the mid-game, kept him in the game for another, I would say, 15-ish minutes, but they were never close to like winning the game. Aurora, they always had this backup plan. If things didn't go too well for them, they can always creep cut with all these illusions, saves with the Shadow Demons, Lasso, in the tier 4 towers if necessary. But the spirits are pretty high for Boom, as we can see Panda still smiling on the camera. Let's see what they're cooking for this second game, because I gotta be honest, I didn't like their draft too much in the first game. I think, like, laning stage-wise, you had Pango against Coddle, which is nice. Coddle doesn't really lane. He got a solo kill on Lorinov, and then you have bottom lane, Crystal Maiden plus Troll. You're not going to lose that lane. It's just way too good, too much spam coming out. Top lane was they put the pressure on the top lane. It's just that this type of a draft needs to get the ball rolling, and you need to be the one applying pressure. But the problem is, this is Troll. Like, he doesn't join. Like, this hero is very difficult to make work in some of these situations. One of the strongest laners. That's why he's picked a lot. When you see these bad matchups, you're like, okay, I'm gonna pick Troll. I'm gonna win my lane, but most of the time you will lose the game.
So young. So ownage.
Yeah.
What a player.
He's good. He's definitely good. Some things needs a little bit more experience, as we said, but can definitely get that from playing. Like, he's under Team Spirit's Academy team, Yellow Submarine, so I think there's a lot of guidance for some of these young players. They can always ask for any kind of advice that you need, and then you have, a little bit of exposure playing with the guys from different regions. Like right now, playing with the Aurora boys, so that's really nice. And again, picking up Dragon Knight immediately. Flex pick. This hero is still really good, even after all these nerfs to like Breathe Fire, the Corrosive Breath, how long it lasts. It's not 5, it's 3 seconds nowadays. His Manta style, because he does build into Manta. Illusions. Once you turn into melee form, they also go melee form, so that's, I wouldn't say a massive buff, but it's a pretty big one. Are we seeing the same heroes again, Gary?
Well, I'm laughing at Pakaz and his meaningless tattoo. You see someone with a tattoo, you're like, what does that mean? What was the inspiration for that tattoo?
And he's like,
his
yeah.
tattoo is literally just, it's meaningless. That's fucking great.
That's pretty funny. Meaningless tattoo. Can you show me a meaningless tattoo? You show them this tattoo and they will get a point.
Go.
Yeah, they will understand what's going on. So Pango one more time. Let's see how they're gonna approach some of the bans, because Lorenov's hero pool is really good against Pango. He's playing Storm Spirit, he's playing Queen of Pains, Leshrac. Leshrac is banned in this one, but just to have a better picture. And I think the big hero of this patch is Disruptor. We haven't seen him. We've seen him banned so far, but the hero, I can also check the win rate, but the hero feels real nice at the moment. He's sitting at 62% win rate. One of the better times for good old Distractor. Picked 29 times.
Oh, nice. It feels nice having, like, side lane cores nowadays feel very self-sustaining. A lot of these heroes just get to level 4. Okay, we'll leave them alone. Disruptor can, go roam mid, go refill bottle, go and be active wherever he wants to.
He can also go and kill heroes. So, like, his...
Go and kill heroes, yeah.
Yeah, his Q got buffed in 7.35D. So, instead of... Like, slow has been increased to 0.4 at each level, so that's pretty good, especially at these early levels, which allows him to score the kills. He also can pick up the shard. This shard is underrated. Plus, you have a 10 talent that gives you extra 10 damage on Thunderstrike. That's if you max that out, plus you have 10 talent and a shard, it deals 750 damage.
5 seconds remaining.
That's nasty stuff.
That's
I mean,
That's Laguna, but it's fingered. It's better. On low
Fingered
cooldown, it can also connect onto a target. You can place it on the ground. Someone passes through. You can pull him in, toss him back into.
gives vision.
Yeah, it's good. It's really good.
And this is without even mentioning, Glimpse a while back now, of course, getting that damage buff really felt nice too. So you can get actually quite a lot of damage. Like he's moved into being more of a crystal maiden than a shadow shaman that he used to be. Now he's actually got a lot of damage output along with his control. Tiny now to go along with a DK and a Phoenix picked up by Boom.
I want to see just like Mirana straight away. Mirana, Snapfire. These heroes, Dragonite and Tiny, they don't kill the egg. The reason why I like Mirana was, of course, pairing up with Dragonite. We've seen a lot of position 5 Miranas recently. Again, Falcons, they are setting the meta because they are winning the tournaments. Crystal Maiden's also fine. Another hero that they love to play. Same pairing as the supports. In terms of supports that Boom had in the previous one. I don't mind it. I think Crystal Maiden and Tiny, they complement each other nicely. You have stun, you have burst damage, you have someone who uses this aura. Tiny, one of the better heroes, because as we said, he needs a lot of mana early on. Like if he finds a good neutral item, helps him farm his Blink Dagger. It's just that Blink Dagger reveal wasn't really there. And I think Q, when he plays Tiny, when he plays these melee position 4s, he really shines. And Tiny, probably, I would say, his best hero.
Yeah, I mean, the Blink Dagger reveal was on an illusion, I think, right?
Yes.
In that first game. That was a rough one.
5 seconds.
So do Aurora not care egg, or are they going to pick like Elena or something later on to deal with it?
Could be Lina. Yeah, it's a good call. I think they have so many stuns, so many setups for Lina. It's also another hero that Lorenov loves to play. So Darkseer plus Rubik. Not the traditional lane. I've seen decent amount of Darkseers, like even in the previous patches, where teams don't tend to make it a big deal if you're not playing with these melee position 4s, these like Tiny, Clockworks, Earth Spirits, Nyx Assassins, some of the best pairings.
Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it's just like, okay, we have Darkseer, that's it. We're gonna make illusions out of your Dragonite and use it against you. We have Rubik, so we can steal, breathe fire, plus Fate Bolt, reduce the damage, have the burst damage, have a little bit more sustain this time coming out from Phoenix, which they didn't have. They didn't have any kind of healing in the first game.
How much of a blocker pick is it as well? Like, is this saying you're not allowed to pick Terrorblade?
Probably. I wouldn't mind
how
seeing.
Scared are you?
I wouldn't mind seeing something like Anti-Mage, to be honest. But okay, this is much cooler. Anti-Mage usually works against Darkseer. These heroes don't really deal well with him. There's no stuns whatsoever, so I thought they might go for it. But Sven is also another one that can almost instantly clear those illusions from Darkseer. You have a kill threat early on. Sven plus Crystal Maiden plus Blood Grenade.
5 seconds.
Super good. And yeah, you can clear the stacks. There are no heroes that Sven is really afraid of. Once he locks onto a target, this newer Aghanim Scepter allows him to jump out of trouble, connect onto a target. Rubik, let's say he has a shard, lifts himself. Phoenix tries to run away with the dive. You're still gonna connect, so you're gonna force a bad egg, or you're gonna kill Phoenix before he gets anything done. And again, Boom banning out this Pango. They don't have enough lockdown. They were also relatively limited in lockdown in the previous one. Check the amount of stuns that Aurora has at the moment. Every single hero.
I know. I was just about to bring that exact thing up as well.
Say it again.
Everyone has a
just,
stun.
Just repeat what we just talked about. No one cares,
Just
Gary.
look at how many stuns Aurora has right now.
Yeah, they do have a lot of stuns. It makes the game much easier for them to play.
But you've also picked Darkseer into Crystal Maiden and into these stuns, and then Sven is picked up as well. Darkseer is not going to use Surge this game. No point in leveling Surge when you're frostbitten.
Go stats. Your universal hero gets stats instead. Go for that punch damage.
Echo Saber punch damage.
It was a thing. People try to theory craft with Darkseer so much. Remember when they were buying early Orchid? People were getting this Echo Saber, the double hit. This is like nothing works for the Cone Man.
So many item builds and so few victories. Always, or very often, ends up being an Aura bot, maybe a Blink Initiator. I kind of miss the days of Helm of the Dominator Darkseer, you know?
That good old times, yeah. Use the Iron Shell on a
you
creep.
Vacuum into Centaur Stomp. Hey, maybe with this new Helm of the Overlord, with the mini Midas or whatever it is, giving the gold to the creeps, maybe we'll see it come back. And there's another hero with another stun.
Yeah, I called it in the previous game. Utilizes Crystal Maiden Aura. Pretty damn nice. You're going to be laning against Pango. We'll have that kill threat pull him mid. Shield crash. He doesn't get it off. I don't know what this needs to be. I think they might need to pick up something like Medusa, maybe. Like you might need, like, if you go for, let's say, I don't know. It really depends. Maybe Alchemist if you want to keep up with farm with Sven. But I also like Medusa. Doesn't farm as much as Sven does early on. But I feel that they need a hero to frontline. Darkseer is not going to be that hero. Neither is Pango. Like, these heroes are so easily bursted. I feel like Boom is already in a difficult spot without even seeing the last hero.
Yeah, it's hard. When you have that last pick and you already feel that your opponents have pulled out the trump card. The last pick is a Morphling for Pakaz. Does that save their draft?
I've seen Morphlings carry games. It's just that this hero also needs ton of time. I feel Aurora, they have the draft that they could run them over. You mentioned Slotem's Pango in the previous one, that he needs to be the one making the moves. He needs to have a better game that he had in the previous one, and he's playing into worse matchup this time around, so I don't think he's going to be able to do it. You have Darkseer as well. I don't like the synergy between the heroes that Boom has at the moment with this Darkseer Morphling. Like, I don't see the combo. Usually you have to have something. It's like picking Faceless Void and no damage inside Chrono.
So that is exactly what I was trying to figure out. Like, the vibes are off, and I'm trying to figure out why. This Boom draft looks like a pub match where you've got 5 players all picking their Grandmaster heroes. And
That's
like,
a good way to describe it.
That hero, but is it going to tie together nicely in these team fights? You know, I don't really have a nice egg protector. You've got maybe some cool plays with like Vacuum, Rolling Thunder, Telekinesis, but there's like a lot of little things here that, again, Boom have to do right to get them out of the laning phase and into team fights and allow Pakaz to farm on his Morphling. Whereas Aurora just have that really nice foundation. Everyone's got a stun. Everyone's got farming capabilities. You can play the map very wide, take Ancient Stacks with a DK, with a Sven, do whatever you want to. It's just option on option on option on option. Wherever you go, whatever part of the game you're in, the algorithm gives you multiple branches of what you can and will do. Whereas I don't see that for Boom 2 games in a row now.
I really don't. I feel like they got outdrafted both of these games. And the one thing I'm worried is, let's say they 10, 15 minutes into the game, especially between 10 and 15, once Tiny picks up the Blink Dagger on side of Aurora, he plays with Storm Spirit. They just pick on whoever, and that hero dies. They have no saves. These heroes are very burstable, and I just don't see the counterplay. Like, I don't see them stopping once they get the ball rolling on Aurora, how they're going to be able to punch back with the heroes that they have. Like, they have okay team fight with, in theory, with Darkseer Wall plus Phoenix Egg, but you don't have anyone to keep... Ooh, King.
Fogged?
I miss my boy Fogged.
Oh.
He's getting better. He did break the
had
bone.
an injury.
Yeah, he had an injury, but he's healing up.
30 seconds to battle.
So yeah.
Pretty close on that Darkseer, though.
Slotems. I just feel that once you start, like, you initiate on any of these heroes, what is Boom gonna do? Like, you can't, like, you also can't gank with these heroes. Like, it's very difficult having Rubik and Phoenix. Darkseer also doesn't provide you with any kind of stun. I think they're already mentioned the first game, how they were outdrafted. I think this is even heavier outdraft.
The battle begins.
I think that is the key question. What are you going to do, right? Because Aurora are going to be the ones posing these questions of, hey, we have these jump initiators, we have these stuns, we've got displacement tools. What are you going to do as Boom to answer this? Are you going to early rotate with a Rubik. Is Darkseer going to have a good laning stage up top? Yeah. We'll have to just wait and see how they play it out. Do they have some wild, mad execution plays? Because like you said, Panda was smiling, and they got this draft done. They didn't seem too disappointed with it. This could be something that they've been cooking for a while. Slatam's in that mid lane. Pango against Storm. See if Lorinov gets that first range creeps. Yes. A good start to the game. Slatams did have a fair few denies against the Cost on the previous one, but a much different matchup here against the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, this is very skilled matchup. Like, Pango needs to be careful. Level 3, not to die to Storm Spirit. Storm does play super aggressive. You're playing Storm into melee. You're always going to feel nice. It's not a Dragon Knight. I think that's the only pretty much hero that can do well in terms of melee heroes in the mid lane against Storm. And you can already see Lorinov pushing in the wave. Start to put some more pressure.
A bit of wave dragging going on. Pakan's getting tossed across in towards Jabs. And these two creep waves that have been met together by Q. Yeah, Tiny's going to go drag the next one as well. So tier 1 bottom on the Radiant side is going to take a bit of damage from this next Dire wave arriving. Because Pakaz is stuck over here farming. Panda has to wander over and try and deal with this. Aurora kind of outplaying them in this bottom lane already. Phoenix and a Morphling. So why do they not want to play this lane? Is it just because double melee, double ranged? They don't want to get hit over and over again?
Yeah, I think you want to get like level 2, level 3. This is when you're going to feel strong. So maybe a little bit of a shenanigans at start. And then, because Q didn't even get the tree grab level 1. You feel like once you don't get that you can't really lane.
Tossing Panda into creep camps.
It's a cool
that,
play.
you one armor Phoenix. I don't get the pull or anything. Wave is there for Jabs. Slatam's trying to lay it onto Lorinov in that mid lane. Storm down to half.
Oh, Ollie
Empty
top.
bottle as well. Oh, yeah, hello. Crystal Maiden. Looks like she's dead. Illich actually pops the stick and stays alive. King unable to get that cross kill.
Illich making a difference with his item build. I think in this matchup, going for Bracer as his first item and then picking up a casual Gauntlets of Strength. Might pick up Soul Ring out of it later on, but yeah, that tankiness definitely saved him there.
And Crystal Maiden, not the speediest of heroes. Ollie's got to be wary of his positioning. Yeah, getting lifted into like double or triple Iron Shell really can be the big difference maker there.
No need to exaggerate, Gary. What Penta Iron Shell you're talking about?
You can get triple Iron Shells, can't you?
Yeah, let's do the math. 9 second duration, 24. Yeah, you can.
He's quite a bit down as well. Now he's cracked level 3 on the Darkseer. Alright, what's Lorinov up to? Because he got the bottle refill with the water rune, so did Slatams. Now he's going to get the bounty rune as well, just trying to stay topped up here. Pretty even in the CS between them. Slatams the one with the empty bottle now, though.
So is Lorinov. No one wants to die. These mid laners, super greedy, probably yelling at their position 4s and 5s at the moment. Go die, go do something. Q picks up a bounty rune. There's still a water rune in this bottom lane, a bottom part of the map, so Lorinov will pick it, so we'll slot him on the top.
Rubik and Crystal Maiden having a weird little wander in the jungle.
Slotums, he does have Blood Grenade in his quick buy. That's very interesting.
Oh. When he is slightly ahead of the Storm in experience, so maybe he thinks, hey, level 6 comes, I can kill him, but it's a move from Tiny. Drag this Pango back under the tower with the Vortex and finish him off. Q with that first nice move. Knight wasn't there quite fast enough.
Q is so good. Yeah, the Knight was not fast enough. It's going to be Knight in 15 seconds, so maybe with the vision that would not be a kill. And Q will go into triangle, get some stacks going. Without the tree grab, he can't really stack multiple camps. He's one of the few ones who can actually do it as a position 4, but needs to have that tree grab available. And now making a rotation to the bottom lane.
You are for sure going to be that dad or uncle that, a kid is saying, I'm hungry. Like, oh, hi, hungry, I'm turkey. You just love these little dad jokes.
Yeah, they're so good. I even liked them when I was not in my, older age, as you would say.
7-year-old Lacoste buying 100 dad jokes for the younger gentleman. Oh, cute. Ooh, onto this morphling. Oh my god, Picaz, even with a level 1 shift, manages to stay alive. Close one, though. I got my toes curled. But is he holding he is holding a point, right?
He is.
Morphling's 1/1/1 at level 4. Ooh,
He does have
Vortex
5
again.
abilities, though. Like when you're like, oh, he has
Dire's middle tower is
2
under
adaptive strikes and 2 attribute shifts. Panda will die. Slotums, Rolling Thunder again. Not getting anything done with it. Been not impressed by Slotum's usage of the Rolling Thunder. Got stuck a couple of times. Now also doesn't connect onto anything. And having a much more difficult game compared to the previous one.
Rubik's Courier is rolling much more effectively than Pango is. Lift up onto Ollie. Vacuums back. Illich, Knight, and now Panda arriving to kill off the Crystal Maiden. Looks like King is going to evacuate that top lane with a swift TP, knowing that there are no further stuns. They just completely leave that top lane. 4 heroes move up from Boom.
And King did TP to a tier 2 tower, so we'll have that extra. Look at his HP region, 13.5. He's like dragging it into the tower and also farming underneath the Mighty Mines, which has been buffed in recent patches, so it does give 7 HP regions, so that's quite a lot. Has Mask. I think some heroes are just better. Example Swen on Dire in terms of farming these outer camps before you can get some sustain. Just Mighty Mines compared to mana, what is called Well Wishes, is much better.
Yeah. It's built different.
Dire's structures are
No need to go Fountain, just stay up there forever. Another move bottom. Yeah, Q connects with the Avalanche, but doesn't follow through with a toss or a Dragon Tail because Picaz was already shifting.
Dire's top tower is under
But a tier 1 tower nonetheless. Ooh, top lane. King vacuumed back in, so he wandered towards that lane again, but a weird move there, kind of knowing that Boom was still sticking around with 3.
That's a pop move right there, where you think, oh, there's no way that the enemy team is going to be there, stick around. They don't have that much tower damage, but yeah, they did bring the numbers. And the bottom tower did fall. Aurora getting it. I believe it was Jabs who got it.
I'm going to trade out as that.
Dire's top tower
So,
is falling.
Boom's laning phase didn't go super poorly. They are slightly ahead in net worth. 3 kills to the good as well. Darkseer is the big winner out of this. 4,250 net worth. Arcane double bracer heading into mech. So he's going to be that really pivotal hero in the midst of the battle, bringing the heals and the auras to his squad. But this also indicates to me that they would like to get Picaz involved. Maybe I'm wrong. I struggle to see a world in which Boom fights as 4.
It's really difficult. Like, you need to have pretty much a perfect timing coming into a fight as a Morphling early on, where you can't really die because there's so many stuns, there's so much burst damage coming out. The good thing for them is support duo on Aurora are not the highest levels. Ollie is still level 4, we'll get level 5. Tiny's also level 5, so the burst damage is gonna be lacking slightly until they start to get some more levels.
Panda, are you having fun? Dragging that dire wave around. He's been on a bit of a warding mission. Tried to slip himself through that top jungle.
Dire's middle
Q
tower
is coming
under
his
attack.
way, though. Tiny with the Windlace and the brown boots. Storm Spirit catching up to the Phoenix as well. Toss into the Storm Hammer. It comes in, and Phoenix Vortex back into that Remnant. Lorinov picks up the kill. Meantime, though, Boom does get this maneuver into mid.
Dire's middle
Darkseer
tower
and
is
Pango
under
swashing onto Ollie. A Rolling Thunder for a Crystal Maiden here. Just secure the kill.
Rolling Thunder getting the kill there. It feels like he really wanted to get that kill on him. Like, he already tried to use it one time. See, Zip, big avalanche.
Yeah, huge aggression here. Fighting 2v3. Arcane Rune going to get grabbed up by Lorenoff. Q trying to speed away, but he's been lifted and killed. Super aggressive there. Just buying time, defending their tier 1 for as long as they can, it looked like.
As soon as they saw Illich coming in with this mech double bracer, they're like, okay, we can't take this fight. So that's a good thing that Illich is having a good time, much better compared to the previous game where he's staying on top of the network, has this mech available. I was a little worried about them not being tanky enough, but if he's going to go for mech and he's going to go for pipe as his 2 core items, I think that's fine. It's going to give them enough because most of the damage from Aurora is magical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just thinking, are these items gonna... I guess I'm thinking too much of use the items when you buy them, but these items are going to be used a little bit later to pair up with the Morphling.
It's not a Hand of Midas type of situation where you are kind of forced to use it. I feel they definitely think they're strong with this mech on Darkshire. It's just that they can't really bring a fight. This Rolling Thunder needs to connect 1 point in a Rubik's Lift. He needs to steal something. I think the best one you can steal so far is Avalanche, which is 3 points at the moment on Q. Or if you can steal a Storm Hammer, that'd be pretty nice.
Well, Jabs jumps in on the dogs here. He just finished farming some stacks for the mech is there, and the Supernova landing. Avalanche comes from the high ground down onto Illich, but he stayed alive, killed the DK, and now the Maiden into the ground as well. Pakaz joined in, takes the double. I thought that Darkseer should die, but this is the build. The double bracer, full wand, mech pops, stays alive.
Yeah, and Egg in the middle of a fight, and then you have Rolling Thunder, Swashbuckle on top of them, stolen Frostbite, so I guess that's the way you can defend your Egg with. Would still prefer if that's an Avalanche, but you know, so far so good for Boom. Really impressed the way they've been playing the first 12 minutes. Killing the tower in the mid lane, taking a really good fight right now. The Fusel Blade picked up on Slatim, so I want to see them take another fight, even without Egg. I feel like they could do it. Darkshire is getting tankier and tankier, just picked up his cloak, but the reason why is there are no spells whatsoever, so if Slatims uses that shield rune, uses a shield crash, he's going to have basically 3,000 HP.
Yeah. I guess also thinking about itemization, in the previous game, Boom had to go multiple like Manta-style Lotus Orbs, you know, dispels and healing and stuff to try and get away from all the nonsense Aurora had. This time around, yeah, if you look at the Pango, you just see him go Diffusal, Aghanim Scepter. He wants to scale, he wants to bring damage, knowing that's the game plan for Slatims. Morphling, of course, is going to go Manta-style, just a natural core item for him, but it's not in response to what Aurora have. That's what he wants to do, rather than adapting to the opponent. So they found their groove.
Ooh,
they found
King.
a draft here where Boom rolling in on towards King.
Silver
Going to the
Pango.
side. Slowed down though with this Diffusal Blade inhibit. Under the Sun Ray, the Pango burns through a lot of his mana, and now Illich, the real carry, arrives on the scene, takes down the Sven.
Satanic, like 2 deaths that he definitely should not have to his name, farming in really bad spots. This was, you know, him TPing into tier 1 tower, trying to kind of solo defend the tower, still dies, and this might be another kill. It might be another, maybe even tower for Boom. This observer board has been spotted, which has been placed between tier 1 and tier 2 tower. They try to go for the XP rune here top, and same goes for bottom. Lorenoff did pick it up.
Q gonna die on the right hand side for it. Lorenoff, oh, the jump in. DK jabs along with King, vacuums there to try and buy a bit of time for Knight to disengage. Sven will finish him off though. Finally takes him down as the Pango falls by the freezing field of Ollie. 2 kills there for Aurora alongside those 2 XP runes you were talking about.
That's big. That's pretty massive for Aurora, only losing Q and still getting 2 kills. Lorenoff was a bit hesitating in what he wants to do, because he's like, okay, do I want to jump in? I just TP'd, I had Fire Spirits on top of me, lost a lot of my mana, but now with this Orchid pickup, I think they should play a bit of a different type of a game. In terms of team fight, Aurora doesn't have that much compared to Supernova, Rolling Thunder and also Wall from Darkseer. So I think the game for them is going to be pick off. Use this Storm Spirit with the freshly bought Orchid, pick off someone. The big one should be Pakaz, because he doesn't have Manta Style yet. Does have a lot of strength though. Doesn't have that much strength though.
The Orchid is right on top of the Morphling, and they've got Disables, the Blood Grenade from Ollie. I think it was required just to make damn sure that Pakaz dies. Kind of sad for Boom, because in the meantime, they're smoked as 4, looking for a play on the opposing side of the map. But it looks like King has read the situation perfectly. Gets off to his Ancients, will clear this camp, and then should be pretty free just to go back behind his tier 2. And hell, he could even, TP mid if he wants to.
Let's see how he reads this one. Okay, good read. Goes to the top lane immediately. Knows something is cooking. So, very close to his BKB, just a recipe away once he disassembles his Echo Saber. I want to see Q, because Q did the go for a different item build. Usually this type of a build on Tiny, you go when you're having extremely good time early on. Phase Boots, Wind Lace, and then pick up a Blink Dagger. Still a 16-minute Blink Dagger on top of these items. Feels really nice. It's just that he wasn't as active. But now with Storm Spirit having that Orchid, I think these two heroes just play together and get the pickoffs. Kaz, Manta Style still not done. Needs another 100 gold. Oh, he's gonna get caught one more time. No way.
Oh, that is really
so greedy
for Pakaz. Q, I mean, if the two supports die here, I think Aurora's still happy with their situation. Q and Ollie, they are going to get taken down eventually by that Sunray and Pango's damage.
At least he bought a recipe before he died. Like, he just got the gold, but very nice read from Aurora. I think in this type of a situation, as Morphling, you need to farm a different camp. Like, you're either in a triangle or in the outer ring, just getting that Manta Style, because once you pick up the Manta, they can't surprise you. If you have like 1,000 HP, you're not gonna get bursted.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, because what? He spent 80, 90 seconds out of the last 2 minutes dead?
Yeah. And doesn't even have a TP available now. He still needs to wait for another 5 TP for 3 seconds. Thinking where he wants the TP to, going bottom.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just imagine if he dies down here now. Jabs and Lorinov. They see Pakaz. Look at the rest of Boom, though. Long arrow drawn down into the southern part of the map. I think they know that Lorinov's around, trying to catch up to the Storm. Slatems and Illich unavailable. Can't quite get there in time.
Very difficult. No instant stun other than Rubik, but even if you get that stun, like, what's the follow-up? You need to hit him with the Rolling Thunder. So Lorinov pretty much safe as long as he does have mana to use the zip. DD bottom, aka AD.
Don't
Amplify damage. Nope. What did I say?
Shut your damn mouth. It is not also known as. It is double damage rune, and that is it. I will not be accepting any imitations. A real rune or nothing. Slatems, yeah, he's fake bumping his roll. Feels a little bored as the Pango. Wants to get involved, wants to be fighting, wants to be using this off cooldown. But yeah, you're waiting for Pakaz to be ready. And you're also being jumped up top. With a Dragon Tail and a toss back, the Rubik sent in towards the rest of Aurora. Pretty tanky, though, with a stolen freezing field as well. Knight actually stays alive and keeps them at bay. Now a vacuum back on the Tiny. Gets them the kill on Q, while Ollie hides in the Shadow Amulet. Waiting in the trees. They will jump in with King, though. Oh, the Sunrise is over. King will turn to try and hit the egg. Jab's dying, but Lorinov and King, they trade out for the big Sunray Supernova, while Slatems, Dual Scepter, the DD Rune, trying to go in up the Sven, but he doesn't quite have enough damage. TP's home on King, while Ollie's still hiding under Shadow Amulet Invis. A Swashbuckle will seal his fate, though, as Slatems. There we go.
The Rainbow Pink's coming out. They knew exactly where he was, and Slatems will pick it up. A bit of an awkward fight, because Satanic, he was waiting with his BKB, he disassembled Echo Saber, BKB just got delivered, and then, like, your components, he had the Voidstone plus Broadsword, so he puts those instead of Mask of Madness in his inventory. So I had Mask of Madness on cooldown for a good, like, 6-7 seconds until he realized, and that's why he stepped back.
Oh, he's got spaghetti in his pockets. He's trying to find his house keys. Just like inventory's all slippy and slimy. Too many components. Rubik zipped upon and obliterated. Aurora so good at finding these individual snipes and pickoffs.
Aurora also playing the long game. I see 2 supports with Big Boy Philly. So that means that they're gonna get the items. It's one of the best, probably the best item you can find on Tiny anyway. Because you don't farm, you're getting... Okay, King keeps trying to go for it, but... yeah, kind of difficult one to get, and this is a good spot for Pango to maybe even get stuck.
I mean, King, he's being vacuumed back and he's dead. He's just dead.
I don't know about this attempt. You're trying to go on Pango, who used the shield crash, has Dragon Scale, so extra armor, plus he has Yule.
And he had a shield rune. So he had shield rune plus shield crash plus Yule. Goodness. Yeah, not a great one. Not a great one from King. Dead for 30. Aurora still trying to make a move on the map, but yeah, looking at a Pakaz morphling back up top. Potential deja vu. But at this point now, Pakaz sitting 1700 HP with Manta. Very difficult to grab him. Things will slow down a touch. Ollie's just going to clear out the bottom wave. Which keeps getting pushed in by this Illich Darkseer. Pipe, Mech, and the Greaves actually now completed as they arrive on the courier. I say so that, he's locked his arcanes.
Yeah, pretty much a perfect game coming out from Illich. Greaves, Pipe, he's been involved in 14 out of 15 kills on Darkseer.
Oh, yeah.
So, a playmaking Darkseer, if you want to call it.
Yeah, he's filled the role very nicely. Now back into Shiva's Guard. Or back into the Veil at the very least. Aurora starting to hit some of their items now. We've seen that Sven BKB get used a couple of times. Dragon Knight has his delivered. And we've got that Kaya Sanj on the Storm now as well. So tanking up on Aurora as they grab the Tormentor.
Q immediately, as he has been given the shard, throws away 3 for no fucking reason. He's like, yep, get it out of the system. Get that extra 100 damage from the 3 throw. But yeah, he will get farm. Like on Tiny in this type of a game, like look at the big difference between Tiny. Like it's 2 supports, I would say. It's what, almost 2,500 net worth. Philosopher's Stones are kicking in.
Well, King, well, not again. Has the BKB defensively. Gets away from the wall. Rolling Thunder's coming, but BKB TP should be winning out in the end. Aurora still want to fight this, though, apparently. Lorinov getting battered into by Slatums and this Rolling Thunder down to half HP. Jabs on the left side, looking at Illich, but Aurora have spent a fair amount there just to bail King out of danger.
So many times this BKB has been used defensively, and cute little play there from Slatums. He tried to go with Yules to stop the BKB TP. Maybe like the timing would be slightly off. Same thing you can do with X mark the spot against BKB targets because it lasts for such a long time. You can easily get them once they try to TP out. So pretty good thinking. Has that Aghanim Scepter, and this time around it will be Boom taking on first row. So Aegis will be in the hands of Pakaz. He's going for that Conda build. Pretty standard, I would say. Nothing unusual on this Morphling build. Casual Morbid Mask, Falcon Blade for the extra damage and mana sustain, then going Manta for a Dispel, and into Conda. You ask me if Morphling can carry this type of a game. Those 2 deaths definitely set him back, but he's still on top of the network.
Yeah, he's still right up there. 2, 2, and 2. 250 last hits on Pakaz. This game, honestly, like when we ended the drafting stage, we see the 5 heroes versus 5 heroes. That last pick Morphling didn't feel like a gotcha pick. It didn't really clinch the deal for them. I kind of thought, right, Aurora are going to run away with this. You know, 25, 30 minutes in, they're going to have this one in their grasps. They're going to have Blink Daggers, BKBs, and they're going to crush it. Boom have done a tremendous job playing on the enemy side of the map, getting up in their faces, playing as 4 with a Darkseer, Rubik, Pango, Phoenix, who in my mind aren't like the best big AoE teamfight heroes, but they've got little tools here and there that Boom have been exploiting to perfection. And now they can play that tight unit. Play as 5 around Picard with Aegis. And now they look like a really strong, formidable lineup that Aurora are kind of struggling to deal with at this moment in time.
They know what type of a game Aurora wants to play. They know that Aurora wants to go for these pickoffs, so they're holding hands together, using this Aegis and sieging the high ground, using these auras from Darkseid. I don't think we've seen Pipe being clicked yet, but it's there. Like, it's ready to go.
I think this is the first Pipe I've cast in a pro game in like a
It's
year
so
or
hype.
so.
It's so good. Hype of Insight.
Hype of Insight. Oh, we'll see. We'll see Illich when he uses it. Oh, there's the Greaves. Oh, the auras. The auras are back. Picard's just wailing on this tier 3 tower now.
Aura against Aurora. Let's see who wins it.
The counter. Glimmercape's going to come in with a Sunray onto Picard, so the Aegis will be left intact. Rolling Thunder into the bag. Slatams onto Ollie with Picard and his damage. Unleashing on the Maiden and finishing her off. A toss back on Illich, but he's got the Surge and the wall to try and protect him now. Sven and Storm, they're back into the fray. King with his BKB, aiming towards Picard, but he's turned and run away. Their Supernova Sunray has kept them back, holding them away at arm's reach, and boom, they're thinking about taking down Barracks now.
Nice read from Picard. He goes in, gets a kill on Ollie. It was swashbuckled and did kill him in the end. Oh, big vacuum onto 2.
Tiny DK, jabs being shredded. They silenced up the Morphling, but he'll just turn, hit some wards, and crush the buildings. King's God Strength coming to an end now as well.
Ooh, we haven't seen much of a King.
Gone.
Like, he needs to commit. Like, I think once he pops, so many times he uses either a BKB or God Strength and doesn't get anything done. And I like that Picard, as soon as he saw that God Strength, he turns into Sven and uses his own Warcry just to buff up his teammates even more. This might be it. Like, they don't have...
Go next.
Yeah, just go next. They still holding the Aegis for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Surge. Ooh, try to catch him. BKB. Recipe away for Lorinov. They need some big toss-back play from Q.
And you can see how important this is from the warding Aurora attempting. They put some observer wards down in the bottom lane, like on their barracks. Now there's one in the mid lane behind tier 3. They know that this next team fight is super important for them. Knight and Panda tucked in behind Picard's. Sentry ward is in range, but the toss back is there.
Got him once.
First life gone. Now the second one, though. Q trying to force staff away. He's been vacuumed back into play. The Morphling. Oh, a lot of damage out of King. The Picard is dead. Aurora finally get that jump and blow up they've required as Illich will try to surge away, but the stuns
with the buyback.
But look at the Sven. Sven just goes down. Slatems on his Pango, crushing him into the ground. Another dive forward now with the Darkseid and Pango in tandem.
Oh, the Sunray Supernova.
Phoenix with a Sunray onto Lorinov. Oh, he's being burnt alive. Walks into the wall and nearly dies. Yule Scepter up from Slatems with a swashbuckle, the bash and the finish. Knight zaps him down, out of the sky. Picard is dead, but who cares? We've got this Pango to continue pumping damage.
They don't have that much tower damage, but they will still continue. No Sven, no Storm Spirit. They need another tossback. He also used buyback in the previous one. He's looking for the angle, but got scouted by the creeps.
They see him coming. Yeah, Q finding it very hard to get this angle of initiation. But you're right, the tower damage is kind of lacking without Picard. They do need him back on the front lines to batter at these buildings. Illich and Slatems, they're trying 50 damage at a time. Come on, boys. Where's our sledgehammer when you need him?
Where's Meteor Hammer when you need it? That item is so dead. That's like they try to make it better and it's even worse.
I don't even know what components it has anymore, you know?
It's made from Kaya.
Oh dear. Kaya Crown. Goodness gracious me, what is that? Well, a lane and a half. Boom. They come in. That first Aegis that they've picked up for themselves got them a really nice position on this map.
Dire's top tower is under
Now they can just think about tier 2 top. Taking this northern jungle. Controlling next Roshan. They're the ones with all the options now. And King. Oh, not again. We can't be having this. Wall dropped on the Sven. King half HP.
He's
B2
following
needs
him.
to run away. Trying to run back. They do jump on the Phoenix now, though, with King Sven. An opening emerges for Aurora, but the door is quickly shut by Pakaz. Slaphands and Knight pick up a couple of kills, but it's the arrival of the Morphling. It strikes fear into the hearts of Aurora now, as game 2 looks like it's coming to a close. Diving forward, Boom have the kills, the takedowns there on the jabs, and Q tossed up, tossed down, up and down we go. The bouncy house of trampolines here in game 2. GG called, and that's it.
Dire's middle
Yeah, very clean execution. This Darkseer has been, I would say, pendulum of the draft, where they managed to get the most out of the hero. Like, he was on top of the network pretty much throughout the whole game. 3-1 and 20 for Illich. Very nice play coming out from him. Like, he decided to join the team. He was involved at one point. We said 14 out of 15 kills, and we saw a little bit of a duck faces coming out from the Boom players before we went to the scoreboard. Having some fun. That's what Dota is about, and also winning. But this one's going to be a draw, considering it's a BO2. So one apiece, and yeah, Pakaz Morphling also managing to carry the game.
Yeah, I mean, an important victory there for Boom. You know, kind of get your spirits up, knowing how well Aurora have been playing. But again, you know, it has to be said, Aurora playing with, I guess, technically one stand-in, right? Because Lorinov has officially joined the team to replace Armel, at least for now. But yeah, one stand-in the carry position. It looked a little rough there in game 2. I don't know if communication was off or King was just having a bad time, because that Sven performance was not up there.
It was definitely not up there. I think one of the worst ones I've seen from Satanic. We did cover some of his games in the qualifiers when he was playing for his original team, Yellow Submarine, but a difficult one. Also, all these auras made life very difficult for him. Sunray also playing into Guardian Greaves, playing into Pipe once he picked up those 2 items. It felt like the game was definitely swinging hard into their favor, and also Morphling turning into Sven multiple times in a row, providing them with a war cry, and then he's like, yeah, I can't really deal damage. I can't really blame him for some of this stuff, but maybe if he didn't have those 2 deaths, he would have an extra item potentially, then they could take a fight, but most of the time he was the one getting caught. Felt a little bit disconnected, but Boom overall, very good performance in this second game.
Yeah, it's got to be that Darkseer pick, right? That's the thing. That's the big difference maker. The build of it. You said it right. The way that Aurora wants to play is that pick-off style. They showed it in game 1. They picked some similar heroes in game 2, and Darkseer going for this kind of counter initiation aura build made sure that the immediate jump and burst wasn't available for Aurora. So that numbers advantage never emerged. Didn't give the Storm the space to get into the backlines and find any catches. Very, very crisp sort of draft and decision-making here from Boom in game 2 in a very nifty way. Because we don't see Darkseer, we don't see auras. But all of a sudden, he has become the perfect answer here in this matchup between Boom and Aurora. Great stuff. Do we see more Pipe? Do we see more Darkseer? Or is this just a niche little, hey, we got...
You want to see more of Darkseer? I could see this happening. Like, I haven't seen much. I've seen some like collapse Darkseer, but yeah, this hero kind of is a little bit of a gotcha pick. It's also very player specialty type of a hero where you need to know the hero inside and out, and judging by this performance, Illich definitely has this one. So coming into the next series when you're playing against him, definitely should be under a lot of people's radar.
Yeah, got to keep that one, keep your eyes on that one. Get to the Dota buff, see what's the Darkseer in there. Got to try and handle that. But yeah, tied up 1-1. I think we do have an interview coming up shortly, but first a quick break and we'll see you in a few minutes. All right, a 1-1 draw there in that best of two as Boom took on Aurora. And Boom, managing to fight back in that game 2 for a victory there, looking very solid off of a pretty interesting draft, honestly. And of course, we've got Panda joining us from Boom to maybe pick his brain a little bit, take us through what happened there in that series. Panda, are you ready? Are you here with us? Hello, congratulations on that game 2 victory. So my question was that Darks here in game 2. Was that something Illich is calling for? Is it something you've practiced? Or is this a response saying they want to play too fast, we're going to build mech and pipe and stop them? Panda, hello? Can you hear us now?
Yo escucho.
Congratulations on that game 2 victory.
No los escucho a los casters.
Or maybe not. I think we're having some issues connecting with Panda. Well,
yeah, maybe another time. Panda was ready, but maybe he wasn't in the end.
He's ready, but he's not at the same time. It looked like he was responding to someone. Maybe someone else is asking us. He's doing 2 interviews at the same time, doing one in Spanish, one in English. Maybe we can connect with Panda now. Can you hear us? Hello? Oh, maybe not. Still not here. The wonders of the internet.
Yeah, Gary, you've been playing some pubs.
It's like you're in touching.
You've been playing some pubs. He probably muted you, Gary. That's why we can't hear him.
I don't think I'm ever in the same bracket as he is. Let's be honest. But yeah, I guess they're all in Europe playing their pubs here. It's always an interesting thing to ask, right? You get to play against Chinese players, South American players who've come to Europe to play in the pubs. Things can get super spicy in those high-level pubs now.
Yeah, most definitely. It's the best time of the year, probably, for everyone who's playing these high-level pubs, where you can experience players from all around the globe playing in your high-level pubs, where you can play position 5 and be tango feeder to your carry, who's like rank 5 or something.
Yeah, it's like rank 5, and you got like rank 1 NA player, and he has to play POS 5 because the rank 4 Chinese player is like, nah, you're below me. My MMR is worth so much more than yours. Yeah, things get super interesting because it's not just pubs, right? You get to scrim as well. I know it's always talked about when we've got big LAN events. You got inter-regional play, all the teams kind of scrimming, learning info from each other. And this is one of those kind of Dream League style. Teams are boot camping, so they're all in a similar region, so they get to do the same thing, even though it's not an actual LAN per se.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, once you experience these type of like high level plays, you watch them. Sometimes some players are lucky enough to be able to play with them. It's definitely a treat. And once we gather in like one region, people from all over the globe or from all over the flat, whatever you want to call it, it's really good.
All over the flat, the rectangular Earth. Well, while we're trying to fix these problems, I don't know if production we can send it to a break and figure things out. Get Panda on the line in a few minutes' time. I'm not sure if that's possible. We'll see what we can do. We can think about our next series, Lacoste, coming up. The last best of 2 of the day. BetBoom against Gaimin Gladiators. Going to be a pretty interesting one there. 2 of the... Oh, we're ready? We've got Panda on the line, I think. We can jump to him now. There we go. Panda,
hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can do it now.
Great. Congratulations on that Game 2 victory. Thanks for joining us. My question was around the Darks here. Did you pick that as a team? Was it something you scrimmed? Was it Illich's decision to pick it as a great hero there? Or is this kind of a fresh response to the way Aurora were playing?
We were trying to pick it in the first game, but they banned the hero in the last banning phase. So we decided to pick it earlier.
Okay.
It was just a response to the draft.
Okay, cool. So this mech pipe was like stop them from getting the burst damage. Try and turn around fight a little easier.
Yeah, also the DK and building auras, playing around the Pango.
Cool.
Yeah, were you like at one point it felt like you guys wanted to hold hands together? Were you too afraid of playing the map on different side of the map, so you're gonna get picked off by this tiny blink dagger and storm spirit?
I think we played the map wrongly. Like we did not position ourselves correctly in the map, so we were getting picked off a little bit for like 5 minutes, and then we fixed it, and the game was easier. Yeah, we need to watch our replay and do something to fix that.
Yeah, you definitely fixed it pretty immediately from what I've seen. But I want to go back to this first game. Do you think this game was still winnable in terms of like what happened? Because you came out pretty strong out of the laning stage.
Yeah, I think the game wasn't supposed to be hard for us. We just made a lot of critical mistakes. We were smoking before getting Tiny Blink when he was 200 gold off, so it didn't make sense for us to do that. We just drew the game, so that happened. We made the game hard for ourselves.
Yeah, most definitely. You guys are looking like you guys looked pretty strong. One of the two teams who went 3-0 in the Swiss stage. Do you think this type of a format benefits you as a team?
I think we faced some of the not highest rated teams on the group, so we did great. But I also think we played great on those games, so we just kind of got lucky and we got to practice and watch more games. So we just got to this stage. We want to play everyone, get better during the tournament, and just be happy playing games. We are already losing 3 games, and I just want to not focus so much about the wins, but how we play and how we perform.
Okay, like from the games that you've seen so far, who do you think is going to be the toughest opponent
in our group?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think. I don't know. I think I need to watch our group again.
It's Liquid, Tundra, BetBoom. Yeah, Gaimin. You have a pretty strong group in this group B.
I think it's gonna be Liquid. They stomped BetBoom and they're a pretty strong team, so I think it's gonna be Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid have definitely shown up. I mean, it's been nice to see you boys kind of develop and, like you say, the kind of building blocks, progress through the tournament, improve game after game. We definitely saw just within that series, you guys looked damn impressive. Again, just kind of going back to game 1, I wanted to ask you about the last 2 picks of the draft. So you picked Troll and Doom, and Aurora's last pick was Kotl. Were you surprised by the Keeper of the Light? And do you think that your what was the reason for picking the Doom and Troll at the end?
We were not. I mean, I was kind of surprised about the Coral. We didn't think about it at all. But I don't think it was like game breaking for us. I don't think we just insta lose when they pick Coral. We picked Troll because we won a lot of games with the hero, so it's a lot of comfort for us. And Illich wanted to play Doom. He was like, "I want to play Doom this game. Just give it to me." So he had it.
That's great. I love it when players have confidence. Just like, give me this hero. We'll show what it's made of. Lacoste, any further questions?
Nah, we're gonna let him go. We tried to interview him for a couple of times, and a man wants to have some break, celebrate this draw, and celebrate the good Dota that they played so far in the Swiss stage, and continuing to play it in the group stage.
Yeah, go watch the replays. You seem like you're itching to go watch the replays, figure out that map movement. Thanks for joining us, and congrats on that Game 2 victory,
Thanks
Panda.
so much, Panda.
Okay, thank you guys. See you soon, hopefully.
Thank you. It's nice to hear, don't care about the wins or the losses, just focus on building blocks, make sure that they're watching the replays afterwards, because he said, we threw it a little bit. We got picked off. We fixed it, but going back and just making sure that those little adjustments are made. Very nice to hear.
Most definitely. Panda, a chill guy, loves to talk about Dota, and kind of I would say he was very unique as a position 5. He was one of those, 5 Viper pickers, has a lot of experience, has a lot of different ideas that he can bring to the table in a team, and always loved to watch him play, like what he's gonna do. Sometimes you'll see him, like the move that they did when they went to the enemy triangle and then killed the whole ancient stack, the big one with Crystal Maiden ulti, they know how to like read the map really well, and you could hear him talk about, he already knows that the mistakes were made in some of these games. Even the first game, he says it was very winnable, but just the timing wasn't right. And in the second game, he feels like they could have even, looked more easy for them if they played it perfectly.
Yeah, well, that rounds up that best of 2, 1-1 between Aurora and Boom. As we move on to our next or last series of the day, we've got BetBoom against Gaimin Gladiators, I believe, is our next series. So we'll have a quick break and come back with that next series for you all. And we have returned, as promised, with more Dota 2. BetBoom against Gaming Gladiators, our last series of the day. And this one, Lacoste, this one should be a real cracker. Two of the top teams in Europe, Eastern and Western Europe, playing against each other. Couldn't wish for a better matchup.
Yeah, it should be a good one, but knowing how some of these games did go, because people, like, I think there was a BetBoom tournament, BetBoom Dacha in Dubai at the start of this year, and we had an interview on stage with some of BetBoom members, and they're like, do you know what your win percentage is against Gaming Gladiators? And they're like, it should be probably low, but they have a pretty damn good record. They won 6 out of 8 series, like 6 out of 10, but they drew another 2 against Gaming Gladiators, and Gaming, they only won 2 in 2023. So yeah, BetBoom, they have their number, not just in 2023, but also in 2024. They beat them at Dream League Season 22 Group Stage 1, Group Stage 2, and also beat them at BetBoom Dacha Dubai. So this one, I'm heavily favoring BetBoom because this team, they know what's up with Gaimin. Gaming sometimes, can be slow, and BetBoom, one of the fastest teams. Like, they know how to punish. This team has always been talked about being super strong team in the laning stage, and I want to see what Gaming's going to come up with.
Holy moly, you're right. Yeah, this is why you're here, right? Yeah, bring the big stats. Okay, so it's that funny little page that I often forget about. Like, on Wikipedia, if you go to the head-to-head matchup, there's a little, like, bar graph icon you click, and it shows all the head-to-heads. BetBoom against Gaming Gladiators for every series they played against each other. That is wild. If you had asked me to make a bet on that, I probably would have said it was 50-50 or like 40-60. Gaming Gladiator favored.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. Because they dominated the whole 2020, especially the first part. Then, Team Spirit during Riyadh Masters and TI, of course. But you would assume that their record against team like BetBoom, because BetBoom was also pretty consistent throughout the year. They were getting good results, and they're even getting better results nowadays. In 2024, they got third place at BetBoom Dacha Dubai at their own tournament, and they got second at Dream League Season 22, losing to Falcons. That was one-sided, but they are getting closer and closer, still yet to win a big tournament. They never managed to win it, but consistently placing high, and I think there was a lot of talk about Pure once he left the team. Who's going to be his replacement? People were talking about him being the best player in the team. Seeing Miero and how fast he adapted into the team, been very impressed. Some of these, I think he shines the most on these blink initiators, like a Centaur. He can also farm. He does know how to scale. And the whole team plays very well around him. I also love the fact that he goes and joins some of these earlier engagements, shows up in a mid lane, 8 minutes in, they get the tower because of his rotation, they bring the numbers, and of course, heavily focused on the lanes. A lot of the time you'll see this team having super good drafts, and I want to see Gaimin again having a bit of a slower start. They did start this group stage with 0-2, losing to Extreme Gaming. No, that was long ago. This might be their first series. Never mind. I was just checking the Dota buff, but they haven't played. So yeah, let's see how they're going to start.
It's a slow one for sure. It's a slow start for sure.
It's so slow that they didn't even play the series yet.
Oh, you're trying to get him, trying to poke them with a pointy stick, and he's like, "No, we've not played yet." Right, we'll see how it moves on. BetBoom against Gaming Gladiators. We've got draft right below us, as you can see, a few bans coming out. Right. Remind myself, I was thinking while you were talking, yes, Miero, fully agree. Blink Initiators, he's looked spectacular joining this team, especially when they did that Nightfall Pure swap to position 1 to position 3, bring in Miero. But I think, so in my mind, his biggest strength is in the draft, the potential last pick like Beastmaster or Lycan. Because yes, he's very good on these Primal Beast, Centaur, whatever, but having that kind of guy who is we can pick Beastmaster here and just win the game off of it is so scary.
He loves his Zoo. He's probably the only offlaner who played Zoo at Dream League Season 22. I don't remember anybody else touching some of these heroes. You did mention Lycan Beastmaster, and he played it multiple times. Like when they were facing, I believe, Extreme Gaming, he brought it out 2 times and looked very good. So be careful about those heroes, because I don't see them being banned out. And some of the interesting heroes that I see is Sniper. Sniper has been on the rise ever since, I would even say, Dream League, because it was XM who kind of brought it to the table. At one point, I think he was 7-7, and it got banned at the later stages of the tournament. Whenever people played against Extreme Gaming, they're like, yeah, this Cardell has to go. Newer build, Treads, Raid Band, double Raid Band into Dragonlance for some more tankiness, a little bit of extra damage, and then going for Aghanim Scepter into Kanda. This is the new build.
What was your meme? It was Pyrian Flax, you and the boys.
Oh, it was Tank Cardell, yeah.
Tank Cardell.
10 seconds remaining.
I build Crimson Guard and Assault Cuirass. They jump me, but they cannot kill me.
Yeah, fun times. Doesn't work in professional Dota, works in pubs most of the time.
Ooh, the blue boy is being picked up very early on here. So Leshrac for BetBoom. IO is banned, so no kind of funny combos there to go against Gaimin Gladiators. And then a Razor first pick for them.
Yeah, I wanted to see why they decided to ban this Sniper in the first phase. Quinn has played 8 Sniper matches in the last 8 days, and he's not going for, at least he didn't go for these builds that I was talking about. Only one game he did go for the Aghanim Scepter into Kanda, but most of the time he goes for, I would say, classic Dragonlance into Maelstrom, into Shard, BKB, upgrade to Mjolnir. And he was sitting at 50% win rate, but Leshrac is another hero that can be flexed. Like, we've seen it quite a lot. Again, we're going back to Dream League, where the hero has been flexed to position 5. People started to pick it up and are like, you know what? He got a little bit of a buff to his ulti, Diabolic Edict as well. You can easily take the tier 1 tower without putting yourself even in danger. You could like see the heroes, but trying to bait some extra heroes by first phasing this hero does allow you to change him to position 5 and then pick different heroes.
So many like spiderweb threads of drafting going on. So many layers of block picking, baiting, splashing this hero to there, flexing this one to over there. And Dota's in a great place. Now, Gyro Bloodseeker. Gyro, I understand. Has Bloodseeker seen play recently? Have I missed a trick?
Let me check if he's been played during Elite League. He's been played 3 times, sitting at 33% win rate. But the recent changes to Bloodseeker has base agility has been increased by 2, and also self-healing has been classified as lifesteal and is also amplified by lifesteal amplification. And Quinn, and also his signature jacket. Seems like he's always cold, no matter where he is.
You gotta keep yourself all warmed up. Get that body temp up. Stay hydrated. He didn't seem too pleased with that sip of whatever he's drinking.
No. Didn't taste too good. Maybe he was expecting some kind of a freshly squeezed orange juice, but it was just water. Maybe it was
tap water.
Maybe added tap water or sparkling water. It's like, who?
As someone who lives in Germany, I know that threat all too well.
I don't mind
Sprudelwasser.
It's the name that scares me, not the water, not the bubbles in the sparkling water. But Gaimin Gladiators picking up Tiny, not revealing anything. This Razor can go to pretty much 3 different lanes. Nice setup if you want to run this as a dual lane. With Tiny, you need some kind of a setup for your static lane, keep them in place, and BetBoom will pick up Shadow Demon. So you have save for potentially core Leshrac coming in. We've seen the power of Leshrac in our previous series that we were covering in Game 1. Because Shadow Demon was all over the place. Another great scaling, position 4/5, and also one of the best heroes in the game to stack with.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And they're on Radiant side, right? So yeah, he's going to potentially be that position 4 stacking Ancients and building the large camps there. Pretty
It's
good
also
hero
a-
against the Razor as well, with this demonic purge disruption to kind of stop the Link, stop him from walking the dog.
Yeah, that's the biggest part, I would say. That's one of the reasons why they picked him, not so much about stacking. Sure, that's a good thing, but you want to stop Razor from linking your carry, and they do favor Nightfall pretty heavily in their drafts. They don't want him to be ruined by the static link. So another good way of counter initiation. ET, Shadow Demon. So a lot of value in some of these aggressive disruptions to come out, because you have follow up with the Leshrac stun, ET stun. You get on top of them, they lose the base armor. But in terms of lockdown, there isn't really much. So Gaimin Gladiators will pick up Weaver on their third pick. A bit of a, I'm not gonna say surprising one, because it's a good game for Weaver here. You can easily run away from Leshrac, cut into backlines. These two supports are gonna suffer. I would love this to be Doracio Weaver, but let's see. Maybe there's some flex to it if you want to, run this Tiny as a position 4, run a mid. Razor also very flexible in this draft, but yeah, I think it's a good position 1 Weaver type of a game.
There's no position 5 Weaver anymore, right? That doesn't exist?
No, ever since the nerf to the Aghanim Scepter, it's just
the cast range.
Before, cast range and also cooldown. It's kind of difficult. And Gaimin Gladiators going back to their bread and butter. Enchantress, this has always been their hero ever since Celery has been in the team. It feels that they can achieve so much. So another way of stopping like Leshrac from going in with 1 enchant, removing ET's spirit. So let's see how they're gonna play these, because I know Toronto Tokyo plays ET. Save he loves his Shadow Demon, but maybe they could do some tricks where they dodge this ET away from Enchantress.
I'm gonna try and shuffle those lanes and try and figure things out.
I mean, it's
I was thinking back. There was a.
Go ahead.
No, you.
I was thinking maybe Faceless Void just to counter this Weaver. You can get away from Razor Static Link. The other one, I had another hero. Morphling, because you can also turn into Razor. You can turn into Weaver. The only initiation they have is Tiny. But for now, it's going to be Miero's Classic. So I think this is going to be Shadow Demon. Played as position 4. So you have a setup for your Stomp, Double Edge, great killer lane. They wanted to threaten some type of a kill, some kind of a stun that they have for Weaver. But yeah, good overall pick. But I would still love to see either Faceless Void for BetBoom or Morphling. I think it's a really good, both of these heroes, that they could fit them nicely.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at Gaimin Gladiators right now, kind of locked into that pos 5 Enchantress. You were saying it's their bread and butter. I remember the times we were looking at the old Spectral or Dota buff of Gaimin Gladiators. You look at Celery's hero pool, and it was just Ench-Chen. Other support heroes like Clockwork and Treant and this and that. Toronto Tokyo has like 5 different heroes he's playing. Celery, nope. Enchantress, Chen. These are the 2 we will win games with. And eventually, they started getting banned, started, forcing him to expand his hero pool into like the IO, the Undying. But now we go back. It's full circle, right? Dota is a cyclical game. We run through metas, we go back to the start, we bring some old flavor into the meta soup that we've been developing in this patch. And the last couple of bans going to round things out, as it looks like a Brewmaster ban out of BetBoom. I'm still not really fully understanding where the Razor's going, what the flex is here from Gaimin Gladiators. They might cover their bases with that last ban, and you were looking at this Morphling, and it's a very good game. Just get removed by them.
It is. Also, another hero I could see gaming to pick up is Mars. I think this hero has a lot of value. Ace is not your typical Mars player. He does play it from time to time. Great matchup against Centaur, even though you have a little bit of a save with Shadow Demon. But if you play a good arena, they can't get out of it, kind of countering the Stampede.
Have they dealt with Meepo through like the ET and the Shadow Demon? Is that enough to maybe
Leshrac, Centaur, there's definitely enough.
Okay. It's just always one of those things that, weasels into the back of your brain. Hey, it's Ace. Hey, offlane Meepo is a potential last pick for them. Not this time around. And it is Gaimin Gladiators with that final pick. BetBoom have to kind of pick blindly. What was the other one you said?
Faceless Void that they banned.
Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's lockdown. Again, static link would be very good, so you can break it with the time walk. Against Weaver, time dilation kills this hero, so you can't use Shikuchi. Also, they have no saves inside Chrono, so yeah, two really good bans coming out from Gaimin protecting their carry Weaver.
It's like PL time or something? Is that a hero you can rely on in this kind of position?
I don't know. I've seen BetBoom pick it, but Terrorblade seems as a better choice. I think PL needs... He's always on the back foot. He's just like always farming the jungle, needs like 4 items compared to like TB. Sometimes PL needs like 5 items. And this Darkseer kind of indicated that they will go for TB. One of the worst counters, but Nightfall, he's pretty happy about his Terrorblade pick.
Yeah, but we also saw Celery. We saw Celery. My goodness, having a bit of a giggle there immediately after that Darkseer and a TB ban and pick. So I don't know if they were fully expecting it and they knew it was coming, or they wanted one of those elements. Like, oh, we wanted to pick Darkseer. We wanted to take TB ourselves, but it wasn't to be. Now into that reserve time. 5 seconds remains. And Gaimin Gladiators. Last pick, Axe. Alrighty then.
Initiation, beefy guy, can dunk this Terrorblade. Maybe, like, Ace doesn't feel too comfortable playing Mars. Axe kind of more type of his hero. But, yeah, I do like what they drafted for themselves inside of Gaimin, even though win-loss record is not in favor of Gaimin by any means throughout the last 2-3 years. I feel like Gaimin have a very good draft. You have Razor, again, like Leshrac usually doesn't care about Razor stealing your damage because you're still, like, you deal insane amount of damage with your spells. But I could see this Weaver popping off in terms of stuns that they have. You have Centaur, Leshrac stun, not the easiest one to execute with the ET. Maybe they catch him with the Shadow Demon stun, but I think the backlines for BetBoom needs to be careful. Like, their positioning needs to be really good in this game. They have a little bit of a save coming out from Centaur, a Terrorblade, maybe with the Sunder later on once he feels comfortable using it to save people. I don't think he will, but yeah, I would give this 60-40 to Gaimin. I've seen a lot of games where Terrorblade feels a little bit of lackluster, but it's Nightfall TB. Like, this guy kind of invented, he's been known for playing the PL, playing the TB once he popped into the scene for a good reason. These are some of his best heroes, but yeah, I think this is probably the best hero that was left in the pool for them to pick anyway, considering that Morphling and Faceless Void were banned out in the last phase.
Yeah, you called it. It was a tremendous game for those two heroes, so good bans by Gaimin Gladiators. And just looking at their draft now, I mean, start off, BetBoom, it looks pretty simple in how they're going to lay out their draft, where the heroes and roles and players are all going. Gaimin Gladiators, what are the lane matchups they're looking for? What is it? Axe with Tiny? Does Celery's Enchantress want to move to a different lane instead of being with a Weaver? What's the goal for the lanes out of Gaimin Gladiators?
Let's see who's going to be playing it. It's going to be Tofu playing the Tiny, so pretty standard stuff. Judging by the items that I see, I think it's still going to be Enchantress in the safe lane. Okay. With your Weaver, so they are going to be putting pressure onto this Centaur who doesn't have that much armor. So I feel normal stuff, but then you won't have something to dispel off the Astral Spirit, and you're going to be playing 2 melee. The good thing is you have Tiny, so I think maybe this time around Tiny starts with Toss, something that we've seen Q did in the previous game where they didn't want to lane, so toss him away, he uses the spirit goes away, and you can creep skip as well, of course. A little bit of a reconnect stuff coming out, and we do have 10 players back in the game.
I guess that's one of the key things, right? You can drag waves, manipulate stuff in the first few minutes, and then you have Axe 1v1ing TB and Tiny 1v1ing the support who's, I don't know, ET or Shadow Demon. We'll see where they're heading. We'll find out how it all works out, as some funny kind of all chat wheel lines already coming out. A foregone conclusion. GPK was spamming. Some good luck, some have funs, but I'd imagine, you know, the stats have been done. BetBoom probably know that they have a very good win rate against Gaimin Gladiators. Maybe the laughs and giggles from Celery also knowing that Gaimin Gladiators have a pretty poor win rate against BetBoom. This is the time to change that, though.
I think they're going to be able to do it. Interesting build coming up from Doraccio. Like, he thinks it's all about survivability, and I kind of like it on this position 1 Weaver, where he has Circlet, he has Gauntlets going for Bracer as his first item, and the Fairy Fire. So at early levels, Shukuchi, it's a 15-second cooldown ability. You get, if they catch you, you're going to die, most definitely. Because let's say they get level 2 faster, Disruption, Shadow Poison, couple of stacks, Hoof Stomp into Double Edge, maybe Double Edge, and you're going to be gone. So Doraccio thinking about how to survive this lane, and also Enchantress doesn't provide you with like any kind of a help once they initiate on you. Also, the reasons, well, like you ask, is it gonna be the lane? Maybe with Tiny position 5. It's been done before. It's just that Tiny kind of kills his own game. Like he needs to buy sentries. He needs to bring extra regen to feed off to his carry. So that's the downside, considering that Tiny's not a hero that has any spare gold that he can just throw away casually.
Yeah, need boots money, need blink money. just please give me anything you possibly can.
Buy gold, any kind of gold you can get.
He needs it all. And BetBoom waiting on top of this cliff in the bottom jungle, smoking. It's like it's synchronized, choreographed. Because Gaimin Gladiators, they've done the same thing.
This is
hidden
scripted.
behind mid-tier 1. Yeah, smoking out to try and meet them. Tofu's smoke is broken, so they know BetBoom are in the vicinity. BetBoom also have that information, obviously, from that high ground position that they currently hold. Dire with 2 observer wards around this mid lane, so it looks like they are itching for a fight. Nothing found just yet, though, as observer ward gets placed by Toronto Tokyo right under the noses of Gaimin Gladiators. It could be an easy D ward for them.
The battle begins.
They're too afraid of disruption into follow-up stun from Leshrac, follow-up stun from Centaur. Miera losing half of his HP already. More than half, actually.
Wow.
This is not a good sign. He doesn't have any region whatsoever. He has tangos coming up on the courier, of course, but yeah, this lane starting very, very good for Gaimin.
Just like, save, please. Begging his Shadow Demon to hand over some of the goody greens. Gets a tango handed to him. Yeah, long walk back into the lane, though, and this allows Tofu and Doraccio to set up.
Okay, so
it's the large camp.
You're right. It's going to be Tofu playing this Tiny, just so you can... I guess the main reason is if they want to go with the combo and try to kill you off your Weaver with 1 point in Avalanche, it's enough to stop them from using the Hoof Stomp. And these heroes are not easy to kill. Like, Pause 4/5 Tiny has a lot of HP, doesn't have much armor, but very difficult to kill. And you can see him bringing the Sentry Ward. So, yeah, Tofu kind of sacrificing his own game for the greater good. And now you have Celery, as we discussed, that it's a possibility to have Enchant against this ET, where he doesn't get to do much.
Exactly. That's a big one as well. I'm kind of wondering... So there's this whole like naming convention, right? A position 1, position 2, blah, blah, is meant to be farm priority, right? So we're talking about it here as in terms of lane setup, where Tiny's the pos 5 for the first few minutes. But as the game develops, he's going to shift.
Yes.
And Enchantress is going to get very little. But I'm also wondering, maybe Celery buy... Oh, is Toronto Tokyo? He's okay. He's going to take a few hits down bottom. Yeah, does Celery buy all the sentries and stuff for him? Like, could you just buy sentries and stuff? Drop them in fountain?
You could, yeah, definitely. Maybe that's what happened. Let me just check whose sentry that is on Tiny. It is, looks like his, so...
Yeah. So not happening just yet, but maybe something they could do. Just share the love.
Hero already having a hard time in this one. Needs to bring something, some kind of a region. Save has no tangos whatsoever. Doraccio having a pretty good game so far, sitting at 8-2. Centaur, he's farming nicely, but is very killable.
What do you mean he's got no where's all the tangos gone? He had 6.
Radiant's
They gobbled all
has been killed.
their tangos in the first 2 minutes.
Tower is under attack.
It's
Hungry,
kind of
hungry
hard to feed a
centaur.
horse. Yeah.
Jeez Louise. And Tofu just
what-
battering into save. Miro? He's...
Oof. I was thinking where this tree throw is gonna go. What if Centaur was the opposite? What if the
Oh my
top
God,
part was... What if the bottom part was human and top part was the horse?
What if the little mermaid was fish at the top and woman at the bottom? We get into some really messy mythology and lore once we start getting into this.
Yeah, Save's gonna
Save.
die.
Dead to the next Shikuchi. And first blood there for Duracho with that Bracer build. Oh, a good start for Gaimin Gladiators up top. I mean, the wave is sat right in front of Miera's tower, so Centaur is at least lapping up some of that stray experience and gold. We can take a peek into the other lanes here. Down at bottom, Ace currently sat 13 and 4. Terrorblade 14 and 6. So it looks like Nightfall having a decent time farming here, even with Celery trading very well with the ET.
They know. Like, Gaming Gladiators, they're a smart team. They know that BetBoom are heavily focused on the laning stage, so they kind of caught them off guard. Duracho dropping low. These double edges, they definitely do hurt 2 points in double edge. A couple of poisons, a couple of shadow poison stacks. And Tofu will be using healing salve of his own. Man, I don't miss those days where people were spamming salves on your carries. It took them a very long time to fix it.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, you need to have constant healing salve.
Just bring a salve. Bring a salve. Wasting hundreds of gold. But yeah, we've just seen Tofu buy up sentries, wards, another salve, more regen. So his dreams of early boots out of the window. Well, down at bottom, Ace plays aggressively into the face of Toronto Tokyo. Trying to get these spins into the TB as well, but not quite lining it up for himself. And some pings from Celery saying, hey, chill, I'm going to go stack. We'll build up some bank in the back for Ace's axe. Try and get him some farming time later on down the line. And as the side lanes calm down a little bit now, how's mid going? Because Razor against Lashrak, double magic spammy heroes. Is there any kind of
Pretty
skill
even.
matchup here?
Yeah, GPK, he was thinking about what he needs to do. He did put 2 points in Lightning Storm, and then didn't use 2 points on anything else. So now he puts more points in Diabolic Edict, so he has something to punch back if Quinn decides to dive him with the Static Link and Plasma Field. GPK knows the matchup definitely, buying the Raindrop and a lot of kills in those side lanes. Tofu gets the toss back with the Avalanche.
Yeah, and the classic move down at bottom where Ench goes to stack and Ace stays too far forward. Gets caught out by this reflection metamorphosis of Nightfall's Terrorblade. Catching him off guard there, and they can kill him the Hellbear too. Nice bit of bonus gold for the TB. Currently, you look at that last hit chart, and I guess net worth is going to be a very similar story. Lots of green. BetBoom doing very well on all 3 cores, starting to ramp up. Weaver is at the top, though. 2,800 net worth for Duracho with that first blood kill. A good early start for
Doing
BetBoom.
really good. Going into Dragonlance next. Getting a Raindrop as well, just so that he doesn't die. Getting that solo XP as well on Duracho. Very important as position 1 Weaver. And now we see the moves. Tofu coming to a mid lane, thinking about maybe getting the toss back. Not the easiest thing to do. That's Tiny without boots.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got wind late and a smoke, but no boots, that hurts. He does get a little ward down. Miero and Save, though, able to play aggressively up on top. Duracho has a Fairy Fire and another Shikuchi, dodges the Blood Grenade. 2 stacks of poison, and Miero still chasing him. Movement speed advantage, 385 Centaur, 275 for the Weaver. Another Shikuchi and the stomp misses. Ooh, baby Duracho, so close to death, but he's Shikuchi'd himself into the corner of the map. Tucked away now, away from Save and Miero, and it looks like he's safe.
Uh-oh. Okay, he's not going back in. I was worried there for a second. Rest of the team is trying to help him out. Tofu making a move. So is
Duracho?
Celery.
Yo, this Weaver, what? So aggressive. Miero, nearly dead, not finished off by the toss of the tree. Dyrachio still alive, 3 stacks of poison on him. Save wants the 4th one, but he's not going to find it. Taken down in the midst of battle, and Weaver, tangos handed to him galore with raindrops to save him from the poison burst as well.
Let's see how he's going to play this one. He's been fed a couple of tangos. Raindrop making a difference. Fairy Fire as well, bringing that bracer. We talked about his itemization. It's all about that survivability. And that Dyrachio, so far so good. Not overextending and keeping things very close. Going for Dragonlance as his first item. So that's going to be even more tankiness. Building, getting that Belt of Giant Strength early on.
Oh, they want to try and catch GPK, but he's got a haste. Gets away with an active rune, and we were almost seeing 2 massive ships kind of sailing towards each other there. The trios of heroes with guarding runes moving back to mid. But for now, GPK is just going to tuck back in with Toronto Tokyo's help, clear out some of these stacks they've made. Let's see if Celery wants to invade here. Tofu's not close enough by. Quinn from this mid spot just spent his plasma field, so probably doesn't want to swing across. Decent spot to be in, though, as Gaimin Gladiators, it feels like, having the Axe and the Weaver solo their side lanes. Probably feel a little more comfortable than the TB and Centaur.
Yeah, you can see how much emphasis they put in this mid lane with the Observer Ward. Celery just dewarded one, and there's also another one right in front of their tower. Ooh,
they missed
the stun.
They slept up the Razor, but Celery's on the run, gets back down to the river. Toronto Tokyo, he's got Nightfall joining him from the right-hand side, charging him towards Quinn. Let's see what they can do on this Razor then. With the stun landing and the damage coming, Quinn trying to pigpole away, speeding off towards safety. The toss
run,
across.
Piggy, run!
Oh, he's alive! Saved by Celery and Tofu, while well, he's the only one to die. Ace comes in with a cleanup, kills off the Shadow Demon. So stacks get taken by BetBoom. Ace gets the kill on SD, and he's going to run away from the TB and ET, even going for the kill play. Oh, a little spicy from Ace Axe with a dunk to finish it off. Very nicely
and another
done.
Piggy. They're so speedy. That was a nice play there from Quinn. Changes his strength, treads the strength, and I believe he bought another round of raindrops on him. So wants to keep tanky as possible. Tofu making a move. Cross back into the mid lane. Should be an easy kill on save.
Yeah, disrupts himself for a little bit of time. And that's it in the end. 1-6. Yeah, Gaimin Gladiator is really setting the tempo of this early game. Coming out the laning stage, swinging pretty hard. This is going to help out the Tiny tremendously now, up to 2,000 net worth. A lot of it is already spent, you know, Boots, Windlace, Wand, but he's got 400 to play with now towards that blink. And he's being given the mid lane to farm through.
Yeah, given whatever he invested into these healing salves, tangos for Dyrachio. Needed to buy sentries, multiple to unblock some of the camps. Allowing Dyrachio to have a really strong early game. And you said a lot of greens in the top, but now there's a lot of reds. Axe already 2 cult armor, has blade mail, so he could go for some of these solo kills as well. TV, not the hero with the most HP, does have Dragonlance, but needs some follow-up. Like Axe +1 could definitely get a kill there. Mid lane.
Yeah, stun out from GPK, stomp to sleep them up. Quinn and Tofu fighting back though, thinking about a move onto the Lash. And they save Quinn's life at least for now. And Celery's also pinging back up towards this Radiant Triangle. Weaver's invading along with Celery's Inch. It was just Toronto Tokyo's Elder Titan that showed his face up the staircase. Yeah, in this kind of situation, it's felt like BetBoom are the ones on the back foot, kind of letting the waves wash over them. Tofu charging towards GPK yet again. They do have saves Shadow Demon just above him with a banish on the Tiny, but the Centaur Stomp and the Ench coming through. GPK
they need one more hit.
The
there it is.
Toss. The one final hit's enough, and now they move on to save. 7-1, make it 8. No dunk though for Ace.
Yeah, he did spin unfortunately, but they are running them over. Like that's why TB he can't really do much at this point, even though he did go and try to go for that kill on Quinn, but the map opens up so much for Gaming Gladiators right now. Dyrachyo has been free farming in this top lane completely. If you get +1, if you get some kind of a stun, there's no stampede. Dyrachyo's still gonna chase. Let's see. I'm gonna go for the courier instead.
Pause.
Good luck,
What
have
was
fun.
Celery saying? Good luck, have fun now. It's 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, well, this is the second time that they say DS lag. What does that mean?
Discord lag, I believe.
Oh, it's Discord? Okay.
So I guess
thought they were talking about Darkseer and he's not in the game, or they misspelled Shadow Demon twice.
Pretty sure it's Discord lag. They had the same thing during Dream League where, I don't know, they specifically have problems with the old Discord webcams. They just don't like it. They want to go back to Ventrilo.
Go back to Skype.
Oh,
Ventrilo was
no.
before. What was the
Mumble?
Mumble? Yeah, you're right. MIRC. That was.
MIRC,
you couldn't
yeah, it was
use
a
the
chat.
voice, but it was just a chat program. Yeah.
Hamachi, do you remember that one?
I do.
Yeah.
I'm old enough. Too old, actually.
Yeah.
Back in our days.
Back in our day. Even before Garena existed, I'm pretty sure. We were using Hamachi to pretend we had LAN connections over the internet. And great stuff. Things have been very slow in this game for BetBoom, though. Down 7 kills, down 5k net worth, and now basically down half their map. Gaming Gladiators are just swarming from bottom lane in through mid, sweeping in towards this Lashrak, who needs the Stampede to save him. GPK gets away with his life for now, but a real statement here from Gaming Gladiators that says nowhere is safe. You cannot show on the map. We will run at you.
Things are going to get much more difficult now for BetBoom. Ace just picked up his Blink Dagger. It's being delivered, so once you get that, you will have a form of initiation. Tofu, he is getting some farm, and they are going for enemy XP rune. Dyrachyo and Tofu already there. I don't think BetBoom can try to contest this one.
Oh, it's going to be real rough if they try. It's grabbed by Tofu. Avalanche stopped that ET stomp, but Miero, GPK, they're going to come in here with some chain disables at least. Kill off Tofu, make him pay for his insolence. But that's a 4-hero rotation. You lose the rune, you get a kill, and then you look at the rest of the map. Axe, free farming bot lane. Mid lane Celery's free farming there. Enchantress, she can scale. No joke. But it's just such a tight spot to be in.
Yeah, he's not going for, Dragonlance, Power Treads into Hurricane Pike, Shard, Dagon, etc., whatever. He's just picking up Spirit Vessel. He thinks that there's going to be that Bloodstone on Lashrak eventually. Centaur as well, try to cancel his Blink Dagger with it, so already prepping for it. Makes him also relatively tanky, but Celery has been known to scale with his Enchantress when there's a good game for it. GPK will land a stun, should be an easy one.
Again, though, it's a play into your own jungle to kill a support. And BetBoom, they claim a life, and they'll get a bit of space for Nightfall to push out this bottom lane. It just doesn't feel like they are safe, or feeling safe at all. Quinn could appear from anywhere, but Quinn's using this time, I think, very wisely to clear through ancient stacks with his DD rune. So he's accelerating pretty quickly into his BKB, which, of course, will be that key item for Gaming Gladiators to take these upcoming team fights. Tofu with arcane boots, so delaying his Blink Dagger just to go for these more skirmish-based battles, it looks like.
Yeah, because you have an
Smoking.
offlaner who's having such a good time on top of the network. 15-minute Blink Dagger Blade Mail. I don't think you need to rush it. It's more about him providing mana, and Ace wants to get the jump. There it is.
Straight in. Save him a little bit here with
It's
a
a setup for
disruption.
Tiny.
It is into a dunk, the third win there for the Axe of Ace. And he's pig-poling forward, trying to chase into Shadow Demon. Maybe
Who's
swinging
also
northwards
pig-poling.
now. Miero is being eyed up by Dyrachyo. TP out from the Centaur. And there's no jump across from Ace.
So many times, Miero is like pushing the limits in this top lane, because you are playing against Weaver, who doesn't have any kind of stuns. Things will change eventually as soon as he picks up that Gleipnir, so he can stop his TP, keep him in place during the Stampede, or if they decide to bring either Axe or Tiny, Ace was thinking about jumping in bottom, but that was not a real TB. Nightfall has been pretty silent. He's been farming up, second on the net worth, but we haven't really seen BetBoom try to take a full fight. It's kind of difficult for them, I would say. Before Centaur gets a Blink Dagger, he is getting close, so it's more about counter initiation when Gaming Gladiators jump, Shadow Demon Disruption, try to set up things with ET's Earth Splitter or Echo Stomp. But yeah, Toronto Tokyo also needs a lot of levels. Their XP rune has been stolen. There it is. Initiation again.
Stampeding away. So another defensive one there, just to get out of the grasps of Gaming Gladiators. Toronto Tokyo's done a good job here, using this moment of chaos and noise to come in, get some deep wards down, grab a bounty rune, and play on the enemy side of the map a little bit. Yeah, even like this is the thing, right? Oh, wait, is Mira still dying? Tofu's tracked back and found the Centaur here. No stomp, no stampede, 100 HP, all that separates him from life and death, and the plasma field.
Roshan gets him.
Oh,
the big boy takes it.
Baron
What if
Nashor has
Roshan-
done it, Lacoste.
Yeah, Nashor. I was thinking, what if Roshan's net worth would be worth more if he's getting the last hits on the heroes? That's pretty cool.
Huh.
So
And
he
neutral creeps
takes
as well?
down. Maybe, yeah. That like one creep, you get extra like 40 or 50%. Roshan would be a bit. It would be a bit too much, but you know, give him some loving.
Getting a hero kill. That's another thing where we can have stacks of, right? This neutral creep has 4 hero kill stacks. He's worth 400 gold more.
Yeah, this
we've had some of those moments where like a hellbearer just like clapped the ground and killed 3 heroes. It's happened.
Ooh, Stellar's career has been also killed, so no spirit vessel for him for the next 2 minutes. Bloodstone is still not gonna be there, so I think they're fine. And BetBoom, finally they're gonna use the smoke. We were waiting for this opportunity ever since Miero's like, okay, Blink Dagger is available. He's gonna TP mid, get picked up by Date Smoke, and let's see what they can do with it.
Gaming Gladiators are smoked into them. Blink Stomp, Razor
Oh,
Tiny,
follow-up.
in it. Centaur, where's his backup? Where's the buddies? TB arrives, Stampede's coming, Tofu's still alive though, and Quinn gets off his BKB into a turnaround play, draining all the damage through that disruption onto Miero. A few more hits should do the job here for Gaming Gladiators, and that's it. Secured by Quinn's Razor. Blink debut for Miero not paying off there. The follow-through was lacking. And Gaming Gladiators have dived even deeper. Duraccio in onto GPK, 1v4ing, getting the kill on the mid laner, and now trying to retreat. Duraccio's tanky Weaver with 2,000 HP, who slips in, gets the kill, and then runs away.
Pretty difficult to take down. I mean, it was a good initiation, but no real follow-up. They needed either ET Stomp to land, or they needed Earth Splitter to land on those 2 heroes so they can take a fight. But GPK, he's not too comfortable to get close to a fight, considering that he doesn't have a Bloodstone yet. He deals insane amount of damage with Kaya and Whispers of the Dread, but he can be shredded. Like one static link, one jump, a blade mail turned on from Axe, you're just gonna be killing yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Axe?
a nice play.
I've missed. What's he done there? I missed that.
So he got disrupted, and immediately he blinks out, doesn't take damage, and finds Shadow Demon, who's trying to run away.
Very nice. Very nice. Tofu's getting jump bottom. Centaur and Terrorblade on his tail. The Avalanche TP though. Oh my god, he's out. I saw 2 things pop up on my left-hand feed, and I thought, oh, he's dead. But no, Tofu survives.
He made it look close. Like, he could have popped Magic Wand, had 20 charges before he TPs and the Fairy Fire, but I don't know if he did the math there, so he will have it again for the next fight, and again, they will steal BetBoom's XP rune. It's being pinged out again.
The Wild Wing Protector guarding the Wisdom runes. Dear me. Honestly, that makes it even more impressive that Tofu didn't use Fairy Fire and Wand and still got away. We'll just assume he did the maths. Now this, from Save and Toronto Tokyo, a Centaur Stomp. Oh, try and hold them back as Ace will make his escape. BetBoom, so afraid.
Ooh, forcing a Stampede as well. Okay.
I guess because GPK is farming the outer ring top, they didn't really want to fight properly, but I don't know, 2 supports were setting up for it, and then they just give up on it.
Man, something about Terrorblade. I fucking hate this hero. It's him and Anti-Mage. Shadowfin from the mid lane. The do-nothing heroes. Just farm until you lose. It definitely does feel like that a lot of the time.
I think PL is in a similar boat as well, where it's like, we just need to get him a bit more time. We just need to get him to Diffusal and Heart, and then Bloodthorn, and then.
It's always
and then
one item. At least for me, PL at least can cause some confusion and can pop off if you have like good timing on your Diffusal Blade. Good PL players will join correctly, get one fight, continue to farm up their next item. But right now, BetBoom, they have no real space to farm. You can see where GPK is farming, not where you want to be with the Leshrac. And he's in the outer ring on side of Gaming Gladiators near the Mighty Mines, while rest of the Gaming Gladiators are pushing this tower, and doesn't seem like BetBoom can take this fight. Durachio, Gleipnir is available, so there's going to be a lot of chain damage, Plasma Field, the Eye of the Storm, keep them in place. And Tofu does have a Blink Dagger, so he's starting to scale. By scale, I mean we'll get his next item, so he can get another round of spells, whether that's a Force Staff or a Glimmer Cape or Yule Scepter, whatever is necessary for him.
Ace, wandering back up top. BetBoom trying to TP out, and the attempted blink call not catching that Centaur. Miera gets the distance away. But my god, this Ace Axe is going to be a real challenge to break through. Eternal Shroud, Blade Mail, then he's going Bloodstone?
Yeah, it does increase. It's a plus 75 AoE on his call. Axe with Bloodstone and also level 25 talent is pretty freaking massive. That's just like Tidehunter Ravage type of shit.
Also, you just don't die, right? With Spell Lifesteal, you're spinning and battle hungering, just like, I am invincible. More Blade Mail value. Yeah, great build. BetBoom just slowly being shoved back into their base. Wave by wave, tower by tower. Lane by lane. They've got to do something to break out of this. And it looks like it's going to be a big smoke wraparound, but they can't decide where they're heading. GPK was going bottom, Nightfall was trying to go out through top. Now they just run down mid and onto the Weaver.
There's the follow-up. They got him.
Durachio down, and BetBoom finally! It took them 24 minutes to do something, but they get a massive kill on the Weaver.
Ooh, there was no one behind him. Nothing to save him. Maybe with like some Blink initiation, Blink counter initiation for Max, things would be different. They're still thinking about going in.
Tofu wants it. Yeah, tosses this Centaur back into Axe. Ace is here with a dunk, and Tofu's going to die to the TB meta.
Stomp lands on 2.
Nightfall has Skadi here to chase up to high ground. Celery being burst down by GPK's magic damage. Quinn on the run back, doesn't want to BKB, and it looks like he won't have to. Ace's Axe slips out of grasp, and Celery's Enchantress also making a run. Quinn now does have to BKB because of save and his Blink reinitiation. Ace has moved back in as well, trying to stop them in their tracks. Meta's done, and now the turnaround from Gaming Gladiators allows Quinn to get a kill.
That was even before Durachio comes in. He even refills his bottle. These guys are like mega nerds. Look at him. They win a team fight, 4v5. Durachio's not even there, and then Durachio fulfills their supports role, TP's mid to tier 1 tower, which is still standing. BetBoom haven't managed to kill a single tower 25 minutes into the game, which is pretty impressive. And then refills his bottle, and then Celery's following Quinn, using Spirit Vessel on him and bringing him back to full HP.
Quinn watches Durachio die, and he's just like, you're going Fountain, right? Oh, you want to grab me a Big Mac, Crunchwrap Supreme, just go to some fast food place and bring me some snacks.
Double animal style, no pickles. That's my go-to.
No pickles? Extra pickles.
No pickles. I mean, pickles are fine. Sometimes it's just like I can taste pickles too much, but I can also eat them. I don't mind. So, the thing is about like pickles and cucumbers. Cucumbers, disgusting. Like how do you eat cucumbers? And then pickles are like, okay, it's pretty good.
Yeah, they are like opposite ends of the spectrum. I despise cucumbers, and I love pickles. Pickled cucumbers. Gherkins. Do you have a specific name for pickled cucumbers in Croatian?
We just add like the word acidic before that. That's like a little translation.
Just like acidic cucumber.
Acidic cucumber, yeah.
Nice. That's just basically the same thing as saying pickled cucumber, I guess. Yeah, I get into arguments often because for me, pickles are anything that's pickled. So onions,
Yes.
cucumbers, eggs,
You can,
they're all pickles.
you can pickle anything.
Yeah, absolutely can. Jalapeno peppers, pickled. But apparently in America, a pickle is only a pickled cucumber. And I full-on disagree with that. Because in the UK, we call pickled cucumbers gherkins because we stole that word from the Germans. So we have a special word for them.
That's very nice.
How did we start talking about freaking pickles?
You said pickle. You said that they're in the middle of a pickle or whatever the saying is.
Oh, did I? No, we started talking about fast food. You doubled no. You doubled no pickles. The blink stop.
Stand on to 2.
Oh, Gaimin Gladiator supports in a pickle now. Ace sprinting away from that wants nothing to do with that as BetBoom starting to come out of their shell. It's been very quiet on the BetBoom front, but now a couple of decent initiations, getting out of their base, and a tower! A tier 1!
They've done it. 27, almost 28 minutes into the game. But yeah, you can see the power of Terrorblade. He's been farming Nightfall, sitting on 0 dead, so pretty massive 17,000 net worth. Has Hurricane Pike to break the link of his own against Razor Duracio again.
Oh, he's dusted and stomped now, though. Aegis gone. Surrounded. The Weaver has no friends in this area. Blasted down by BetBoom, and they did not lose the Wisdom Rune this time.
Something about Duracio and this part of the map when he was during Dream League playing, this Phantom Assassin, and he killed himself onto Tormi with TB Illusion. So something about this part of the map, maybe try to avoid it a little bit, because he had one suspicious death near the mid lane. They still decided to take that fight, now losing the Aegis as well. BetBoom choosing their fights wisely.
Yeah, doing a great job of it. Let's see now if Gaimin Gladiators want to fight again without their Weaver. Tofu's currently solo smoked, gathered up with Ace and Celery. Quinn is just...
You know what he's going to write? Oh, 17 packet. Oh, I was wrong. I thought he was going to say DS lag.
Not this time. 17 packet. I've got a flying neutral item over the TB. Right, so Quinn's Razor is running into the middle of BetBoom, and backup is like 3,000 range away. There's no way they catch up here. Can Quinn die here?
He definitely can if they blink stun him. Okay, he doesn't have a blink stun on Centaur. Maybe with some disruption type of a play into Splitter or a Hoof Stomp, rest of the team should be able to connect, but Quinn also does have BKB, so I think he gets away no matter what.
Yeah, I got Sanjin Yasha and BKB, right? He's incredibly tanky and resilient. And BetBoom and get to the safety of their high ground again. As Duracio has respawned, shifting up to top, shakuching across the map. Looks like they're going to try and connect into this Radiant Ancients area. Yeah, Salary controls up with some vision. Does give a little bit of room now for BetBoom to get out on that bottom lane. Toronto Tokyo's out looking at Watchers, maybe thinking about some vision to be placed. And Quinn is so fast on this Razor, though. 480 move speed.
Windlace.
Yeah.
SNY. I miss the old move speed talents. No, I don't. It was such a lazy concept. Here you go, 20 move speed.
Minus 60-second respawn time. Here you go.
Oh, no, don't get me even started. Speaking of started,
GPK.
Quinn is in.
Oh, nice BKB out of Quinn. And a jump call from Axe. Ace is in onto this GPK Lash. Obliterated and out of the picture for a minute. Duracio's going to time-lapse off all of that damage because Quinn, with Tofu, chasing in onto Toronto Tokyo. Elder Titan trying to sit in the trees and hide away, TPing home, but he just about gets out of there. While Save dies in the meantime, so 2 down. BetBoom, they've got to find a way to defend their base now. Gaimin Gladiators are coming for your tier 3s.
Whenever Gaimin are going 5-man strong, you see them winning those fights because no one is getting picked off. They landed some really nice two-man stomps 2 times, which did allow them, but now it's a 4-man stomp pretty much. But yeah, those buildings are gonna go down. They don't have like the best heroes to kill the buildings with, but they have the numbers. That's what matters. And look at the AoE on Berserker's Call with Bloodstone. It's pretty insane.
That's huge.
Radiant's bottom
That is huge.
has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is
Why?
under attack.
Why doesn't he just go and get Aghanim Scepter then? What's his Lotus Orb? Buy an Aghanims.
Well, he might still swap things around. I don't know if he wants to commit to it. Lotus Orb is good because he wants to remove the reflection, I guess, so that he can actually blink. You get hit by that reflection. It's good against Sunder, good against Shadow Demon as well. I assume not the greatest item in this game. Let's see if he wants to commit to it. Maybe he feels that he needs a little bit of extra armor. Let's see if he goes for it. Aghanim Scepter definitely up there. He was also thinking about getting the Shard. I think there's a chance of him picking up Kaya-san just for more status resistance and the dunk possibilities.
Yeah, tons of ways to go. We're just going to see his quick buy shift.
Another two-man stomp.
Mid-lane. Quinn
One.
and Celery's still alive, though. Just pop the BKB in, running towards them. Celery's dead. Quinn has killed Miero, so a 1-for-1 in that mid lane. Now, what happens next? It's one of those classic moments.
You
Try and
unpause
figure
here.
out
That's what you
what
do.
happens.
Enchantress is not coming back. Let's check. She does have buyback, so maybe we should keep it paused. What do you do, Gary, in a pub? Let's say a guy died.
Is he on my team
and
or not?
Does it matter? Okay, Quinn giving them an advice that they maybe should invest some of the money into TeamSpeak or different Discord channel, considering that... Let's see if they're on the same Discord. What does Quinn say?
Interesting. I love a bit of all chat.
So Quinn wants them to invest into their own Discord if they're sitting on the same Discord.
Oh, I don't know, man. Oh, I don't know. But to answer your question, if someone has paused the game, my response is this.
I don't even have an F9 key. It's gone.
What do you mean? You've hammered
It's
it
broken.
into the keyboard. It's just a hole.
Yeah,
It's the hole in your table.
There's no keycap.
You should get a sponsorship. Shout out, go do some cold calling to like Razer or Logitech or whatever. Like, I need new keycaps. My F9 in particular.
One of the best things that has been added to the game in the recent years is you cannot pause the game at the start. Top tier, best. I don't know. Maybe couriers, having 5 couriers is up there, but for me, pausing and then one guy, like, you don't even know what he's doing. It's like, why are you on pause? I'm on pausing because I have no clue what he's doing. He's probably, going to the toilet. If you click that ready button, that means you're ready.
Thanks, SVG.
And we are...
Without fail, so we used to play Ability Draft with this German guy, and he had a young baby. And without fail, we would queue for a game, and queues would last like 20 or 30 minutes, right? So we'd queue for 30 minutes, and then without fail, this guy would be like, I need to feed the baby. So he would pause the game, go AFK, we would all have to repause, and he would go and feed the baby for like 5 or 10 minutes, or he would go to the bathroom to take a shit. So I am so glad that my own mental sanity is saved from my own teammates when they go and do this stuff. Like, you don't need a smoke break. You don't need to poop. You should have done this before queuing.
Yeah, you don't need to feed the baby. Just
you don't need to feed the baby.
Yeah, you really set up priorities there, Gary. Didn't even mention the baby. No, I think the big reason for me why my F9 is broken, because you gotta say, like, at least give me something. Say, delivery. I need 5 minutes because I messed up. I need to finish this meal because it's going to be so bad if it's not hot. And I'll say, sure, I can understand that. Any news from him? He's back in Discord joining. Just a moment. So he's coming back. See, now I'm also admin, very reasonable guy. Doesn't want to hit that F9 because they told him that he's coming back and They're not lying.
Who's allowed to... So I was spamming F9. Like, spectators and observers can't F9, right?
No, that has been removed long time ago.
So players can in any of the 10 player slots, but can an admin
Yes.
pause and unpause? Or they have to... Oh, hang on, the fight's continuing. Oh my god, we're back in the game! Save is dead. Quinn is chasing. Toronto Tokyo running. GPK BKB'd up. Nice big split earth there onto Ace's axe.
Ooh, Ace
Duracio's
needs a little bit of help.
trying to run it back. Ace blade mails up. The
There's
force
the
staff
force
getting
staff.
away from the TB. Duraccio also trying to slip away into the trees in the fog. BetBoom, they popped meta, they turned around, they tried to fight, but now they've spent their spells. Gaimin Gladiators could come in for round 2 and maybe just crush this one.
Let's see what Ace decides to go for. He did have that Kaya Sanj queued up, and it's picking up the Lotus Orb. So, more armor, the spell mechanic, which is going to be nice against Reflection. Scotty as well, I think that's what he's bothered about. Like, he gets slowed down there. And Duraccio going for Tormi. Be careful, Duraccio. All good.
Gets the shard for himself as well. Looks like Tormented time for BetBoom 2. And BetBoom currently 1 laner axe down in that bottom lane. I would not be surprised to see Gaimin Gladiators kind of rally up, move into the Radiant Triangle position, knowing that the bottom lane is going to push naturally. Get into that classic movement where you're cutting 2 lanes, pushing into top. There's also that potential for Roshan, you know, just over a minute for that fast spawn to come, which obviously will be ticking in the back of the minds of the players right now. I'll see what Celery decides to do.
Remembered now, Gary, that BetBoom, they are also Tormentor team. During TI, there was Nightfall, one of those games where he goes and tries to kills the Tormentor. I think he kills himself and kills Save, and that was his only death in the game.
Oh,
and they also lost that game.
Pain and suffering. I don't remember watching that. I probably saw it. The one that always like rings true in my mind is the Ramses one, where he dies to that dire torment on the right hand side of the map.
Oh,
Pops himself from 100 to 0.
The classic. So the game slowed down a little bit. I guess it's because of all the pauses that we had. So you do lose the track of time. You lose a little bit of momentum as well during the pauses.
Yeah, I mean, that to me felt like the time for Gaimin Gladiators to put their foot down a little bit. But BetBoom have been allowed to get Metamorphosis back off cooldown. BKBs are all ready. So they are in position to fight again. And Roshan's a minute and 20 away. It's just Gaimin Gladiators is the ones, you know, swarming the map. They're pushing in bottom, into mid, stealing TB illusions. There's a jump on towards Ace, though, here from Save. Shadow Demon started off, combo up into the Stomp. The Ogre Seal Totem flopping Ace down to low ground. Maybe gets him away from this, but no, the damage from up on high. Nightfall rains it down on his head and kills the axe. Gaimin Gladiators do not want to be involved with that fight anymore. They go mid and get a tier 3 instead. Freebie
Celery
buildings.
using this TB illusion to push the tower and get it. So look at the bottom lane. They did manage to kill it. Tofu is pushing through, and now TB illusion again, using it against BetBoom. Somebody buy a Dagon right now to counter Enchantress TB illusion interaction.
Get rid of them. Catapults are starting to go to work as well. Looks like the buildings should... Oh, the range Rax dies. Melee still, of course, surviving. Yeah, that's one of those really interesting moments where it was so vitally important where that fight took place. If that fight is on the dire side of the map, you know, none of this stuff happens, but even a hero down, and probably their most important hero, this Axe, that Blink Initiator, the teamfight starter, he's the one. If he's dead, you don't really want to take a team fight. But they're on the doorstep of the Radiant base. They get a free barracks, basically. And are able now to reposition alongside this Axe respawn timer with the potential to go for this next Roche, which Quinn has spotted.
It's on their side. No meta on Terrorblade, so they should be able to take it. Bottom lane will push in naturally. Mid lane as well, we have this range barracks taken. Let's see if BetBoom wants to take the fight. It's been almost 20k gold lead for them. Meta up in 25 seconds. Roshan dropping down to half HP already. They can't get there on time.
Nowhere near enough. Yeah, Mira just farming out this bottom jungle. I'm trying to work on a Kaya Sands for the Centaur with a shard queued up next. Tier 4 token just picked up by him as well. So potential here for BetBoom to have another round of huge items to try and contend with Gaimin Gladiators in the next bout. But yeah, Aegis and Cheese for Weaver and Razor makes things so difficult. And BetBoom going to need some element of surprise. Cheeky play, one might say. Or they just need Duraccio to, run into an awkward spot and lose Aegis and die twice.
I don't know if that's going to happen, but so far... Nightfall, yeah, for the third time. Nightfall has been pretty on point with this Terrorblade. 0 deaths so far. What does he have? Like, he has like 50% evasion at this point, holding on to Aviana's Feather and Butterfly. There is MKB, there is Enchanted Quiver on Weaver, so those are true strikes. Same goes for Gleipnir procs.
Oh, Ace has got a grab here. Save throws Demonic Purge onto this axe, and Nightfall opens up with the Metamorphosis. The Blink Stomp in from Miero. Ace is still alive, finally dies. Duracho gets off the time lapse now, though. GPK still has a BKB to play with, as this Nightfall Terrorblade just stands here and whacks into them. Oh, the Hurricane Pike, the push back and the run back. See if Nightfall can stand his ground and fight in. They take the Aegis down. Miero, potentially another jump, another round of stuns and catch here. But Gaimin Gladiators, Weaver slapped up by the Stomp, and they're holding their ground. BetBoom spent a lot there to kill the axe. Like, how long did Ace survive just being hit by a TB?
He's stanky. He also didn't pick up his tier 4 neutral item. Does have a token in his inventory, so let's see what he decides going to go for. But you can see that Miero's initiation has been really on point throughout the whole game. Like, he finds the right targets. Most of the time, it's a two-man stomp. His positioning has been top tier so far. And I love the build that he's going for. This is a bit of a pub build, a mean build. If you can slot in maybe some Heart later on down the line. Kaya Sanj, Shard also does have Havoc Hammer, so he can pull them in and also land a Stomp, land a Double Edge.
So this Rattle Cage on Axe, is there a cooldown on it?
No. Zero cooldown whatsoever. But items, for some reason, item does feel like there it is. You ask for it, Duracho delivers.
Hey, Duracho, what's happened? Ace and Tofu, they're in here on the save. Quinn chasing Nightfall. Oh, the static link, the Drake with he's stuck. Quinn got stuck with the shard on the cliff top. Save does die in the end to Ace. Now GPK is being drained. This refresher orb up from Quinn, eats the cheese, no BKB, no Satanic though, and Quinn, has he gone too deep? Nightfall shifting across into the treetops, gets into that fountain with that Aviana's Feather. What is going on?
What happened there? Maybe because he used like double static link, maybe first static link, let's say, was on the pull with the shard, and second didn't register, so he had... he's stuck there acting like he can't pass through that cliff. It was a weird interaction.
That was wild. Oh, there's 4 staff drifting people left and right as well. GPK and Tofu that yulls into the sky. Tofu's about to die. Tosses a creep into the face of GPK with his last breath. And now Gaimin Gladiators, 2 heroes down. BetBoom with 4 alive. Chasing forward. They get it. Ooh. Ace gets away from it. Looked like he was going to get tagged by a Scardy Slow, but not going to work out that way. Oh my goodness.
We're getting close to some level 25s. Razor, level 24 right now, has Satanic in 20. Ace gets dispelled, but has a lot of evasion.
Oh, the Pike on Ace! There's that TB that pushed him away, so the call didn't work. Now they kill off Quinn's Razor. BetBoom with some sick plays. Duracho, maybe thinking about entering here, but GPK's TP'd away. The rest of BetBoom will also disengage.
I think it was Toronto Tokyo's. I think it was Toronto Tokyo's 4-staff that kind of pushed him away, because I clicked immediately and Hurricane Pike was not... It was ready on TP.
Okay.
Maybe we could see the replay one more time. That would definitely help.
The replay from like 3 minutes ago, like start with Duracio's death, right? And then, so the Razor, I think, only used one static link, and the second came afterwards when he was pushing high ground. So I think it was just the Shard link was trying to, like, make him and the TB closer, and he just got caught on a cliff.
It couldn't, yeah. Ooh,
And then the next fight, they're just in the base.
Double XP rune here. Let's see who picks it up for Gaming Gladiators. Maybe Ace wants to get that bigger AoE on his Berserker Skull.
Oh, hell yeah. He's coming for it. And queued up the Arcane Blink as well.
Dyrachio wants to pick it up. Okay.
Okay. Is it the Geminate attack talent we go for at 25?
You do, yeah. But like Shikuchi cooldown is nice because it brings it down to 3.5 seconds. If he feels like he needs to be more maneuverable in a fight, he might pick it up, but Geminate attack is usually the one you go for because it's insane amount of damage.
Yeah, just raw damage output when you've got MKB and Gleipnir as well. The locked Lotuses of Dyrachio, 6 of them in his backpack. GPK and Nightfall still pretty tight to this Radiant base. Not wanting to stray too far. This is one of those wild games where, if we had heat map, I don't think BetBoom have crossed the river since minute 10 or something, you know? Maybe
yeah,
that's, okay, wild exaggeration, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, you have TB pushing out some of these waves. They didn't kill tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. It took them a really long time to kill tower in the mid. What, 28 minutes we said? It was GPK who was like farming the outer ring at one point, but they've been on their side of the river pretty much throughout the whole game.
We've done a pretty good job from that position. And being on your back foot often feels pretty bad. But BetBoom have been going punch for punch, and now this big haymaker could be the difference maker. 5-man smoke.
Oh, they're crossing the river, Gary. No, they're not.
Oh, no, they're not.
Actually, they don't want to get their feet wet.
Hydrophobic. Nightfall's like, I'm going for a dunk here. Get the DD rune. Move into position with a Miero Blink stun, and Chandra's caught out. Tofu trying to protect here with a jump from Axe as well. Ace is into the back, but he's turned on. The Blade Mail does nothing against it. Nightfall, Terrorblade. Disgusting damage coming out of him.
I think, like, I don't know if he wants to swap out his tier 3 neutral item. He did have Ogre Seal Totem, which did allow him to, like, get out of the trouble. Not sure what the... Because he jumps in now, and he gets purged by Shadow Demon on top of it, and TB just slows him down and kills him.
And this was the hero that...
Yeah, go ahead.
Just not long ago, Axe felt like the hero that was just winning the game, single-handedly. He was destroying people.
I don't think this is an easy game by any means for Gaming Gladiators. Like, they need to commit heavily. They need to get the first jump. They need to find the back lines and kill off this Shadow Demon, because he can keep the distance. Like, look at his items. Ether Lance, Blink Dagger, Ogre Seal Totem. So he can keep a really long distance and just go for whoever gets jumped by Axe. His job is to blink in, use the disruption, and save him.
Yeah, and another key is these Force Staffs as well, right? BetBoom have been just drifting everywhere in these fights. I say Force Staffs, they've got one Hurricane Pike, one Force Staff on the TB and ET, respectively. They have multiple blinks, Ether Lenses, range, catch, disengage, all being utilized just perfectly by BetBoom in the last 3-4 fights. They are waiting for next Roche, which is, we know, a minute away. But both teams going to start edging towards the pit. Top lane tier 2 going to be pressured by some TB illusions in a second. And BetBoom knows the angle from which Gaming Gladiators are approaching from. BetBoom, vision dropped, Toronto Tokyo spotted. Force Staff. Away we go.
Out of trouble has Gem, Trickster's Cloak.
A little spooky there.
This Razor's massive. Quinn on Razor, pretty jacked, level 25, so she's going to be stealing some attack speed from Terrorblade. That's going to be pretty big. Like, I think you use one static link, try to force a stampede out of them, because this is what you usually want to save it for. And one of the reasons why he's going Refresher on Centaur is so that he can use it twice. Doratio again, he needs to be careful.
Oh, Doratio stomps Tofu with the save, maybe with the Avalanche toss play. TB should be the focus here for Gaimin. Gladiators, though, trying to hurricane back to safety. Does get off the sun, and now Doratio standing his ground and time-lapsing back to full HP. They've killed off Ace. Save Miero. Both looking worse for wear as Celery trying to get out with his own BKB into the tree line. Might TP. GPK doesn't land the stun, but Celery's going to get tagged up by the Scardy Slow of the Illusion.
Oh, mid lane. They managed to get it. They managed to get the barracks, and now they realized Miero was forced to buy back Tofu. Yeah, I think it was creeps. Maybe something from Celery. One of the creeps that was also focused on the fight.
Quinn so tanky.
Whoa, has a BKB with the refresher.
He turns. He can fight here with Satanic. The refresher allows him to keep on playing. Nightfall. He's out of Metamorphosis now. What can the TB do? He can refresh himself and turn around with another meta. GPK no mana though. Tofu with another avalanche in.
Lincoln.
Quinn, Doratio, and Celery just unloading damage from the right-hand side. Oh, poor save. Down goes the Shadow Demon. And BetBoom, they tried their hardest. They refreshed, they poked, they prodded, but they lose mid-racks. They lose top fight, and they'll lose out on Roshan as well.
They also lost a tier 4 tower, second tier 4 tower down to 900 HP. We'll lose Roshan, as you said. I want to see damage dealt by Razor. I don't know if this is like the true Razor damage, because it's only 5k. It doesn't seem correct, but yeah, a bit of a chaotic fight for BetBoom. They were focusing on different targets. Good target prioritization coming out from Gaimin, killing off Centaur immediately. He's kind of forced to use the buyback, and then he dies again. By the way, Nightfall, he's still sitting on 0 deaths.
That's incredible. Oh, it's been a decent game for old Nightfall. You know, 7 slotted, 0 deaths. What's going on with my base? Oh, right, I see.
Now they're in a bit of a pickle.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What kind of pickle are we talking about?
It's the cucumber pickle
Oh.
with no pickled water around it. He's gonna dry out very quickly. Mega creeps. Now things are gonna get much more difficult.
Pickle Rick over
Static
here.
playing onto the illusion, just stealing some attack speed, stealing some damage, and now going for the throne.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh boy. Still holding, of course, this Aegis and Cheese. All the buildings destroyed in the Radiant base. Not a single building remains. Okay, I mean, Gladiators just chilling. They got mega creeps. BetBoom are the ones that have to make a move. Why not come back and farm? Get your next tier of items. Think about Tormentor. Wisdom Runes back here as well. Lots of stuff to gather up and grab. Even a DD rune up at top.
Doratio wants to go for that one. Celery will scout it out with his Dark Troll Summoner.
Bottled rune. Sort of like Gleipnir and Sandinyasha in backpack. Pretty expensive backpack there.
Yeah, it's like 10,000 plus gold.
It's like ET's net worth unused in a backpack of a weaver. A real tough challenge now for BetBoom though. They've had some great initiations, great fights around this Nightfall Terrorblade. But they've kind of reached that breaking point. Now they're against Mega Creeps. This next fight is really going to dictate the end of the game. Now 5-man smoke for Gaimin Gladiators wants to put an end to it right now.
Not an easy one by any means. Like, their heroes don't deal that well with megas. Sure, you have like Centaur, TV Illusions, Leshrac, but still, once they start pushing, uh-oh, there it is. Yule Scepter coming on from Tofu.
Miero had to BKB. That might not
still
even be
gotta
enough
die.
to save him, though. He just dies. And with a refresher up, Quinn just dives into this Radiant base, in onto GPK. His life steals back up to full HP. Oh, Ace is in there as well with a great
They got him,
in,
first
calls up
time.
the TB, killed him all, first death of the game, and that's it. They know that if the Terrorblade dies even once, the game is over. Good game called, and Gaimin Gladiators take the victory in game 1.
As soon as TV dies, they call GG. First death of Terrorblade. Nightfall falls 51 minutes into the game. Pretty entertaining game. Couple of pauses though, so they might still need to change the server for themselves. But overall, Axe, like you've been praising Ace throughout the whole game. First part of the game, like first half part of the game, I would say, where he was completely dominating, and then he kind of stopped. Like you get close, you get ulted by Shadow Demon, TB with the Scotty, and you just die because they have no other saves. Maybe a Force Staff, some kind of a toss-back play, but we haven't really seen that much. Few Force Staffs, however, and then they played the long game. Celery, they opened up the map nicely with stealing the TB illusions with the enchant, and I believe he also used one of those creeps during the top fight near Roshan so that they can get the melee barracks as well, and they also killed the tier 4 tower, maybe one of those Dark Troll summoners while no one is watching. You're taking a fight, you can't really see everything that's been happening, but yeah. Again, couple of questionable deaths coming up from Dyrachyo, especially the one with Aegis. He got caught a couple of times, but in the end, they managed to salvage this game. And yeah, Quinn, man, he popped off completely. He was all over the place. Only one death to his name. We can see the highlights. I think Miero also needs to be praised in this one because he was pretty much the driving factor of the team. If he doesn't land those stomps, this game maybe even ends 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, and if he didn't have that dust there to kill the Weaver off, this is one of those unfortunate Dyrachyo moments where he goes in, tries to get a Wisdom Rune, pays dearly for it. As Quinn, in this situation, this was after he got stuck, so we don't get to see the replay of him humping a wall as a Razor. He does actually get into this enemy base and get a chase going. So yeah, a couple of things. I think Razor as a flex pick, you said Quinn popped off, and I think it's even more impressive that it's a flex pick, first pick, and he pops off, right? So unanswered, uncountered Razor